Jiang Qianxia has transmigrated into a narrative where she is the malevolent stepmother who cruelly mistreats a 3-year-old child, ultimately meeting a grim fate in prison followed by a tragic demise in a mental institution. Determined to evade the storyline, Jiang Qianxia resolves to distance herself from the plot and embark on a new vocation as a fortune teller. As her fortune-telling enterprise flourishes, Jiang Qianxia finds herself astonished by the peculiarities of this world. Strangely, her stepson, who previously regarded her as a ferocious beast, begins to linger by her side daily. Even her husband, who seldom returned home, starts coming back every night, occasionally even bringing his work with him. Moreover, her family, who once held her in disdain, begins to express deep regret and fervently seeks to make amends. Now a revered fortune-telling master pursued by influential figures from various realms, Jiang Qianxia exclaims, "Get away." Ultimately, she gazes in bewilderment at the father and son standing protectively before her, a look of confusion etched upon her face. What on earth is happening around her? Upon realizing that those in her vicinity are secretly benefiting from her fortunes, Jiang Qianxia laments that she ought to be charging for her services. At that moment, a seemingly serious man, who is in fact the most opportunistic of all, sets down his computer and rises. A pair of hands encircles Jiang Qianxia's waist from behind, and as she bristles, a golden card appears before her eyes. "Do not be upset. I shall compensate you." Chapter 1. Ahem, President. Your wife is not named Jiang Baixia. Jiang Baixia, this is my final warning to you. I hope you will conduct yourself wisely and maintain a good relationship with Xiaoya. Should such matters recur, I would not hesitate to terminate our union prematurely. In the upper echelons of a skyscraper in the bustling commercial district of City A dapper man, impeccably dressed in a suit, rests his forehead with one hand, finding these domestic issues more troublesome than negotiating billion-dollar contracts. Receiving no response from the other end of the line, the man rubs his throbbing temples and speaks impatiently. "Jiang Baixia, please utter a word. I hope you understand the value of my time, as responding is basic etiquette." Still met with silence, the man's stern expression begins to wane in patience. At this moment, his assistant, unable to contain himself any longer, wipes his cold sweat and interjects. "Ahem, President, she is not named Jiang Baixia. Her name is Jiang Qianxia." Instantly, the previously frosty-faced handsome man feels a flush creep to his ears, purses his lips, and after a brief pause, continues. "I do not care if you are Jiang Baixia or Jiang Qianxia. Remember, I am paying you 2 million a month, not to have you bicker with my son and create additional troubles for me." As he speaks, the man shoots a glare at his assistant, who is stifling laughter and coldly adds, "If you cannot remember, I shall send my assistant to discuss the termination of your contract shortly." The assistant immediately stiffens, the laughter vanishing. "Understood." Finally, a voice on the other end of the line breaks the silence. After receiving a confirming response, Situ unhesitatingly hangs up the phone and glances at his assistant, who is still struggling to suppress laughter. "Inform everyone. A meeting will commence in 5 minutes." On the other side of the city, in a luxurious villa, Jiang Qianxia stands in a daze, staring at the phone in her hand, which emits a series of beeps indicating the call has ended, feeling utterly bewildered. Has she truly transmigrated so unexpectedly? Upon her arrival in this new realm, her phone was ringing, and she instinctively answered it. When the caller addressed her as Jiang Baixia, she initially believed she had become Jiang Baixia herself. However, after another voice on the line pointed out the error, she realized that the caller had not even remembered the original owner's name. In that instant, she contemplated hanging up the phone, but the next moment, upon hearing the mention of 2 million a month, Jiang Qianxia jolted upright. "Calling me Jiang Baixia is acceptable." It was only after the call ended that she began to piece together her thoughts based on the memories of the original owner. Then she discovered. Surely, she must have traversed into the wrong narrative, mustn't she? How could she have transformed into the malevolent stepmother of the same name from the very novel she had been perusing? This literary work is titled Sweetheart Mommy Runs Away with the Ball, Genius Cute Baby at 5.5. The original protagonist's stepson is the brooding antagonist in the story, who becomes infatuated with the heroine after being redeemed, and he is currently a mere 3 years of age. Remarkably, the heroine of the tale, that sweet mommy, can only be estimated to be 5.5 years old, according to the age of the antagonist. Most importantly, this wicked stepmother had perished many years prior to the commencement of the narrative. There is not a trace of her ashes remaining. Jiang Qianxia rose in a fit of rage. "Dog system, come out at once." She hails from a world devoid of children and the ability to procreate, where all beings emerge from the tree of life. The fruit of life blossoms upon landing, and humanity is born in an adult form. Upon their descent, each individual awakens a unique talent, subsequently entering society to survive based on their innate abilities. Unfortunately, her talent is a subpar gift deemed useless in that world, fortune-telling. Jiang Qianxia possesses a particular knack for discerning familial connections, yet the inhabitants of that world are born from the tree of life and have no relatives. Thus, Jiang Qianxia is unable to rely on her inferior talent for sustenance and is compelled to tend to the tree of life instead. This occupation is both simple and monotonous, requiring her only to greet each newcomer as they descend and guide them to the location of their talent awakening. During moments of ennui, Jiang Qianxia enjoys sitting beneath the tree to indulge in various novels, such as I Became a Big Shot Through Fortune-Telling and The Heroine Fortunes, earning 10 billion monthly, among others. Additionally, there are tales featuring adorable young children. Soft, endearing, and naive human infants. In a world where humans are born with mature intellects, Jiang Qianxia is genuinely curious. Are human infants truly as soft and innocently gullible as depicted? She muses that it would be splendid to witness a human infant firsthand. By chance, her heartfelt wish was overheard by a passing exchange system. The system informed her of a character sharing her name, leading a life of affluence and familial detachment, whose singular desire is to inhabit a world devoid of family. Most significantly, that world not only boasts ready-made adorable children, but also elevates fortune-telling to a superior skill. Instantly, Jiang, the master of inferior talents in fortune-telling, felt a surge of excitement. She acquiesced to the proposal. Following her outburst, however, the dog system failed to materialize, and Jiang Qianxia began to sense she had been deceived. She sifted through the memories of the original protagonist and discovered that the malevolent stepmother indeed embodied the three characteristics: affluent, detached family relations, and a desire for a world without kin. Yet, the system neglected to disclose the subsequent details. The original protagonist was a scion of a wealthy family but had been mistakenly swapped at birth and raised in the countryside. It was only at the age of 18 that she was reclaimed by her affluent family, where a faux heiress, nurtured with elite education and lavished with affection, constantly served as a point of comparison, resulting in her being unloved upon her return to wealth. Her twin brother launched the faux heiress's career, achieving internet fame, while the original protagonist, unwilling to remain in the shadows, followed suit. Consequently, years passed, and the faux heiress and the original protagonist's twin brother became an internet sensation, with one acting and the other singing, both rising to the pinnacle of popularity. Meanwhile, the original protagonist, due to her striking resemblance to her twin brother, had her name change at the age of 18 exposed, leading to accusations of attempting to ride on their coattails, resulting in her becoming a target of disdain, a mere 18-line obscurity across the internet. Ultimately, she was abandoned by her family and sent into a marriage alliance. This matrimonial partner was notoriously cold-hearted and unapproachable within the upper echelons, a relentless workhorse for the family business. Oh, and this work machine had a 3-year-old son with autism, the very small antagonist. Unable to resist the marriage, and with her handsome husband absent every night, the original protagonist unjustly vented her frustrations on her young, mute stepson. Jiang Qianxia had just received a call from the work machine, prompted by the original protagonist's outburst directed at her young stepson the previous day, which had been reported by the maid. The complainant was the original protagonist's wealthy mother-in-law, who had never been fond of Jiang Qianxia as her daughter-in-law. After supporting her grandson, the wealthy matriarch reprimanded the original protagonist and then went on to report her to the work machine. This culminated in the warning call from the work machine. Her career, familial ties, and marriage were all in disarray. No wonder the original protagonist yearned to escape, especially since Jiang Qianxia was acutely aware of the tragic fate that awaited this wicked stepmother. She collapsed onto the soft, luxurious mattress behind her, folding her hands delicately over her abdomen, her eyes vacant as they slowly closed. In serenity, she sought solace, yearning to be left undisturbed. Chapter 2. She, the charlatan, strikes again. Recalling the subsequent developments in the narrative, our protagonist, sweetheart mommy, at the tender age of 8, accompanied her mother, who worked as a nanny, to the Situ household. There, she inadvertently unveiled the true malevolence of her wicked stepmother, rescuing the young antagonist from the clutches of this demonic figure. From that moment forth, the young villain regarded her as a savior. Consequently, the malevolent stepmother was incarcerated for her child abuse. Years passed, and upon her release from prison, the cruel stepmother descended into madness, relentlessly seeking vengeance against the young protagonist, only to be confined to a mental institution by the young antagonist. Many years later, with the assistance of the protagonist, The antagonist untangled the emotional knots from his childhood and visited the grave of the wicked stepmother who had tormented him for years. Learning of her painful demise, sweetheart mommy consoled him, stating, "Evildoers meet their just deserts. You must look forward from here on." As these memories flooded back, Jiang Qianxia sprung upright like a carp leaping from water, furiously tossing her pillow aside. "Curse system, how charming!" she exclaimed. "Come out and see for yourself. Is this truly a situation that can be salvaged?" After a bout of impotent rage, Jiang Qianxia sat up, her gaze vacantly drifting outside. Suddenly, as she passed by a vanity mirror, she halted, her eyes drawn to the reflection. Who is this stunning beauty with raven hair and crimson lips staring back at me? It was her. Jiang Qianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the visage mirrored her own, the original owner had evidently enjoyed a life of luxury since the age of 18, as her hair gleamed far more radiantly than Jiang Qianxia's own. This flawless complexion, nourished solely by wealth, boasted rosy lips and a meticulously maintained figure. Every aspect, from her hair to her toenails, was nothing short of perfection. Most astonishing of all, Jiang Qianxia discovered that her own features had transformed with her transmigration. Her divination talents proved to be of value even to herself. Although their efficacy had diminished, she could still manage a rough reading. In her previous world, countless readings foretold a life of solitude and poverty. Yet now, she discerned the promise of immense wealth and a flourishing career etched upon her countenance. Moreover, she glimpsed the prospect of a blissful marriage and even a dutiful son, but the mere vision of the first two sufficed to invigorate her spirit. This cannot be true, Jiang Qianxia thought, incredulous, yet unable to suppress her excitement as she hastily unearthed the original owner's final alias. Her career. Wasn't her divination gift her path to success? The original owner had managed to secure a verified account on a prominent platform dedicated to metaphysics. Although this account had garnered a reputation as a charlataness, and would ultimately be exposed as one of the original owner's malicious schemes, it mattered not. She was now aligned with her true calling. The alteration of fate would commence now. Upon accessing the account, Jiang Qianxia was momentarily taken aback by the staggering number of followers and the flood of private messages. The original owner's recollections indicated that this account was not particularly popular. Upon inspecting the backend, she discovered that 3 days prior, a post had been made analyzing Jiang Qianxia's features from a metaphysical perspective, asserting that she had not undergone plastic surgery, but genuinely resembled Jiang Mingxiu. Just yesterday, this post had been debunked by a passing metaphysics blogger. As a result, the account was now perceived as a puppet for the original owner, inciting the ire of Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingqia's fans. These fans not only inundated her with vitriolic messages, but also followed her, eagerly anticipating her online presence. Thus, as Jiang Qianxia hastily marked her private messages as read, the moment she logged in, a swarm of antagonistic fans emerged. "Sunrise never sets. Die, you vile charlatan. Sunrise tea. How much did that ugly Jiang Qianxia pay you? Colluding with our brother Su, she should look in the mirror. It's laughable. Te sors freli. Tea flowers always follow. How dare you hitch a ride on any trending topic, you shameless creature. You aren't Jiang Qianxia's alt account, are you?" Upon reading these, Jiang Qianxia paused, clicking on the profile of TT Soars Freely. In a post from several months ago, she spotted a group photo of fans. In an instant, Jiang Qianxia identified the round-faced girl standing in the front row, sensing a connection between her aura and the account. As she scrutinized the girl in the photograph, an eyebrow arched in curiosity. This girl possessed a rather peculiar fate. Born with a silver spoon, her family was affluent, and she had a childhood sweetheart by her side, destined for a smooth journey through life. Yet, due to her susceptibility to external influences, she had unwittingly shattered her own fortunate fate. A moment of weakness led her to keep a nanny at home, who seduced her father and bore an illegitimate child. Encouraged by her so-called friend, she carelessly tested her fiancé, resulting in a broken relationship, while the scheming friend seized the opportunity to approach her fiancé. Furthermore, just 3 days hence, she would face a calamity due to her soft-heartedness, potentially resulting in a broken leg. Of course, her compassion was not entirely detrimental. Jiang Qianxia also noted that the girl had rescued injured stray cats and dogs, donated her substantial allowance for disaster relief, and frequently engaged in charitable endeavors. Overall, she was a person of virtue, albeit somewhat unfortunate, meeting ill-fated individuals at every pivotal moment in her destiny. After perusing the details, Jiang Qianxia resolved to begin her endeavors with this girl as her first client. She opened the private messages of TT Soars freely, discovering that the girl was still typing, likely continuing her tirades against her. Jiang Qianxia quickly composed a message. Come to the live stream. TT Soars freely pauset. Confirming the authenticity of the message, realizing it was indeed the account of the infamous charlatan. Was this an invitation to confront her in a live stream? Normally, she would have dismissed it, but with plans to support her good friend at an event, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the live stream. Upon entering, she discovered the charlatan was broadcasting in a blacked-out format, obscuring not only her face, but the entire camera. Surprisingly, there was a considerable audience, composed of similarly disgruntled fans, all vociferously condemning her. However, the host paid them no heed, instead activating a voice changer, adopting a playful tone to address her. TT Soars freely, are you there? TT, I call your name, will you respond? As the live stream took on a tone suggesting it would not conclude until she made an appearance, TT Soars freely took a deep breath. Concerned that the swindler might not see her, she sent a token gift of 1 yuan, the minimum amount. TT Soars freely sent a lollipop. Here she typed. Seeing that TT Soars freely had indeed appeared, Jiang Qianxia felt a wave of relief wash over her. The first order of her new venture would be an awkward affair if the customer did not show up, but thankfully, she had arrived. Jiang Qianxia then proceeded to relay the insights she had gleaned regarding TT Soars freely, particularly the impending misfortune set to occur in 3 days. After articulating this, Jiang Qianxia cleared her throat and added, rest assured, if my divination proves inaccurate, you owe me nothing. You may confirm the outcome in 3 days before making any payment. At this declaration, even the vitriolic fans fell momentarily silent. The next moment, a deluge of insults, charlatan, coercive, madness, flooded the screen. Yet, amidst the chaos, the expression on TT Soars freely's face grew pale. Chapter 3. She, the malevolent stepmother, devours children. How could this charlatan possibly be aware of so many matters surrounding her? The reality stands in stark contrast to the assertions of this impostor. Indeed, she had shown compassion by retaining a nanny, yet the nanny was merely 5 years her senior, far too little of a gap to be credible. Furthermore, her parents' love for one another was unwavering. Her father would never betray her mother. Yet, for reasons unknown, Cha felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The fact that her decision to keep the nanny was known only to her parents added to her trepidation. As for Sha and Shengzai, they were even less likely to be aware. Sha had never sown discord between her and Shengzai. In fact, just yesterday, Shengzai had spoken ill of Sha in her presence, inciting her ire. Recalling her own harsh words directed at Shengzai in a fit of anger, Cha retrieved her phone, poised to call him. However, unexpectedly, a call from her dear friend Sha came through first. Knowing that Cha was unwell today, Sha intended to cheer her up, feeling guilty for not being able to support her. This was all well and good, but suddenly, an idea struck Cha, and she blurted out in confusion, Sha, how did you know I was unwell? There was a brief silence on the other end before Sha stammered. I heard it from Azay. Don't blame him. He's just worried about you. Sha maintained her ever-mediation tone, yet Cha barely absorbed her words. Her mind was consumed by Sha's affectionate mention of Azay, failing to notice when her friend had altered her terminology. Shengzai was a rather aloof individual who would never permit such familiarity from those not extremely close to him. Moreover, he didn't harbor any disdain for Sha. So, why would he reach out to her? After ending the call, Cha's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. Nevertheless, she understood that Sha's casual mention of Azay had planted the seeds of doubt in her heart. She did not wish to harbor suspicions towards the 2 individuals closest to her. The best course of action was to confirm their innocence. Cha's gaze steeled with determination. She smashed a lollipop in her live stream, leaving behind a message, just you wait, before hastily departing. Jiang Qianxia, discerning her character from her appearance, understood that this young girl was stubborn and surely intended to verify her suspicions. Once she uncovered the truth, she would return to her. At that point, Jiang Qianxia's first venture would be successfully launched. Satisfied, she ended the live stream, leaving behind a flurry of bewildered detractors who continued to flood the chat with their vitriol. Stretching languidly, she rose and strolled through the opulent room, which boasted a walk-in closet and a jewelry room among other luxuries. Jiang Qianxia noticed that although both the Jiang and Situ families showed little regard for the original owner, they still provided her with a certain level of status. Even the false heiress possessed several lavish estates and assets, while the original owner had but a meager sum of cash. Maintaining a life of affluence was not arduous. Yet the entirety of her funds could scarcely purchase a single property belonging to the false heiress. It was not the scarcity of wealth that troubled her, but the inequity of it. No wonder the original owner had succumbed to madness. Jiang Qianxia sighed, reflecting on her own situation. She realized that caring for the tree of life would never yield even a fraction of the original owner's wealth. She wondered if the original owner would regret her choices after entering her own world, or if she might awaken other talents and flourish instead. As she pondered, Jiang Qianxia sorted through the original owner's possessions, cradling them in her arms before collapsing onto the bed. These wretched, wealthy individuals. Now, I am one of them. Jiang Qianxia adjusted the original owner's fashion habits, preparing to gradually transition into her own preferred style. Just then, her phone rang. Caller ID, Jiang San, the original owner's twin brother. As soon as she answered, a voice filled with disdain erupted from the other end. Jiang Qianxia, are you seeking death? How shameless can you be? You have everything. Why do you still insist on competing with Ming Cha? Just take a look at your own face. Do you even deserve it? Jiang Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, her eyes welling with moisture, before she realized that it was merely the original owner's memories at play. Was this how her family had treated her? Yet, she was not the original owner. Angrily, she retorted, look in the mirror yourself. You'll soon know if I'm deserving or not. After all, the original owner and Jiang Mingxi were twins, their faces nearly identical apart from hair length. And, without makeup, one could hardly tell them apart. On the other end, Jiang Mingxiu seemed to grasp this, momentarily speechless. Moreover, Jiang Qianxia's sudden shift in demeanor left him somewhat disoriented. However, Jiang Qianxia was disinterested in further exchanging barbs upon noticing his silence. She simply hung up and descended the stairs. The villa was vast, staffed by numerous servants, each assigned their respective duties, most of whom had been dispatched by the matriarch to attend to her grandson, Situ Xiaoyue. These servants were astute. Well aware of the matriarch's disdain for the original owner, and recognizing that Situ Yu was wholly devoted to his work, seldom returning home, they generally maintained a facade of compliance, while secretly disregarding her. The original owner was not one to suffer in silence. Her temper was notoriously volatile. Thus, the servants in the villa tended to avoid her. Now feeling quite famished, Jiang Qianxia had no time to deal with them and decided to fend for herself. She made her way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found nothing but a row of mini milk cartons. It was evident that these were the favored choice of the villainous little brat. Yet, Jiang Qianxia was far too hungry. She grabbed a tray of mini milk cartons, punctured them, and took a sip from each. The taste was delightful, and as she turned around, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a small child. The child, with a stature reminiscent of a cartoon character, donned overalls and a white shirt adorned with a tiny bow tie, with tousled golden brown hair and large, round, deep blue eyes. He looked like a porcelain doll. Situ Xiaoyue had stealthily crept in and, upon spotting someone in the kitchen, quickly found a hiding spot, peeking out with his beautiful eyes. Wary yet curious about Jiang Qianxia. Although Jiang Qianxia stood frozen, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart silently exclaiming, "A child! Human infants truly are three-headed proportions. So tiny, so adorable. I could kiss him to death." The already vigilant Situ Xiaoyue widened his eyes in shock, wondering who was speaking. He gazed quizzically at Jiang Qianxia, only to find her with a straw from a mini milk carton in her mouth, her lips not moving at all. Cautiously, he glanced around and saw no servants nearby. At that moment, he heard the voice again. Yes, a mixed-race darling." The voice emanated from the direction of his stepmother. Situ Xiaoyue's pupils constricted slightly. He recalled that characters in animated shows possessed such extraordinary abilities. The little boy, suppressing his excitement, thought, "Now I have superpowers too. I can hear my stepmother's thoughts." To confirm, he stealthily observed the stepmother who did not favor him, and then he heard, "Is this my stepson? So adorable." A bite would surely elicit a long cry. "What? She intends to take a bite out of me?" Situ Xiaoyue stifled his terror, stealthily retreating. Does he seem a bit afraid of me? Is it because I applied a child-eating shade of lipstick that makes me look rather fierce? What? She is going to eat children. Regardless of how precocious he was, Situ Xiaowei was still merely a 3-year-old child. Upon hearing his stepmother's intention to devour children, his little face turned completely pale. Noting the sheer terror etched across the child's face as he stared at her mouth, Jiang Qianxia felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. She lowered the items in her hands, only to see the fear on his face intensify, prompting him to turn and flee. Situ Xiaoyi expended nearly all his strength at the tender age of 3, and upon reaching the living room, he tumbled onto the carpet with a resounding thud. Jiang Qianxia, still in a state of bewilderment, instinctively moved to assist him. However, just as she lifted her foot, the young child, who had been sprawled on the floor, glanced back and, in a panic, scrambled to his feet, fleeing in terror. He dashed to the entrance of the living room, emitting a small, high-pitched cry for help. Chapter 4. Alas, the nanny has reported me. Oh dear, my little master. At last I've found you. Situ Xiaoyi, as if pursued by some dreadful specter, stumbled towards the door, only to fall once more. Lu Ma, the nanny responsible for his care, finally caught up with him from outside. With a look of concern, she scooped Situ Xiaoyi up from the ground, murmuring sweet nothings like "my dear heart" and "my little treasure" as she meticulously checked him over, only to cast a disapproving gaze at Jiang Qianxia. Second young mistress, how could you frighten such a young child? Luma had served the C2 family for many years and, now in her 60s, was due for a well-deserved retirement according to the family's customs. However, having raised C2Yu and his late brother, she regarded the 2 boys as her own, and now, she viewed C2 Xiaoyi as her beloved grandson, unwilling to relinquish her duties. Even upon arriving at C2Yu's villa, while other servants had adapted to the new environment, she continued to address them as the second young master, second young mistress, and little master, adhering to the traditions of the old residents. Luma harbored no fondness for Jiang Qianxia, the stepmother, and frequently spoke ill of her in front of C2 Xiaoyi, suggesting that stepmothers were inherently malevolent. Taking advantage of her old resident's salary, she led the other servants in openly displaying disdain toward the original owner. Previously, when the workaholic had called to complain, it was due to this old crone reporting to the matriarch of the wealthy family. Considering the rift that had developed, Jiang Qianxia narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lu Ma's countenance. Alas, she thought, how shocking. This Lu Ma is indeed a wicked stepmother. Heavens, her cruelty towards her stepchildren surpasses that of the original character in the story. Her husband is no better, having conspired with her to bring harm to their own children. Can such a malicious person genuinely care for the children of her employers? Hearing the commotion, C2 Xiaoyi attempted to glance back to see if his stepmother had spoken, but the tight grip on him limited his movement to a slight tilt of his head, allowing him to glimpse the deep furrows on Lu Ma's chin. Mistaking Jiang Qianxia's silence for weakness, Lu Ma seized the opportunity to gloat, raising her voice. Second young mistress, how could you act this way? Lu Ma's exaggerated tone drew the attention of the hidden servants, who peeked out at the unfolding drama. This villa's staff, especially those sent over by the matriarch, were akin to scheming courtiers, each cunning and treacherous, eager to report back. Yet, Lu Ma required their testimony to bolster her claims. Protectively cradling C2 Xiaoyi, she admonished. Second young mistress, I know that no stepmother genuinely cares for her stepchild. You may not like our little master, but you are still his nominal mother. In truth, Lu Ma had only been distracted momentarily when C2 Xiaoyi had managed to sneak away, and it took her half an hour to find him. She was unaware of the incidents that had transpired within the villa. Although she suspected Jiang Qianxia had harmed C2 Xiaoyi, she found no evidence of injury. All she knew was that C2 Xiaoyi had fled in a panic, with Jiang Qianxia in pursuit, leading her to conclude that Jiang Qianxia was mistreating him. As Lu Ma continued her tirade, she suddenly spotted the milk in Jiang Qianxia's hand, her eyes widening in shock. This is the special children's milk that the mistress had airlifted from New Zealand for our little master. How could you take his milk? Initially, Jiang Qianxia was still in a daze, but upon Lu Ma's accusation, she glanced down at the milk in her hand and suddenly realized she had inadvertently consumed the young child's milk, thus inadvertently propelling the narrative of the wicked stepmother forward. Jiang Qianxia observed the small child in Lu Ma's embrace, whose flushed face revealed no struggle, and felt a flicker of confusion. Isn't it said that human infants are quite delicate? How can this old witch hold him so tightly without causing harm? Did I just hear the thoughts of the stepmother? C2 Xiaoyi, struggling to breathe in Lu Ma's grasp, blinked and instinctively squirmed.
Yuma.
Realizing she had been overly enthusiastic in her embrace, loosened her hold. Finally able to breathe freely, C2 Xiaoyi blinked again and curiously turned his head to gaze at Jiang Qianxia. When their eyes met, he heard her thoughts again.
Ah,
The eyes of this little antagonist are so clear. Where's the terror in that? What was that all about? Isn't this little antagonist supposed to be mute with autism? Am I truly that frightening that he called for help? C2 Xiaoyi met Jiang Qianxia's puzzled gaze and felt a twinge of confusion. Why did his stepmother claim he couldn't speak? He could, he simply detested conversing. However, recalling how she had just helped him escape from the tight grip that had nearly suffocated him, he resolved to return her kindness. Thus, the young child carefully regarded Jiang Qianxia and, in a soft, childish voice, uttered, "Don't eat me. I'm not tasty." Afterward, recalling Lu Ma's earlier thoughts about her being capable of harming him, C2 Xiaoyi couldn't help but retreat further into Lu Ma's neck in trepidation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ma's eyes widened even further, incredulity flooding her expression as she looked at Jiang Qianxia.
what?
Second young mistress. Is this how you frighten our little master with such wicked words? Jiang Qianxia retorted without hesitation. What? You think I can match your malevolence? Still reeling from the realization of the sinister tactics she had gleaned from Lu Ma's visage, she found herself accused of being malicious, prompting her to vehemently defend herself. Jiang Qianxia's words sent a jolt through Lu Ma, causing her to momentarily falter. Composing herself, and aware of the surrounding servants who were eavesdropping, she steadied her demeanor and, in a fit of exasperation, declared, "I knew no stepmother would ever treat her stepchildren with sincerity. I must inform the mistress of this outrageous behavior, and have you, this vile woman, expelled." With that, she hastily retrieved her phone, intent on calling C2 Xiaoye's grandmother, the matriarch of the wealthy family, to lodge her complaint. Jiang Qianxia, however, was undaunted by the prospect of being reported. She leisurely followed Lu Ma into the living room and even took the liberty of summoning a maid who had been eavesdropping in the corner.
The maid.
Expecting a furious reprimand for being caught, was taken aback when Jiang Qianxia merely requested a glass of water. Yet, she sensed a shift in Jiang Qianxia's demeanor. Meeting Jiang Qianxia's discerning gaze, the maid dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts and hurriedly responded, "Yes, ma'am." Curiously, despite Jiang Qianxia having received her drink, Lu Ma's call had yet to connect. Once more locking eyes with the young child, he immediately averted his gaze, prompting Jiang Qianxia to fall into a state of confusion. She recalled that the novel had mentioned. Chapter 5. The matriarch of the wealthy family faints from anger. At the tender age of 3, C2 Xiaoye exhibited remarkable intelligence and an inherent potential for darkness, showing no fear of the original owner of his body. He could even sense the trepidation emanating from her, often deliberately casting a gaze designed to intimidate her. Conversely, it was the original owner, lacking in fortitude, who frequently found herself startled by the little villain's shadowy eyes, despite the fact that the young antagonist himself was unperturbed by her presence. Hearing the voice of his stepmother, C2 Xiaoye could not help but lean against Lu Ma's shoulder and stealthily glance at his stepmother's motionless lips. He instinctively understood that it was her innermost thoughts being revealed. Although much of what she expressed was beyond his comprehension, he caught the phrase, 3 years old, intelligent and precocious. His beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She was praising my cleverness. Unfortunately, Jiang Qianxia, lost in her recollection of the original narrative's conclusion, remained oblivious to the cub's attention. She continued to ponder the fate outlined in the story. The conclusion unfolded in this manner. Years after the demise of the wicked stepmother, the protagonists had matured. The redeemed little villain, falling into darkness for other reasons, required the female and male leads to gradually unravel his emotional turmoil. This included uncovering the true reasons behind the stepmother's cruelty towards him, leading the antagonist to ultimately choose to let go, thus ensuring the happiness of the angel who had once saved him in his youth. Even on the day of the female lead's wedding, the antagonist transferred the Sidhu family's enterprise to her as a dowry before retreating from the world to seek a monastic life. While engrossed in the novel, she had not paid much heed to the logic. However, now, having transformed into the wicked stepmother herself, she found the entire narrative maddening. The reason behind the stepmother's torment of a 3-year-old child was her fear of the boy's eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through everything. As the true daughter, she was unloved by her family and subjected to exclusion within the affluent society. Even a mere 3-year-old's gaze was filled with derision towards her. Consequently, the tension within her snapped, and she began to derive a twisted pleasure from inflicting suffering upon her weak stepson. Ah, how utterly illogical. From the memories of the original owner, it was clear that, Although she was emotionally strained, she exhibited no signs of such perverse tendencies. Jiang Qianxia maintained an exterior of elegance and grace while silently donning a mask of anguish. The rapid-fire thoughts of the stepmother left Xiaoya momentarily bewildered. Yet he couldn't help but widen his eyes in realization. Was it possible that his stepmother was also unloved by her family? Did she require the torment of a 3-year-old to find joy? But what constituted torment? Xiaoya found himself perplexed once more and glanced back at his stepmother's beautiful visage, suddenly perceiving her as somewhat less detestable today. Moreover, she seemed rather pitiable. If she refrained from harming children, he might even consider allowing her a measure of torment. After casting one last glance at Jiang Qianxia, Xiaoya timidly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, Jiang Qianxia remained unaware that a 3-year-old cub had been entirely swayed by her unfiltered thoughts, when suddenly an epiphany struck her, revealing a critical oversight. Wait! How old would the little villain be at the story's conclusion? In his 20s, perhaps? And what of his father, the charmingly efficient workhorse, Situ? In the grand Situ family, with its vast resources, would no one have opposed sending the little villain away? Presently, the head of the Situ household was Situ's grandmother, who, at the age of 76, was reluctant to relinquish control, particularly due to her son, Situ, being less adept at managing the family business. For reasons unknown, Situ had yet to inherit the family estate and had instead established his own technology company. Even 2 decades hence, after the old matriarch had passed, Situ would surely not stand idly by and watch the fruits of his grandmother's labor be sent away, would he? Regrettably, upon further reflection, Jiang Qianxia discovered a disheartening truth. The novel was narrated from the female lead's perspective, with much of the backstory of the antagonists relegated to side chapters. She had purposely avoided the side stories, particularly the one detailing the tragic demise of a character sharing her name. Thus, she had not closely followed the narrative concerning the Situ family and the antagonist's backstory. Sigh. Jiang Qianxia let out a regretful exhale. Had she known that one day she would traverse into this world, she would have meticulously read every single word of those novels. Nonetheless, she consoled herself with the thought that she possessed the ability to foresee destinies and would thus be aware of the fates of the Situ family when the time came. Particularly, she felt compelled to seize an opportunity to meet that efficient workhorse who provided her with 2 million a month. Suddenly, Jiang Qianxia felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, she noticed the little cub stealing glances at her once more. His gaze indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to the narrative's description, as if he could penetrate her innermost thoughts. Yet, Jiang Qianxia felt no fear. She blinked and deliberately locked eyes with the little cub, caught in the act. Xiaoya quickly averted his gaze, but his mind was abuzz with the revelations he had gleaned from his stepmother's musings. Did the stepmother long for a father figure as well? And what exactly was the little villain? What did fortune-telling entail? A multitude of questions swirled in the young boy's mind. At last, Luma concluded her phone call. She tucked her phone away and cast an imposing glance at Jiang Qianxia, as if anticipating a delightful spectacle. Indeed, within mere moments, the phone rang again. Unfortunately, it was Luma's call, and her smile faltered as she glanced at Jiang Qianxia in utter disbelief. This was unexpected. Surely, the lady should have called to reprimand the second young madam, yet here she was, reaching out to Luma instead. Nevertheless, Luma dared not hesitate and swiftly answered the call. After a brief moment, her gaze flickered with confusion as she surveyed Jiang Qianxia's surroundings. Respectfully addressing the voice on the other end, "Madam, it seems the second young madam has not retrieved her phone. She must not have heard." The voice on the other end uttered something further, prompting Lu Ma to smile brightly. Indeed. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Jiang Qianxia, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Second young madam, the lady wishes for you to take the call." Jiang Qianxia, reminded of the generous monthly allowance of 2 million from her affluent husband, felt a surge of curiosity. What would her wealthy mother-in-law say to encourage her to behave and secure that 2 million a month? As Jiang Qianxia took the call, she was unprepared for the torrent of invective that followed upon her response. Listening to the vitriolic tirade from the other end, Jiang Qianxia recalled how this matriarch typically relished maintaining an air of elegance in public. Thus, she resolved to lend her a hand. Glancing at the curious servants peering in from the periphery, Jiang Qianxia raised her finger to activate the speakerphone, cranking up the volume. Instantly, the opulent living room reverberated with the matriarch's haughty and refined voice. "Jiang Qianxia, I never imagined you to be such a person. You truly are a country bumpkin." unworthy of our esteemed family. Had I known you were this crude and disrespectful, I would have never allowed you to marry you." The servants, who had been eavesdropping in anticipation of witnessing Jiang Qianxia's humiliation, were taken aback when she activated the speakerphone, allowing them to overhear the matriarch's scathing remarks. Suddenly, recalling the matriarch's usual demeanor, the servants turned pale, instinctively attempting to make their exit. However, as they began to flee, Jiang Qianxia unexpectedly interjected, interrupting the tirade. "Did you hear that? Your lady wishes for a maid to be selected as her daughter-in-law. If any of you are interested, why not come and register with me?" Jiang Qianxia's disjointed statement left the person on the other end momentarily stunned. Moments later, Zhu Qing finally grasped the situation. "Jiang Qianxia, where are you right now?" Jiang Qianxia, concerned that she might not fully comprehend, was eager to provide clarification. "In the living room. Rest assured, your future daughters-in-law and the maids are all present, and they have heard everything." On the other end of the line, in an effort to maintain her composure, Zhu Qing had to retreat to the restroom to unleash her fury, darkening her vision with rage. Following that, there were two loud thuds, one from a heavy object hitting the ground, and another from a phone crashing down. Chapter 6. The dim-witted third brother calls again. The other end of the line fell utterly silent. Jiang Qianxia thought, "Oh, I hope the formidable mother-in-law hasn't fainted from anger." She shrugged, returning the phone to Lu Ma, only to find that all the servants in the villa were staring at her with expressions of disbelief. However, upon reflecting on the mother-in-law's attitude toward the original owner of this body, Jiang Qianxia felt that the outburst was rather mild. She felt no guilt whatsoever, stretched her limbs, and stood up. Seizing the moment when everyone was still processing what had just happened, she reached out and pinched her stepson's tender little cheek, marveling internally. "Ah, this little creature is indeed so soft." Lu Ma was left dumbfounded by Jiang Qianxia's outrageous antics, and once she regained her composure, she instinctively stepped back, clutching C2 Xiaoyi protectively, casting wary glances at Jiang Qianxia. To her surprise, Jiang Qianxia merely squinted her eyes in satisfaction, said nothing, and turned to leave. Watching Jiang Qianxia's graceful silhouette depart, Lu Ma inwardly cursed, "Bah, witch." She then turned her sympathetic gaze to C2 Xiaoyi. "Little master, did she pinch you too hard? If so, just nod, and I will inform the madam." However, all she could see was C2 Xiaoyi covering his pinched cheek with his small hand, staring blankly at Jiang Qianxia's retreating figure, lost in thought. He reverted to his usual disinterest in others. Lu Ma had grown accustomed to the silence and, in frustration, pulled out her phone, muttering to herself, "This one do. I must speak with the second young master." Upstairs, Jiang Qianxia changed into a different outfit, adhering to the original owner's habits, and prepared to visit the agency. While organizing the plot moments ago, she suddenly recalled the reason for her twin brother Jiang Mingxiu's phone call cursing her out. A popular travel reality show had invited both Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingxia, intending to create an episode themed around family and friends. Jiang Mingxia had recommended Jiang Qianxia to the production team, who were taken aback upon seeing the suggested candidate. Wasn't she the one who had repeatedly been criticized for riding on Jiang Mingxiu's coattails due to her resemblance to him? The combination of a top-tier brother-sister duo with a faux sister who looked even more like the genuine article, invited by the real sister, was a tantalizing twist. The audience would surely eat it up. The show was destined to trend. The production team promptly sent an invitation to Jiang Qianxia. The small, struggling entertainment company she was associated with eagerly accepted the opportunity and even began promotional efforts. This, however, caught the attention of Jiang Mingxiu, who harbored disdain for Jiang Qianxia but had a penchant for spying on her. He naively believed that Jiang Qianxia had coerced Jiang Mingxia into recommending her due to her background and thus called to warn her to withdraw from the show. Yet, this time, Jiang Qianxia, having traversed into this realm, received the call and hung up before Jiang Mingxiu could finish his sentence. From the original owner's memories, Jiang Qianxia discovered that Jiang Mingxia truly lived up to her name. She always feigned kindness towards the original owner, gifting her resources that were bound to provoke ire, deliberately letting the Jiang family, especially Jiang Mingxiu, discover them, thus misleading them into believing that Jiang Qianxia was leveraging her status to extort resources from Jiang Mingxia, leading to blame directed at her. If the Jiang family obstructed Jiang Qianxia, Jiang Mingxia would revel in it. If Jiang Qianxia defied the Jiang family's disapproval and participated in the show, she would be criticized, and Jiang Mingxia would once again take delight in her misfortune. This tactic was nothing short of lethal, If Jiang Qianxia still cared for the Jiang family, Jiang Mingxia would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, this time, she truly had no regard for the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Qianxia was about to step out, she received a phone call from her manager, Sister Yan. The moment the call connected, Sister Yan's angry voice erupted. Jiang Qianxia, let me tell you, if you dare to give up this opportunity again, I will no longer represent you. The unceremonious tone caused Jiang Qianxia's eyes to moisten instantly. She recognized that it was the residual emotions left by the original owner surfacing. This was the umpteenth time Sister Yan had reiterated this sentiment to her. Yet, each time, the original owner had relinquished opportunities out of concern for the Jiang family and a misplaced sense of pride. Sister Yan, exasperated yet sympathetic to Jiang Qianxia's feelings, had only ever scolded her verbally without truly abandoning her. Jiang Qianxia surmised that, after her departure, the only person she felt guilty toward was Sister Yan. Pressing her lips together, she took a tissue to wipe away tears that did not belong to her. She intended to visit the agency, originally seeking to terminate her contract and withdraw from the entertainment industry altogether, as she was not the original owner and held no such attachment. Yet, Sister Yan's feelings for the original owner compelled her to consider that perhaps trying a different life was not such a bad idea. Jiang Qianxia's eyes brightened. Rest assured, Sister Yan, this time I will not give up. Sister Yan, initially poised to persuade Jiang Qianxia, hesitated, sensing a change in her tone. However, as long as Jiang Qianxia had arrived at this realization, it was a positive development. She replied, "All right, it's good that you understand. Come by the company later." Jiang Qianxia nodded in agreement. Okay. As soon as Sister Yan's call ended, Jiang Qianxia's phone rang again, insistent and demanding. It was Jiang Mingxiu. Jiang Qianxia guessed he was likely seething after being hung up on, stewing in his anger, and now calling back to finish what he had started. Sure enough, once the call connected, Jiang Mingxiu, wary of being cut off again, immediately stated his purpose. "You are not allowed to go on that show." Jiang Qianxia smirked. "And who are you? Why should I listen to you?" "You." Jiang Mingxiu initially thought that after hanging up, Jiang Qianxia would regain her composure. However, she only grew bolder in her defiance. Furious, Jiang Mingxiu spat. "Who do you think you are?" Jiang Qianxia casually tossed her phone aside, admiring her perfectly manicured nails as she replied, "I don't know. Why don't you enlighten me?" Jiang Qianxia's attitude today was utterly perplexing, as if she were preparing to rebel. How dare she? Jiang Mingxiu inhaled sharply, coldly threatening. "Jiang Qianxia, do not overstep your bounds. Think about your tarnished reputation and your current standing. Do you think you deserve to be part of such a high-caliber show? What do you intend to do? Become a target for scorn and bring shame to the Jiang family?" At the mention of this, Jiang Qianxia perked up, blinking innocently. "Aren't the ones criticizing me your fans and Jiang Mingxia's? Isn't there a saying that the consequences of fans' actions fall on the main subject? Why is it only me who brings shame to the Jiang family? It's clearly the three of us." Jiang Mingxiu fell silent, fully aware that he and Mingxia's fans had indeed been targeting Jiang Qianxia. Yet, he also knew that Jiang Qianxia had been envious of Mingxia, pursuing her path into the industry, only to fail in singing and dancing, relying solely on her looks to bask in his fame, which led to the ridicule. However, he couldn't articulate his thoughts. The moment he recalled Jiang Qianxia's earlier retorts, he found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Jiang Qianxia bore such a striking resemblance to him was undeniably not her fault. They were, after all, twins. As the notion of their twinship crossed his mind, a peculiar sensation washed over him, but it swiftly faded as he recalled Jiang Mingxia's frail, pale visage, prompting him to regain his focus. His gaze sharpened. "Jiang Qianxia, you've certainly made progress, haven't you? When did you become so sharp-tongued? Allow me to kindly remind you. Once elder brother learns of this matter and decides to handle it personally, don't come crying to me." Chapter 7. The Brothers of the Jiang Family. Elder brother Jiang? Jiang Qianxia blinked, dredging up a strikingly handsome and stern visage from her memories. Jiang Minghui, the current president of the Jiang Corporation, is the son of Jiang Father's first wife. He not only took over the Jiang family business, but also inherited part of his maternal grandfather's companies. He is a naturally stern and domineering president, only revealing a smile when in the presence of his one and only sister. Of course, that sister refers to Jiang Mingxia, not to Jiang Qianxia. When elder brother Jiang inherited the legacy from his grandfather, he specifically chose an entertainment company so that he could personally sign Jiang Mingxia into his firm, thereby safeguarding his beloved sister. The original host also wished to join, but was coldly rebuffed. Ultimately, she signed with a small, virtually unknown company and by sheer luck, did not end up in a disastrous situation. Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but feel a pang of silence. Was there a lack of sense among the Jiang family? The disparity in treatment was simply too stark. Seeing Jiang Qianxia fall silent, Jiang Mingxiu assumed she was intimidated and softened his tone slightly. As per our usual practice, I will explain the situation to the program team. You need not worry about any breach of contract. Having said that, he intended to hang up, only to be interrupted by Jiang Qianxia's leisurely voice. Wait a moment. After resolving his pressing concerns, Jiang Mingxiu was reminded that Jiang Qianxia was, after all, his twin sister, which softened his tone further. What's the matter? Do you wish for compensation? If so, I can arrange that. His words were abruptly cut off. Who said anything about the usual practice? Are you implying that I would use my background to threaten Jiang Mingxia into taking me onto the show? Jiang Qianxia's unfriendly tone sent a shiver down Jiang Mingxiu's spine, prompting him to pause and reconsider. Just pretend you never heard that. I assure you, if I say I'll provide compensation, I will. Before he could finish, he was once again interrupted by Jiang Qianxia's resolute voice. Indeed, you should inform her that the program cannot accommodate both of us. If she goes, there's a good chance our paternity test will be exposed. As she spoke, Jiang Qianxia retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer, all pertaining to paternity tests. If one were to describe the brothers of the Jiang family as peculiar, it would be noted that when they sought out the original host, they had already conducted paternity tests confirming her as the fake daughter. Yet, all three brothers, in disbelief, approached Jiang Qianxia individually to conduct their own tests, ultimately compelled to accept the truth. Of course, they were unaware of each other's actions, and neither Jiang father nor Jiang mother had any inkling. Only the original host had amassed a collection of documents that, while labeled as paternity tests, served more as an affront. Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia mention the paternity tests, Jiang Mingxiu felt a twinge of guilt. That was an impulsive decision made in his youth, and he now regretted it. However, he could never admit to Jiang Qianxia that he was wrong. Someone like her, once armed with incriminating evidence, would become insufferably arrogant.
Just like now.
Yet, he was not entirely without discernment. Jiang Mingxiu cleared his throat, his voice lacking its previous authority. Such documents would not be believed if presented to anyone. Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow. That matters not. Let us wager and see how many believe. Oh, it's not just us two, but also you and Jiang Mingxia. At her words, Jiang Mingxiu was momentarily taken aback. You're talking nonsense. How could Mingxia and I possibly be connected in that way?
Jiang Qianxia feignait de surprise. Oh.
Is that so? Back then, none of you were willing to let Jiang Mingxia leave. I suspected the previous paternity test was fabricated, and that she might be an illegitimate child. Hearing this, Jiang Mingxiu's face turned pale. Jiang Mingxia's birthday is merely days apart from his own. And Jiang Qianxia's insinuation was that she was questioning their father. Contemplating the imposing figure of Jiang father, Jiang Mingxiu's gaze darkened. Jiang Qianxia, if you wish to be cast out of the Jiang family, continue down this reckless path. Yet, Jiang Qianxia was undeterred by his threats, continuing unabashedly. Guess what? Do you and Jiang Mingxia truly share a sibling bond? You treat her so well. Surely, there are no ulterior motives? If there are, you ought to be cautious. It is said that children born of close kin may be malformed. Observing Jiang Qianxia's increasingly outrageous remarks, Jiang Mingxiu felt his temper rise to the point of combustion, gritting his teeth. Enough. Jiang Qianxia. Speak further, and I shall silence you. But Jiang Qianxia remained unruffled, calmly responding, very well. Since you do not wish to know, I shall keep the answer to myself. Jiang Mingxiu, still reeling, was then met with her declaration. Please inform Jiang Mingxia that if she does not withdraw from the program, I shall make public the paternity tests concerning the three of us, as well as mine with the Jiang family. On the other end, Jiang Mingxiu's fury reached a boiling point. He scoffed. Jiang Qianxia, your true colors can no longer be concealed, and you dare to argue that you have never used your identity to threaten Mingxia. You have always resorted to such underhanded tactics. Foolish individuals tend to only believe what they wish to believe. Jiang Qianxia dismissed his claims with indifference, replying nonchalantly. Yes. Yes, indeed, it is as you say. Not only do I intend to threaten Jiang Mingxia, but I shall also extend my threats to you as well. Perhaps Jiang Qianxia's carefree demeanor caused Jiang Mingxiu to hesitate momentarily. Jiang Qianxia, have you recently encountered some form of shock? Jiang Qianxia's eyes glinted, her voice betraying a hint of seriousness. Jiang Mingxiu, Do you know why a person possesses a weakness? Jiang Mingxiu had never engaged in a calm conversation with Jiang Qianxia before, and her words piqued his curiosity, dissipating some of his anger. He slowly inquired, "Why?" Jiang Qianxia lowered her gaze, speaking softly. "It is because she has someone she cares for." Having said this, Jiang Qianxia waited 2 seconds, sensing that her brother was likely stunned, and then hung up the phone. On the other end, Jiang Mingxiu truly was momentarily bewildered, remaining in a daze long after the call had ended. Just then, his manager entered, noticing his distraction, and waved a hand before his eyes, casually asking, "Have you dealt with that troublesome fake sister of yours?" Troubling fake sister? Jiang Mingxiu looked up, bewildered, as he observed the disdain on his manager's face when mentioning Jiang Qianxia, an unfamiliar unease blossoming within him. He interrupted his manager, who was about to continue disparaging Jiang Qianxia. "Brother Luan, do you understand what it means for someone to have a weakness because they have someone they care for?" Originally intending to mock the attention-seeking plaster, Fong Luan hesitated, regarding Jiang Mingxiu with a peculiar expression. "Haven't you heard that saying? To love someone is akin to donning armor. Yet it also signifies possessing a vulnerability. Love?" Jiang Mingxiu's expression was even more perplexed than Fong Luan's. "So, Jiang Qianxia is suggesting that she cares for her brother? But why is she acting out now? Could it be that she no longer cares?" In a sudden epiphany, Jiang Mingxiu sprang to his feet, his phone crashing to the ground. Just then, the ringtone of an incoming call chimed again. Jiang Mingxiu quickly picked up his phone, answering with urgency. "Jiang Qianxia. What do you mean?" However, the voice on the other end was not Jiang Qianxia's, but rather a soft, gentle tone. "Third brother?" Chapter 8. The green tea can no longer smile. Jiang Mingta on the other end paused momentarily, her eyes glimmering with concern as she sweetly inquired, "Third brother? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Did Xiaxia say something to upset you?" Jiang Mingta's gentle voice brought Jiang Mingxiu back to reality, his expression softening. "No, it's nothing at all." Upon receiving an unexpected response, Jiang Mingta's smile froze. "Then what about third brother? How come you?" Jiang Mingxiu, still preoccupied with thoughts of why Jiang Qianxia no longer cared for him, hesitantly uttered, "Cha-cha, about that variety show, perhaps we should not attend?" The originally strained smile on Jiang Mingta's face darkened, her expression turning somber as she momentarily forgot to temper her tone in front of Jiang Mingxiu. "Third brother, do you grasp what you're saying? Do you have any idea how crucial this show is for me?" The elevation in her voice snapped Jiang Mingxiu back to reality, although his guilt prevented him from recognizing the peculiarity in her tone. He was, of course, aware of the significance of that variety show to Jiang Mingxia. In truth, her career was not as smooth as it appeared. Her commendable acting skills were largely the result of their elder brother's company's unwavering support, meticulously crafting roles that suited Jiang Mingxia's personality, making her performances relatively effortless. However, with the rise of the dominant female lead trend in the entertainment industry, the once cherished innocent protagonist archetype had lost its allure. Even though they continued to promote Mingxia with scripts, none had garnered acclaim. The rapid turnover in the entertainment world meant that after a series of lackluster performances, Jiang Mingxia's popularity was waning. To maintain her visibility, she had no choice but to accept variety show invitations. This particular show typically featured renowned directors and seasoned actors, making it an ideal platform for Jiang Mingxia to enhance her profile and expand her network. Nevertheless, Jiang Qianxia's reckless demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiang Mingxiu. He inexplicably felt that Jiang Qianxia was capable of taking drastic measures. In the past, he might have unhesitatingly informed their elder brother, urging him to blacklist Jiang Qianxia. Yet now, he found himself hesitating, as the phrase "Why doesn't Jiang Qianxia care for me anymore? I am her twin brother," echoed incessantly in his mind since hanging up the phone. However, with the mention of twin, memories he thought he had long dismissed began to resurface. He recalled the first conflict between Jiang Qianxia and Mingxia, where he defended Mingxia as Jiang Qianxia, with her thin, dark face, angrily questioned, "Clearly, I am your twin sister. Why do you only trust her?" At that time, Jiang Mingxiu found Jiang Qianxia's question absurd. What was there to contemplate? Mingxia had always been frail, growing up alongside him with a gentle disposition that required protection. In contrast, Jiang Qianxia was dark and thin, with a sharp and unlikable character, resembling a hedgehog, prickly and difficult to approach. It was remarkable that he had never found her intolerable. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly remembered the tears on 18-year-old Jiang Qianxia's face when she first confronted him. In truth, she was not ugly, nor was she as dark as he had perceived.
It was merely his own biases at that time.
Looking back, perhaps the hedgehog was not as strong as she seemed. She too had felt wronged. Jiang Qianxia then thought of the present Jiang Qianxia, radiant and beautiful, as if transformed, increasingly resembling him, yet no longer shedding tears. She even threatened him with a calmness and ease. "Third brother, why are you silent?" Jiang Mingqia's voice pulled Jiang Qianxia from his reverie. This time, his gaze was devoid of guilt as he cleared his throat and reiterated, "Mingqia, let's withdraw from that variety show. I will accompany you." As he added the final phrase, Jiang Qianxia felt a twinge of guilt toward Jiang Qianxia. He was uncertain whether Jiang Qianxia's insistence on Mingqia's withdrawal stemmed from a desire to join him in the show, considering it was a family-themed program. However, he worried that appearing alongside Jiang Qianxia would make their familial connection too apparent, subjecting Mingqia, who bore the title of sister, to criticism. In light of this, he realized it was indeed unfair to Jiang Qianxia. Furthermore, Jiang Qianxia's small, struggling company could hardly secure any reputable variety shows. If she truly desired one, he could grant her this opportunity. As for Mingqia, she would just have to endure a slight grievance this time. Nevertheless, he still had other variety show invitations available, which he could pursue alongside Mingqia. With this thought, Jiang Qianxia felt like the wisest brother in the world, having managed to balance the needs of both his sisters. However, Jiang Mingqia could not sense his well-intentioned efforts, incredulously asking, "Third brother, what do you mean? You know how vital this show is to me. Why would you want me to withdraw?" Ironically, Jiang Qianxia remained oblivious to the source of Jiang Mingqia's anger. Instead, earnestly explaining, "I have resources at hand. Our elder brother's company has connections. We are not lacking this variety show. Rather, it is Jiang Qianxia who is in a precarious position. Her small company is akin to one begging for scraps, lacking experience." Though Jiang Qianxia spoke disparagingly of Jiang Qianxia, the more Jiang Mingqia listened, the more ominous it sounded. Indeed, Jiang Qianxia continued, "Let her have this variety show. I will find a better one for us to participate in later." Upon finishing, Jiang Qianxia even let out a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that Mingqia would be more understanding than Jiang Qianxia. However, he chose not to mention the threats Jiang Qianxia had made, fearing that if Mingqia were to empathize, it would trouble her greatly. Yet he was unaware that Jiang Mingqia was already feeling immensely distressed. She could hardly comprehend why things had turned out this way. Shouldn't third brother have called to threaten Jiang Qianxia into withdrawing from the show? Why did it now feel as if she were the one being threatened? Jiang Mingqia's eyes flickered, and she could not help but ask, "Third brother, were you threatened by Qianxia?" Originally, she posed the question in jest, but to her surprise, Jiang Qianxia reacted with agitation, hurriedly denying it. "Cough, no. Of course not. Mingqia, how could you think that? I merely—" Jiang Qianxia's eyes darted as he concocted an excuse. There were some issues with a new song. Scheduling conflicts made it difficult. "So, I thought it might be better for us to switch to another variety show." His clumsy explanation only served to confirm Jiang Mingqia's suspicions. So, Jiang Qianxia had truly been threatened by Jiang Qianxia. And, to such an extent, what leverage did she possess? Jiang Mingqia was perplexed and could only feign belief in Jiang Qianxia, allowing him to sidestep her inquiries. She then turned to report vaguely to their elder brother. Little did Jiang Qianxia know she had once again been reported. On her way to the agency, she received a call from Situ's assistant. Remembering that she had overheard Lu Ma murmuring about reporting her to the second young master, Jiang Qianxia initially thought the call was yet another reprimand. To her surprise, the assistant was actually inviting her to dinner on behalf of Situ. Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Despite her confusion, considering the lucrative offer of 2 million a month, she agreed. Chapter 9. The people at the company referred to her as Jiang Marin. Scheduled for dinner. Jiang Qianxia first adhered to her original plan and went to the agency. The car and driver had been arranged by the Situ family, and though it was relatively understated by their standards, the luxury vehicle and chauffeur were enough to incite envy from the owner of her small, struggling company. As Jiang Qianxia's car arrived at the agency, before she could even step out, the two receptionists immediately noticed her, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they hurriedly pulled out their phones to spread the news in the company group chat. Thanks to the two receptionists, as soon as Jiang Qianxia set foot outside the car, the entire company was already aware of her arrival. As Jiang Qianxia stepped through the door, the two receptionists, who had just been fervently typing away, appeared entirely composed, standing upright with smiles and politely nodding at her. Once Jiang Qianxia returned the gesture and entered the elevator, the receptionists immediately shed their facade, exchanging excited glances before eagerly pulling out their phones to boast in their internal group chat. Receptionist 1. Ah. The stunning Jiang just looked at me. She even smiled at me. Receptionist 2. Don't listen to her nonsense. She was clearly looking at me.
By the way,
Jiang seems to be in a great mood today. She must be heading to the 3rd floor. Jiang from the administration department. Got it. But if it's Jiang, she can glare at me all she wants. Upon finally arriving at Sister Yan's office, Jiang Qianxia's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Noticing her demeanor, Sister Yan swallowed the words she had intended to say and inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiang Qianxia shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. Just wondering if something good happened to the company today? Or perhaps it's payday." Sister Yan looked at her in confusion. "No, why would you ask that? Are you short on cash?" Though their company was small, artists still received a base salary, and Sister Yan was aware of Jiang Qianxia's background. She certainly wasn't lacking a few thousand yuan. Jiang Qianxia gently shook her head, uncertainly stating, "Since I joined the company, I've met many people, and they all seem to be in high spirits." After a pause, she added, as if something wonderful has occurred. She recalled that the original owner had a rather notorious reputation within the entertainment circle, yet she was not particularly disliked within the company, though she did not seem particularly well-liked either. However, during her journey from the elevator to Sister Yan's office, everyone she encountered greeted her with smiles. Jiang Qianxia could see from their expressions that they were experiencing what they perceived to be significant good fortune. She remembered that the company was not large, and she had already encountered several individuals from different departments. In a single company, if everyone was experiencing good fortune, what could it be aside from bonuses and salaries? After listening to Jiang Qianxia's confusion and subsequent observations, Sister Yan finally grasped the situation and burst into laughter, saying to Jiang Qianxia, "It seems you are the one in high spirits today." Jiang Qianxia paused, unable to explain her insights derived from their expressions, and thus did not deny Sister Yan's assertion. Indeed, she felt quite cheerful. However, Sister Yan's next comment took her by surprise. "Qianxia, did you not realize how much the young women in this company admire you?" Seeing Jiang Qianxia's puzzled look, Sister Yan unlocked her phone, opened the staff group chat, and handed it to her. Jiang Qianxia took the phone with confusion, her eyes gradually widening in astonishment. Since she had arrived, the receptionists had been eagerly sharing the news of her presence, and the entire company was anticipating a chance encounter with her. Furthermore, they had even given her the nickname Jiang Marin, showering her with compliments. No, they were praising the original owner. But the original owner remained oblivious, as Jiang Qianxia recalled from her memories that she was not well-liked in the company. Not only did the Villainous servants avoid her, but even company employees would hastily flee after a brief encounter, as if terrified of any interaction with her. Hence, she had found it strange that the staff had been smiling at her. It turned out that the original owner had been mistaken. These individuals were not fleeing from her, but rather they were shy. Seeing Jiang Qianxia in a daze, touching her own face, Sister Yan was perplexed. "What's wrong? Even if you lack confidence in your talents, you should have some faith in your looks. The rumors online about your having undergone plastic surgery are simply because they haven't seen you in person. The people at this company see your stunning visage from every angle every day. It's only natural for them to be captivated. If you didn't always wear a sour expression, those girls would have been all over you by now." As Sister Yan spoke, she remembered, "Oh, by the way, every time you get into any trouble, this group rushes in faster than the public relations department. It's just that your haters are too numerous. They can't outcry them, and often end up in tears." Sister Yan sighed. Jiang Qianxia was utterly astonished. She wondered if the original owner would regret leaving if she discovered that there were a group of lovely young women who admired her. But it was too late for that. She had inherited this admiration and resolved to not let it go to waste. Seeing Jiang Qianxia's newfound determination stirred by her words, Sister Yan instantly regretted not having informed her sooner. However, as she observed the transformation in Jiang Qianxia from head to toe, she felt that perhaps now was indeed the perfect moment. Overthinking was futile. Sister Yan pulled out the meticulously organized materials and handed them to Jiang Qianxia.
Take a good look at this.
This is your first opportunity to participate in such a major variety show since your debut, and a chance to clarify any past controversies. I hope you can seize it." Jiang Qianxia received the materials and realized that Sister Yan had already made extensive preparations despite her having just confirmed her participation. It was evident that Sister Yen had prepared similarly for every prior opportunity, but each time the original owner had declined, Sister Yen had refrained from mentioning her preparations. Sister Yen was a responsible and loyal agent. Jiang Qianxia looked earnestly at Sister Yen, saying, "Sister Yen, you've worked hard. Rest assured. I won't disappoint you this time." Upon hearing this, Sister Yen paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance and chuckled, just knowing that is enough. She then earnestly began discussing the precautions for the upcoming variety show. Just as they were halfway through their discussion, there was a knock at Sister Yan's office door. Sister Yen patted Jiang Qianxia's shoulder to reassure her to focus on the materials, and then looked up to the door, saying, "Come in." The door opened to reveal a flamboyantly dressed young girl chewing gum, who appeared neither as a staff member nor as an artist from the company. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Qianxia glanced up. The ostentatiously dressed girl paused, widened her eyes upon seeing Jiang Qianxia for 3 seconds, and then exclaimed, "So you really are this beautiful?" Jiang Qianxia searched her memory, but could not recall who this girl was. However, Sister Yan's expression changed upon seeing her. Chapter 10. The Agent's Arch-Nemesis. Fan. What brings you here? The moment Sister Yen laid eyes on Ding Fan, an ominous premonition filled her mind. Sure enough, after expressing her astonishment at Jiang Qianxia's beauty for 3 seconds, Ding Fan directly stated her purpose. She straightened up, utterly unconcerned, and said, "Oh, it's like this. Xian Jie sent me to ask you for the materials. She said you wouldn't be using them anyway. So, just give the variety show to me. You must have prepared the materials so I can use them directly."
With that,
Ding Fan adopted a stance, as if waiting for Sister Yen to fetch the documents. Sister Yan's face darkened completely. "I remember that the contract was signed under Qianxia's name." Ding Fan paused at this, then shrugged indifferently. "I don't understand. What's the difference? We're all from the same company." Upon hearing Ding Fan mention Xianjia, Jiang Qianxia realized the source of the problem. Xianjia was another agent in the company who had long-standing animosity with Sister Yen, specifically seeking to trouble her. Both Xianjia and Sister Yen were the top 2 agents in the company, but while Sister Yen relied on her professional abilities and hard work, Xianjia preferred to use underhanded tactics, often crossing ethical boundaries. Thus, while everyone in the company publicly respected both agents, their reputations behind the scenes were quite different. Xianjia was quite displeased, often seeking trouble with Yanjia. The issue at hand was that this girl represented Xianjia. Her appearance was rather flamboyant, her manner of speaking impolite, and her ignorance apparent. Her surname was Ding. The girl's heavy makeup nearly obscured her features. Yet Jiang Qianxia could deduce her identity without needing to observe her face closely. "You are the niece of Ding Junkai?" Jiang Qianxia's words drew the attention of both Yanjia and Ding Fan. Yanjia was astonished by Jiang Qianxia's perceptiveness, as she was aware of the complicated domestic affairs Jiang Qianxia faced, which kept her from paying much attention to the company or mingling with other artists under her management. Thus, she had not mentioned Ding Fan to Jiang Qianxia, who unexpectedly guessed correctly. Ding Fan, however, was not overly contemplative. She crossed her arms and regarded Jiang Qianxia with curiosity. "I thought you didn't know me. It seems the rumors are true. You must have quite a powerful background to remain so composed." Jiang Qianxia lifted her beautiful eyes and gazed steadily at the naive and reckless girl before her. The smoky eye makeup obscured her features, requiring some effort to discern her countenance. Nevertheless, Ding Fan mistakenly believed she had struck a chord. For she was not entirely oblivious to her own limitations. Her brashness had been tempered by the knowledge of when to hold back in the presence of certain individuals. At that moment, Jiang Qianxia merely regarded her with a serene gaze, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Consequently, Ding Fan cleared her throat, her demeanor softening slightly as she said, "Since you won't be attending, just give me the information. Consider it a favor to me." After a moment's reflection, feeling that her request lacked sufficient weight in Jiang Qianxia's eyes, she added, "I'll speak well of you to my uncle." Jiang Qianxia finally discerned Ding Fan's features more clearly and couldn't help but scrutinize her again. The young girl was somewhat naive and spoke rather rudely. Yet she did not exhibit an air of superiority. Instead, she radiated a strong sense of youthful exuberance. Her features hinted at a propensity for mischief, though most of her antics seemed to be of a righteous nature. Thus, Jiang Qianxia resolved to inform her, "I have already decided to accept this variety show, and you should return home to check on your brother." Ding Fan was momentarily taken aback. "What? You've accepted it? Xian just said you never take on such things." Jia, sensing Ding Fanfan's potential outburst, quickly interjected, "Yes, go back and inform your Jia." Ding Fanfan frowned, recalling her earlier firm assertions, and felt a twinge of embarrassment, though she refrained from expressing her anger toward the two, and instead brooded silently. At that moment, another figure entered the office, Jia. Upon seeing Jiang Qianxia in Jia's office and noticing the folder in Jiang Qianxia's hands, her expression flickered momentarily before she entered with a smile, feigning ignorance. "What is going on here?" Hearing this, Ding Fanfan approached Jia like a beacon of hope, voicing her discontent. "What's your deal? You sent me to fetch the documents for something uncertain. She's already accepted it." Ding Fanfan's rebuke caused Jia's smile to falter. After a pause, she inquired, perplexed, "Qianxia is going to participate in this variety show?" Ding Fanfan, already fuming from embarrassment, exploded at Jia's feigned confusion. "Exactly. What's going on? Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen you." Faced with accusations from an artist in front of her rival, Jia's composure crumbled, yet due to Ding Fanfan's status and the presence of Jia, she could not afford to lose her temper. Instead, she maintained her facade, forcing a smile as she turned to Jia. "Jia, you're being unfair. If you intended to accept this, you should have mentioned it earlier, otherwise, the boss wouldn't have allowed me to assign Fanfan to this variety show."
Yenya,
Upon hearing this, could not help but scoff. First of all, this variety show was directly offered to our Qianxia. Secondly, it is an A-list production. So don't make it sound like it's a worthless hot potato that no one wants to take on. Furthermore, any changes depend on the considerations of the production team. Of course, she refrained from mentioning this last part due to Ding Fanfan's identity. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice. "Hiss, this Jiang-san is also in trouble?" And it coincides with Ding Fanfan's brother's incident. What a coincidence. Jia's expression shifted in surprise, and as she turned to stop Jiang Qianxia from speaking out of turn, she found that Jiang Qianxia remained silent, leisurely reaching for a small cake on the table. Jia quickly suppressed her astonishment, discreetly glancing back at the two in the room, only to see their expressions unchanged, as if they had not heard the voice. Could it be that she had imagined it? Yet, she had indeed heard Jiang Qianxia mention Ding Fanfan's brother. But Jia's entrance had interrupted her, and Jiang Qianxia had not brought it up again. Just then, Jia heard the voice once more.
Ah.
This Jia has a foster daughter the same age as her son, whose connection to her is far weaker than that of her son. Why would she keep her foster daughter so close? Let me take another look. Jia was startled again. She turned back discreetly and found Jiang Qianxia suddenly setting down the small cake and gazing intently at Jia's face. Just as she questioned whether she had heard Jiang Qianxia's thoughts, another revelation struck her. Hiss. This Jia has actually swapped her biological daughter for her son. Chapter 11. She really has a brother. The revelations spilling forth from Jiang Qianxia nearly caused Jia to lose her composure, as she cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Xian. As rivals, Jia had some understanding of Jiang Xian, knowing that raising a daughter alone was quite challenging for her. Thus, while she disapproved of Jiang Xian's work ethic, she rarely instigated conflict, only responding firmly when provoked. If Jiang Qianxia's thoughts were indeed true, then who was Jiang Xian's extramarital affair? While Jia pondered this, Jiang Qianxia's thoughts provided further clarity. Oh my! Jia's son is Ding Fanfan's brother. No wonder when there was a dispute between Jia and Jia, Ding Junkai always took sides. It turns out he favors his mistress. Alas, poor Jia has likely endured countless grievances. Jiang Qianxia's thoughts first astonished Jia, then evoked pity, causing her mouth to twitch involuntarily while her gaze turned inquisitive toward the poised and elegant Jiang Qianxia, who continued to indulge in her small cake. How did Qianxia come to know this? Meanwhile, Ding Fanfan, who was also observing Jiang Qianxia and Jiang Xian, felt her eyes widen slightly. Initially, she believed Jiang Qianxia was merely spouting nonsense, but just as she was about to retort, she realized Jiang Qianxia had not uttered a word. Was it possible that she was hearing ghosts? Yet, she recalled Jiang Qianxia mentioning the signed contract and suggested she return home to see her brother. At first, she had dismissed it, as she had no brother. However, upon hearing the voice mention Jiang Xian's son as her brother and reference her uncle Ding Junkai, Ding Fanfan suddenly connected the dots. Although she had no biological brother, she did have a cousin. And what terrified her most was the implication that the voice suggested Jia was her uncle's mistress. Hiss, how audacious of her uncle. Auntie is the sister of the president of this company, and uncle managed to enter this firm solely through her connections. Ding Fanfan gazed at Jiang Qianxia with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty, momentarily unsure whether that voice had indeed originated from her. Just then, Ding Fanfan's phone rang. It was a call from her aunt, and recalling the information revealed by that earlier voice, she felt a flicker of unease. Nevertheless, she swiftly answered the call, and upon hearing the words from the other end, her expression shifted dramatically.
What?
Peng Peng is in trouble. Which hospital? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xian, beside her, accidentally let her teacup slip, crashing to the ground. Ding Fanfan, already fraught with anxiety over her cousin's predicament, felt her heart plummet. After hanging up, she caught sight of the unmistakable worry etched on her manager Jiang Xian's face, leaving her utterly bewildered. It was over. If Peng Peng were not her aunt's son, uncle would be doomed, and their family would face ruin. Just then, Jiang Xian, unable to contain her concern for her son upon witnessing Ding Fanfan's expression, rushed over and grasped her arm, urgently asking, "What happened to Peng Peng?" Ding Fanfan fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Xian's face, articulating each word with gravity. "He has lost too much blood. He may be in life-threatening danger and requires a transfusion." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Take me there. I can donate blood." Jiang Xian's immediate reaction confirmed Ding Fanfan's suspicions. Her heart was in turmoil, yet she understood that discussing this matter in front of outsiders was inappropriate. Before departing, Ding Fanfan cast a probing glance at the elegant and graceful Jiang Qianxia, who was delicately nibbling on desserts while seated on the sofa. She still could not ascertain whether that lively voice truly belonged to Jiang Qianxia. Once Jiang Xian hurriedly followed Ding Fanfan out, Sister Yan, observing Jiang Qianxia, who was intently engrossed in her documents, could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Qianxia, have you encountered any issues recently?" Sister Yan's tentative tone made Jiang Qianxia's heart leap. She recalled the stark contrast between her own demeanor and that of the original owner since joining the company. Quickly reminiscing about the original's appearance, she flicked her hair and donned a slightly cynical expression, lowering her eyes as she replied, "Nothing has happened. I suppose I've just come to terms with certain matters." Sister Yan scrutinized Jiang Qianxia for a while longer, engaging her in various other topics of conversation. But upon realizing she could not hear her thoughts, she began to doubt whether she was merely imagining things or had inadvertently awakened some superpower. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxia, sensing Sister Yan's probing tone, felt increasingly vigilant. Though she and the original owner had completely swapped bodies, rendering any detection impossible, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Therefore, as she left the company, she attempted to mimic the original owner's expressions. As expected, those who had previously greeted her with smiles now began to flee. Once in the car, Jiang Qianxia touched her face in astonishment, slightly shocked. Was the transformation of her expression truly that dramatic? Reflecting on her impending meeting with the original owner's nominal husband, she resolved to maintain her sour demeanor. Upon arriving at the romantic revolving restaurant, provided by assistant C2U, Jiang Qianxia struggled to keep her composure. What is this? The original owner and the workaholic had a purely contractual relationship devoid of emotions. How could a workaholic invite her to a candlelit dinner? Just as Jiang Qianxia puzzled over this, she was seated by a waiter. Meanwhile, below the restaurant, C2U's icy expression nearly shattered upon seeing the restaurant's name. He restrained himself from hurling the documents in his hand at his assistant's face, opting instead to slam them onto the hood of the car nearby.
Tian Yunming.
If you wish to resign, just say so. The assistant, Chen Junming, had realized his fate the moment the boss produced the divorce agreement that afternoon. However, he knew that this stoic boss despised indecisiveness among his subordinates, and he dared not mention changing the restaurant. Moreover, the president's wife was no easy opponent. He found himself caught between two fires, opting instead to retreat into a shell. As C2U fumed, Chen Junming hastily offered a sincere apology, then, with a sycophantic demeanor, gathered the scattered documents and presented them to C2U, producing a small box. This was his carefully devised strategy to make amends for his blunder that day. Noticing the assistant had even prepared a gift box, C2U's eyes turned frosty. "Chen Junming, are you my assistant or a matchmaker from the village committee?" With the boss clearly at his breaking point, Chen Junming straightened his back in fear. Saluting nervously, "Report to the president. I've heard that it's now fashionable to give a final gift to one's ex-wife upon divorce." Seeing a hint of skepticism in C2U's gaze, Jin Ming seized the moment to concoct a serious yet absurd justification. I thought, if other presidents can do it, ours shouldn't fall behind. Ultimately, C2U, still half convinced, accepted the gift box, but not before leaving a parting remark.
No embarrassment.
Chun Junming, believing he had successfully dodged a bullet, suddenly felt crushed, collapsing to the ground in despair. Chapter 12. Locking Eyes with the Workaholic. In the revolving restaurant, Jiang Qianxia gazed out at the splendid, bustling city, momentarily lost in thought. The world she once inhabited, though superior in terms of technology aside from childbirth, possessed its own unique beauty. In that realm, as individuals were not burdened by the responsibilities of childbirth and childrearing, the wealth they earned could be spent entirely on themselves. Yet, Jiang Qianxia had never had the opportunity to dine in such upscale establishments. Her fortune-telling talent proved to be utterly useless, preventing her from earning a living. With the workaholic yet to arrive, Jiang Qianxia found herself unperturbed, even relishing the solitude while overlooking the city. However, before she could fully savor the moment, the seat opposite her was pulled back. Hearing the sound, Jiang Qianxia turned around to see a strikingly handsome man with an icy demeanor take a seat. Dressed in an expensive tailored suit and wearing a classic timepiece, he seemed to embody a personality of strict self-discipline. Indeed, he was a man whose life was marked by precision, even more so than a machine. C2U, the workaholic husband of the original owner, who never spent the night at home. Recognizing his identity, the awe in Jiang Qianxia's eyes instantly extinguished. What a pity! Just as C2U was about to speak, he suddenly heard a voice. He looked up to find Jiang Qianxia silent. Yet, the voice continued. What a pity. That expression doesn't seem fit for a date, but rather for a divorce. C2U's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Jiang Qianxia's lips for 3 seconds before subtly placing the divorce agreement, originally intended for her, aside. He had not planned to waste any time and was ready to dissolve their marriage directly with Jiang Qianxia. But what was happening now? He had weathered countless storms but had never encountered such an otherworldly situation. He was certain that the voice had emanated from her. C2 leaned back slightly, silently observing his nominal wife, whom he had not seen for a long time. The woman possessed porcelain white skin and captivating eyes, her striking beauty leaving a deep impression. However, in stark contrast to her appearance was the innocence and stubbornness that once resided in her gaze. Now, that innocence and stubbornness had vanished, replaced by a curious composure. The subtle shift in the woman's gaze transformed her into a completely different persona, much more endearing, thought C2U. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled the trouble she had caused him over the past few days, leading him to suspect that she might be orchestrating some sort of trickery. He fixated intently on Jiang Qianxia's lips, eager to hear that voice once more. Sure enough, it came again. Hiss, what does this person mean? Why is he staring at me, without speaking? Wasn't he the one who invited me?
Sigh.
Is it not awkward to sit here in silence while the food has yet to arrive? C2U slightly averted his gaze, casually addressing the waiter. Please serve the desserts first. The restaurant was booked by his assistant, who was aware of his preference for discussing matters before the meal was served, likely having instructed the staff to wait until he finished his business. C2U had no intention of dining here, but an unexpected turn of events had arisen. He caught a glimpse of the woman smiling instinctively upon hearing his request for dessert, only to restrain herself again, causing his lips to curve slightly before he suppressed it once more. The work machine seems to be quite compliant. Work machine? C2U found himself glancing back at the woman, who was struggling to contain her laughter. Judging by her reaction, he must have overheard her inner thoughts. So, she privately referred to him as a work machine? It wasn't he entirely inaccurate to describe him in such a way, and a peculiar sensation washed over him. He had lived a life of strict discipline since childhood, immersing himself in entrepreneurship upon reaching adulthood, and in just a decade, had ascended to the presidency of a publicly listed tech company. Few dared to display a relaxed demeanor in his presence, save for his occasionally eccentric assistant. This was the first time someone had so brazenly addressed him, even daring to assign him a nickname. Upon reflecting on this, he glanced at the elegant woman seated across from him, who remained silent. He amended his thoughts. It was merely in her mind that she had given him a nickname. The desserts had yet to arrive. Jiang Qianxia endeavored to maintain the poise befitting a wealthy heiress, yet she gradually began to feel uneasy. The reason was simple. She was acutely aware of C2U's seemingly indifferent scrutiny, yet he remained silent. Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but frown slightly. What is going on? Is he trying to punish me with this awkward silence? Or does he want me to admit my faults? Following Jiang Qianxia's internal musings, Situ Yu was finally reminded of his purpose. Just as his fingers brushed the divorce agreement before him, he heard her thoughts again. Surely, a president of a tech company wouldn't condemn me solely based on that wicked nanny's word, right? Situ Yu's hand faltered. However, remaining in the Situ household is indeed perilous. If he truly intends to divorce, should I acquiesce at once? Or should I endure for a couple of months for the 200,000 a month? After all, once I leave the Situ household, I cannot return to the Jiang family. I will need to purchase a house, and my funds are severely limited. Situ Yu retracted his hand, scrutinizing Jiang Qianxia's furrowed brow. He sought to determine whether she was genuinely contemplating a swift divorce or merely biding her time for financial security in the Situ household. Suddenly, he felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Very displeased. Initially, this marriage agreement held little significance for him. He even leaned towards disentangling himself sooner rather than later. Yet when he realized she was more anxious than he was, his urgency dissipated. Moreover, what did she mean by the Situ family being dangerous? Situ Yu steadied himself, eager to hear more, only to find that her thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Oh heavens, the couple at the table behind us is about to argue? With a hint of excitement in her tone, Jiang Qianxia's gaze had stealthily shifted to the table behind him. The eager glint in her eyes made him feel a twinge of annoyance. What was so fascinating about a couple arguing? Was it more significant than the prospect of divorce? She had ceased her contemplations altogether. Oh my goodness! This couple is even more outrageous than Situ Yu and me. Situ Yu, holding his water glass, exerted great effort to suppress his laughter. He was first struck by Jiang Qianxia's exclamation that seemed incongruous with her refined appearance. Secondly, her tone when she referred to them as a couple was so casual, as if they were longtime partners. This woman. Situ Yu set down his water glass, his handsome face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxia, engrossed in the drama unfolding at the neighboring table, remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Situ Yu's demeanor. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled again. Oh my goodness, they're about to come to blows. Chapter 13. Spectating a couple's quarrel. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Situ Yu couldn't bring himself to turn around to look. Yet he instinctively cast his gaze toward the reflection in the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. There, he witnessed a woman in a red dress rising, poised to pour a full glass of orange juice over the man in the suit.
Fu Angel.
Now, he wants a divorce? In your dreams. The man, named Fu Hongyu, stood up and snatched the orange juice just before it could drench him, his face darkening as he exclaimed, Zhuang Hanfei Yu. Before he could finish, an anxious waiter rushed to intervene. The two quarrelers momentarily regained their composure and resumed their seats. Lowering their voices, Situ Yu could no longer discern their conversation. Yet he remained somewhat astonished, for he recognized Fu Hongyu and Zhuang Hanfei. They were renowned in their circle as a model couple, having grown up together and perfectly matched in social standing, their relationship seemingly flawless. Just a few days prior, at a gathering, Fu Hongyu had proudly draped his arm around his wife's shoulders, boasting about their relationship to the group, inevitably contrasting it with his own marital status. Situ Yu understood well that Fu Hongyu's comparison stemmed from his own insecurities in his career. It was merely a means of compensation. For someone like him, whose life was driven by ambition, the envy of others served as a validation, a testament to his success. However, when his marriage was dragged into the fray, and he found himself without a counterargument, it left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. Yet now, merely days later, he was witnessing a reversal of fortunes. That couple was on the verge of a physical altercation. And his own wife. Oh no, what a pity. If only the juice had splashed. That scoundrel deserves a shower with orange juice. And that lady, honestly, why sit idly? Just keep fighting. This scoundrel's face is so important to him. Tearing it would be the most painful blow.
Sigh.
With a sigh, Situ Yu glanced at the woman across from him, who maintained an appearance of restrained elegance. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of unspoken disappointment, causing the corners of her mouth to twitch. She believed her disguise was flawless, yet in reality, she was utterly engrossed in the spectacle, completely oblivious to the waiter who had been standing there with the desserts for quite some time. Situ Yu refrained from exposing her, gently pushing the dessert toward her and softly inquiring, "Would you care for something to drink?" Coming back to her senses, Jiang Qianxia blurted out, "Orange juice." Situ Yu. After speaking, Jiang Qianxia realized her enthusiasm for the gossip had been excessive. She composed herself and nodded gracefully at the waiter, unaware that her thoughts had already betrayed her true nature.
Jiang Qianxia kesuli met situ gage.
What are you staring at? If you bring up divorce later, I'll just pour orange juice on you. Humph. C2U averted his gaze, casually flipping the file beside him to cover it, before turning to the waiter and stating, I am like her. No sooner had he uttered these words than a voice reminiscent of Crayon Shinchan echoed back, I am like her. C2U cast a profound glance at the poised and elegant woman across from him, utterly unable to fathom how such a resplendent exterior could conceal a spirit so juvenile and mundane. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself possessing a considerably higher tolerance for this childish and tedious Jiang Qianxia. When the orange juice was served, Jiang Qianxia did not, as her inner thoughts suggested, intend to douse C2U with it. Instead, she took a delicate sip, her eyes sparkling with delight. As expected of a high-end restaurant, the taste is delightful. C2U lowered his head and followed suit, sipping from his glass. Strangely, he found that the ordinary orange juice seemed remarkably more enjoyable than usual, perhaps influenced by the woman's contented demeanor. Jiang Qianxia set down her glass and sampled a dessert, her already stunning eyes twinkling as if filled with starlight. C2U couldn't suppress a smile, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, so he lowered his head to disguise it with a sip of water. However, before he could suppress his mirth, the woman across from him shifted her pose, resting her chin elegantly on one hand, absently nibbling on her dessert, appearing as if lost in thought. In truth, she was eavesdropping on gossip. TSK, that Fu Hongyu is truly both foolish and unfaithful. Clearly, his destined partner is his wife, yet not only does he have a child with a mistress, but he also has an adopted daughter of a similar age? Is he being cuckolded by the third or the fourth mistress?
What?
The secrets revealed by Jiang Qianxia's inner voice nearly caused C2U's pupils to tremble, prompting him to suppress a cough. Jiang Qianxia glanced back at him. C2U straightened his tie, sat up straight with an earnest demeanor, and sternly declared, One should not speak while eating. We shall discuss our matters after the meal. Jiang Qianxia, though slightly perplexed, recalled that the original owner of her body had scarcely met this affluent husband. Their interactions were limited to obligatory family dinners where he rarely spoke.
Consequently,
she felt justified in redirecting her attention to the gossip at the neighboring table. Little did she know, the man across from her, appearing as cold as ice, had long since succumbed to the temptation of eavesdropping. Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's inner voice revealing Fu Hongyu's infidelity, C2 felt a peculiar unease. How did she know? Just days prior, Fu Hongyu had been flaunting his romance. Moreover, C2 was somewhat more familiar with Zhuang Hanfei than with Fu Hongyu, as they had attended high school together. Although they had not spoken much, he recalled that the Zhuang family was quite fond of Zhuang Hanfei, who had a strong personality. The Zhuang and Fu families were genuinely well matched, so even if Fu Hongyu had indeed strayed, he should not have dared to propose divorce openly.
Now,
with Fu Hongyu initiating the conversation and Zhuang Hanfei unwilling, it seemed entirely illogical. At that moment, Jiang Qianxia's inner voice resurfaced.
Oh.
This young lady certainly appears to hail from a wealthy background. This must be a match of equal social standing. Ah, so her destined partner is indeed this fellow. But has it gone awry? Is there already a new partner? So when she mentioned wanting a divorce, was she merely dreaming? The scoundrel has cheated. She wishes to divorce. When that fails, she seeks revenge with her own infidelity, and the scoundrel cannot bear the humiliation, prompting thoughts of divorce. Yikes, such double standards. C2U's eyes widened in realization. Was it truly as she suggested? His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the vivacious thoughts of the woman before him. With her graceful figure and delicate, fair fingers resting on her chin, her gaze unfocused as she stared out the floor-to-ceiling window, she exuded a languid charm. Who would have imagined that she had been attentively following the gossip at the neighboring table, contemplating her repeated references to destiny and social standing? Coupled with the layered unveiling of the truth within her thoughts, C2U couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that his notoriously infamous contractual wife was, in fact, a person of profound insight? Splendid. Those who green others are forever green themselves. Truly delightful news. C2U's musings were interrupted by the exuberant voice within. He let out a deep sigh internally. No, a person of such insight could never exhibit such behavior. As if they were eager to fan the flames of discord among couples. Chapter 14. Almost driving C2U mad at that moment, the steak finally arrived. However, the waiter was followed by a violinist, flowers, and candles. Downstairs, an assistant named Chen Junming, who had been aimlessly passing the time, suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling something significant. Oh no! But it was too late. Jiang Qianxia, absorbed in her gossip, inadvertently turned around and spotted a handsome man in a tailcoat with a violin, accompanied by a cart bearing flowers and candles. She was momentarily taken aback. Only when the flowers and candles were arranged before her did she regain her senses, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of panic as she looked towards C2U. Oh my, could it be that he is not here to confront me, but rather to sleep with me? The muscles in C2U's forehead twitched, internally cursing Chen Junming. He felt a wave of irritation wash over him. After all, this woman had been scheming to drag him home, yet now she was feigning ignorance, discarding him like a worn-out shoe. Jiang Qianxia took a deep breath, redirecting her gaze to the unfinished orange juice, contemplating, if I were to splash this orange juice on him now and declare, "You must be dreaming," would he deduct money from me? As she pondered, she met his strikingly handsome yet icy gaze, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Ah, forget it, she sighed. C2U's expression softened slightly, acknowledging her astuteness. The very next moment, however, she added, but if he truly proposes we sleep together, how could I decline politely without incurring financial repercussions? What on earth was this woman concocting in her mind daily? C2U nearly choked on his breath. He had heard whispers of the Jiang family's circumstances, yet he had never skimped on her financial needs. Their agreement clearly stipulated that all expenses incurred during her tenure as his wife could be reimbursed, along with an additional $2 million as a separate fee. How could she possibly appear to be in need of money? Moreover, her incessant talk of sleeping together was bewildering. C2U closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and gestured for the violinist, who was about to begin playing, to step aside. The violinist, renowned at this restaurant for his good looks and esteemed training, had never before encountered such disdain prior to his performance. His expression turned somewhat awkward as he cast a pitiful glance toward Jiang Qianxia. After C2 signaled for the waiter to remove the flowers and candles, he turned back only to find Jiang Qianxia gazing sympathetically at the violinist, who had failed to conceal his forlorn expression. Before he could comprehend the situation, Jiang Qianxia's inner voice emerged once more. Alas, he is indeed the father of the antagonist, a villain plus. So fierce, he nearly frightened the young handsome man to tears. Never had he anticipated that his first encounter with a scheming woman would unfold in such a manner. C2 suddenly recalled the jubilant expression on Zhuang Hanfei's face upon discovering her new partner, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. He continued to regard the violinist's reluctant departure with a cold gaze before turning to meet the sympathetic eyes of Jiang Qianxia. "Let us dine," he said, seeking to quell the woman's absurd imaginings. "It was merely the assistant's arrangement. Given our relationship, it was inappropriate. I apologize." Indeed, upon hearing his words, the turmoil in her eyes dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a hint of disappointment. C2U initially felt bewildered, then a subtle complexity arose within him. Wasn't she afraid he would suggest they share a bed? Yet, in his silence, she appeared forlorn. Unexpectedly, the next moment, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. Had I known it would turn out this way, I should have insisted on keeping that handsome young man to play."
C2U sigue inwardly,
realizing he should not overthink. At that moment, the conversation at the adjacent table seemed to ignite her fury once more. Drawing from her previous experience, she stood up decisively and swiftly splashed the orange juice that had initially missed its target all over the man's head. Jiang Qianxia's eyes sparkled at the sight, instantly forgetting the pitiable young man. For the first time, C2 found that his wife's penchant for gossip had its merits. However, the couple at the neighboring table soon departed, leaving her with no more entertainment. She could only continue to eat her steak while scrutinizing C2U, her intrigue deepening. How curious, she pondered. Could it be that my talent is flawed? Why can I not discern the countenance of this working machine? Strange. I can read the countenance of C2 Xiaoyi, yet I cannot grasp my own? Is there something exceptional about this father and son? C2U paused momentarily in his steak cutting, his gaze meeting her slightly furrowed brow. Suppressing his astonishment, he maintained his composure and listened. To his surprise, Jiang Qianxia seemed to abandon her confusion, beginning to extol the virtues of the steak. Truly, this is top-grade Wagyu flown-in. Its flavor is exquisite. Is this the decadence of the capitalist class? C2U remained silent. Eventually, as the steak was consumed, he realized he had not heard what he longed to. Jiang Qianxia set down her knife and fork, delicately dabbed her mouth, and adopted an elegant posture of rapt attention. Yet, the duration of their meal had already revealed the true nature of his nominal wife to C2U. He sighed, deciding not to dwell on it, but could not help but reflect that domestic matters were indeed more painful than signing billion-dollar contracts. He had planned to initiate a divorce today, yet through her candid thoughts, he sensed there might be some misunderstandings. She was right. He could not rely solely on one side's narrative. Thus, he reclined slightly in his chair, intertwining his fingers under his chin, ready to speak when he heard, "Is this what they mean by a refined scoundrel? I must say, he is quite handsome. It's no wonder the original owner was infatuated. If he were before me, I too would be tempted."
Si tu coupes lightly.
Shifting his posture uncomfortably, avoiding her gaze as he said, "Lu Ma called me, stating that you threatened Xiaoyi, saying you would eat him if he disobeyed. Retract that." "I wholeheartedly retract that statement." Instantly, C2 Xiaoye's expression nearly faltered as he suppressed a breath and looked towards the woman. He found her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening, her small face taut, while her thoughts continued unabated. That old crone. How dare she slander me first? What nonsense. When did I say that? I couldn't even speak to the little one. Didn't she say she would accuse me of stealing little Xiaoye's milk? How could she unjustly place blame on me? C2U remained silent. The matter of stealing milk had indeed been mentioned by Lu Ma, and he had initially thought it was merely an exaggeration. To his surprise, it seemed there was some truth to it. "And this working machine," he began, sensing her thoughts were about to target him again. "However, I believe it is important not to listen to one side alone. I wish to hear your explanation." Chapter 15. Did C2U flee in disgrace? Jiang Qianxia paused, casting a puzzled glance over C2U from head to toe. His features were strikingly handsome, almost delicately so, with a perpetual frostiness in his brows, and his suit and tie were impeccably neat, exuding an air of asceticism tinged with chill. This certainly aligns with the original owner's name, Jiang Qianxia. Yet has he suddenly changed his demeanor? Is he surprisingly agreeable now? As she pondered his past, C2U's expression grew slightly awkward, though he quickly masked it. Due to his minimal changes in expression, Jiang Qianxia remained oblivious, reasoning that since he had inquired,
There was no harm in sharing.
She briefly recounted how she had been too hungry to find food downstairs and had resorted to drinking the little one's milk. Her tone shifted to one tinged with guilt. Primarily, she had done nothing wrong. Yet the original owner seemed to have set a precedent that frightened the little one into fleeing. Nevertheless, she recounted the events. As C2 listened, he discerned her inner cries of injustice accompanying each of her statements, nearly losing himself in dialogue with her thoughts and forcing himself to focus solely on her lips. Finally, her beautiful, glossy red lips pursed together. Before C2 could react, he heard, "Goodness. Why no expression? It's frightening." The intensity of her thoughts was overwhelming, and C2 had to remain acutely aware of her lips as he relaxed his expression, only to hear, "And why are you staring at my mouth? I know it's attractive, but surely he doesn't want to kiss me?" As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Qianxia's gaze inadvertently drifted to his thin yet appealing lips. Noticing her attention, C2 felt a flush creep into his ears. He cleared his throat. "Are you saying that Xiaoyi called for help?" Her reverie interrupted, though none could know. Jiang Qianxia felt her cheeks warm. She subtly averted her gaze and nodded. "Yes. Jiang Qianxia, you must not be swayed by beauty. He is the villain's father, and succumbing to a lure will lead to your demise." As she internally chided herself, she took a deep breath and added, "Not only did he call for help, he also said not to eat him for he isn't tasty. But I swear I never threatened him. Such a cute little one. I merely pinched his cheek, lightly." After enduring a night of chaotic thoughts from her, C2 found himself reaching his limit. Moreover, from Jiang Qianxia's jumbled thoughts, he sensed that there was indeed some misunderstanding, especially since she mentioned that Lu Ma was absent when she encountered Xiaoyi. C2's gaze darkened slightly. Xiaoyi was merely 3 years old, and caregivers typically could not leave them unattended. When Lu Ma had taken care of the two brothers, it had been acceptable, but she had never left the eldest brother's side. He had assumed she would do the same for Xiaoyi, but it seemed he needed to reassess that assumption. After a moment of silence, C2 gazed at Jiang Qianxia and said, "I trust you. There are surveillance cameras at home, and I need to investigate the matters that Xiaoyi has mentioned, as well as a few other issues that require clarification. Once the truth is unveiled, I shall compensate you." Jiang Qianxia, who initially felt she had no defense, looked unexpectedly at the man who was preparing to rise. The matter of the surveillance had escaped the original owner's notice, hence she was unaware of it. However, he certainly bears the demeanor of a wise president of a billion-dollar tech company. As Situ stood up, his hand trembled, and the divorce agreement slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Observing this, Jiang Qianxia instinctively leaned forward to take a glance. Due to the unexpected events of the day, Situ had altered his intentions regarding the dissolution of their marriage. Thus he wished to prevent Jiang Qianxia from discerning the contents of the divorce agreement. In a moment of panic, he acted a bit too hastily. Once he had secretly tucked the folder away, a small box rolled out from his suit pocket and onto the carpet, coming to rest beside a pair of exquisitely crafted high heels, gently tapping against the slender heel before ceasing its movement. Jiang Qianxia, clad in a fishtail dress that accentuated her already graceful figure, caught the attention of Situ, who, despite his usual lack of interaction with women, realized that bending down to retrieve the jewelry box from beneath her feet would be somewhat impolite. He could only rise awkwardly. In his seat, sensing the soft tapping of the heel, Jiang Qianxia's expression shifted. She regarded the somewhat unnatural expression of Situ as he stood up. Noticing the look of confusion on her face, Situ instinctively interjected to quell her impending wild thoughts. Something has fallen at your feet. Jiang Qianxia was momentarily taken aback. She slightly turned her body to glance down and noticed an inconspicuous dark red box. So that was what had brushed against her shoe. She exhaled in relief and cast a discreet glance at the aloof man across from her. Thank heavens! If a man of such striking handsomeness were a lecherous fiend, I would truly regret entering this world. Situ thought to himself that he ought to be the one expressing gratitude. Had he not reacted in time, he would have been mistaken for a rogue by his so-called wife. When Jiang Qianxia picked up the box, preparing to hand it to him, Situ remarked, "Keep it. It's for you." As he spoke, he recalled her penchant for overthinking and felt compelled to clarify, although our union is merely contractual, I assure you that until the agreement concludes, there shall be no other women beyond a certain boundary in my life. This is indeed for you. While Jiang Qianxia did not fully comprehend the implications of his words, she reciprocated with courtesy. Thank you for your gift, and rest assured, I too am of the same mind. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her response, Situ cast her a peculiar glance and remarked, I hope you remember what you said today. Jiang Qianxia was caught off guard. Why does that sound somewhat cryptic? In truth, Situ regretted his earlier statement the moment she affirmed her stance. As her response echoed in his mind, he recalled the tender expression she wore while gazing at the violinist and could not help but speak out. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not provide her with a conventional marital life. Thus, his sole expectation was that she would not tarnish the reputation of the Situ family. Her pre-dinner antics were not excessively out of line, and moreover, they were merely thoughts she harbored within. He felt a twinge of annoyance at how much she had influenced him. This woman surely possesses a certain allure. Situ cast a deep glance at the oblivious Jiang Qianxia and nodded at her, stating, I have a meeting to attend, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for her response, he turned swiftly and exited. Observing the man's strikingly elegant retreat, Jiang Qianxia found herself murmuring internally, he is indeed handsome. Yet why does it feel as though he is fleeing in panic? Just as he was about to step out, he heard her utter another remark, causing him to nearly stumble. Fortunately, Jiang Qianxia did not witness it. She lowered her gaze and opened the small box in her hands. Inside lay a beautiful ruby ring. Its design and style were quite fashionable, though its value paled in comparison to the jewelry owned by the original owner. Nevertheless, Jiang Qianxia found it delightful, for it was indeed lovely. The ring complemented her outfit splendidly, and she decided to wear it right away. As the saying goes, one is adorned by their attire. Conversely, the ring appeared significantly more opulent on her meticulously cared-for fingers. She admired the ring for a moment before rising, preparing to depart. However, as she passed a nearby table, she inadvertently found herself entangled in another couple's quarrel. The man had invited his wife to dinner, complete with flowers, candles, and a ring identical to the one on Jiang Qianxia's finger. When the woman opened the box and her expression of surprise froze at the sight of the ring, she hurled both the box and the ring at her husband with a sharp exclamation, Zheng Xiaoyuan, for our 10th wedding anniversary. You think a cheap ring worth a few thousand yuan suffices? The ring and its box ricocheted off the man and fell to the ground, the ring rolling directly to Jiang Qianxia's feet. Unable to resist eavesdropping, Jiang Qianxia stopped to observe. It was exactly like the one she wore. worth a few thousand yuan, it wasn't too shabby. Yet the woman continued to berate him. Jiang Qianxia, you claim you bought gifts for those other women over the past 2 years. Were they ever this inexpensive? You pursued me relentlessly, and now that you have me, I'm just a worn-out housewife unworthy of your expenditure. Is that it? Upon hearing this, the man panicked and quickly replied, Wife, how could you think that?
I have not.
I truly cannot afford it right now. To which the woman exploded, I don't believe a word of it. Noticing the curious gazes drawn by their argument, he lowered his voice. The gift may be humble, but my intentions are sincere. I've been a bit financially strained lately. Please trust me. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve the ring and its box. Jiang Qianxia observed the man's demeanor and subtly took a step back, thinking, he certainly seems untrustworthy. Despite her inclination to spectate, Jiang Qianxia recognized that intervening in a stranger's dispute, especially given the man's apparent infidelity, was not her place. Moreover, it was clear from the woman's tone that she had been aware of her husband's infidelity all along. Online advice cautions against meddling in such matters. And Jiang Qianxia shook her head discreetly, preparing to depart when suddenly, the woman called out to her with uncertainty, You in the red dress. Wait, red dress? Was she referring to her? Jiang Qianxia turned back, confused. The strikingly beautiful woman's face glowed even more radiantly under the crystal chandelier. Zhao Qiudong, momentarily taken aback by the other woman's stunning appearance, softened her expression and stood, saying, I apologize, miss, but may I ask what you just mentioned? Jiang Qianxia replied with a shake of her head, nothing. Just as she finished speaking, the man who had been picking up the ring interjected, Zhao Qiudong. He then cast a fleeting, apologetic glance at Jiang Qianxia. My apologies, miss. We are merely having a disagreement. And I assure you we won't take up any more of your time. As he spoke, he positioned himself in front of Jiang Qianxia. Due to the man's movement, the woman caught sight of the identical ring adorning Jiang Qianxia's finger, leaving her momentarily speechless. She abruptly stood up, gripping Jiang Qianxia's wrist and exposing her ring. Well done, Zheng Xiaoyuan. I knew you were feeling guilty. You even urged her to leave quickly. You must have something to hide. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyuan's face flushed crimson. When he glanced at the innocent Jiang Qianxia, his anxiety escalated, prompting a heated argument with the woman. Zhao Qiudong, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it because you are the one who strayed that you are hastily accusing this innocent bystander? He then turned apologetically to Jiang Qianxia, saying, I am truly sorry. At that moment, the woman concluded that her husband was defending Jiang Qianxia. Yet, she also understood that the root of her husband's infidelity lay in his inability to control his lower instincts. Merely berating the mistress was futile. Moreover, this one was particularly attractive. How dare he? She felt that Jiang Qianxia might be beautiful but blind to his faults, so she grasped her hand and earnestly advised, My dear, you are so lovely. There is no need to waste your time on such a worthless man. Just admit it to me, and I won't hold it against you. As his wife, I have the right to reclaim what is rightfully ours, for everything he gives you is our marital property. As she spoke, her gaze met Jiang Qianxia's enchanting almond eyes, which, filled with confusion, radiated an even more alluring innocence. Zhao Qiudong, momentarily entranced by the beauty, felt a twinge of discontent towards her husband. What gives him the right? She thought. Taking a deep breath, careful not to frighten the beauty, she gently inquired. That ring was a gift from him, wasn't it? Let me tell you, whatever Zheng Xiaoyuan has said to you is a deception. This is not the first time he has behaved this way. He is utterly insincere, each time he gifts his mistress. The presents are the same as those for his wife. At that moment, the restaurant's waiter finally called the manager over. With the manager's arrival, the couple managed to regain some composure. The trio was ushered into a private room. Just as Jiang Qianxia was about to clarify her identity, the manager, upon being reminded by the waiter, suddenly recognized Jiang Qianxia's table and was taken aback, rushing to her side and bowing deeply. Madam, I sincerely apologize for any discomfort you have experienced in our establishment. Madam, Jiang Qianxia took a moment to process this, then, holding her purse, gracefully shifted her posture and nodded, It's quite all right. Afterward, she cast a gentle glance at Zhao Qiudong, who had been conversing with her for a while. Knowing that there was no longer a need for her to explain, Zhao Qiudong, indeed, realized from the manager's demeanor that she had made a grievous mistake, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Madam, I am truly sorry. I misunderstood your identity and spoke to you inappropriately. I don't know how to express my apologies. After a brief pause, she hesitantly added, "If you don't mind, could I have your contact information? I would like to offer you some form of compensation. Also, I am Zhao Qiotong, the second daughter of the Zhao Group. I have some influence within the company, so if you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." As she spoke, Zhao Qiotong pulled a business card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Qianxia. Seeing that Jiang Qianxia did not refuse, she let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoyuan, whose innocence had been vindicated, was about to revel in his triumph when he noticed his wife's affectionate gaze directed at Jiang Qianxia, causing his expression to turn peculiar. His wife was a strong woman, formidable in her career, marriage, and life. When had she ever spoken so gently? Instinctively, alarm bells rang in his mind, and the admiration he once felt for Jiang Qianxia morphed into suspicion. Chapter 17. Madam Situ, you must be feeling quite upset as well. Noticing her husband's expression, Zhao Qiotong scoffed, and Zheng Xiaoyuan's demeanor immediately shifted to that of a chastised dog, obediently tucking his tail between his legs. Meanwhile, the restaurant manager knelt once again, this time before Zhao Qiotong, bowing respectfully and smiling. "Oh, so you are Miss Zhao. What a surprising turn of events. Our boss is acquainted with your father. We were simply mistaken and have caused you offense." The manager explained that they had invited the couple into the private room to avoid disturbing other patrons. Unlike the previous quarrelsome couple, who were not interrupted due to their status, they had been unaware of the presence of a VIP customer, as Zheng Xiaoyuan had reserved the table under his name. Consequently, the manager sought to register Zheng Xiaoyuan as a VIP client. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyuan's spirits lifted. This renowned restaurant was highly sought after, and he had secured the reservation a month in advance. Being a VIP meant he would no longer need to book in the future. However, Zhao Qiotong, upon hearing the manager's words and witnessing her husband's pathetic demeanor, felt a surge of anger. She coldly retorted, "No need. The Zhao family name is not for him to use for dining with his mistress." Zhao Qiotong's words were harsh, and the manager had no choice but to abandon that plan, yet he still dared not treat Zheng Xiaoyuan with any less respect. Disputes between couples often ended amicably in bed. Who knew if Miss Zhao would later pamper her husband again? Zhao Qiotong, unfazed by the manager's thoughts, turned to Jiang Qianxia, her expression softening. "I haven't yet asked how to address you." Though she had made a misunderstanding, Jiang Qianxia found herself rather fond of Zhao Qiotong. After all, who could resist someone who welcomed them with a smile? Moreover, Zhao Qiotong's demeanor was quite pleasant, prompting Jiang Qianxia to share her name. Zhao Qiotong, upon hearing it, recalled a local family with the surname Jiang, but they had only one daughter, who had debuted with a son. Jiang Qianxia did not appear to belong to that family. Considering the manager's mention of Madame Yu, she had no recollection of any Yu in the upper echelons. The manager's attitude also indicated that Jiang Qianxia's status was not insignificant. Zhao Qiotong began to speculate whether she had come from out of town. Upon this reflection, noticing Jiang Qianxia's beauty and figure, and with nightfall approaching, she felt a twinge of concern. She gently asked, "Did you come with a driver? If not, I can send one for you." After saying this, she felt it might be inappropriate, as she was still a stranger to Jiang Qianxia. The manager, eager to clarify Jiang Qianxia's identity, inadvertently stunned Zhao Qiotong. She finally realized that Madame Yu referred to Situ. Shocked, she stared at Jiang Qianxia, pondering. Wasn't it said that Situ and his wife were in a sham marriage? It was well known that this restaurant was a favored romantic spot, and that ring was a popular love token from an affordable luxury jewelry brand. In elite circles, aside from couples who had severed ties, it was rare for anyone to be so brazenly involved with someone outside their marriage. This implied that Jiang Qianxia was indeed on a date with the seemingly aloof Situ, and he had gone so far as to gift her a ring symbolizing their romantic bond. Zhao Qiotong suddenly found the world to be quite surreal. Yet gazing upon Jiang Qianxia's flawless features and figure, she understood how such extraordinary beauty could melt even the iciest of hearts. As the wife of Situ, it was only natural for her to have a chauffeur, alleviating any concerns she might have had. Zhao Qiotong let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer. Let us have a meal together next time. I would like to properly express my apologies." Jiang Qianxia shook her head. "It's all right, but I would love to have a meal together." The two exchanged a knowing smile, a swift bond of camaraderie blossoming between them. Upon learning that Jiang Qianxia was indeed Situ's wife, Zheng Xiaoyuan scrutinized her with a mixture of surprise and admiration before casting a triumphant glance at Zhao Qiotong. "You see, you still look down on my ring. Even Situ gifted his wife this design. Clearly, she does not concern herself with its worth. He then turned to Jiang Qianxia with a grin. Mrs. Yu, you think this ring is beautiful, don't you? The more he spoke, the more pleased he appeared, convinced that both he and Jiang Qianxia were bound by the same circumstances, one marrying into a powerful family, the other wed to a woman of high status, each with their own burdens to bear. He felt the pressure of a dominant wife, while Mrs. Yu must suffer in silence, unable to voice her grievances. Who could have imagined that the heir of the Sidhu family would only bestow upon his wife a ring worth mere thousands? Alas, this striking beauty could hardly complain. She must maintain a smile and profess her affection, he thought. Zheng Xiaoyuan glanced at Jiang Qianxia, expecting to see her endure with a forced smile, but was taken aback when she regarded him with an odd expression. It is indeed lovely. But the latter part of her sentence lingered unspoken in her mind. But Situ merely gifted it casually after meal. It's not quite the same as a wedding anniversary gift, is it? Unaware of Jiang Qianxia's unvoiced thoughts, Zheng Xiaoyuan felt a surge of delight, dismissing her hesitation as he turned his gaze back to Zhao Qiutong. To his surprise, Zhao Qiutong wore an expression of agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly." Zheng Xiaoyuan was perplexed. Zhao Qiutong, not facing Jiang Qianxia, was oblivious to the fact that the latter's unspoken thoughts had not been voiced aloud, but rather were sentiments only she could hear. Her frustration spurred her to repeat, "It may be beautiful, but if it was just a casual gift after a meal, shouldn't you save something more meaningful for your 10th wedding anniversary, Zheng Xiaoyuan? Can you honestly say you're comfortable with that?" As she spoke, Zhao Qiutong's curiosity flared again. "Could it be that you bought several rings, leaving you short on funds?" Just as Zheng Xiaoyuan prepared to refute her, a voice interjected before him. Not just a mistress but a fourth as well, and a child. Money is indeed tight." "You're talking nonsense. When did I have a child?" Zheng Xiaoyuan exclaimed, flustered, directing his ire at Jiang Qianxia. "Don't say such ridiculous things." As Jiang Qianxia was about to leave, she found herself positioned between the couple. Assuming he was addressing Zhao Qiutong, she instinctively stepped aside. Fuming, Zhao Qiutong charged forward, delivering a slap to Zheng Xiaoyuan.
Oh, Zheng Xiaoyuan.
"How dare you admit to it? You've really outdone yourself, haven to you?" With the gates of chaos flung open, Zheng Xiaoyuan momentarily forgot about Jiang Qianxia's revelation of a secret and raised his hands to shield himself from the onslaught. Thus began a one-sided domestic altercation. Realizing that the unfolding drama no longer permitted her to remain an observer, Jiang Qianxia took a step back, deciding to inform the manager and Zhao Qiutong before departing. Upon her return home, she encountered several servants moving items about. Strangely, and perhaps due to her imagination, their demeanor toward her seemed to have shifted. No longer did they scurry away upon seeing her, some even approached to offer greetings. Confused, Jiang Qianxia entered the living room amidst the chorus of "Welcome home, madam," only to find it piled high with boxes of milk. Chapter 18. The villa servants compete for favor. What on earth was happening? Jiang Qianxia approached the towering mountain of milk with curiosity. Noticing her bewildered expression, a previously eavesdropping maid, now quick-witted, respectfully reported, "Madam, all this milk has been specially prepared for you by the young master." Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. She took a step back, noticing that the surrounding maids were watching her with expressions of congratulations. Just as a sarcastic remark was about to slip from her lips, she recalled that the original owner of this body had done certain things to entice Situ back home, and it seemed that, in their eyes, even a mere glance from him would bring her joy. Suppressing her quip, she pointed to the most astute maid, asking, "Is there any orange juice?" She had only taken a couple of sips from the glass of orange juice at dinner before Situ had it removed, and now, feeling parched, she instinctively craved it. The quick-witted maid, though unaware of the reason for her failed flattery, promptly responded, "Yes, yes. Madam, please wait. I will prepare it for you right away." Jiang Qianxia nodded. "Then please bring it upstairs." Another perceptive maid stepped forward to take her bag, asking with genuine concern, "Madam, you've had a long day. Would you like to take a bath?" Jiang Qianxia had just nodded in agreement when another maid, more experienced, hastily added, "I will prepare hot water for you. Would you prefer a milk bath, a wine bath, or a flower petal bath?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Qianxia decided to try the wine bath. After a thoroughly relaxing soak, two maids approached her cautiously, inquiring whether she would like a spa treatment. Jiang Qianxia declined to refuse. She found their eager attempts to please her rather amusing. Their adaptability was remarkable. The warmth of their service was so attentive that she momentarily set aside her previous thoughts of replacing them. The next morning, Jiang Qianxia awoke early. her internal clock as a corporate worker still intact despite the change in her surroundings. As she descended the stairs, a flustered maid rushed to ask what she would like for breakfast. Jiang Qianxia casually made a selection. Suddenly, she noticed a slight commotion behind the mountain of milk. Curiosity piqued. She rounded the milk tower and spotted a small hand cautiously reaching up, albeit falling short.
Oh.
Upon hearing her voice, the little hand quickly withdrew. Jiang Qianxia's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. Whose tiny hand could it be, aside from the little one in the villa? Behind the mountain of milk, Situ Xiaoyue, no taller than half the milk tower, widened his eyes in dismay. Oh no, he had been discovered by his stepmother. At that moment, a maid approached. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's amusement beside the milk mountain. "Madam, do you have any instructions?" Upon hearing the maid's voice, Situ Xiaoyue bit his lip and lowered his head, preparing to sneak away, knowing that if discovered, the servants would surely inform Lu Ma. To his surprise, Jiang Qianxia called out, "You need not come over. Please check on when my breakfast will be ready." After speaking, she took a few steps closer to the mountain of milk, unexpectedly coming face to face with a cherubic visage. In the fleeting moment that she discerned this face, Jiang Qianxia could not help but feel a pang of surprise in her heart. When the maid had approached earlier, she had distinctly sensed the faint undercurrents of tension and disappointment emanating from behind Milk Mountain, prompting her to attempt to send the maid away.
Now,
she could ascertain with certainty that she was inexplicably attuned to Situ Xiaoyue's emotions. Emotional perception, a gift she possessed in her former existence, was far more expansive in its utility than her ability to predict fortunes. She was convinced that she had never possessed such a talent before. How could it have manifested now? Following the direction of his small hand, she retrieved the box of milk he had desired and extended it towards him. However, upon being presented with the milk, Situ Xiaoyue did not accept it. Instead, a flicker of confusion and curiosity danced in his beautiful eyes. Is the little one still afraid of me? Or is it that what he truly desires is not milk? Fixated on Jiang Qianxia's lips, he noticed her silence, deepening his bewilderment. So, had his stepmother genuinely given him the milk? How did that contrast with what Lu Nainai had conveyed? The two engaged in a silent exchange, their eyes locked. After Lu Ma had reported to Zhu Qing and Situ yesterday, she had taken it upon herself to inundate Situ Xiaoyue with a litany of disparaging remarks about Jiang Qianxia. As a result, instead of witnessing Jiang Qianxia facing consequences that evening, she instead found Situ delivering several boxes of milk to Jiang Qianxia as a show of support, leading the entire household staff to shift their allegiance away from her, their countenances transformed. Furious, Lu Ma refrained from confronting Jiang Qianxia that night, resorting instead to relentlessly berating her in the company of Situ Xiaoyue. Although Situ Xiaoyue remained largely unresponsive to her tirades, Lu Ma steadfastly believed that repeated admonitions would eventually leave a lasting impression. Indeed, as she had surmised, the more she spoke, the more it resonated within Situ Xiaoyue's ears. He was, after all, an exceptionally precocious yet introverted child, with a thought process uniquely his own, capable of forming his own judgments. He had long been aware that much of Lu Nainai's discourse was fallacious. Yet, there was one truth she did not deceive him about. His stepmother sought not only to consume his resources, but also to surreptitiously partake in his milk. Moreover, he had clandestinely observed the maids transporting numerous boxes of milk, an abundance bestowed upon Jiang Qianxia by his father. Situ felt a mixture of melancholy and envy. He had not seen his father for days. Thus, this morning, he once again slipped away with the intent of covertly savoring his stepmother's milk. He sought retribution.
but now,
Why was his stepmother so nonchalant, directly offering him the milk? This shattered his previous understanding. Oh, wasn't it milk that he wanted? If not, then never mind. With this thought, Jiang Qianxia prepared to return the milk. Yet a small hand, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the hem of her garment. Jiang Qianxia looked down to find the little one, beads of sweat forming on his anxious brow, and she could not help but feel both astonished and charmed. She attempted to hand the milk to him again, observing his cautious and vigilant acceptance, akin to a little rabbit being fed by the big bad wolf. Jiang Qianxia could not stifle her laughter. Indeed, children are pure and endearing. Hearing his stepmother's affectionate sentiments, Situ Xiaoyue clutched the milk, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at Jiang Qianxia. Sensing the joy radiating from him, Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but smile as well. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from the second floor, reverberating throughout the villa. "Oh my heavens! My little master is missing." Quickly, search for him, recognizing Lu Ma's voice. Jiang Qianxia's smile faltered, and glancing at the little one beside her, she sighed inwardly. Oh no, I am about to be wrongfully accused by that old hag again. Chapter 19. Amused by the canine strife. Upon hearing Lu Nainai's voice from the second floor, Situ Xiaoya felt his brow tighten, a reluctant displeasure stirring within him. Yet, he soon heard his stepmother's voice. He looked down at the milk in his arms, then back up at his stepmother, who appeared unfazed. As Jiang Qianxia prepared to step outside, he tugged at her sleeve. She paused, glancing down at the little one, clad in a milky white pajama adorned with dairy cows. Yet his expression bore an inexplicable gravitas. Utterly adorable, yet earnest. In response to Jiang Qianxia's bewildered gaze, Situ Xiaoya took small strides towards the exit. On the upper floor, Lu Ma, having discovered Situ Xiaoya's absence, rushed out in a panic, just in time to spot him emerging from behind Milk Mountain, oblivious to Jiang Qianxia's presence. Consequently, she barreled down the staircase, wailing dramatically. Meanwhile, Situ Xiaoya discreetly glanced back at his stepmother, who stood motionless, blinked, and then took a few steps toward Lu Ma. Overly agitated, Lu Ma failed to notice Jiang Qianxia and, with an exaggerated expression of relief, tightly embraced Situ Xiaoya. Oh, my little master, my precious darling. Why did you wander off? You nearly gave Lu Nainai a heart attack. Just as she was mid-exclamation, her gaze fell upon the milk in Situ Xiaoya's arms, and her expression froze. She recognized all the dairy products in the villa, except for that which belonged to the vixen. Lu Ma's eyes widened as she spotted the towering mountain of milk nearby. Indeed, it was the milk that the second young master had sent to that vixen yesterday. Instantly, Lu Ma could not contain her fury, her voice rising in indignation. Little master, who gave you this? As she reached for it, Situ Xiaoya clutched the milk tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Lu Ma, left with no alternative, glared fiercely at the surrounding maids, exclaiming, "Damn it! Which little hussy dared to give my little master this tainted milk?" Initially, the maids had been accustomed to observing Lu Ma's antics, but they were utterly taken aback by the harshness of her words. Lu Ma was keenly aware of their expressions, particularly those of the younger maids, whose faces flushed at being labeled little hussies. Yet, rather than tempering her behavior, Lu Ma grew more emboldened, thinking, they had aligned with that vixen when she held power. Just wait, once I report this to the lady, let's see how they fare. Anticipating a rebuttal from the maids, Lu Ma recognized her current disadvantage. With her voice alone, she could not compete with them. She promptly scooped up Situ Xiaoya and declared preemptively, I shall take the little master upstairs to change his clothes. You all better hurry and prepare breakfast. Delay him, and you will face the consequences. With that, the old woman dashed into the adjacent elevator, holding Situ Xiaoya tightly. The young maids left outside felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. It was at this moment that Jiang Qianxia emerged from behind, furrowing her brow. Upon seeing her, the young maid's eyes brightened, looking at her with a blend of grievance and hope. Madam. Sensing their silent plea for support, Jiang Qianxia chose to feign ignorance. Although their service had been attentive from yesterday until this morning, it did not imply her fondness for such opportunistic individuals. Had they not once aligned with Lu Ma to intimidate the former owner? Now that discord had arisen, it was merely dogs biting dogs. She was content to observe the spectacle. Realizing Jiang Qianxia's indifference, the expressions of the young maid shifted, but they soon comprehended that Jiang Qianxia was not easily swayed, leading to a variety of reactions among them. However, the attitude towards Jiang Qianxia grew increasingly respectful. Unperturbed by the maid's transformation, Jiang Qianxia took her seat at the dining table, appearing to rest her chin in boredom, while her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Situ Xiaoya. In just 2 short days, this marked the second occasion. The little one had ventured out alone, unbeknownst to both the servants and Lu Ma. At such a tender age, roaming about the vast villa posed considerable danger. For instance, the incident earlier, where the little fellow tiptoed to reach for milk, could have ended perilously, although the milk was stacked into a stable conical mountain. A moment's negligence could lead to the little one being injured, with dire consequences. The original host had not paid much attention to the stepson. Yet she was aware that Lu Ma, as the caregiver, should be in constant attendance. In her memories, prior to her arrival, the original host had once vented her frustration on Situ Xiaoya, and Lu Ma had emerged from another room, seizing the opportunity to report her to the matriarch of the affluent family, without delay. Counting that instance, it was already the 3rd time Lu Ma was not by the little one's side. Moreover, just moments ago, Jiang Qianxia had overheard Lu Ma uttering some coarse and unseemly words while holding the little one. She recalled that 3-year-olds were precisely at the stage of learning to speak. Was Lu Ma truly a competent caregiver? As the precious darling of the Situ family, was not Situ Xiaoya afforded a more precious treatment? Jiang Qianxia felt a mixture of confusion and a dawning understanding of why the original narrative unfolded as it did. From her perspective of this world, the protection offered by the Situ family to Situ Xiaoya was decidedly insufficient. As she pondered, Lu Ma had already taken Situ Xiaoya upstairs to change his clothes, returning with a small backpack slung over his tiny shoulders. The backpack hung loosely, appearing quite burdensome for the little fellow. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's scrutiny, Lu Ma's expression shifted to one of urgency, promptly positioning herself defensively in front of Situ Xiaoya. When Lu Ma observed Jiang Qianxia seated at the table with merely a solitary breakfast before her, she was instantly incensed. "Second young madam, if you are displeased with my report from yesterday, you may direct your ire at me, but how dare you encroach upon our little master's breakfast? If the matriarch discovers this..." Just then, a young maid emerged from the kitchen, carrying Situ Xiaoya's breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Ma once again stirring up trouble regarding the young master, she rolled her eyes. "Lu Ma, if your vision is failing, perhaps you should return home for treatment. The young master's breakfast is right here." Another young maid, who had previously suffered Lu Ma's disdain, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, we, as servants, must maintain our place. After all, the madam is the lawfully wedded wife of the young master. How can you show such disrespect to her? If the young master learns of this, it would be quite the trouble." The insinuating glances from the young maids left Lu Ma momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing with indignation. However, the milk nearby, as evidence of the second young master's regard for this vixen, rendered her unable to counter directly. Otherwise, these little maids would undoubtedly report her to the second young master. Lu Ma's expression darkened, and she resolved that the current situation in the villa must be reported to the matriarch. Otherwise, if that vixen continued to win over these little maids, she and the little master would soon find themselves without any space to breathe. Chapter 20. The unspoken understanding with the little one. Having resolved to report Jiang Qianxia once more, Lu Ma refrained from openly criticizing her and, with a huff, cast a resentful glance at the dish placed beside Jiang Qianxia before leading Situ Xiaoya to another side of the table. Just as she prepared to lift Situ Xiaoya onto the table, he surprisingly wriggled free from her embrace, leaving Lu Ma momentarily stunned. She then watched in disbelief as Situ Xiaoya toddled over to Jiang Qianxia. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Little young master, your seat is over here." Yet, Situ Xiaoya offered not even a glance in Lu Ma's direction. His beautiful eyes, akin to a curious little creature, fixated on Jiang Qianxia. Noticing her lack of resistance, he cautiously climbed onto the chair beside her and settled down obediently. Once seated, the little one raised his chin, awaiting something. A nearby maid quickly tied a small bib around him. After securing the bib, he did not look at Jiang Qianxia but instead lowered his gaze at the breakfast before him, wrinkling his brow slightly before extending his small hand to grasp the spoon, beginning to feed himself quietly. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Qianxia found herself utterly captivated, for the little one was simply too adorable. Situ Xiaoya's private preschool uniform consisted of a little suit with suspenders, complete with a tiny bow tie. And when paired with his cherubic yet subtly handsome face and his slow, refined movements, he resembled a character straight out of a fairy tale.
Wow.
He is like a little prince from a storybook. Suddenly, upon hearing his stepmother's voice, Situ Xiaoya paused mid-chew, casting a furtive glance in her direction, only to find her silent. Instantly, the previously composed little feet began to sway gently. Yet, their moment of delight was shattered by Lu Ma's interruption. Observing the egg whites Jiang Qianxia had extracted from her bowl, Lu Ma immediately chastised, "Second young madam, the Situ family has a tradition against picky eating. Now that you are married to our second young master, you should adhere to the traditions of the Situ family." Meow meow meow? Jiang Qianxia regarded the elderly woman before her with a bemused expression, suddenly resonating with online comments about caregivers who assumed the role of matriarchs. However, she believed that once her fortune-telling career was on track, she would depart from the Situ family. Thus, she was disinclined to engage in futile disputes with the old servant. She decided to ignore Lu Ma, allowing her to say whatever she wished. To her dismay, Lu Ma, perceiving her silence as a challenge, retorted angrily, "Second young madam, even if you disregard the rules, we servants cannot say anything to you, but please do not lead the little young master astray. You should leave the dining room, otherwise, if the matriarch discovers you are corrupting the little young master, the second young master will not be able to protect you. Initially relieved to hear that his stepmother was also picky, Xiaoya felt a surge of joy, only to find himself caught in Lu Ma's ire, his little face stiffening. Jiang Qianxia tilted her head, glancing at the little one who was cautiously excavating the egg yolk at his side, and couldn't help but smile. What a kindred spirit! While pondering this, Jiang Qianxia swiftly swapped the egg whites and yolks they had both rejected. Noticing that the egg yolk he had secretly disregarded had transformed into egg white, Xiaoya couldn't resist looking towards Jiang Qianxia, who had seemingly cast a spell. Jiang Qianxia offered him a conspiratorial smile before taking a bite of the egg yolk. Xiaoya followed suit, scooping up a generous spoonful of egg white and stuffing his mouth, cheeks puffed out adorably, resembling a little hamster with his round eyes wide open. Jiang Qianxia was once again enchanted. Oh dear, the little fellow's eyes are simply mesmerizing, sparkling like tiny stars. Xiaoya couldn't help but mirror his stepmother's smile, thinking to himself that she had beautiful eyes as well. Beneath the table, their little feet began to sway joyfully. Perhaps it is true that beautiful people share similarities. The scene of the stepmother and stepson exchanging smiles appeared so harmonious, as if they were bound by blood. This was, without a doubt, the most intolerable sight for Lu Ma. However, with so many servants present, and given that Xiaoya spent most of his time lost in his own world, he was not easily manipulated like an ordinary child. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ma found herself devoid of any means to prevent Jiang Qianxia from approaching Xiaoya, her face turning an ominous shade of green with fury. Once Xiaoya had finished his meal, Lu Ma hastily removed his bib, casting a wary glance at Jiang Qianxia, only to find her gazing back at her with an expression of perplexity that was difficult to articulate, yet sent a shiver down Lu Ma's spine. She instinctively clutched Xiaoya protectively, declaring, "Madam, please make yourself at home. I must take young master to kindergarten." To her astonishment, Jiang Qianxia rose to her feet in response, exclaiming, "Kindergarten? I shall accompany you." Lu Ma's expression soured immediately. "Madam, what do you mean by that? Taking young master to kindergarten is a task assigned to me by the madam. It does not concern you." She harbored suspicions that Jiang Qianxia's sudden shift in demeanor concealed some ulterior motive. However, Jiang Qianxia was not someone she could easily deter. Ultimately, Jiang Qianxia followed them into the car. As Jiang Qianxia resolved to escort Xiaoya to kindergarten, he blinked in surprise, observing the serious expression on his stepmother's face. Lu Ma, noticing Xiaoya's gaze upon Jiang Qianxia, inwardly cursed, "Wretched vixen." After her silent expletive, she feigned concern for Xiaoya, showering him with inquiries about his well-being. Though he remained lost in thought, unable to penetrate her facade of maternal tenderness. As the elongated vehicle glided out of the Situ family's villa, Jiang Qianxia's expression subtly shifted. She sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Lu Ma, intensifying to the point where even Xiaoya seemed to carry a trace of it. Indeed, Lu Ma is enveloped in misfortune. Moreover, this ill fortune stems from the demise of her stepson and stepdaughter. She is bound to encounter considerable misfortune soon. I hope that the little one will not be affected by Lu Ma's ill luck. Casting a sidelong glance at the charming little one beside her, Jiang Qianxia felt a pang of regret. I can only foresee fate. I cannot exorcise spirits. How can I protect the little one? Having already noted that his stepmother had not uttered a word, Xiaoya, overhearing the term protect, widened his eyes in disbelief, looking towards his troubled stepmother. He perceived her concern for his safety and found himself both puzzled and intrigued, unable to resist inching closer to Jiang Qianxia. Throughout their journey, owing to Lu Ma's bad luck, the Situ family's vehicle encountered red lights at every intersection and narrowly escaped a series of collisions. Had it not been for the driver's adept maneuvering, they might well have become part of a traffic mishap. As the car swung around, Jiang Qianxia clutched the falling Xiaoya, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. In Chapter 21, on the way to kindergarten, the true source of misfortune, Lu Ma found herself tumbling to her knees in the vehicle. With an exclamation of surprise, she took a moment to regain her composure, immediately blaming the driver for his reckless driving. The driver, a simple and honest man, refrained from retorting, fearing Lu Ma's potential ire might cost him his job. With no retort to her accusations, Lu Ma felt a sense of relief from the frustration that had been building throughout the morning. Upon inspecting her bruised knee, Lu Ma gasped, "Heavens, my leg." Tenderly touching her injured knee, she grumbled, "I believe, old Lu, that given your advanced age, a change of position may be in order." Driving like this puts our young master's life at risk. The driver, old Lu, never anticipated that despite his silence, this woman would still cast blame upon him. His square jaw flushed with indignation, yet he remained speechless. At that moment, a youthful voice floated from the back seat. Had it not been for Uncle Lu's quick reflexes, our vehicle would have surely rear-ended another. Your leg would not merely be bruised, it could have been broken. Jiang Qianxia's words sent a shiver through Lu Ma's heart. Although she had witnessed the vehicle that nearly collided with them, she was the only one injured. And in her frustration, she had vented her anger upon old Lu. Unfazed, Jiang Qianxia continued, if you persist in distracting Uncle Lu while he drives, what might happen if another vehicle approaches? The foreboding nature of Jiang Qianxia's words caused Lu Ma's hefty frame to tremble. I said nothing. I merely offered a few pointers. This time it was I who fell. What if young master had been hurt? Uncle Lu was taken aback by Jiang Qianxia's defense of him, casting a grateful glance at her through the rear-view mirror. However, upon catching a glimpse of her strikingly beautiful face, he hastily averted his gaze. Typically, he only transported young master to and from kindergarten, having heard unfavorable opinions about her from the other servants. He had presumed her to be a domineering figure taking advantage of her wealthy marriage. Yet, it was clear to him that appearances could be deceiving. She was, in fact, quite reasonable. With someone to support him, old Lu straightened his back, eager to clear his name. Madam Lu, your words are quite unjust. My driving skills have been praised by the late master himself. The late master referred to the deceased patriarch of the Situ family, Situ, who had once been a formidable figure in battle, his aura still palpable years after his passing. Lu Ma felt a chill as she recalled him, falling silent once more. She glanced at Jiang Qianxia, who continued to hold Situ Xiaoya in her embrace. Remarkably, Situ Xiaoya did not resist. Instead, he gently rested his small hand upon her, appearing content and at ease. In that moment, Lu Ma felt a profound sense of betrayal. This seductress was not only influencing the second young master, but also ensnaring the little one. Yet, she dared not express her anger towards Situ Xiaoya. Instead, gritting her teeth and glaring at Jiang Qianxia, pretending to reach for Situ Xiaoya. Madam, as you can see, the road is perilous. Your frail arms may not suffice to protect young master. Allow me to hold him. Jiang Qianxia, feeling a pang of reluctance as she cradled the soft little one, was not easily swayed by Lu Ma's demands. Situ Xiaoya, upon hearing Lu Ma's thoughts complimenting his softness, brightened at the prospect of staying with Jiang Qianxia. As Lu Ma reached for him, he instinctively nestled closer to Jiang Qianxia, preferring her warm embrace to the suffocating hold of Lu Ma, which he found unpleasant. With these thoughts, Situ Xiaoya applied a small amount of pressure, affectionately rubbing against his stepmother's arm. Noticing the little one's reaction, Jiang Qianxia felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. She smiled, deftly evading Lu Ma's grasp just as the vehicle navigated a bend, causing Lu Ma to once again tumble unceremoniously to the floor. With a pained exclamation, she remained on the ground for several moments, grateful for the spacious interior that had cushioned her fall. Jiang Qianxia chuckled lightly. See, who truly cannot maintain their balance. You should focus on your own well-being first. As she spoke, she unconsciously squeezed the soft little hand of the child in her arms. Situ Xiaoya gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes, obediently attentive, and she found herself increasingly reluctant to let him go. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The C2 family has placed Lu Ma, this caregiver, beside the little one. Is it truly a manifestation of their affection for the child? Originally nestled in the embrace of his stepmother, the young C2 Xiao Yi felt a wave of joy, but upon hearing his stepmother's innermost thoughts, he stiffened slightly, his cherubic face turning an ashen hue. Subsequently, he was bombarded with further evidence. Firstly, what I've observed over the past couple of days is Lu Ma's negligence, her coarse demeanor, and her lack of dedication to the child. Equipped with such a luxurious vehicle, yet failing to install a child seat, does that so-called loving grandmother simply lack awareness or care? Jiang Qianxia became ensnared in her own musings, oblivious to the waning color of the child in her arms. The once bright spark in C2 Xiaoya's eyes gradually dimmed, returning to a state of despondency. He had always been aware his grandmother harbored no affection for him, nor did his father. No one cherished him. Just as the glimmer in the little one's eyes threatened to extinguish completely, he suddenly felt a warm pinch on his cheek. Oh dear, how can such an adorable little human be like this? What a pity it would be if he grows into a wicked villain. C2 Xiaoyi unconsciously tilted his head upwards, locking eyes with a pair of sparkling orbs, and the shadows within him began to dissipate, rekindling a flicker of hope. His previously pallid complexion gradually flushed with a hint of excitement. It seemed, perhaps, that his stepmother did hold some affection for him. He was a beloved little creature, not an unwanted child. Unaware of the child's internal reverie, Jiang Qianxia merely sensed a shift in his mood for the better. She felt a moment of confusion but chose not to delve deeper, suddenly becoming vigilant as she glanced out the window. The kindergarten loomed ahead, an expansive establishment resembling a diminutive fairy tale castle, reminiscent of the princely attire adorning C2 Xiaoyi. However, what captivated Jiang Qianxia's attention were two disheveled siblings at the entrance of the kindergarten, an older sister, perhaps 5 or 6, holding the hand of her younger brother, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years old, their dark, penetrating gazes fixated intently on the vehicle. Suddenly, upon making eye contact with Jiang Qianxia, the two children vanished in an instant. Chapter 22. Surveillance Review. After the meeting, C2U returned to his office, rubbing his temples in fatigue, and then looked up to inquire with his assistant, Chen Junming, where's the surveillance footage? Noticing the bloodshot veins in C2U's eyes, Chen Junming hesitated before handing over a USB drive, cautiously suggesting, "President, perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Shortly after leaving the restaurant the previous evening, C2U received a call from the company regarding a significant blunder made by the second department concerning an international project. If not salvaged, it could jeopardize the company's entire planning for the latter half of the upcoming year. Consequently, C2U had to return to the office and work through the night. As the second department primarily handled international projects, Chen Junming was unable to assist. And while he managed to sneak in a brief rest during the night, he was still feeling the toll. Reflecting on this, Chen Junming couldn't help but admire the unwavering resilience of his steadfast boss. As a personal assistant, Chen Junming rarely encountered situations where his superior worked late while he departed, leading him to hesitate in leaving. C2 had already taken the USB drive, opening the video for review. After a few glances, he noticed Chen Junming still lingering and frowned. "All right, you may go. Also, inform everyone except for those in the second department who worked late last night to take a half-day off." With that, he returned his focus to the video. The first figure to appear on the staircase was a woman. Despite having seen her just the previous evening, C2U was momentarily taken aback by her graceful silhouette. The scene then shifted to the woman descending the stairs and inspecting the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. At that moment, a small figure stealthily crept in from outside, a tiny being, scanning the surroundings with a cautious demeanor, clearly not a first-time visitor, with the refrigerator as its target. After a moment of deliberation, the woman extracted a row of milk cartons, inserting a straw, and as she turned to drink, her gaze met that of the little one. From the video, both appeared startled, freezing upon making eye contact. Gradually, the woman's expression brightened, while the young one's eyes shifted from wariness to sheer terror, ultimately fleeing in fright as the woman's puzzled gaze followed. C2U rewound the video, scrutinizing the subtle changes in their expressions after their initial eye contact. He was almost certain that Xiaoyi had overheard the woman's thoughts and was frightened away by them. However, he had noticed since their encounter the previous evening that the woman's thoughts were concealed, yet her eyes spoke a different truth, revealing only confusion and joy. Why, then, did Xiaoyi flee in fright? Only at the end did he cry out for help, racing outside just as Lu Ma arrived. C2 adjusted the video timeline and discovered another blind spot. Just before Jiang Qianxia descended the stairs, a suspicious, small figure had appeared outside the living room. After watching for 2 minutes, C2 deduced that the child was evading the caregiver. Thus, the duration of C2 Xiaoyi's solitary presence before Lu Ma's arrival had extended nearly half an hour. Upon realizing this, C2U's brow furrowed tightly. When Lu Ma had cared for the two brothers, even though the elder sibling was a few years older, she remained steadfastly by his side. As they were not conjoined twins, it was natural for them to be apart at times, leading to instances where he would be overlooked for extended periods before being discovered by the caregivers. However, he had matured early, and upon recognizing that he was the overlooked one, he found solace in retreating to indulge in his own pursuits. As he grew older and understood the reasons behind Lu Ma's differential treatment, he had not given it much thought. After all, she was merely an insignificant nanny to him. The true source of differential treatment was. Mid-thought, C2U closed his eyes, exhaling softly before reopening them. His emotions once again reined in. He resumed watching the video, noting Jiang Qianxia's silence, only for C2 Xiaoyi to utter, "Don't eat me, I'm not tasty." This statement further solidified C2U's conviction that the woman was lost in her own fanciful thoughts, which Xiao Yi had overheard. Yet he also observed that throughout, Jiang Qianxia looked upon the young one with no trace of disdain. Rather, there was an odd curiosity that made C2U question whether he had misjudged her during their last encounter. However, the very next moment, he witnessed the woman leisurely confronting Lu Ma before receiving a call from his mother, where she began rambling nonsensically about having those maids apply to be his wife. C2U, already fatigued to the point of numbness, felt a throbbing pain in his temples, nearly grinding his teeth as he muttered, "This woman." The previous day, Zhu Qing's secretary had called him, claiming that Jiang Qianxia had caused Zhu Qing to faint, which he had been skeptical about. He knew that Zhu Qing held disdain for Jiang Qianxia, yet it was not as if she harbored any fondness for him either. Ever since his brother's death, Zhu Qing had become increasingly radical, often playing the victim to manipulate him for her own ends. Thus, C2 had assumed that the secretary had exaggerated, unwilling to be bound by so-called familial ties to compromise on any matter. He had even recalled the previous day when Zhu Qing had called him to confront him. In his frustration, he had vented his anger towards his nominal wife, without seeking the truth. Feeling somewhat guilty, he had consequently increased the compensation in the divorce agreement. Unbeknownst to him, the matter of being enraged was indeed genuine. C2 found himself chuckling at the chaotic remarks of women in the restaurant. With a swift motion, he yanked out the USB drive, unwilling to continue watching, fearing it might infuriate him to death. Rising, he poured himself a glass of water. Took a moment to compose himself, yet ultimately refrained from calling Zhu Qing. He turned and pushed open the door to the bedroom in his office, while simultaneously dialing another number. It was the phone number of Erickson, C2 Xiao Ye's psychologist. He briefly recounted the incident where C2 Xiao Ye had spoken. Upon hearing this, Erickson expressed surprise, speaking in broken Chinese. "Oh, dear old C2. Please describe in detail the scenario in which our adorable little patient spoke, as well as what he said." Having long since abandoned the notion of correcting Erickson's peculiar speech patterns, C2 took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "I cannot possibly say that Xiao Yu was frightened by the inner voice of his stepmother and ultimately settled for a simple explanation. He overheard someone speaking nearby, misunderstood their meaning, and was startled enough to shout for help." On the other end of the line, Erickson busily jotted down notes, continuing to inquire, "Oh, God. A fright. Were there any other physical manifestations?" C2 recalled the terrified expression of the little one in the video, massaging his throbbing temples before slowly describing what he had witnessed. Erickson proceeded to ask a few more questions, then cheerfully declared, "Rest assured, this is a sign of improvement. I shall return to the country tomorrow, and I hope to meet my lovely little patient then." C2 replied in a grave tone, "All right, I will make arrangements for tomorrow." Sensing the hint of coldness in C2's voice, Erickson hesitated before asking with concern, "C2, you know, a positive parent-child relationship can also serve as a remedy for you. You truly do not need to. No need. Thank you." C2 decisively hung up the phone. Chapter 23. Lu Ma's son suffers from hysteria. Jiang Qianxia recognized the two children's faces, realizing they were the son and daughter of Lu Ma's ex-husband. The ghosts retained the appearance they had at the time of their untimely deaths, despite the years that had passed since. Jiang Qianxia was unaware of how long they had tormented Lu Ma, but she had no intention of informing her. All the repercussions were seeds Lu Ma had sown in the past. However, what concerned her most was why there was an aura of darkness surrounding C2 Xiao Yi as well. Was he merely the target of the two little ghosts' wrath? Or had he encountered them? As she withdrew her gaze from the spot where the children had vanished, she noticed that the dark energy surrounding Lu Ma had intensified, while that enveloping C2 Xiao Yi had lessened. With a sense of perplexity, Jiang Qianxia evaded Lu Ma's outstretched hand when she reached to take C2 Xiao Yi, personally handing him over to the teacher. Regardless of the reason, contact with Lu Ma, who was plagued by misfortune, was unsafe. C2 Xiao Yi, hearing Jiang Qianxia's thoughts, though somewhat confused, instinctively drew closer to her. Lu Ma, witnessing this, gritted her teeth, wanting to follow, but was momentarily delayed by the ringing of her phone. The teacher, surprised to see Jiang Qianxia holding C2 Xiao Ye's hand, inquired, "May I ask, are you the stepmother?" Jiang Qianxia replied with an unflinching expression. The teacher, initially prepared to commend the resemblance between mother and child, paused, then noted with astonishment that C2 Xiao Yi obediently held Jiang Qianxia's hand, prompting her to smile again. She remarked to Jiang Qianxia, It is evident that Situ Xiaoyi is quite fond of you. This left Jiang Qianxia bewildered. What? The little one likes me? He should be afraid of me instead. Upon hearing his stepmother's thoughts, Situ Xiaoyi discreetly pressed his small face against the back of the hand Jiang Qianxia was using to hold his, silently affirming, "Yes, I like you. But I am also scared. If only you wouldn't eat children, I would like you even more." With this thought, he found it difficult to let go of her fragrant fingers. Noticing Situ Xiaoyi's small gesture, the teacher's smile became more genuine. The teachers were aware that this child belonged to the Situ family. His grandmother had come to introduce herself, yet they had never met his parents. Little did they know that his parents had divorced and that he now had a beautiful stepmother. Moreover, the closeness between Situ Xiaoyi and his stepmother was quite rare, especially in affluent families. Contemplating this, the kindergarten teacher stepped forward to inquire, "Mrs. Situ, would you be available to discuss Situ Xiaoyi's situation in kindergarten?" Jiang Qianxia glanced down at the little one nestled beside her, sensing a subtle expectation emanating from him, and hesitantly nodded. Observing her response, the kindergarten teacher's smile faded slightly, her expression turning serious. In kindergarten, Situ Xiaoyi has no friends. After stating this, she cautiously looked at Jiang Qianxia, continuing only when she saw her calm demeanor. He neither interacts with his classmates nor with the teachers. However, he is excessively well-behaved, capable of self-care for eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, even resisting the teacher's assistance. Due to the ongoing school hours, the teacher refrained from elaborating further, briefly outlining the situation before gently suggesting that Jiang Qianxia consider taking Situ Xiaoyi to see a psychologist. After bidding farewell to the kindergarten teacher, Jiang Qianxia felt a twinge of confusion. Why was it that the kindergarten staff seemed unaware of the little one's introverted behavior? Had the Situ family not communicated with the school? As she watched Jiang Qianxia's silhouette fade away, Situ Xiaoyi discreetly tucked himself behind a pillar. Noticing he had not entered the classroom, the kindergarten teacher bent down to gently engage with him. Does our Situ Xiaoyi really like his mother? At this, the little one, who had always immersed himself in his own world, responded for the first time. He watched the car disappear from view before lifting his head to look at the teacher with his beautiful eyes, softly saying, "Mama?" The kindergarten teacher was taken aback. "Situ Xiaoyi, you spoke?" Upon returning to the car, Jiang Qianxia discovered that Lu Ma was no longer present. Sensing Jiang Qianxia's confusion, the driver, old Lu, explained. Lu Ma received a call from home and left. Jiang Qianxia immediately thought of the two vanished ghost children. She had never seen Lu Ma's husband, but she could discern from Lu Ma's countenance that she had committed heinous acts, having killed the children she bore with her current husband, and now bore a son with him. Both children had died shortly after their stepmother's arrival, which would raise suspicions for any rational person. Therefore, it was reasonable to deduce that Lu Ma's husband was either aware of her past crimes or directly involved in them. Thus, the two ghost children may have targeted not only Lu Ma but also her husband, or even her son. Coupled with the heavy dark energy surrounding Lu Ma, Jiang Qianxia casually inquired of Uncle Lu, "Has something happened at Lu Ma's home?" Due to Jiang Qianxia having previously assisted him, Uncle Lu felt comfortable enough to share what he knew. Alas, it's probably her son again. When discussing Lu Ma's son, the driver's tone was filled with both regret and sentiment. It turned out that Lu Ma's son had suffered from hysteria since childhood. The elderly couple had toiled their entire lives, visiting numerous hospitals with no resolution. They were reluctant to send him to a mental institution, as his condition fluctuated between episodes. And being placed in such a place during his good days would be torturous. In addition, Lu Ma's son was exceptionally gifted during his normal days, exhibiting an almost supernatural aptitude for learning since childhood. He later attended a prestigious university and obtained dual degrees. However, after graduating, his hysteria intensified. Each time he secured a promising job, an outbreak of hysteria would impede his progress. Now, in his 30s, Lu Ma and her husband have become reluctant to venture outside, confining their son to the home. During his most severe episodes, he would don women's clothing and preen before the mirror. Alas, while Lu Ma's behavior may seem somewhat unreasonable, one cannot help but ponder what misdeed she committed in a past life to end up with such a son. Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow at this. Perhaps it is simply the consequence of excessive wrongdoing in this lifetime? Lu Shu sighed. What kind of transgressions would warrant such a fate? Jiang Qianxia recalled the disheveled appearance of those two children and gently remarked, interfering in another's family, becoming a mistress, and even causing the deaths of two stepchildren. Upon hearing this, Lu Shu initially dismissed Jiang Qianxia's words as fanciful. Yet, When his gaze inadvertently met the reflective surface of the rear-view mirror, he felt a jolt in his heart. Are you speaking the truth? Jiang Qianxia nodded, absolutely. You should soon witness her retribution. Lu Shu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the old servants at the C2 family estate who had once spoken of Lu Ma's youthful indiscretions, causing a chill to creep into his heart. Could it possibly be true? Chapter 24. The Taoist Priest of Xianqing. After the topic concerning Lu Ma, silence enveloped the journey until they returned to the villa. As Jiang Qianxia alighted from the vehicle, the honest and earnest Lu Shu could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Madam, were your earlier words truly not a jest? Jiang Qianxia paused in her descent, turning to meet Lu Shu's gaze, and replied with a sly smile, Of course, it was no jest. I have calculated it. Upon hearing this, Lu Shu chuckled, though he did not take her seriously, assuming Jiang Qianxia was reluctant to divulge the true reason. He jested, Madam, your foresight is remarkable. Noting Lu Shu's skepticism, Jiang Qianxia refrained from offering him a demonstration of her abilities, simply stating, Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Shu, still smiling sheepishly, replied, Thank you, madam. As Lu Shu was the driver for the estate, despite transporting C2 Xiaoyi, he would eventually return to the old residence. Thus, after Jiang Qianxia disembarked, he departed. The maids at the villa, upon seeing Jiang Qianxia's return, resumed their previous endeavors to win her favor. However, their antics did not unsettle Jiang Qianxia. Rather, she found their attentiveness quite pleasing. She sighed inwardly, realizing that after just one day of this lifestyle, she had grown accustomed to the comfort of returning to the villa where she need not lift a finger, merely casting a glance would summon assistance. After removing her outerwear, Jiang Qianxia confronted the towering mountain of milk that had become an eyesore within the villa. She began to question the rationale of the automated delivery system. Had they truly sent an entire truckload of milk simply because she had consumed some of the cub's milk? Was this intended for her consumption, or was it a means to induce social embarrassment? Most troubling was the fact that she discovered the milk's expiration date was a mere 10 days away. Did they assume she was a pig, capable of consuming an entire truckload within that time frame? Even if the entire household partook, it would be impossible to finish it all. After pacing around the milk mountain, pondering a suitable course of action, Jiang Qianxia clapped her hands and declared, Let us donate it. What? The maids surrounding her were taken aback by her proclamation. Yet, Jiang Qianxia paid no heed to their reactions. Having made her decision, she began to contemplate the logistics of the donation. She summoned her driver and assigned 2 maids to coordinate with the nearest welfare institution. Once arrangements for the milk's distribution were secured, Jiang Qianxia returned to her room. Dismissing the maids, she then logged into her live streaming account to check for responses from her first client and to explore potential new clients. There were 99 private messages, and predictably, they were filled with vitriol directed at her. This time, however, the reasons for the criticism had multiplied, as her previous live-streamed fortune-telling session for Cha-Cha had been debunked. Once more, it was that same metaphysics master who had previously dismantled the nonsensical claims made by the original owner. This time, he asserted that one cannot discern a person's fate merely through photographs. Even the ancestors of the present-day metaphysics community would be incapable of extracting such extensive information from a mere image. Instantly, not only did her detractors rejoice, but the Master's followers were also incensed by the implications surrounding the character of Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo. Coincidentally, as Jiang Qianxia logged in, Master Xianqing was conducting a live stream, during which the topic was precisely this matter. How outrageous! In this day and age, there are still those who dare to deceive in front of our Master Xianqing. Indeed, how absurd! Does he not realize that anyone wishing to present themselves as a master must first declare their affiliation? The one who sought the fortune-telling must be a fool. How could anyone truly be frightened? It's laughable. I suspect that person was not genuinely frightened but rather an actor hired by Wang Ba Duo. Otherwise, why have they not appeared in the last few days? They must be feeling guilty. In stark contrast to the vitriolic comments in the chat, the live stream featured a youthful and refined Taoist priest clad in traditional robes, visibly conflicted as he attempted to reason with the audience. Please, everyone, do not be overly aggressive and refrain from insulting that fellow Taoist Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo. My criticism of his metaphysical methods does not imply that he is necessarily a fraud. I merely hope to encourage vigilance and discernment in such matters. Upon concluding his remarks, he noted that the chat was filled with comments suggesting he was naive, overly optimistic about human nature, and further vilifying Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo. Flushed with frustration, Master Qianxia sighed and continued to advocate for calm. It is inaccurate to judge a person's destiny through photographs. Likewise, assessing one's character through video is equally flawed. Instead, dear friends, focus on self-awareness and utilize your own eyes and hearts to understand another. However, the feedback he received was less than encouraging. All right, we hear you, Master. Next time, we shall surely heed your advice. Yes, we shall certainly listen next time. While Jiang Qianxia might have been an exception, since Master Qianxia had spoken, they felt compelled to comply with his request, promising to heed his words in the future. Not only did his pleas go unheeded, but the situation escalated further, leaving Master Qianxia agitated and restless. He found the challenges of engaging with the world to be exceedingly daunting. The people below were incredibly obstinate and consistently failed to absorb his complete message. Previously, a netizen had approached him with a post regarding Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo, inquiring whether traditional metaphysics could be employed to determine if someone had undergone cosmetic surgery. He had simply explained that traditional methods did not support such judgments and expressed a desire to engage in a personal discussion with that Taoist. To his dismay, that netizen misconstrued his words, believing he was asserting that the metaphysical approach was not valid and that he intended to confront the individual in person. He had never intended such a thing. He genuinely wished to explore the topic with that Taoist. Unfortunately, his words had inadvertently led to Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo being burdened with considerable scorn. According to the precepts of his sect, a clear heart must repay karmic debts. He must either exonerate that fellow cultivator from the unjust accusations or confirm the falsehood of said cultivator. Otherwise, his heart of Tao shall remain clouded, and his cultivation shall stagnate. Thus, for the second time, the enigmatic Taoist, known as Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo, made an appearance, deducing all the tribulations in a stranger's life solely from a photograph shared online. Before the stranger could seek him out, he took it upon himself to analyze the image of Tt Fong Xianfei. However, to his astonishment, the more he scrutinized, the more he marveled. Unable to contain his excitement, he posted a message, lamenting that this Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo was either a charlatan or a reclusive master more formidable than the current patriarchs of the Orthodox Taoist sections. Yet, inexplicably, his post was misinterpreted by the online community. The netizens lauded him as a natural cynic, someone who understood the nuances of yin and yang, and hailed him as YYDS, an acronym denoting admiration. This left Qianxia, who had distanced himself from the internet and secluded himself for cultivation, utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? At that juncture, a barrage of comments flooded in.
Look.
That Wang Ba Duo is online. Chapter 25. Connecting with the Young Taoist. Upon discovering that Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo was online, the comments erupted with calls for Qianxia to engage in a live face-off with him, a spectacle to debunk the claims. Despite multiple attempts to clarify, Qianxia received no response from the Taoist, and after examining the live stream suggested by the netizens, he concluded that perhaps it was feasible. Regardless of the other's authenticity, connecting with him would reveal the truth. Meanwhile, on Jiang Qianxia's end, after logging in, she instinctively cleared her chat of insults, only to find that her detractors were frantically sending her private messages. She casually scrolled through a few that were less vitriolic, but failed to find a suitable candidate. Jiang Qianxia was not particularly disheartened, confident in her abilities. She revisited Tt Fong Xianfei's profile, only to discover that she had not logged in for days. However, upon examining her photographs, she noticed signs of weakening in both her friendship and romantic connections. This indicated that Tt Fong Xianfei had likely begun to personally verify Jiang Qianxia's assertions, but had yet to fully accept them or had not found concrete evidence. Nonetheless, the loosening of both connections suggested that Tt Fong Xianfei was inclined to believe her words. Unperturbed, Jiang Qianxia opened her live stream, preparing to randomly select a fortunate viewer when, unexpectedly, a pop-up notification appeared. You have received a live connection PK invitation from the Taoist Zheng Xianmen, Qianxia. Would you like to accept? Yes or no? Zheng Xianmen Qianxia? Jiang Qianxia was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the master who had previously sought to discredit her? What on earth was a live PK? At that moment, the comments in her live stream filled with ridicule from viewers who had come from Qianxia's side. Afraid to accept a challenge from a real master, are we? Jiang Qianxia's paid commenters chimed in. If you have the guts, then accept it. Is Jiang Qianxia not paying you enough? Laughter echoed. If he accepts, I'll do a headstand while washing my hair. Haha, the guy in front, Don't forget to go live when that happens. Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow at this and couldn't help but interject. Alright, I shall accept then. The two of you remember your headstands. With that, she clicked the affirmative button. The live stream swiftly transitioned into a split-screen mode, revealing a youthful Taoist with pearly white teeth and rosy lips before Jiang Qianxia. The previously scathing comments transformed instantaneously. Haha, where did those two headstand brothers go? The host has accepted the PK. Hurry and go live. One could reasonably suspect this fellow is merely here to entertain the two headstand brothers. He was hesitant to accept all along. To be honest, this Wang Ba duo is rather amusing. Perhaps he should consider a career as a comedic streamer instead of deceiving people. Jiang Qianxia, undeterred by the skepticism, calmly stated, I am not deceiving anyone. As she spoke, she accepted another live stream's connection invitation. Once the invitation was approved, she heard a melodious voice from the other side. Greetings, Taoist Shi Qian Wang Ba duo. I am Qianqing, the 48th disciple of Zheng Xianmen. May I inquire about your sect of origin? Upon seeing Qianqing's visage, Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Her surprise stemmed first from his age. Given his previous critiques, she had imagined him to be a rigid, self-important middle-aged man. Yet, he was merely 17 years old. In her world, humans descended from the tree of life at around 18 to 20 years of age. This meant that this so-called Master Qianqing was still a mere fledgling. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Qianxia scrutinized his features and was astonished by his extraordinary fate. Moreover, he was the future heir of the Taoist sect in this realm. Of course, he was still in a seedling state. Jiang Qianxia surmised that he had been well protected by the elders of the sect and had only recently descended the mountain. Her third surprise was the child's demeanor. His speech and character exuded an air of naive sweetness, devoid of the arrogance that one would expect from a so-called master. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Qianxia grasped that his previous critiques of her had been sincere, rather than the supposed sarcastic jabs perceived by netizens. It was somewhat comical, and she found herself no longer harboring the anger she had felt upon seeing his attempts to debunk her. With a composed smile, she replied, I have no sect. I was born with the gift of reading faces. Upon hearing this, Qianqing did not immediately display skepticism. Instead, he contemplated for a moment before continuing, Taoist friend, would you be willing to demonstrate your abilities online? The opportunity to have a genuine member of the Taoist community bear witness was akin to a pillow being presented to one who was drowsy. She did not hesitate and nodded affirmatively. Seeing her prompt agreement, Qianqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. His karmic ties could be resolved, and his heart of Tao could swiftly regain clarity. Moreover, considering her confidence, the likelihood that she was indeed genuine increased significantly. If she truly possessed the innate ability to read faces, Qianqing gasped internally, that would surpass even the talents of his sect's ancestors. His heart swelled with anticipation, tinged with regret at only now discovering her. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and with a slight blush, earnestly stated, if your claims are proven true, I shall sincerely apologize for any misunderstandings caused by my previous remarks. However, he paused, his clear eyes gazing intently at the shadowy half of the screen, and earnestly continued. If it is revealed that you are indeed a fraud, I hope you will apologize to everyone and amend your ways, refraining from deceiving others in the future. It was evident that this young Taoist rarely spoke with such seriousness, as even a mere piece of advice caused his ears to flush crimson. Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but smile in delight. Very well. She mimicked his pause before adding. However, as Qianqing was about to reveal a smile at her straightforward agreement, he suddenly paused again, only to hear her say, if it is proven that I am indeed genuine, I have one request. As the barrage of comments flooded in, many urged Qianqing not to fall for the tricks, questioning the authenticity of Wang Ba duo before he had even proven himself. Yet, Qianqing believed that inviting others to verify the truth was a means to comprehend his own karmic ties. Thus, it was only fair and reasonable to treat the matter with equity. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, please, speak, fellow Taoist. Jiang Qianxia observed the comments in her live stream, where viewers, frustrated by their inability to sway Qianqing, resorted to berating her for her shamelessness. A smile crept across her lips. I'll address that request after the verification. Qianqing, undeterred, nodded in agreement. Certainly. Chapter 26. You have no wife. Xuanqing's unhesitating affirmation left the audience in a state of anxious concern. Oh dear, my innocent little Taoist. What if he demands something you cannot fulfill? Upon reading this comment, Qianxia maintained his serene demeanor, chuckling softly. I have faith in Taoist Wang Ba duo. Moreover, if he truly possesses exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly overcome all obstacles to fulfill his requests, even for the sake of the Zhengmen. Noticing the sincerity etched on Xuanqing's face, Jiang Qianxia faced another wave of criticism. However, she seemed unfazed. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded this naive yet responsible little Taoist. Dear Taoist Qianxing, are you not worried about how your sect feels regarding your descent from the mountain? Qianxing, caught off guard by her inquiry, felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks and instinctively asked, How do you know? Realizing his slip, he felt a twinge of regret, concerned that this revelation might tarnish the reputation of Zhengmen. Most importantly, he intended to invite Wang Ba duo to join their sect if the verification proved true. Surely, he mused, he wouldn't ruin the image of Zhengmen in the process. Jiang Qianxia found his thoughts amusing and chuckled. You've only recently descended from the mountain. Haven to you? You seem rather unfamiliar with the internet. Qianxing, unaware of her intentions, nodded and replied with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, I have only just come down. And the internet is quite. Jiang Qianxia, sensing he was recalling the misunderstandings from earlier, smiled wider. Let me recommend an app that everyone down the mountain is using. As she spoke, both live streams erupted with impatience, urging Wang Ba duo to get on with it. What's the holdup? Hurry up. What app? Jiang Qianxia shot a glance at the comments and suddenly exclaimed, to the audience wanting to watch female streamers, hold on. You haven't seen the live-streamed upside-down defecation yet. In a dim corner of a city, a middle-aged man suffering from constipation in a public restroom jolted in shock. Dropping his phone, blushing, he picked it up and awkwardly checked the stall, a chill running down his spine as he faced the live stream again, incredulous. Soon, he realized the comments were abuzz with, Wang Ba duo has a great memory. He couldn't help but curse aloud, damn, you scared me. All this time, it's this Wang Ba duo who remembered my ID. Yet, after this interruption, he remained in the live stream, albeit hesitant to comment again due to the embarrassing upside-down defecation reference. Misunderstood as someone who had watched that infamous ID, Jiang Qianxia chose not to clarify and turned back to Qianxing. The app one recommend is the National Anti-Fraud Center. Everyone down the mountain has one. Upon hearing this, Xuanqing's fans, who had previously charged into Jiang Qianxia's stream with hostility, suddenly softened, bursting into laughter. Qianxing, slightly bewildered, assumed that the mention of national indicated Jiang Qianxia was not deceiving him, especially as his own fans fervently endorsed the app. Consequently, he promptly downloaded it on the spot. Instantly, Xuanqing's fans flocked to Jiang Qianxia's stream, showering her with praises. Once Qianxing had successfully downloaded the app, Jiang Qianxia inquired, How do you plan to verify my authenticity? Qianxing had already contemplated this, bolstered by the audience's suggestions. He expressed his thoughts. Fellow Taoist, you may discern fate through photographs, but I cannot. However, if it is via video, I can observe and deduce some insights. Jiang Qianxia's eyes lit up with understanding. So, you mean we find an audience member to video call and perform a fortune-telling session live? Qianxing nodded. Precisely. However, if you have a better method, I am open to collaboration. Jiang Qianxia pondered briefly before addressing the viewers in the comments. Are there any willing participants for a video call, accepting a live fortune-telling? A wave of affirmatives flooded the comments. Seeing this, Jiang Qianxia had no objections. She further inquired, Shall we each read for one person? Or shall we read for the same individual? Before Qianxing could respond, the comments chimed in unison. Of course, we must read for the same person. Only by controlling the soul variable can we truly compare. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Jiang Qianxia's eyes. Her intent had been to read for the same viewer as Qianxing. He was the first genuine representative of the Zhengmen she encountered since arriving in this world, and the future pillar of the sect. Thus, through Qianxing, she gleaned many insights about the Zhengmen and recognized that if she wished to elevate her talents and gain the sect's acknowledgement, Qianxing was her best stepping stone. With both parties agreeing to read for the same individual, they initiated the random selection of a fortune-telling audience member. To prevent any foul play, it was decided that the first individual would be drawn by Qianxing from those who had expressed willingness in Jiang Qianxia's stream. The next participant would be drawn by Jiang Qianxia from those who had signaled their willingness in Xuanqing's stream. Before long, the first fortune-telling participant emerged. His username was Old Wang 1, 8M, and after a minute the video connected. A gaunt young man with a shadowy expression flashed a sinister smile. My surname is Huang. I'd like both hosts to help me find out where my wife is now. His peculiar gaze unsettled the viewers in both streams. Yet Qianxing's expression remained largely unchanged, as did Jiang Qianxia's behind the screen. Upon seeing the man, Jiang Qianxia already knew the answer, but she hesitated to speak. Mindful that Qianxing was a precious disciple of the orthodox Zhengmen, and revealing the truth too bluntly could hinder her future interactions with the sect. Thus, she waited for him to speak first. Meanwhile, Qianxing, having deduced the answer, deliberately waited 2 minutes before stating, "Fellow Taoist, I am ready." Jiang Qianxia echoed, "I too am ready." Qianxing smiled easily. "Shall we count down together and reveal our answers?" Jiang Qianxia nodded. "All right." Together they intoned, 3, 2, 1. You have no wife. Chapter 27, 666, The Emergence of Filial Piety Wrapped in a Package. However, upon being accurately guessed, old Wang 1.8m did not display any signs of shame. Instead, he continued to smile, as though it were entirely natural. "I certainly do not have a wife. If I did, what need would I have to consult with you? You two claim to be masters, yet you cannot discern such a trivial matter? This fellow, old Wang, standing at 6 feet tall, possesses an attitude that is quite infuriating." Instantly, the viewers in both live streams felt that he was being somewhat unreasonable. However, Qianxing and Jiang Qianxia remained remarkably composed, for upon the appearance of this individual, they recognized his intent to provoke, having long been mentally prepared for such an encounter. In response to the mockery, Qianxing candidly remarked, "Although I am not particularly skilled in matters of marriage and fate, if we can meet in person, combined with the birth dates, I could deduce something." Xuanqing's statement was, in fact, a modest assertion. After all, he was considered a potential pillar of the Xianmen sect, possessing talent in various aspects. Yet old Wang, with his crooked grin, failed to grasp the essence of this humility and continued his taunting. "Is that all you can do? You seem no different from those charlatans beneath the overpass." While Qianxing was somewhat perplexed by the reference to the charlatans, the audience in his live stream was enraged, clamoring to have this man removed. Yet, after reading the comments explaining the situation, Qianxing did not become angry. Instead, he inquired of Jiang Qianxia whether she could discern anything. Jiang Qianxia found Xuanqing's good temper somewhat exasperating, but upon reflection, she realized that his amiability was beneficial to the requests she intended to propose. Jiang Qianxia's response did not disappoint Qianxing, and it simultaneously sparked a glimmer of interest in old Wang. With his already sharp and monkey-like features, his eyes gleamed with a more lascivious light as he grinned, rubbing his hands together. "All right, let us see if you can deduce anything substantial." Jiang Qianxia retorted with a cold laugh. "Before we delve into that, allow me to read something else for you." Old Wang, taken aback, asked, "What will you read?" Jiang Qianxia inquired, "How tall are you?" Old Wang, infuriated, exclaimed, "I am 6 feet tall. Are you blind? It's written in my ID." Jiang Qianxia chuckled softly. "Yet your ID claims your name is Old Wang, though your surname is Huang?" Old Wang was momentarily speechless, casting a dubious glance at the camera. "I hope you're not stalling for time. I want to know where my future wife is. I intend to bring her home to honor my mother." Upon this declaration, the comments erupted in laughter. Even Jiang Qianxia's detractors could not restrain themselves. 666. Behold the legendary filial piety outsourcing. Disgusting. This man seeks a wife merely to care for his mother. Forget it. This man's words are truly terrifying. Knowing the whereabouts of his future wife and bringing her home in advance is tantamount to kidnapping. Wow. The truth has emerged. Let us skip to the next one. Yet, Jiang Qianxia remained undeterred by the comments, continuing, "I do not require birth dates or even a face-to-face meeting to read fortunes. But since you wish to inquire about something that is yet to occur, I need to observe the energy surrounding you." Initially, the audience had prepared to mock these two fortune tellers, but they were unexpectedly struck by Jiang Qianxia's articulate explanation. Old Wang, intrigued, asked, "How will you observe?" The comments swiftly turned their focus onto her. "I was ready to apologize if you proved genuine, but you are aiding the scoundrel? It seems I was too lenient in my previous remarks. Does this count as aiding in kidnapping? Would reporting it even be useful? Don't read for him. You despicable creature." Jiang Qianxia had initially dismissed the comments, but upon the emergence of the term despicable creature, she found it difficult to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath, stifled her frustration, and continued, "The energy surrounding you is influenced by your current environment. I need to see the 3 tallest buildings around you." Jiang Qianxia's words prompted a wary expression from old Wang. She added, "Of course, if you are unwilling to show me." You can describe the locations and approximate heights of the 3 tallest buildings. While your lack of insight into energy may diminish the accuracy, I can still deduce something. Hesitant yet intrigued, Old Wang asked, "Really?" Jiang Qianxia responded, "You stand at 169 centimeters. With thick-soled shoes and height enhancers, you barely reach 175 centimeters. Rounded up to 6 feet, correct?" Instantly, Old Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and he barked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if Yao Ming were here, I would still be 6 feet tall." Jiang Qianxia shrugged nonchalantly. "Feel free to dismiss my words as mere nonsense." However, the comments, initially critical of her, began to perceive the truth in Old Wang's defensive reaction. "Wow, I've always heard some men exaggerate their height. But this is the first time I've seen someone so blatantly misleading. Goodness, it seems this fellow is not just height deficient, but also lacking in substance. Is there a way to report this live stream for promoting superstition? No, Xianmen is now a legitimate institution, and Master Xianqing is certified." Old Wang's fury at being exposed for his height deception, coupled with the audience's ridicule, left him fuming, yet he also recognized that Jiang Qianxia possessed genuine insight. The fact that she accurately gauged his height sparked a flicker of delightful anticipation within him. Could it truly be that he might find his future wife after all? Contemplating Jiang Qianxia's earlier remark about diminished accuracy, he proposed, "How about this? I'll show you one, and then describe two. Wouldn't that yield better results than only revealing one?" Jiang Qianxia sighed, swiftly blocking the barrage of despicable creature comments, and calmly replied, "Yes." However, Old Wang still hesitated, taking a considerable amount of time before finally aligning the camera to reveal an aged residential building in a somewhat dilapidated neighborhood. With a fleeting shadow of the structure appearing on screen, Old Wang hastily withdrew the camera. The audience was left in disbelief. That was quick. Did he see a ghost? Why does he appear so guilty? Noticing the comments, Old Wang's expression momentarily flickered with uncertainty, but he quickly regained his composure, smugly addressing the camera. "What's this? Aren't you supposed to be a master? If an ordinary person cannot see it, can you?" He continued, "If you can't see it, forget it. I'm done." As he extended his finger toward the camera, indicating his intent to end the stream, Jiang Qianxia calmly interjected, "That's sufficient. A glance at the energy is all I need. I have already observed it. You may now describe the other 2 buildings." Old Wang, who had already been mentally retreating, hesitated, reluctant to part with the prospect of discovering his future wife. He began to describe the other 2 buildings with his limited vocabulary. Jiang Qianxia, citing her need for details due to the inability to see the buildings firsthand, engaged in a series of inquiries. Gradually, Old Wang's demeanor shifted to one of impatience. "Can you even do this?" Jiang Qianxia ceased her questioning, stating, "That will suffice. I have seen it." Old Wang's face lit up with joy. "You've seen her? Where is she?" Jiang Qianxia replied, "She is behind you." Old Wang, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Behind me?" As he eagerly turned around, the viewers were met with a fleeting glimpse of a police uniform, accompanied by an exclamation of exasperation. The camera then captured only a blurred, chaotic scene. Outside the frame, Old Wang clutched his phone and bolted, but after merely 2 steps, he was subdued by the police. His phone flew from his grasp, and the lens pointed towards the azure sky. A resonant voice emanated from outside. "Get down. Do not move." Both live stream rooms were thrown into confusion. What on earth is happening? Is it the police? No? I don't understand. Is that wretched person truly a thief? 2 minutes later, someone picked up the phone. It was a young male police officer. He glanced at the screen, noticing the barrage of questions from the viewers. He raised the phone to his face and saluted. "Greetings, everyone. I am an officer from the Public Security Bureau of Huaizhou County. Here, I would like to express our gratitude to the vigilant netizen Ms. Qi Qian Wangba Duo for her report and clever delay." He then looked down at the man pinned beside him and continued explaining to the audience. "The individual in question, a man with the surname Huang, is a suspect we are currently pursuing. For further updates on the case, please follow our Bureau's Weibo.
Goodbye.
Everyone." With that, the officer ended the call. In the live stream, Jiang Qianxia's expression was quite nuanced. The name she had chosen, which was a derisive jab at her family, made her ponder before deciding against changing it. Hence, during the broadcast, she had employed a voice changer to conceal her gender, but inadvertently, when reporting the crime, her true voice slipped out, leading to a situation where, although the barrage of comments had cleared her previous injustices, it had plunged her into another kind of frenzy. "Oh my, Miss Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo. You're actually a woman. So, you weren't helping him find a wife, huh?" Wow, how thrilling! You deliberately delayed for the police? I apologize for my earlier remarks, Ms. Wang Ba Duo, haha, Jiang Qianxia. On the other hand, Qianqing was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that this Wang Ba Dao friend was a middle-aged man, only to discover she was a woman. After a moment of astonishment, he concealed his surprise and conceded, "In this round, my fellow Daoist has triumphed." However, while the barrage rejoiced at Ms. Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo's redemption, they did not acknowledge her fortune-telling abilities as superior to Qianqing's. Although, the host did recognize that person, right? The host doesn't show her face. Perhaps she knew that criminal all along. Moreover, neither host could determine where that person's wife was, so let us call it a draw? Yet, due to Jiang Qianxia's righteous action, the audience was not entirely one-sided. Some expressed their opinions. But Ms. Wang Ba Duo's ability to gauge atmospheres is unmatched by Master Qianqing. Don't you think this round still belongs to her? Indeed. If it weren't for our Ms. Wang Ba Duo's atmospheric perception, how could she have captured that suspect? Shouldn't that count as ability? Qianqing wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, my fellow Daoist, your atmospheric perception is truly remarkable. I am ashamed to compare. While the audience seemed to accept this, Jiang Qianxia felt somewhat exasperated by this budding leader of the Xian sect. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she spoke up. First, please refrain from calling me Ms. Wang Ba Duo. Secondly, my atmospheric perception is fabricated. The first statement elicited laughter, while the second left everyone speechless. Jiang Qianxia sighed in exasperation. In truth, I didn't clearly see that building either, but technology certainly can. Do you believe in the power of technology? The barrage collectively responded. Only Qianqing recognized the blind spot. Initially taken aback by the technological prowess, he learned through the comments that the blurry building could indeed be rendered into a clear image using a computer. Then, a thought struck him. How did the other party know that individual was a fugitive? He recalled how Jiang Qianxia had previously predicted someone's fate from a photograph.
So,
Daoist Qi, did you discern it merely from their appearance? Qianqing gasped. If this were true, then she was indeed a figure of greater prowess than even his sex ancestors. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. Noticing the barrage still doubting Jiang Qianxia, he couldn't help but speak in her defense. Yet Jiang Qianxia halted him. I truly cannot prove I do not know him, but I am unafraid of scrutiny. So, let us move on to the next participant. This time it was Jiang Qianxia's turn to draw an audience member in Qianqing's live stream. To her surprise, she picked a viewer named Strawberry Ming Ti. As the name appeared, a sense of foreboding washed over her. When this Strawberry Ming Ti appeared on screen, she fell utterly silent. It was a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Upon her appearance, the barrage in both live streams erupted in praise of her beauty. Strawberry Ming Ti shyly smiled. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Qianxia fixed her gaze on the woman in the camera, speechless, prompting Qianqing to inquire, Miss Strawberry Ming Ti, what would you like to have divined? Strawberry Ming Ti's eyes flickered, and she offered a somewhat affected smile, which, thanks to her looks, was not entirely off-putting. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I didn't expect to be so fortunate to be chosen, so I haven't decided what to ask. How about you all just divine something based on my appearance? Chapter 29, Unexpectedly Encountering the Real Deal. Upon Strawberry Ming Ti's words, the barrage erupted in comments praising her good fortune due to her beauty, and she became increasingly bashful. However, at that moment a voice suddenly interrupted. Not very fortunate.
is it?
Out of 82 alt accounts, you only hit one. Instantly, Strawberry Ming Ti's expression stiffened slightly. Internally, she cursed, but feigned ignorance as she gazed towards the dark screen. Sister Wang Ba, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Sister Wang Ba. Jiang Qianxia's expression darkened. For the first time, she felt anger welling up during the live stream. From the blatant resemblance of the other's altered face to her own, to the use of alt accounts for cheating, and finally, the intentionally derogatory nickname, Jiang Qianxia scoffed coldly. Not understanding is fine. Apart from this account, all others have been banned. As a streamer on this video platform, she had the authority to reasonably deal with violations. Jiang Qianxia justified the 3-day suspension of the accounts due to their interference with the live stream. Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's words, Strawberry Ming Ti's previously sweet smile faltered. She glanced down at her phone, her smile evaporating entirely. Other viewers were not fools. They quickly deduced the implications from Strawberry Ming Ti's reaction. Aware that her expression had betrayed her, Strawberry Ming Tea looked at the dark screen with a mix of fear and confusion, pondering how the other party knew about her numerous alt accounts and had pinpointed them accurately. Momentarily regretting her decision to appear, she realized leaving now would be even more embarrassing. After some reflection, Strawberry Ming Tea chose not to stubbornly deny her actions. Instead, she feigned remorse, lowering her head and biting her lip, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to. It's just—" She hesitated, lifting her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Because I'm a friend of Cha-Cha Fei's, and after you predicted for her, she disappeared." Strawberry Ming Tea's words sent the barrage into a frenzy. As doubts about Qi Qian Wang Ba duo's fortune-telling began circulating and seeing the comments rallying behind her, Strawberry Ming Tea's initial worry transformed into delight. It seemed Jiang Qianxia's face indeed held great power. She resolved to undergo another cosmetic surgery. Although she still loathed the owner of this face, it was a remarkably useful facade, and it wouldn't hurt to resemble it a bit more. After all, the other party would remain oblivious to the source of her cosmetic template. As the barrage began to misinterpret Jiang Qianxia, Xianqing hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "Rest assured, dear audience, and you too, dear viewer, the internet friend Cha-Cha is currently safe. If you cannot reach her, it is likely due to other reasons." "Is that so?" Strawberry Mingca silently cursed the troublesome Taoist while feigning a look of relief. "That's wonderful, as long as Cha-Cha is safe. It's just that we used to communicate daily, so not hearing from her for 2 days has made me somewhat anxious." The audience expressed their understanding. Indeed, if it were my friend in such a situation, I would worry too. However, Ms. Wang Badua's predicament is rather unfortunate as well. Haha, once again misunderstood. Haha. I'll go first. I apologize, Ms. Wang Badua. Me too. I apologize, Ms. Wang Badua. Jiang Qianxia interjected. Stop. First of all, I am not called Wang Badua. You may refer to me as Ms. Qiqian. Secondly, let us get to the main topic. Due to Strawberry Mingcha's incessant provocations, Jiang Qianxia lost her patience and directly addressed Xianqing. "You may not excel in interpreting faces through mediums, but I can discern everything about a person's life merely by viewing their face on video. Thus, I propose 2 options. Either you observe first and I will provide supplementary insights, or I shall look first and you can then verify the accuracy of my statements." After pondering, Xianqing decided to opt for the second approach, as he had come to validate Ms. Qiqian's abilities. If she truly possessed the prowess she claimed, any additional information she provided should be beyond his own calculations, which would hinder his judgment. Jiang Qianxia was already prepared. She had presented 2 ideas without anticipating that he would choose one. Consequently, she proceeded without hesitation. In truth, Master Xuanqing's earlier analysis was accurate. I do not possess any orthodox skills from the mystical sect. My innate talent lies in face reading, enabling me to foresee an individual's entire life. However, I previously posted something that was indeed fabricated, so please do not take it to heart. Nevertheless, I can indeed ascertain whether someone has undergone cosmetic surgery. For instance, this Miss Strawberry Mingcha has artificial eyes, a false nose, a fabricated mouth, and even her chin, cheekbones, and eye bags are all counterfeit. In summary, your entire face is a facade. Upon hearing this, Strawberry Mingcha's visage flushed crimson, filled with indignation as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have looked this way since childhood. I have not undergone any surgery." In a fit of defiance, she retrieved an old photograph, showcasing it to the camera. The image depicted a girl of no more than 10 years, slender and dark-skinned, clad in tattered clothing. Yet her bright eyes and distinct features bore a resemblance to Strawberry Mingcha's current visage. Seeing the audience swayed by this evidence, Strawberry Mingcha reluctantly divulged her tragic backstory. "I grew up in a rural area, enduring great hardships to come to the city for education, only to find myself subjected to such slander." This revelation elicited a wave of sympathy from the audience, with only a few maintaining that she indeed bore the marks of cosmetic alteration. The others believed that Jiang Qianxia was merely leading the audience to attack her appearance due to her lack of skill. Unperturbed, Jiang Qianxia knew she possessed irrefutable evidence against her opponent once the childhood photograph was presented. She recalled Xuanqing's earlier analysis regarding the orthodox methods of discerning cosmetic surgery and became curious whether he could perceive it. After all, this naive Taoist had been easily misled online. "Master Xianqing, what do you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Xianqing candidly replied, "I cannot discern it." Instantly, Strawberry Mingcha and her sympathizers felt a surge of triumph, while the audience's criticisms of Ms. Qi Qian intensified. Yet, unexpectedly, Xianqing added, however, "This Ms. Strawberry Mingcha's facial features exhibit dual layers, indicative of alterations. One layer has become rather obscure." At once, the barrage fell silent. Does that imply she indeed underwent surgery? Hiss, so this Ms. Wang Badwa truly possesses some insight? It is possible. The signs of cosmetic surgery can be discerned, no matter how natural it appears. There will always be traces. Though it seems to be merely minor adjustments, I actually think the sister looked better before her surgery. As the audience began to comment on how the once slender girl appeared more attractive than she currently did, Strawberry Mingcha's expression nearly contorted, yet under pressure, she begrudgingly admitted, "Yes, I have made some minor adjustments, but nothing excessive." Chapter 30. Confronting the provocative audience. Observing Strawberry Mingcha on the verge of tears, the barrage expressed understanding and offered comfort. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. What is wrong with cosmetic surgery? Yes, sister, you must be confident in your beauty. Your childhood foundation is evident. It's impressive to rise from the countryside to the city. Indeed, so there's no need to cry. I've also made minor adjustments. Oh dear, perhaps the host should offer an apology. After all, she came to seek fortune-telling, not to be judged for her appearance, and yet she ended up in tears. As the audience began to level accusations against Ms. Qi Qian once more, Xianqing was momentarily perplexed, intending to speak, when he heard the voice of the Monkey King emerge again. "This Ms. Strawberry Mingcha, I understand that you feel like crying, but please hold back the tears for now." Upon hearing this, the barrage, which had anticipated an apology, fell into a state of bewilderment. "That's not how you apologize. Unbelievable. Forget it. I'm leaving if we want to proceed with the fortune-telling." Strawberry Mingcha recognized that solely seeking sympathy would prove futile, as prolonged attempts would bore the audience. Thus, she feigned a magnanimous demeanor, forcing a smile. "It's all right. Your comfort has eased my heart significantly. You are correct. My pursuit of beauty is not wrong, and I do not require an apology from the host. Let us return to the main topic." Jiang Qianxia, recalling the original owner's memories, found a news article online that chilled her gaze, not due to Strawberry Mingcha, but rather the false heiress Jiang Mingcha. Only Jiang Mingcha from the Jiang family was aware of that news. The photograph Strawberry Mingcha had presented was, in fact, the same as the one featured in the article. Thus, Jiang Qianxia deliberately inquired, "Shall I continue with the fortune-telling? You are 28 years old this year." Video footage captured Strawberry Mingcha's smile faltering, but recalling the previous revelation, she hesitated before reluctantly nodding.
Yes.
Instantly, the barrage erupted in gasps.
What?
The sister is 28? How is that possible? I thought she was around 20. Upon closer inspection, it is still discernible, but I cannot deny the sister indeed maintains her appearance well. As the audience began to refer to her as sister, Strawberry Mingcha couldn't help but whisper an explanation. "Due to certain special circumstances, according to my household registration. My age is 28, but my actual age is slightly younger." This statement prompted the audience in the barrage to recall earlier years, pondering the implications of policies regarding population control and the traditional preference for male children in rural areas, leading to heightened sympathy for this resilient girl. Seeing that Jiang Qianxia remained silent and did not expose her lies, Strawberry Mingcha breathed a sigh of relief, internally dismissing Ms. Qi Qian as merely average, perhaps even a half measure. Perhaps even that half measure was fabricated. Who knows how she guessed it correctly? The more she contemplated, the more confident Strawberry Bright Tea felt about her purpose. Jiang Qianxia remarked, "You are from the north and have never ventured to the south before the age of 18. Already having formed a definitive judgment about this Qi Qian Wangba duo." Strawberry Bright Tea felt emboldened and candidly acknowledged her past while skillfully feigning a semblance of misery. "Indeed, I was quite impoverished in my childhood, lacking the opportunity to travel far." The barrage of comments continued to commend her as she desired. Jiang Qianxia responded with an "oh," pressing on with her inquiry. "Ah, I see. When you were 7 and 17 years ago, 2 significant events transpired in your life. Do you recall them?" Strawberry Bright Tea was taken aback, suspecting that Jiang Qianxia was attempting to deceive her, yet the latter's tone unnerved her slightly. Upon reflecting that aside from recognizing her cosmetic surgery, Jiang Qianxia had not discerned much else, she averted her gaze and replied, "There are indeed memories, but I cannot divulge them myself." Encouraged by the supportive comments flowing in, she continued, I once heard that fortune tellers beneath the bridge often guide clients through vague hints, prompting them to reveal their own stories, leading them to mistakenly believe they have been accurately read, when in fact, they have merely been led astray. After sharing this, she noticed some viewers speculating that Qi Qian Wang Ba duo operated similarly. With a satisfied smile, she feigned defense, saying, "Please refrain from such remarks. I believe Sister Wang Ba is not that kind of person. Therefore, to prove her innocence, I shall remain silent." Laughter erupted in response. Come on, at 28. Calling someone sister so frequently seems a bit too cutesy, and who doesn't know that Wang Ba is an insult? Sister Wang Ba, indeed. Honestly, I've been meaning to say, this tea speaks strangely. It's not a palace, so why all the sister talk? They mocked her. Realizing she was being ridiculed, Strawberry Bright Tea quickly corrected herself. I apologize. I thought it polite to address someone as sister, considering Ms. Qi Qian is so formidable and should be regarded as an experienced master. My apologies for my oversight. After seeing a childhood photograph of the original owner, Jiang Qianxia was no longer concerned about the title. She simply wanted to ascertain the connection between this individual and Jiang Mingcha. A chill flickered in her eyes. In our brief encounter, the title is inconsequential. If you wish for me to speak, then I shall. When you were 7 and 17 years ago, you traveled to the south on 2 occasions. Have you forgotten? Jiang Qianxia's words left Strawberry Bright Tea momentarily stunned, but she soon burst into laughter, feeling a weight lift from her heart. What kind of master is this? It's utterly ridiculous, she thought, realizing Jiang Qianxia was fabricating stories without any foundation. However, Strawberry Bright Tea did not immediately call her out. Instead, she smirked and asked then, "Master Qi Qian, what do you claim I was doing?" Seeing her smug expression, Jiang Qianxia knew she likely assumed the former was merely improvising, which amused her. It was evident that Strawberry Bright Tea had no clue about the origin of that photograph. On one occasion, you secretly traveled to the south as the youngest informant for the police, apprehending a human trafficking ring. Upon hearing this, the audience was bewildered, and Strawberry Bright Tea chuckled. In another live stream, Xianqing also looked quizzically at the darkened half of the screen, pondering the situation with Qi Qian. He could tell that Strawberry Bright Tea had not left her hometown before turning 18. As viewers began to express disbelief, Strawberry Bright Tea chuckled, feeling reassured. She was a fan of Jiang Mingcha, and after Qi Qian Wang Ba duo attempted to exonerate the despicable Jiang, their support group had taken notice of her. Initially intending to debunk the so-called psychic, she found herself rattled by the unexpected antics of this charlatan, beginning to believe she might possess some insight. Yet, she was shocked by the outrageous claims being made. Recalling her previous shock, Strawberry Bright Tea felt a surge of indignation and mockingly asked, "Master Qi Qian, would you care to repeat that for your own ears? Does it sound reasonable?" Unexpectedly, the response came, "Unreasonable. Therefore, could you please explain why, having never left the north until the age of 18, you appeared in a southern county newspaper 17 years ago? Oh, by the way, the article mentioned a 7-year-old informant. Care to clarify, Ms. Strawberry Bright Tea?" A sense of foreboding washed over her as she realized the inquiry was directed at the childhood photograph she had presented. However, that picture was given to her by Mei Mei Cha.
Mei Mei Cha, alongside her and Jia Jia Fang Xin Fei,
were all fans of Jiang Mingcha and had joined the fan club together. Mei Mei Cha worked within the industry and was usually busy, so the two of them primarily handled support tasks, though Mei Mei Cha leveraged her position to acquire insider information. For years, the sisterly trio had steadfastly supported Jiang Mingcha, navigating the tumultuous waters of public opinion. When they learned of a false prophet attempting to whitewash Jiang's reputation on a streaming platform, they volunteered to expose the charlatan's true identity. Originally, her plan was to use her current appearance to have the fraud guess her cosmetic surgery. If they succeeded, she would counter with a childhood photo. If they failed, she would admit to the surgery. Regardless, the fraud would be discredited. However, events took an unexpected turn. The photograph was handed to her by Mei Mei Cha, who had confided a secret. Mingcha was not Jiang Mingxiu's biological sister but rather adopted by the Jiang family. Her fondness for Mingcha stemmed from her kindness and gentleness, not her brother or family connections. Although the family treated Mingcha as their own, she knew that revealing the childhood photo could cause her distress. Many harbored jealousy towards Mingcha's brilliance, and to prevent anyone from using the photo to attack her lineage, she and Mei Mei Cha decided that one of them would bear the weight of Mingcha's past, pretending the photo belonged to them. Given that she had just undergone cosmetic surgery, she willingly stepped forward to claim the photograph as her own. since the matter and photo involved Ming Cha's secret heritage. She and Mei Mei Cha agreed not to inform Cha Cha Fong Xianfei. Moreover, Mei Mei Cha even sent her the negative, making it impossible for anyone else to possess it. Thus, Qi Qian Wang Ba duo must have been attempting to deceive her. With this realization, Strawberry Bright Tea steeled her resolve, coldly stating, "I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Suddenly, her voice faltered. The darkened side of Qi Qian Wang Ba duo's stream revealed a photograph, a newspaper clipping emblazoned with the headline, Southern Daily, 7-year-old girl assists police in dismantling trafficking ring. The accompanying image was none other than the one she had previously displayed. The date on the article was precisely 14 years prior. As the implications sank in, Strawberry Bright Tea's mind exploded with disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, the audience, upon seeing the newspaper, concluded that she was lying, and the sympathy she had garnered swiftly transformed into daggers aimed at her. As the barrage of insults intensified, she was still preoccupied with protecting Jiang Qianxia. Frantically, she rushed to another room, rummaging through her belongings until she finally took a photo of the negative to share with everyone. "This photograph undeniably belongs to me, and I still possess the original film from that era." The emergence of vintage film indeed carries substantial weight. After all, even if one were to deceive, this Strawberry Ming Cha could hardly have foreseen the necessity of producing counterfeit negatives as evidence. The audience was left in utter bewilderment. Some individuals began to investigate the newspaper in question, only to discover that it too was authentic. Upon seeing comments in the barrage confirming the newspaper's legitimacy, Strawberry Ming Cha suddenly adopted a reflective demeanor, as if recollecting something significant. "I remember a tale my mother once recounted. She encountered an uncle who claimed to be a journalist, and exchanged one of my photographs for a practice notebook. Perhaps it was this very photograph. I was in middle school at the time." Thus, a mere coincidence was woven together by Strawberry Ming Cha. Yet, with both sides being genuine, it could only be attributed to chance. So, could it be that this was indeed a photograph of Strawberry Ming Cha at the age of 7, exchanged by the journalist and subsequently employed in a news report 7 years later? Alas, it is plausible, for during that period the internet was not as developed, making it quite challenging for unscrupulous journalists to fabricate news without being scrutinized. At this juncture, the comments began to lean towards the notion that the journalist had utilized a false photograph for fraudulent news back then. Jiang Qianxia found the situation utterly amusing. She realized that Strawberry Ming Cha was also a public relations prodigy, adept at swaying public sentiment. Observing her still attempting to argue her case, Jiang Qianxia revealed several photographs of the negatives. Strawberry Ming Cha was yet to grasp the implication, but some viewers had already caught on. "These negatives seem suspicious," remarked someone studying film. "They appear to resemble the type of film used in recent years for filmmaking. Indeed, the colors seemed off. Initially, I thought the aging of the film was the cause. If this film truly dates back 20 years, according to Strawberry Ming Cha's assertion of her impoverished rural upbringing, it would be quite unusual for her to have preserved a roll of film in such pristine condition, yet it appeared to be entirely black." Suddenly, a multitude of professionals began to flood the comments, and under their collective analysis, Strawberry Ming Cha's evidence was thoroughly debunked. She was rendered speechless. The arguments presented in the comments even persuaded her, and she meticulously compared the roll of film in her possession with that of a standard camera, discovering that they were indeed mismatched. Her complexion paled as both the negatives and the photograph fell to the floor, her eyes vacant and lost in thought. Were her negatives counterfeit? What about the photograph? Did it truly belong to Ming Cha?
Had Mei Mei Cha deceived her?
Or was it possible that Mei Mei Cha had also been misled? But had she not claimed to have met Ming Cha? How could she have been deceived? Was it possible that Mei Mei Cha had duped her? Strawberry Ming Cha found herself in a quagmire of confusion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Qianxia, however, had no intention of letting her off the hook. With a nonchalant tone, she stated, "The photograph is neither yours nor that of the person you believe it to be. From the day you underwent plastic surgery, you have been deceived by those you trusted most, embarking on a path of no return."
Impossible.
In the midst of her turmoil,
Strawberry Ming Cha instinctito tito.
Yet Jiang Qianxia pressed on, "Your dreams and aspirations became futile 3 years ago. Your family may appear perfect, but the fractures within are known only to you. Furthermore, you are not a rural dweller." At this juncture, Strawberry Ming Cha began to regain her composure, her cold sweat trickling down as she gazed at the dimly lit live-streaming room. The realization dawned upon her that this individual possessed genuine insight. The previous matters were all intentional. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she contemplated abruptly ending the video call to prevent the other party from revealing the painful truths buried deep within her heart. However, unexpectedly, the tone of the other party shifted. It is evident that you struggle to confront your own reality. I shall refrain from disclosing overly personal matters, but I will offer you 2 pieces of advice. First, do not idolize blindly. Second, be wary of your boyfriend. He has a wife. Chapter 32. Your boyfriend is at the maternity hospital. Not only does your boyfriend have a wife, but he also has a child. And the second one is on the way. You speak nonsense. Having just acknowledged the fortuitous accuracy of Qi Qian's divination skills, Strawberry Ming Cha's immediate reaction was to refute such claims. Idolization? The only person she idolized was Ming Cha. The assertion that her boyfriend had a wife was utterly absurd. Yet, given the other party's previous insights into her career and family, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She repeatedly reassured herself, it cannot be true. It cannot be. Yet her mind involuntarily drifted to those oddities in her relationship with her boyfriend, how he sometimes had to step away to take calls, and how he was often unreachable when they were apart. The more she pondered the details, the paler her complexion grew. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront the truth, desperately seeking evidence to counter the claims. Finally, her gaze sharpened as a realization struck her, and she pointed at the screen in sudden clarity. You lie. You are a fan of Jiang Qianxia, aren't you? I concede you possess some skill, but you have your own agenda. You are maligning Ming Cha under the guise of fortune-telling. I will not fall for your ruse. I will no longer seek your divination. With that, Strawberry Ming Cha shook her head in a fluster and hastily ended the video call. However, her reaction only served to reveal to the audience the uncomfortable truth she was unwilling to face. This reaction did not resemble that of someone oblivious to their predicament. Rather, it appeared as though she were feigning ignorance. The world is deteriorating. Some young women are astutely cunning, initially pretending not to know about their partner's marital status. If one were truly cunning, they would not feign ignorance, but rather find ways to ascend in status. Strawberry Ming Cha seemed to be merely a victim of romantic folly. Observing the negative comments in the barrage, Jiang Qianxia furrowed her brows and could not help but speak up. I hope everyone can show some restraint. This Strawberry Ming Cha truly does not know that her boyfriend has a wife. In another live streaming room, Xianqing echoed her sentiments. What Qi Qian said is correct. This Strawberry Ming Cha, based on her appearance, appears somewhat naive in her approach to love, making her susceptible to the deceptions of those close to her. As she spoke, Xianqing raised her gaze earnestly towards the camera. If this viewer is still watching, I hope you can confront your inner self. Only by seeing clearly can you navigate out of this predicament. Thanks to the words of Jiang Qianxia and Xianqing, the audience members who initially believed Strawberry Ming Cha was deliberately feigning ignorance to be a third party began to calm down. While the term romantic folly was not particularly pleasant, at least no one condemned her character. Before the screen, Strawberry Ming Cha covered her eyes, weeping inconsolably. After several minutes, she regained her composure, opened her contacts, and dialed her boyfriend's number, but there was no answer after a long wait. A few minutes later, the phone rang. The moment the call connected, she heard an automated voice announcing, "Welcome to Jinhe University's second hospital." Hearing the name of the hospital, Strawberry Ming Cha instinctively felt a surge of anxiety and urgently asked, "Where are you?" The background noise on the other end faded away, but her boyfriend did not respond. Instead, upon detecting her tear-stained voice, he gently inquired, "Baby, what's wrong? Have you been crying?" The more tender his voice became, the more she felt herself unraveling. She could not bear the thought of the boyfriend who had always treated her so well harboring another identity. Yet, even without this live stream revealing the truth, she had long harbored doubts but lacked the courage to voice them, leading her to sob desperately into the phone. Hearing her distress, the man immediately became concerned. "Baby, what's wrong? Where are you? Are you at home? Wait patiently for me. I shall return home shortly." Upon uttering these words, however, a voice on his end called out his name, instantly altering the tone of his response. He mumbled a vague acknowledgement before adopting a businesslike demeanor, stating, "Let's leave it at that for now. Please do not rush. I have a matter to attend to. I shall call you once I am finished." With that, the call ended. Clutching her buzzing phone, Strawberry Ming Cha wept for a while before taking a deep breath, changing her attire, and descending downstairs. She hailed a taxi, preparing to head to Jinhe's second hospital. Upon hearing the destination, The driver cast a glance at Strawberry Mingcha's flat abdomen. Noticing her despondent demeanor, he inquired with concern. "Young lady, have you encountered some sorrowful circumstance? During such a special time, it is best to keep your spirits up for the sake of the fetus." Strawberry Mingcha, with puffy eyes, lifted her head, only to feel a mixture of embarrassment and anger upon meeting his gaze. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who is pregnant." To her astonishment, the driver sighed in relief and promptly apologized. I am terribly sorry. I thought with your tearful eyes that you were heading to the gynecology and obstetrics hospital for an abortion. I meant to dissuade you. I am relieved to know that is not the case." "What?" Strawberry Mingcha was taken aback. "Are you saying Jinha's second hospital is an obstetrics hospital?" The driver, bewildered, replied. "You mean you weren't aware? What were you planning to do there? That place is solely for preserving pregnancies and childbirth." In an instant, Strawberry Mingcha's face drained of color. The driver, alarmed by her reaction, exclaimed, "Miss, you just drive," she murmured, completely lost in her thoughts yet resolute in her decision to see for herself. Meanwhile, the live fortune-telling session continued. In the second round, while Jiang Qianxia did not divulge too many intimate details about Strawberry Mingcha, she exposed two significant truths: Mingcha's cosmetic surgery and her use of fake photographs. Additionally, she accurately predicted Mingcha's career, family matters, her boyfriend's infidelity, and her being deceived, totaling 6 revelations. Qianxing admitted that she had only discerned Mingcha's surgery, family situation, and the last 2 matters. Thus, Jiang Qianxia emerged victorious in the second round. The next participant was introduced. As the video connected, 2 young women appeared on screen, both wearing glum expressions. Noticing 2 individuals on camera, Qianxing inquired, "May I ask who is account Orange 18? One girl, cradling a particularly plump orange cat, raised her hand and said, "That would be me." Given Jiang Qianxia's sparse dialogue, Qianxing naturally took on the role of host. "What would you like to have read?" The girl hesitated for a moment before responding, "I wish to know where my cat has gone." Upon hearing this, the other girl beside her immediately scowled, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Noticing the intense reaction from the second girl, Qianxing couldn't resist asking, "What is the nature of your relationship?" The girl who raised her hand replied, feeling a mix of guilt and embarrassment, "We are best friends." The girl with the cold expression interjected, "We are best friends on the verge of a breakup." This revelation piqued the interest of the audience. It was indeed rare for 2 friends about to sever ties to participate in a live broadcast together. Chapter 33. My cat is not my cat. The situation was indeed related to the cat. The owner of the Orange 8 account was named Xiaowan. Feeling slightly irritated by her friend's words, Xiaowan shot her a glance before explaining, "Last week, I had to go on a business trip. I initially planned to leave my cat at my mother's house, but since Yaya lives nearby, she offered to take care of it. As Yaya usually gets along splendidly with Orange 8, I entrusted my cat to her and left with peace of mind after providing her with some instructions. At first, Yaya would video call me every night, and when I called for Orange 8, it would come over to the phone. However, 2 days before my return, Yaya suddenly claimed that the camera was broken, so we couldn't connect that day. On the last day, Yaya fixed the camera, and when we resumed our video call, no matter how much I called, Orange 8 did not respond." At this point, Xiaowan glanced at her cold-faced friend before continuing, "I actually suspect that the camera was never broken. Perhaps Yaya accidentally lost my cat and used that as an excuse. Then, yesterday, she might have found a cat that looks identical to mine and deceived me." As Xiaowan voiced her suspicions, Yaya's already cold expression began to show signs of anger. "What would I gain from deceiving you? The camera was genuinely broken. I have maintenance records." As she spoke, Yaya opened her phone's chat history to show both Xiaowan and the audience. After reviewing the evidence, Xiaowan fell silent for a moment, but remained resolute. "So, did you not keep an eye on the cat while fixing the camera?" Yaya rolled her eyes dramatically. "Pray tell. If that isn't Orange 8 in your arms, then who is it? Can 2 cats really look exactly alike? You weighed it, you compared the photos. Where is the discrepancy? Am I to believe I can clone a cat?" However, Xiaowan lowered her gaze to the obedient cat resting on her lap, her expression turning sorrowful. "I would never mistake my own cat. This orange cat may resemble Orange 8, but I can assure you, it is not my beloved 8. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaowan continued, 8 has never left my side. I am genuinely worried about it." Seeing her friend holding the cat and crying sincerely, Yaya felt a mix of frustration and injustice. I don't understand what you want to achieve. If you insist it's not, why don't you provide some evidence? Xiaowan turned and retrieved a red button, placing it in front of her. She gazed at the seemingly indifferent cat in her arms and addressed Ye. Look. If this is Orange 8 gene, it would press this button. Upon hearing this, Ye's expression soured further, and she laughed in disbelief. Xiaowan, I watched your cat every day at your place. I have never seen Orange 8 gene press this button. When would it have done so? With reddened eyes. Xiaowan took a deep breath and located a video on her phone, directly sharing it in the live broadcast. In the video, the rotund orange cat indeed reached for the red button every time it appeared. Initially, it merely tapped it gently, but under Xiaojuan's guidance, it gradually learned to press the button. Eventually, every time it encountered the red button, Orange 8 gene would press it. Before them, however, the orange cat showed no inclination to press the button, even when Ye tempted it with Orange 8 Jin's favorite treats. Upon seeing the treats, Xiaowan was struck by an idea. She placed 2 treats, A and B, in front of the orange cat and, after it chose B, took a deep breath and looked at her friend. You know Orange 8 Jin's preferences well, don't you? Ye, witnessing this, began to express genuine confusion. There must be a reason why Orange 8 Jin is so plump. It loves food, but it also has a particular fondness for treat A. If treat A is present, it won't notice anything else. After listening to Xiaojuan's explanation, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment. A cat that had grown so rotund wasn't common. And while it appeared identical to the pictures and videos Xiaowan presented, they initially thought Xiaowan was merely stirring trouble. However, the button video, coupled with the treat choice that even Ye acknowledged, raised a puzzling question. Could this cat truly not be Orange 8 Gene? The two best friends have been embroiled in a prolonged quarrel today. One is eager to reclaim her cat, while the other seeks to vindicate her innocence. They exchanged glances, each suppressing their anger. Xiaowan could no longer restrain herself and interjected, I hope the streamer can help me determine if Yu has swapped my cat. Initially, the request was merely to locate the cat, yet now she outright accused her friend? Yu felt that the accusation was somewhat excessive and retorted, why would I swap your cat? I could just as easily claim your videos are fake. Did you not change the packaging of the snacks? I demand to ascertain whether you have lied. In truth, Xiaowan regretted her change of heart. The reason she had refrained from expressing her suspicion of Yu swapping the cats was that she believed Yu would not stoop to such a level. Her genuine doubt lay in the possibility that Yu had mistakenly brought out another cat when taking the orange cat, but with Yu's persistent denial, her impulsive words slipped out. Yet, not only did Yu refuse to admit it, but she also retaliated by accusing Xiaowan of changing the packaging. The tension between them was palpable, and it seemed they were on the verge of another altercation. Finally, Qianqing could no longer remain silent and interrupted. I possess a method to discern whether this cat is indeed the orange cat. At this, both women exhaled in relief, exchanging glances before diverting their gaze from one another. After stating this, Qianqing turned to Jiang Qianxia and inquired, Daoist Qiqian, are you capable of assisting? Jiang Qianxia replied, I cannot, but I can discern whether they are lying. Upon hearing this, Qianqing proposed, then let us adhere to our usual protocol. Jiang Qianxia nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to reveal their conclusions. 3, 2, 1. Both answered in unison. Neither had swapped. Their synchronized response left both the audience and Xiaowan and Yu momentarily stunned. They gazed at each other in disbelief. What was happening? Noticing their astonishment, Qianqing did not prolong the suspense. My sect possesses a method for locating lost items, which may help ascertain whether this cat is the orange one. Following Qianqing's guidance, Xiaowan retrieved a toy resembling the orange cat and placed it in a corner of the room. She then dropped a strand of fur from her orange cat as instructed. The orange fur gently landed, falling in the opposite direction of the toy. This indicated that the toy did not belong to this cat, but rather to the orange cat, signifying that it was not the orange cat. Yu, feeling slightly dissatisfied, inquired whether Qianqing could evaluate her item. She produced a lipstick and placed it in the same spot, handing a strand of hair to Xiaowan. After repeating the process, the hair fell not only between Yu and the lipstick but also in precisely the same direction. Instantly, not only Xiaowan and Yu but also the audience were taken aback. Was it truly this extraordinary? Observing their astonishment, Qianqing explained, this is a minor locating spell, effective solely for finding items within a room. It is not particularly challenging. Viewers on the screen may also learn it. As he spoke, noticing the barrage of comments expressing a desire to learn, he began to teach the spell. Is this merely a minor trick? Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow. Her interest peaked in the sect behind Xianqing. After a brief cough, she finally spoke. This is not the orange cat, but it is likely the orange cat's sibling. Chapter 34. How the cats were swapped. In truth, Jiang Qianxia only realized this upon seeing the cat. She possessed the ability to perceive familial relations through a person's visage. And this extended to animals as well. Her revelation left everyone astonished. On the other side of the screen, the two friends, now vindicated by the streamers, exchanged puzzled glances but, still entangled in their unresolved conflict, awkwardly averted their eyes. After hearing Jiang Qianxia's words, Xianqing could not help but inquire, Daoist Qi Qian. You can read the faces of animals? Jiang Qianxia nodded, indeed. Receiving an affirmative response, Xianqing's expression brightened with delight, though he quickly tempered his excitement. Quietly yielding the floor to Jiang Qianxia, she then asked Xiao Wan, the orange cat was given to you by its mother, correct?
Xiao Huan, incredulous, replied. How did you know?
Jiang Qianxia continued, the cat mother was a wanderer, which means she was originally a stray. Xiao Wan, listening intently, felt a surge of excitement. Yes.
A stray cat.
Before she could elaborate further, Jiang Qianxia recounted the story she had been eager to share. One winter, the cat mother gave birth to a litter of kittens, most of whom perished from the cold. Ultimately, only 2 survived, and she found a kind-hearted person who had previously fed her and entrusted one of her kittens to them. Jiang Qianxia's words illuminated Xiao Wan's eyes. She then divulged details unknown to Xiao Wan. Unfortunately, the second kitten was not given away, and thus the remaining kitten grew up as a stray. Jiang Qianxia's revelations left Xiao Wan in a daze as she reminisced. I had considered looking for the mother cat to see if there were any other kittens. But she was very wary. After leaving the orange cat with me, she vanished. As the weather grew colder, the orange cat cried incessantly, so I hurriedly brought it home. When I later sought the mother cat, she had already disappeared. Jiang Qianxia remarked, she moved away with the kitten she did not give away. Xiao Wan, who had searched for the mother cat several times, felt a wave of emotion, but then she suddenly realized, wait, are you implying that this cat I am holding is a stray? Jiang Qianxia affirmed, yes. Xiao Wan, cradling the cat, sniffed it and questioned, but that doesn't make sense. If it were swapped with a stray, how could it be so clean? It even smells of shampoo. As she spoke, she turned to Yu. Yu understood her implication and immediately responded. On the morning the camera malfunctioned, the orange cat spilled soy sauce all over itself. And you asked me to take it for a bath. Xiao Wan quickly asked, when you took the orange cat for a bath, did you leave its sight? Yu, recalling the moment, felt a pang of guilt and lamented. Almost not at all, but I was chatting with you, and in the blink of an eye, it swapped. Unless the staff did it on purpose. At this juncture, the two of them promptly called the pet grooming shop where they had taken the orange cat that day. Upon hearing their inquiry, the staff were amiable and confirmed that they indeed offered free grooming services for stray cats and had washed 2 very similar orange cats that day. They even agreed to review the surveillance footage from that day. When the footage was retrieved, everyone was astounded. The cat had indeed been swapped. But it was not a malicious switch. The cats had chosen to swap themselves. Yu entered the grooming shop with the cat bag, engaged in conversation with the staff. When the 2 plump orange cats exchanged a silent glance through the transparent bag. Then, the one outside began to tug at the zipper of the cat bag. As the zipper opened halfway, the orange cat squeezed out and swiftly hid beneath a chair. When Yu looked down, she found she was now holding a different cat. Completely unaware, she picked it up and followed the staff inside. At that moment, another staff member emerged and, seeing the cat guarding the cat bag on the chair, carried it off to another room. When Yu emerged with the freshly groomed cat, the swapped orange cat had already nestled back into the cat bag, curiously watching the outside world through the spaceship-like enclosure. The cat was so adept at this that no one could detect anything amiss. Shortly after Yu departed with her cat, the groomed orange cat was also brought out. Confused, the hefty cat emerged, having seen nothing. Suddenly, it stood up in excitement and bolted toward the door. Upon observing this, the shop assistant promptly accessed the surveillance footage from the store's entrance. It became evident that what Zhu Bajin had spotted was a mother cat carrying a piece of meat, towards which she dashed excitedly. The audience watching were left speechless by the barrage of comments. Could it be that Zhu Bajin is somewhat ungrateful, rushing towards food? Perhaps not. She might have simply been captivated by beauty. Surely, Zhu Bajin hasn't lost her wits. Alas, had she not run off, the shop assistant might have realized the mix-up. Meanwhile, when Xiaojun witnessed Zhu Bajin rushing to nuzzle the mother cat, she couldn't help but shed tears. As Zhu Bajin rubbed against the mother cat, the latter set down the meat and began to tenderly lick Zhu Bajin's forehead. Observing the ongoing comments about Zhu Bajin being untrainable, Xiaojun felt compelled to clarify. It seemed that this mother cat was indeed Zhu Bajin's mother. Zhu Bajin must have recognized her. However, Xiaojun's words left the audience somewhat skeptical. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiaojun sought confirmation from Jiang Qianxia. Master, can you discern the truth? Jiang Qianxia, moved by the reunion of the two cats, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this cat was Zhu Bajin's mother, and also the mother of the cat cradled in Xiaojun's arms. Thus, the mother cat had come bearing food to reclaim her offspring? Xiaojun gently shook the orange cat in her embrace. At that moment, the shop assistant, still on the line, chimed in. Yes, this mother and her kitten are well known in our neighboring community, and we just heard about the mix-up. Our staff has already gone to retrieve the other cat for you. Furthermore, local residents mentioned that the mother cat and her kitten have been quarreling recently, seemingly over the mother cat's desire to drive away her overly dependent son. Upon hearing this, both Xiaojun and Ye couldn't help but smile. In the end, Xiaojun requested that the shop assistant keep the mother cat as well. If possible, she wished to adopt all three cats. Aya, her friendship restored, rolled her eyes. So, you're not leaving any for me? In response, Xiaojun immediately placed the cat in Ye's arms. Zhu Qijin is yours. As for the mother cat, let us rely on our own merits. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xianxing and Jiang Qianxia before hastily departing to retrieve the cats. In the third round, Xianxing acknowledged that finding Zhu Bajin was entirely Jiang Qianxia's achievement and decided to concede. Jiang Qianxia reciprocated, stating that had Xianxing not clarified that the other cat was not Zhu Bajin, she wouldn't have been able to deduce the familial connection. Following several rounds of competition, the majority of the audience gradually began to trust Jiang Qianxia's abilities, suggesting that perhaps a tie would be in order. The first round ended in a tie. The second was won by Jiang Qianxia, and the third also concluded in a tie. However, Xianxing was aware that Jiang Qianxia had indeed won the first round as well. Observing that the audience was increasingly convinced of Jiang Qianxia's skills, he chose to forego further competition, as he too had come to believe in her capabilities. He decided to concede and inquired if there were any requests he could fulfill for her. Chapter 35. A New Opportunity from the Manager. Upon Xianxing's concession, some audience members expressed discontent, while others clamored for more, with even a few in the back offering money, wishing to have their fortunes told. Jiang Qianxia, noticing the comments, felt a spark of inspiration, envisioning a steady stream of clientele. She promptly advertised, I will continue to host live fortune-telling sessions. Those interested may follow me. Of course, if Master Xianxing wishes to collaborate on a live session, that would also be welcome. Xianxing, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically. Excellent. I hope we can collaborate again soon. In fact, after witnessing the extraordinary abilities of the adept, Xianxing was eager to introduce her to his master. Since she had expressed interest in future collaborations, he gladly accepted. Jiang Qianxia, pleased with his amiability, smiled before continuing with her request. As it is getting late, let us discuss the details privately. Xianxing agreed, without hesitation. However, after witnessing various operations from the adept, the audience in Xuanqing's live stream grew slightly anxious. Let us stick to the live format. What if she makes unreasonable demands? Yes, we can serve as witnesses. Oh no, little Taoist, you could easily be taken advantage of. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Nevertheless, after making her point, Jiang Qianxia decisively ended the live stream and logged off. Xianxing, observing this, offered a warm smile, reassuring everyone before also signing off. After the broadcast, Jiang Qianxia sent her WeChat ID to Xianxing, who quickly added her. Taoist Pai, do you have any requests? Without hesitation, Jiang Qianxia inquired, could you teach me how to catch ghosts? Xianxing was taken aback. Taoist Pai, have you encountered something unusual? Jiang Qianxia candidly replied, I saw two little ghosts, and they must have come into contact with my child, which has resulted in some dark energy surrounding them. After reviewing Jiang Qianxia's message, Xianxing was slightly astonished. Taoist Pai, you possess the celestial eye? Jiang Qianxia responded, if being able to see ghosts qualifies as having the celestial eye, then I suppose I do. At this point, Xianxing inhaled deeply, struggling to articulate his emotions. Possessing a natural ability to perceive fate and the celestial eye made her a prodigy in the realm of metaphysics. A true treasure sought after in the Taoist community. Regrettably, she had grown up without proper guidance, squandering her talents for many years. But it was not too late. Pondering her desire to learn ghost catching, Qianxia felt a flicker of inspiration and inquired further about the dark energy surrounding the child. After hearing about Situ Xiaoya's situation, Qianxia reassured her. It's not serious and poses no harm. There's no need for intervention. However, if you remain concerned, I can provide you with a talisman. Jiang Qianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. Yet, Qianxia hesitated. But what? Jiang Qianxia speculated he was referring to her wish to learn ghost catching, as she had previously had no exposure to Taoist practices, leaving her somewhat in the dark. She recalled his mention of the Orthodox Taoist sect and quickly typed, "It wouldn't be some secret teaching that can't be easily shared, would it?" Fortunately, Qianxia responded, "Not at all. There are indeed widely circulated methods. However, the secret techniques from my sect are particularly powerful. The common methods I can provide to you right away, but the secret techniques require initiation to learn. Your aptitude should meet the standards of my sect." However, he cautioned, regardless of which method, none are quick fixes. If you require assistance with those two little ghosts, I can make a trip. Jiang Qianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She suspected the young Taoist might have ulterior motives. However, he was still too naive. She had already discerned his background. His sect must be among the top in contemporary Taoism, and the secret techniques could not merely be somewhat powerful, but were likely among the best.
It was no wonder she felt tempted.
Nevertheless, she hesitated at the prospect of joining a metaphysical sect. After some contemplation, she decided, I'll go with the ordinary methods. As for those two little ghosts, there's no need. Thank you for your help. The two little ghosts had been with Lu Ma's family for so many years without causing harm. They likely wouldn't pose a threat to Situ Xiaoya. Upon hearing that Jiang Qianxia had opted for the ordinary methods, Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, regretting whether he had been too modest in his previous remarks. He couldn't help but gently reiterate the merits of his sect's secret techniques. However, Jiang Qianxia replied, "You mentioned that secret techniques are only passed down to disciples. I'm not currently considering joining a sect." Hearing Jiang Qianxia's words, although Qianxia felt a pang of disappointment in his heart, he did not press the matter further. Instead, he proceeded to elucidate the current state of the Xianmen and informed Jiang Qianxia about the process of obtaining a metaphysical certification. The original owner had indeed been aware of the certification. However, to the general populace in this world, it was merely regarded as an academic credential. Little did she expect it to be an official recognition from the Xianmen. Observing Jiang Qianxia's astonishment, Qianxia added, "Allow me to send you some introductory books on basic Xianmen spells." Jiang Qianxia responded with delight, "Thank you very much." Ultimately, Qianxia requested her address, promising to send her the collection of spells along with the talisman papers. After their conversation, mealtime approached. Jiang Qianxia gradually rose, stretched languidly, and made her way downstairs. Due to her prior instructions, the servants refrained from disturbing her, yet lunch had been meticulously prepared and was promptly served upon her arrival. Jiang Qianxia relished her meal in comfort before indulging in a brief afternoon nap, only to be awakened by a call from her manager, Sister Yan. "Qianxia, where are you?" Jiang Qianxia replied groggily, "At home." Sister Yan sighed in relief. "Then please get ready quickly. We need to go somewhere." Sensing Sister Yan's excitement, Jiang Qianxia intuited it was likely work-related and inquired, "Is there anything I need to prepare?" Sister Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, lowered her voice upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's question. "Just dress appropriately. We are going to discuss work." Jiang Qianxia asked about the timing, to which Sister Yan replied, "As soon as possible." The urgency was evident. Jiang Qianxia washed her face to refresh herself and then summoned two maids skilled in makeup to assist her. True to their efficiency, she was ready to leave within half an hour. Upon meeting Sister Yan, she first assessed Jiang Qianxia with satisfaction before taking a deep breath and instructing the driver on their destination. The driver looked slightly astonished at Jiang Qianxia upon hearing the location, recalling that it was the company of her maternal uncle, with whom she apparently had a strained relationship. Noticing the driver's gaze, Jiang Qianxia assumed he was awaiting her command and said, "Let's go." The driver, interpreting her words as a sign that she intended to mend ties with her uncle through work, remained silent. During the journey, Sister Yan animatedly discussed how to respond if they received certain resources. Observing Sister Yan's fervor, Jiang Qianxia attentively listened and took note of her key points. However, upon reaching their destination, Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Chapter 36. The Banquet of Ambition at the Jiang family. Seeing Jiang Qianxia in a daze, Sister Yan mistakenly thought she was overwhelmed with joy. Instead, Jiang Qianxia slowly raised her head to gaze at the grand entrance of Xingyu Entertainment, her expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity. Though Xingyu Entertainment was not among the top 3 companies in the entertainment industry, it was renowned for producing high-quality talent. The most famous of whom was undoubtedly Jiang Qianxia, whom Xingyu had meticulously nurtured. However, with the fresh flower type of female lead now out of vogue and Jiang Qianxia failing to transition, despite starring in several well-crafted scripts tailored for her, she had not made much of an impact. The industry was rife with speculation about whether Xingyu Entertainment was preparing to promote a new talent or hoping to facilitate Jiang Qianxia's transformation. Due to her association with Jiang Qianxia, Sister Yan had researched Jiang Qianxia and concluded that Xingyu's hesitance to transition her was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an understanding that Jiang Qianxia was ill-suited for other character types, as her previous successes had relied heavily on her innate persona. Now, Sister Yan, suppressing her excitement, appraised Jiang Qianxia, whose striking features and poised demeanor oscillated between aloofness and languor. She was certain that Jiang Qianxia could seamlessly embody the roles in the current popular scripts. This indicated that Jiang Qianxia's time was upon her. When the call from Xingyu came through, Sister Yan could hardly contain her belief that it was a splendid opportunity for Jiang Qianxia. Noticing Jiang Qianxia frowning at the Xingyu logo, Sister Yan grasped her arm and pulled her aside, whispering, "Are you afraid that they will make things difficult for you because of Jiang Qianxia?" Without waiting for Jiang Qianxia's response, Sister Yan surveyed their surroundings and, seeing no one, analyzed Jiang Qianxia's current predicament before eagerly squeezing Jiang Qianxia's hand. "This is your chance. Do you realize that?" The meeting was with senior executives from Xingyu, perhaps drawn to Jiang Qianxia's potential. It was precisely because they were high-ranking officials that Sister Yan speculated whether Xingyu was seeking a more suitable star to promote. Given Jiang Qianxia's trajectory, Jiang Qianxia was perfectly poised for the role. Seeing Sister Yan so animated, Jiang Qianxia felt reluctant to shatter her illusions. If her conjectures were correct, Sister Yan would likely be disappointed. This meeting was probably a result of the recent issues concerning Jiang Qianxia being reported to her uncle in the Jiang family, and this encounter could very well be a banquet of schemes. Indeed, when Sister Yan and Jiang Qianxia entered Xingyu, they encountered an obstacle at the reception. Upon hearing Sister Yan's purpose for visiting, the receptionist politely invited Jiang Qianxia to ascend, but barred Sister Yan from following.
I'm sorry,
But the president has instructed that only Miss Jiang may go up to meet him. The receptionist pointed towards an elevator, informing Jiang Qianxia, "Please wait. This elevator requires a card. I will notify the secretary to come down for you." Sister Yan was taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at the receptionist. She then retrieved her phone, intending to contact the person responsible for the meeting. The receptionist, unperturbed, continued smiling as she awaited Sister Yan's call, steadfast in her refusal to allow both her and Jiang Qianxia to ascend together. After the call, Sister Yan's expression soured. She took a deep breath and looked apologetically at Jiang Qianxia. Jiang Qianxia was undeniably beautiful, her figure and features among the finest in the entertainment industry. Yet opportunities had eluded her. This was compounded by her stubborn personality and her propensity to clash with Jiang Qianxia. Though uncertain of the cause, Sister Yan sensed that Jiang Qianxia seemed to have undergone a transformation. While she appeared unchanged, there was a newfound enchanting radiance about her. Even Sister Yan, as a woman, could not help but be dazzled by Jiang Qianxia's beauty. How much more so for men, who were often captivated by such allure. It was unheard of for a company to negotiate with an artist without allowing their manager to accompany them, unless it was an attempt to poach talent. In that case, they would have contacted the artist directly from the outset. Sister Yan had previously shielded Jiang Qianxia from numerous potential pitfalls, and the same would apply here. Moreover, Jiang Qianxia's luxurious vehicle indicated that she was not in need of such dubious avenues. After much contemplation, Sister Yan felt that allowing Jiang Qianxia to meet with the unknown high-level executives was too perilous. She grasped Jiang Qianxia's hand, her expression filled with regret. "Qianxia, I'm sorry. I should have clarified the details. Let us go back." However, Jiang Qianxia shook her head, understanding the reason behind her uncle's condescending invitation. According to the memories of the original owner, the Jiang family possessed a particular trait: stubbornness. If she did not ascend today, the harassment from her uncle would likely persist. Since she had already arrived, she thought it best to see if she could resolve matters in one fell swoop. She broke free from Sister Yan's grasp, gently patting the back of her hand in a soothing gesture. As Sister Yan was momentarily taken aback, She leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Rest assured. It's not as you imagine. Let my driver take you home first." After casting Sister Yen a reassuring glance, Jiang Qianxia walked toward her secretary, who had just emerged from the elevator to greet her. Watching Jiang Qianxia enter the president's elevator, accessible only with an elevator card, Sister Yen inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly uneasy about leaving. Could it be that the one meeting Qianxia was the president of Xingyu? The president was enigmatic, wielding significant influence, and had never shown his face, with even the media refraining from publishing his photograph. Yet, rumor circulated that Jiang Mingcha was, in fact, the president's mistress. Otherwise, why would she abandon her brother's company to join another, one that lavished her with such attention? Contemplating the discord between Jiang Qianxia and Jiang Mingcha, and recalling the reassuring look Qianxia had just given her, Sister Yen found herself even more distressed. Meanwhile, after ascending the stairs with her secretary, Jiang Qianxia was led into an empty office. She glanced around and inquired, "Where is he?" The secretary was taken aback by Jiang Qianxia's tone. She had no knowledge of who Jiang Qianxia was, only that the president had instructed her to bring someone here to wait. Initially assuming she was merely a minor celebrity, the secretary's uncertainty about Qianxia's demeanor prompted her to adopt a more respectful attitude. "The president is still in a meeting. I was instructed to bring you here to wait until he is finished." However, upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia's expression soured. Did he not mention when the meeting would conclude? The secretary, having worked for Jiang Minghui for several years and feeling valued, was slightly offended by the dismissive tone of someone she perceived to be an unknown star. With a stern expression, she replied, "I apologize, but I cannot provide that information." Jiang Qianxia felt a surge of displeasure towards Jiang Minghui. Realizing why the original owner of her identity had wished to distance herself from such so-called family, even the secretary beside her brother was unaware of her existence. Disinterested in further inquiries, she inadvertently caught sight of a familiar object atop a display case. Jiang Qianxia furrowed her brow, stood up, and approached the case, reaching for a handcrafted clay doll that rested beside a valuable antique. The secretary, witnessing her action, gasped in alarm, but Jiang Qianxia was startled by the outburst, causing her to fumble and drop the doll, which shattered into countless pieces on the floor. Chapter 37. The eldest brother hears the heart's voice upon seeing the shattered remnants of the doll. The secretary's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath, she raised her voice. "Miss Jiang, how could you carelessly handle someone else's belongings?" Jiang Qianxia stared at the broken pieces on the floor, the apology she had intended to offer evaporating. Just then, the office door swung open. Both the secretary and Jiang Qianxia instinctively turned to look. A handsome man, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, approximately 185 centimeters tall, entered with a stern expression. It was Jiang Minghui, the eldest brother of the Jiang family and the president of Xingyu. Noticing the standoff between the secretary and Jiang Qianxia, he glanced at Jiang Qianxia's peculiar expression, furrowing his brow as he asked the secretary what happened. The secretary took a deep breath, stepped aside, and revealed the shattered doll fragments beneath her feet. "President Jiang, I apologize, it was my fault. This young lady touched the items on the display without permission, and as a result, she broke the clay doll that Miss Mingcha gifted you." While ostensibly accepting blame, the secretary was subtly implicating Jiang Qianxia in the matter. Hearing this, Jiang Minghui's expression turned icy as he directed his gaze toward the true culprit, only to unexpectedly find himself confronted by a pair of eyes filled with mockery. He exhaled softly and spoke in a low voice, "Jiang Qianxia, care to explain why you broke Mingcha's clay doll?" As he spoke, he felt an unfamiliarity in Jiang Qianxia's eyes. She no longer gazed at him with the same anger or sharpness as before. Instead, she met his gaze with a calm yet mocking expression, unwavering and resolute. In that moment, he sensed a certain boldness he had never encountered before, reminiscent of the Jiang family's typical demeanor. A strange feeling coursed through Jiang Minghui, mingled with rising anger. While he might have appreciated such boldness in another context, it was disappointing to see it employed in a situation where she was at fault. A low pressure began to emanate from him. Yet, Jiang Qianxia seemed oblivious to this, instead recalling the memory of when Jiang Mingcha had shattered the original owner's clay doll and repeating the words Jiang Minghui had once said. "It's just a handmade clay doll. I didn't do it on purpose. Is it really necessary to be this concerned?" A faint smirk played at her lips as she spoke. Jiang Minghui paused, momentarily caught off guard by her nonchalant attitude and tone, which diffused some of his anger with an oddly familiar sensation. This statement seemed somewhat familiar. Then he heard Jiang Qianxia speak again, her tone shifting to one of teasing. TSK, 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 is this brother of mine going to be a double standard? When the original owner had her clay doll deliberately broken by Jiang Qianxia, he said something quite similar, urging her to be more magnanimous.
Now.
He wouldn't want to be the petty one, would he? Moreover, I truly didn't do it on purpose. She sighed inwardly, deciding not to explain further, as the original owner would likely wish to have done it intentionally. But given the Jiang family's apparent concern for the original owner, I doubt this brother even remembers the words he carelessly uttered during moments of favoritism. What on earth? Who is this original owner, and who is this brother? What did she mean by not doing it on purpose? Jiang Minghui's brow twitched in irritation as he looked at Jiang Qianxia, only to find her tightly pursing her lips, showing no sign of remorse, and rolling her eyes at him as if to say, "What do you want?" What was happening? Was he hearing Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts? Containing a peculiar expression that almost slipped through his facade, he focused on Jiang Qianxia again, confirming that she hadn't spoken aloud, yet the voice persisted. Why is this brother staring at me? Jiang Qianxia glanced at the secretary beside her, realization dawning. Oh, right, I must conceal my identity in front of the secretary. Otherwise, my beloved Mingxia sister might end up in tears over the exposure of her delicate background. So, I'll hold back my anger and refrain from scolding him. That would be tearing down the facade. TSK, what a model brother he is. Jiang Minghui's temples throbbed. He had never noticed this sharp-tongued sister had such a side to her. Hearing her criticize him internally as a model brother almost broke his composure. However, for reasons unknown, upon hearing her tone, so vastly different from her usual sharpness, a strange sense of rivalry stirred within him. He decided to remain silent. He wanted to see how she would continue to berate him in her thoughts. Yet, Jiang Qianxia, seeing his continued silence, curiously examined him while sighing inwardly.
Sigh.
It's no wonder the original owner wanted to leave this world, to escape from a place filled with family. In front of Jiang Mingxia stood her foolish elder brother Jiang Mingxiu, who was as predictable as he was foolish, while behind her loomed the cold-faced elder brother, who unreservedly favored and protected her. Additionally, a succession of Jiang family members stood ready to shield her. For the original owner, the Jiang family, though related by blood, inflicted more suffering than any enemy could. What a troublesome predicament. The original owner seemed indifferent to it all. I must quickly devise a plan to sever ties with the Jiang family. As Jiang Minghui, the eldest brother of the Jiang family, overheard this, his expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Qianxia, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? He questioned, suspecting that Jiang Qianxia might be experiencing a mental crisis, pondering what chaotic thoughts occupied her mind. Such nonsensical talk about the original owner, about leaving this world, and severing relationships with the Jiang family made her sound as though she had transformed entirely. Indeed, she had been acting as if she were a different person. Jiang Minghui discreetly scrutinized Jiang Qianxia, and upon noticing her subtle changes, his furrowed brow deepened further. Could it be that Jiang Qianxia had developed a split personality? The secretary, unable to hear Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts, mistakenly believed her earlier words had displeased her superior and hastened to interject. Miss Jiang, didn't your parents teach you basic manners? You are clearly in the wrong. How can you speak so? Determined to sever ties with the Jiang family, Jiang Qianxia glanced at the solemn-faced Jiang Minghui and decided to stoke the flames further.
Nonchalantly,
she shrugged and replied, I'm afraid my parents never imparted such lessons. She was keenly aware that Jiang Minghui was a man of integrity and tradition, deeply caring for his sister Jiang Mingxia and their parents. Although Jiang Qianxia's biological mother was merely Jiang Minghui's stepmother, he had always regarded her with the respect due a biological mother. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qianxia felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, I just deliberately shattered his precious sister's clay doll and sullied the faces of his beloved parents. He should be quite furious. Chapter 38. Inner Thoughts Unleashed. Alas, it is unfortunate that Jiang Minghui is too traditional. It seems unlikely he would directly expel me from the Jiang family. Perhaps I should find a moment to visit the Jiang residence? Observing the woman's reckless demeanor while listening to her inner plans to sever ties with the family, Jiang Minghui felt a flicker of discomfort. Initially, upon hearing her intent to cut ties, he had merely been angered, assuming she was about to act recklessly. However, as he realized she was devising a detailed plan, he felt inexplicably uneasy. He prided himself on having treated her well since her return to the family, providing her with the finest comforts, far better than when she was first brought from the countryside. Why did she perceive the Jiang family, who had rescued her from adversity, as the villains? Was this the reason she had acted like a hedgehog, bristling at everyone? The secretary, observing Jiang Qianxia's attitude and noting Jiang Minghui's silence, was about to step forward to reprimand her when, unexpectedly, Jiang Minghui raised a hand to stop her.
You may leave now.
The secretary, taken aback, glanced at Jiang Qianxia in surprise but dared not voice any dissent. She respectfully exited, closing the door behind her. Once alone, Jiang Minghui no longer concealed his scrutiny. Gazing intently at Jiang Qianxia, noting his piercing gaze, she met his eyes without flinching, her expression defiantly provocative. This audacious demeanor startled Jiang Minghui, reminding him of a memory he had long buried, the clay doll. He recalled when Jiang Qianxia had just been brought back to the Jiang family. Having lived in the countryside with little exposure to the world, she had gazed longingly at the colored clay dolls played with by children on the roadside. However, Jiang mother had wished to rid her of her rusticity quickly, so she had denied her request. At that moment, the thin, dark-skinned girl had looked at him with a stubborn yet pleading gaze, imploring him. Yet, aligned with Jiang mother's wishes, he too had refused her.
Now.
As he reflected on that instant of rejection, he recalled seeing the light in her eyes dim. Yet he had paid little mind, failing to grasp the significance of a roadside clay doll. Later, Mingcha, realizing how much Jiang Qianxia desired one, had charmed Jiang mother into acquiescing, and the two had chosen their dolls together. Thus, when he witnessed Jiang Qianxia unleash such fury over a broken doll, he had been incensed. Had not Mingcha spoken up for her, she would have had no chance to even touch the doll. This incident had led Jiang Minghui to perceive his sister as ungrateful, creating a rift in his heart. Now, gazing into those same eyes, he noticed that her exterior had undergone a remarkable transformation. The timidity and bravado were gone, replaced by a radiant brilliance that surpassed many of the highborn ladies in their circle. Suddenly, Jiang Minghui recognized that the sister he had once viewed as a prickly hedgehog no longer looked at him with admiration, affection, or even a hint of flattery. The resentment that had later surfaced had vanished as well. The capricious, ungrateful sister he once knew had dissipated. That light would never again be extinguished by him. Unaware of the implications of this realization, Jiang Minghui, who had intended to have a heart-to-heart with Jiang Qianxia, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxia, oblivious to his turmoil, was poised to continue her reckless path when the office door swung open once more. To her surprise, it was Jiang Mingcha who entered. Caught off guard by the presence of the person she despised most, Jiang Qianxia involuntarily succumbed to the influence of the original owner's memories, thinking, "What bad luck." Jiang Minghui's expression hardened as he heard, "Well, it's fortunate that Jiang Luocha has arrived. It will be easier to provoke this double-standard hypocrite. All I need to do is make Jiang Mingcha cry." Jiang Minghui's expression stiffened. Fortunately, he was a man of few expressions, so Jiang Mingcha remained unaware of his discomfort. Contemplating her internal insults, he resolved to demonstrate his fairness. He was never biased, merely discerning between right and wrong. After the secretary's departure, no one had cleaned up the shattered clay on the floor, and Jiang Micha had already learned from the secretary about the doll Jiang Qianxia had broken. However, she feigned ignorance. "Elder brother, Qianxia, you're here too?" she exclaimed, entering as if she owned the place. "Qianxia, why didn't you call me before coming to see your dear brother?" Jiang Qianxia lifted her eyelids, surveying the false heiress who had usurped all the original owner's affection. She was momentarily taken aback, thinking, how strange, a third person who cannot read the signs has appeared. Surprised yet undeterred, Jiang Qianxia sneered, "Called to inform you. So you could preemptively prevent me from visiting your dear brother?" Jiang Mingcha stared at her in disbelief, genuinely astonished by Jiang Qianxia's newfound bluntness. However, this statement is even more outrageous than her previous awkwardness. Wouldn't that only infuriate her elder brother even more? This foolish girl. Can she still turn the tables in her favor? Jiang Mingcha felt a secret delight within, yet put on a facade of grievance. Biting her lips slightly and casting an innocent glance towards her elder brother of the Jiang family, gently explaining, "Brother, that is not what I meant." Seeing Jiang Mingcha's aggrieved demeanor, Jiang Minghui instinctively wanted to defend her. But then he remembered that Jiang Qianxia was scheming to make Jiang Mingcha cry to prove his double standards. He took a deep breath. Suddenly he heard, "Goodness. I understand the original character. Becoming the original character. Jiang Luocha's act is so pathetic that I want to give both of these fools a good slap." Jiang Minghui. Although he had long been aware of Jiang Qianxia's animosity towards Jiang Mingcha, He wondered why she suddenly had the audacity to slap him. Could it be that Jiang Qianxia had truly developed a split personality, with this new persona being utterly unrestrained? In the next moment, his doubts were clarified. This Jiang Luocha's acting skills are truly horrendous. It's so bad that the Jiang family always believes her. That is the true despair of the original character. Or are they just pretending not to see it out of favoritism? Observing this, Jiang Qianxia began to question the intelligence of the Jiang family. Jiang Minghui inhaled deeply once more and interjected, "Mingcha, she did not mean it that way." He initially spoke to Jiang Mingcha first because he feared that facing Jiang Qianxia would make him lose his temper. After speaking, he noticed Jiang Mingcha's momentary astonishment. Her expression seemed somewhat bewildered. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Jiang Minghui's mind. Why did it seem as though Mingcha was a bit disappointed? Chapter 39. The Green Tea Exposed. Jiang Mingcha's expression swiftly returned to one of understanding. Jiang Minghui couldn't help but doubt his own perception. Surely, he had been misled by his subconscious belief that a person's inner voice could not lie, thus being swayed by Jiang Qianxia. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he turned his attention back to Jiang Qianxia. "You too, say less." Jiang Qianxia cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Minghui, pondering. How odd. The sun is setting in the west? Under the curious gaze of Jiang Qianxia, Jiang Minghui realized that his sister's eyes were so vibrant and innocent, resembling a playful kitten that, after mischief, was left bewildered without the anticipated reprimand. Quite adorable, indeed. Jiang Minghui suppressed a smile, shifting to a more relaxed posture. Yet, Jiang Qianxia diverted her gaze, feeling discontented. So this brother isn't blind after all. Why did he act that way before? Always blaming the original character? Jiang Minghui's expression stiffened slightly as he adjusted his sitting position and turned his attention to the other sister. Upon entering, Mingcha instinctively sat beside him. A gesture of closeness, unlike Jiang Qianxia, who had fidgeted uncomfortably and now sat at the farthest distance possible from him. Was she truly that disdainful of him? Jiang Minghui could not help but frown. Noticing Jiang Minghui's displeasure, Jiang Mingcha felt a pang of concern. Brother, what is wrong? Just as Jiang Minghui was about to respond, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was their third brother, Jiang Mingxiu, and answered directly. As soon as the call connected, the anxious voice on the other end asked, "Brother, did you arrange to meet Jiang Qianxia?" The Jiang family's attitude towards Jiang Qianxia had not been favorable, especially from their third brother, Mingxiu, yet today he seemed quite worried about her. Jiang Minghui glanced at the girl beside him, who appeared nonchalant, resting her chin on her hand without a care in the world, and lowered his eyelids. "Yes, is there something you need?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingxiu grew increasingly anxious. "Brother, have you met her?" Jiang Minghui cast a sidelong glance at the girl who seemed indifferent. "We are currently meeting." At this, both Jiang Qianxia and Jiang Mingcha reacted. Jiang Mingcha immediately recognized Jiang Mingxiu's voice, and recalling his previous attitude, she felt a hint of worry that he might ruin her plans. Biting her lip and casting a slightly aggrieved look at Jiang Minghui. However, Jiang Minghui remained oblivious, for Jiang Qianxia had recognized who he was speaking to and thought, "Looks like Jiang San is here to report." Then, she revealed a somewhat regretful expression. "Had I known, I should have been harsher back then. Directly letting Jiang San report to the Jiang family. Perhaps today, I would have been expelled from the Jiang family." Jiang Minghui took a deep breath. Pulling his gaze away from Jiang Qianxia, listening to the unprecedented plea for Jiang Qianxia from Jiang Mingxiu, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. What had she threatened Jiang Mingxiu with to lead him to believe she would be reported, yet instead, he was here advocating for her? On the other end of the line, Jiang Mingxiu recounted to Jiang Minghui the conversation he had previously with Jiang Mingcha, and as he spoke, he increasingly felt a sense of guilt. Reflecting on this, facing his trustworthy and admirable elder brother, Jiang Mingxiu could not help but voice his inner thoughts. "Brother, do you think our family has treated Jiang Qianxia unfairly all these years?" Jiang Minghui raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "What makes you think that?" Jiang Mingxiu sighed. "Since she was brought back, I have never truly regarded her as my sister. Previously, I thought Jiang Qianxia was always competing with Mingcha for everything and found her quite bothersome. Yet, recently I realized that while both are our sisters, one receives our adoration and gifts effortlessly, while the other has to stoop to such depths." Pausing for a moment, Jiang Mingxiu continued. "Mingcha must have told you, right? 2 days ago, Jiang Qianxia did indeed threaten me, but I find myself questioning why she has become such a vile person. Is it because we have been too harsh?" Don't you think she seems quite pitiable, having to resort to threatening her own brother just to obtain what she desires? Something I could easily give her? Why did I choose to let it go rather than offer it to her? After listening to Jiang Mingxiu's reflections, Jiang Minghui was taken aback. You just realized this? Brother, what do you mean? Jiang Mingxiu was taken aback by his brother's response, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did his brother truly understand what it meant to treat them differently, yet still choose to favor Mingxia? However, he had misunderstood. Jiang Minghui did not perceive himself as biased. He glanced at the anxious Jiang Mingxia, who only drank water when nervous, and continued speaking to Jiang Mingxiu. Did you never consider the consequences of your initial actions? Though he did not harbor ill will towards Jiang Qianxia, he would not target her either. The individuals in the Jiang family who disliked Jiang Qianxia the most were only Jiang Mother and Jiang Mingxiu, particularly in those early years. Jiang Mingxiu had often been at odds with her. He had tried to reason with Jiang Mother, but it had been futile. Eventually, Jiang Qianxia had almost moved out of the Jiang household altogether. The rhetorical question from Jiang Minghui left Jiang Mingxiu momentarily speechless, unable to confront his past actions. He could only take a deep breath and once again plead with Jiang Minghui. Fearing that Jiang Minghui would refuse because of Mingxia, he repeatedly brought up how miserable and pitiful Jiang Qianxia's current situation in the entertainment industry was. To his surprise, before he could finish, Jiang Minghui agreed. Rest assured, I have asked her to come to the company to sign a contract. Really? Jiang Mingxiu was taken aback on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Jiang Minghui noticed that Jiang Mingxia beside him also wore a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting him to invite Jiang Qianxia to sign a contract. However, Jiang Minghui's gaze dimmed slightly as he quietly scrutinized Jiang Mingxia, who was forcing a reluctant smile. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. He recalled the astonished expression on Mingxia's face when she had provocatively confronted Jiang Qianxia upon entering, clearly taken aback by his intervention. Had he instinctively felt the need to protect her unconditionally? This thought led him to reflect on Jiang Mingxiu's earlier words. He was no fool. Sibling rivalry for affection was inevitable. Was Mingxia's kindness and generosity not entirely genuine, but rather a tactic to vie for his attention? Just as he pondered this, he noticed Mingxia suppressing her displeasure, her initial shock giving way to a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, big brother, are you finally going to sign a contract for Qianxia? You scared me. I thought you misunderstood and were going to reprimand her, so I rushed to explain. Upon hearing Mingxia's voice, Jiang Mingxiu on the other end of the line felt an inexplicable pang of guilt and hastily ended the call after exchanging a few words. Mingxia averted her gaze from Jiang Minghui, her expression darkening. TSK, is a mere contract worth such sinister glances from this green tea? What madness is Jiang-san exhibiting, truly intending to have this big brother provide me with a contract? Driven by Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts, Jiang Minghui instinctively glanced at Jiang Mingxia. For the first time, he witnessed a shadow of darkness on the face of his innocent, angelic sister. He was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 40. Oh, you rebellious child. Jiang Mingxia's reaction was swift. She concealed her expression the instant she sensed Jiang Minghui turning his head. If it weren't for Jiang Qianxia's inner voice, he would have missed the opportunity to catch her gaze. By the time Mingxia looked up again, her face wore an expression of ease and happiness as she met Jiang Minghui's eyes, playfully linking her arm through his. Big brother, you've finally come around to providing resources for Qianxia. That's wonderful, but you mustn't give her anything subpar, or I shall be quite displeased. After hearing Mingxia's words, Jiang Minghui couldn't help but question whether he had been swayed by Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts. He suddenly remembered that Mingxia had suggested numerous times that he provide resources for Jiang Qianxia, indicating her generosity. Ironically, it seemed he had consistently retracted his decisions to support Qianxia out of anger. Instantly, he began to doubt himself, recalling Jiang Mingxiu's words. Had he truly been biased? At that moment, he was jolted by another thought from Jiang Qianxia. TSK, let the charade continue. This green tea is quite adept at retreating only to advance. Jiang Minghui's eyes grew cold. Regardless of Mingxia's true feelings, at least she was willing to offer some encouragement. Whereas Jiang Qianxia not only spoke harshly but also consistently misinterpreted Mingxia's goodwill as malice. He suddenly remembered why he harbored disdain for Jiang Qianxia, because she was blind to kindness. Determined to adjust the contract he initially intended for her, Jiang Minghui contemplated this resolution. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard another whisper from Jiang Qianxia. How should I make Jiang Minghui angry this time? Oh right, I'll mention how the green tea cast furtive glances upon entering while pretending to be oblivious. The timing is ripe now. Next, I should discover the shattered clay doll on the ground, then feign distress as I pick up the pieces and ask Big Brother what happened. Oh, this time the double standard Big Brother has even granted me a contract. I wonder if the green tea will injure herself on the broken shards. Jiang Minghui inhaled deeply, preparing to interrupt Jiang Qianxia's wild imaginings, but suddenly, his arm was gently tugged. Turning around, he was met with a pair of tear-brimmed eyes. Jiang Mingxia, with reddened eyelids, looked at Jiang Minghui, asking, "Big Brother, what happened?" Without hesitation, she rushed toward the pile of fragments, her heart aching. Remembering Jiang Qianxia's words, Jiang Minghui instinctively wanted to stop her, yet he was too late. Mingxia knelt down, attempting to collect the shards, but suddenly winced and collapsed to the ground with a gasp. When she turned around, blood was already trickling from her hand. Despite her acting matching Jiang Qianxia's predictions perfectly, the sight of blood ignited a surge of concern in Jiang Minghui, overpowering his doubts. He dashed over, pulling Jiang Mingxia up. Before he could speak, he heard, "Ouch." The original owner faced a just defeat. This green tea is malicious, willing to harm herself to frame me. How ruthless. Following Jiang Qianxia's thoughts, Jiang Minghui glanced at Jiang Mingxia's ear, discovering that she was indeed missing an earring, leaving him at a loss for words to describe his feelings. He then looked at her hand, noticing she was tightly clutching something, wincing in pain, yet still asking him why the clay doll had been broken. She seemed oblivious to the fact that Jiang Qianxia was responsible for the damage, but despite her suffering, she remained fixated on her clay doll. Did she truly not know Jiang Qianxia was the culprit? Or was it as Jiang Qianxia suspected? Was she willing to harm herself to remind him of Qianxia's wrongdoing, hoping he would retract the contract? Seeing Jiang Minghui's odd reaction, Jiang Mingxia bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, "Big Brother, my wound hurts so much. Will it get infected if it touches this?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Minghui sighed internally. Mingxia had always been frail, a wound to her felt as traumatic as a fright. He decided to take her to the infirmary for treatment. As for the truth of the matter, he could review the surveillance footage in his office later. If Jiang Qianxia's assumptions proved correct, he would need to reflect carefully. Regardless, compensating Mingxia was non-negotiable. With this thought, Jiang Minghui grasped Jiang Mingxia's hand, preparing to leave. However, he suddenly heard the girl's playful voice. "Oh no, the contract is gone." Jiang Minghui halted in his tracks. He then heard Jiang Qianxia lamenting and calculating. "Well, the contract is definitely lost. Should I seize this opportunity to create a scene? Deepening the double-standard Big Brother's aversion to me would be beneficial. As he holds considerable influence in the Jiang family, I will likely rely on him after leaving." Jiang Minghui suddenly felt that abandoning Jiang Qianxia and leaving with Mingxia was not a wise course of action. This girl harbored rebellious thoughts at every turn. Did she truly wish to leave the Jiang family? Was she planning to dismantle his office once he departed? "Big Brother, I'm fine. This wound is not serious. You need to speak with Qianxia, right?" "I don't mind," she insisted, bravely attempting to break free from Jiang Minghui's grip. "You're pale from the pain, and your hand is bleeding." The green tea must be unaware. Her seemingly understanding demeanor only deepens my concern. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Minghui would have forcibly taken her to the infirmary. Yet, a sarcastic voice infiltrated his thoughts. "Tisk, tsk, isn't this just like the plot of her dramas? The stubborn, proud little flower encounters a cold, domineering yet tender-hearted CEO, while I play the role of the malicious supporting character." Coughing softly, Jiang Minghui suppressed his emotions. He turned to glance deeply at Jiang Qianxia, then awkwardly fixed his gaze ahead, landing on his stubborn yet sensible younger sister. "Ahem, Mingxia. The incident with the clay doll was my fault. Since you say the injury is not serious, I shall have my secretary take you for treatment." As he spoke, he could not help but glance back at Jiang Qianxia, who had been slouched on the sofa but suddenly widened her eyes at his words. He stifled a smile. "Little one, I will not let you off so easily." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingxia's expression stiffened, and she paused for a moment. "Elder brother, what do you mean?" Realizing her tone was inappropriate, she cast a suspicious glance at the clay doll on the floor and furtively assessed Jiang Minghui, who sat on the sofa, her heart beginning to stir with unease. What on earth had transpired? First it was the third brother, and now it was the elder brother. Their attitudes towards Jiang Qianxia had inexplicably changed. She looked uncertainly at Jiang Qianxia, who was seated on the sofa, offering her a provocation-laden smile. Panic surged within her, and she blurted out, "Elder brother, did Qianxia break it?" Chapter 41. 8 million. Why not take it for free? Jiang Minghui was never adept at lying. And upon hearing Jiang Mingqia's question, he realized she was merely feigning ignorance to extract the truth. Thus, he saw no need for pretense. He stared silently at Jiang Mingqia, rendered speechless by the revelation that had confirmed Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts. Facing the sister who had unwittingly validated Jiang Qianxia's sentiments, Jiang Minghui found himself at a loss for words. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Mingqia felt a pang of anxiety. She recognized she had been overly eager, forgetting that her elder brother's attitude towards Jiang Qianxia had shifted. Nervously biting her lip, she stepped back and feigned nonchalance. Elder brother, as you know, I owe her so much. I have no right to blame her, nor would I ever. Raising her chin, her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. However, this was a gift I intended for you. Why would you help her keep it from me? It makes me feel as though my feelings are not being respected. Under the weight of her reproach, Jiang Minghui nearly found himself reflecting on his own actions. But just before he could delve into self-examination, that mocking inner voice returned to disrupt his thoughts. Oh, I have no right to blame her, huh? Wasn't it because she knew the original intended to gift the clay doll to her dear elder brother that she deliberately broke it? Now that she realizes the value of her feelings, does that mean the original sentiments are worthless? What? Jiang Minghui's eyes flickered. What did she mean by the original intended to give the clay doll to her dear elder brother? Was that doll meant for him? A wave of confusion washed over him, and he lost interest in Jiang Mingqia's words. He paused, called in a secretary, and instructed her to escort Jiang Mingqia to the infirmary. Upon entering, the secretary caught sight of Jiang Qianxia sitting calmly on the sofa and felt a jolt of surprise. After being dismissed by Jiang, she had been quite agitated and, upon encountering the distressed Jiang Mingqia, had reported her grievances. Initially, she had expected Jiang Mingqia to face an even harsher fate upon entering, yet unexpectedly, it was Jiang Mingqia who emerged injured, escorted by Jiang. What on earth was happening? Suppressing her astonishment, the secretary led the visibly displeased Jiang Mingqia to the infirmary. In the office, faced with Jiang Qianxia's curious scrutiny, Jiang Minghui cleared his throat, adjusted his tie, and sat before her, prepared to receive her praise while also hoping to glean more about the intended gift of the clay doll. However, Jiang Qianxia studied him intently, thinking, is he unwell? What is with this sudden display of kindness? Where was he when the green tea was already harboring resentment towards me? Taking a deep breath, he rose swiftly and approached his desk, momentarily allowing his expression to darken as he turned his back to Jiang Qianxia. He realized he should not harbor any expectations for this rebellious sister. Yet, as he pondered the matter of the clay doll that had been initially intended for him, he felt a twinge of compassion. Although the doll was now shattered, and he had defended Mingqia at the time, it was hard to believe she would only consider a single clay doll worthy of gifting him. After all, he had treated Jiang Qianxia no differently than he had treated the rest of the Jiang family. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Yet the answers eluded him, leaving Jiang Minghui's heart restless. Suppressing his desire to further investigate, he resumed his icy demeanor as the elder brother. Pulling out a contract he had prepared long ago from his drawer, he turned and presented it to Jiang Qianxia. I did indeed summon you to discuss a sponsorship contract. As for whether you wish to accept, you may consult your agent. Without hesitation, Jiang Qianxia took the contract and began to peruse it, her eyes fixating on the sponsorship fee. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, 2 million. Good heavens, my role as a wife only pays 2 million a month. And this sponsorship offers 2 million? I could flee a month early. Jiang Minghui's expression faltered momentarily. What kind of attribute did this rebellious sister possess? The Jiang family had never been lacking in wealth. Why was she so obsessed with money? And what was this nonsense about a 2 million monthly fee for playing the role of a wife? The union between the Situ and Jiang families was merely an informal agreement between two patriarchs. Both families had maintained that if the younger generation was unwilling, it was as if the union had never existed. Hadn't she claimed to be infatuated with that Situ scion? Could it be false? Was she merely seeking an escape from the Jiang family? Jiang Minghui scrutinized Jiang Qianxia, only to find her maintaining a facade of composure while her thoughts danced around the 2 million, leaving him speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved another contract from his drawer, clearing his throat to interrupt her monetary musings. Jiang Qianxia looked up at the sound, her expression indifferent. Jiang Minghui felt a twinge of embarrassment. How was it that she was the one lost in thought, yet he felt the need to save face? He averted his gaze. I have another contract here of a higher tier that I can offer you, but you must answer one question honestly. What did you threaten Mingxu with? Jiang Qianxia's eyes brightened slightly, yet her expression remained unchanged. A higher tier? With my status, I'm worried I won't be able to handle the 2 million tier. What question could possibly be worth more than 2 million? Surely this isn't a trap? Jiang Qianxia's gaze subtly flickered over Jiang Minghui. Jiang Minghui sighed inwardly. This little rebel was surprisingly self-aware. He explained, this contract is from the same company as the one you currently hold. It is for their new product endorsement this season, with a fee 4 times that of your current contract. Jiang Qianxia's eyes shifted, her fingers subtly twitching, yet she remained silent. Jiang Minghui was taken aback, curious about her reaction when she suddenly found herself internally debating, 8 million. Should I say it or not? It's not that I can't say it. But if I do, my base contract might be voided. And who doesn't he know this company belongs to my elder brother? What else with this charade? The contract Jiang Minghui presented was for a product endorsement from a company called Alice Jewelry, founded by his late mother and later inherited by him. He had initially assumed that Jiang Qianxia was unaware of the situation, but upon noticing her suspicion, he decided to reveal the truth. Rest assured, Alice is a legacy for my mother. Regarding the choice of the spokesperson, I have given it considerable thought and deemed you to be the most suitable candidate, which is why I presented you with the contract. Alice had never demanded a high-profile spokesperson. She merely required that the appearance and temperament align with her brand. In fact, the precious gem that Jiang Qianxia had previously received was a product from a sub-brand under Alice Jewelry, targeting the mid to low-end market, whereas Alice Jewelry itself represented a true high-end brand. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qianxia realized that she had indeed never seen them select any famous spokespersons. In terms of appearance and temperament, she felt a sense of confidence. 8 million, a golden opportunity not to be missed. If he dares to backtrack, I shall create a spectacle. Eldest brother Jiang, he harbored doubts about this rebellious sister, who seemed disappointed at not having the opportunity to create a scene. He resolved that regardless of what he heard next, he would not grant her that chance. Chapter 42. What about the villa you entrusted to Qianxia? Jiang Qianxia bit her lip, deciding to disclose half the truth. I threatened Jiang Mingxiu that if he did not grant me that variety show, I would expose Jiang Mingqia's true heritage. After speaking, she reluctantly clutched the contract in her hands, observing Jiang Minghui's reaction. Noticing her subtle movements, Jiang Minghui felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps he had heard far worse from others before, leading him to feel somewhat underwhelmed by her revelation. Of course, his feelings were not unfounded, for he soon heard, well, I suppose I'm not entirely lying. It is indeed a threat concerning her background. However, I shall refrain from mentioning the private paternity test conducted with the green tea, as that would drive Jiang San mad. This brother seems to dote on his sister too much. He can't help but be taken aback after hearing that. Jiang Minghui, to be honest, he found his level of acceptance rather adequate. Yet his emotions grew more complex. As Jiang Mingxiu's earlier reflection led him to question, were they truly so neglectful towards Jiang Qianxia? So much so that she doubted her own lineage? With this thought, Jiang Minghui sighed inwardly, casting a glance at the seemingly composed yet inwardly anxious Jiang Qianxia, and handed her another copy of the contract. Next time, don't do this. If you want any variety shows, you can approach me. Jiang Qianxia, half believing, accepted the contract and politely replied, thank you, big brother. I will reach out to you next time. What a lie. Jiang Minghui. He suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He realized that the Jiang family not only had issues with Mingqia's upbringing, but they also exhibited significant negligence towards this sister. Little did he expect that he would soon overhear Jiang Qianxia's inner musings. The total of both contracts is 10 million. Will I need to deduct taxes from that? Coupled with the money I currently possess, after leaving the Jiang and Sidu families, I should be able to afford a house. I might not need to sell jewelry anymore. Oh, wait, if I sever ties with the Jiang family, Mother Jiang would probably demand that I return the jewelry, leaving me with only what the work machine provides. The work machine shouldn't be that stingy, though. Regardless, I need to start house hunting. This will give me the motivation to earn money. I shall strive to secure a house after completing the endorsement shoot. Alas, I, Jiang Qianxia, am finally going to have my own home. Having meticulously planned in her mind, Jiang Qianxia felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. In her previous life, she had never owned a house. She had yet to save enough for a down payment. However, observing her silent and serious eldest brother from the Jiang family, she hesitated to express her eagerness to leave immediately. After all, she had just acquired 2 contracts worth over 10 million, and she had yet to sign. Thus, she suppressed her excitement and looked at him with a composed demeanor. Yet, her inner thoughts were laid bare to Jiang Minghui's discerning gaze.
He sighed.
Take the contract to your agent for review. If there are any issues, feel free to call me. Jiang Qianxia's eyes brightened. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, big brother. May I leave now? Jiang Minghui, pained, waved his hand. You may go. With that, Jiang Qianxia departed without a trace of reluctance. After watching her leave, the closed office door drew a frown from Jiang Minghui. Why did she not only wish to sever ties with the Jiang family, but also seek to depart from the Sidu family? What was her intention? Moreover, calculating that a mere few million would suffice for a house, it was unlikely that either the Jiang or Sidu families would treat her unfairly. Why did she appear so economically distressed? Recalling the house, he suddenly remembered why Jiang Qianxia had gifted him a clay doll years ago. It seemed related to the house. That was the only instance when Jiang Qianxia had looked at him with sparkling eyes. When she was brought back to the Jiang family, the two sisters were on the brink of adulthood. Given the Jiang family status, the coming-of-age ceremony was of great significance, encompassing various shares and real estate. The gift prepared for Mingxia included a luxurious apartment in the city center. Due to time constraints, it was impossible to prepare a second property. It was generally assumed that Qianxia, having seen little of the world, was unaware of the value of that apartment and that it was better not to inform her. Conversely, Mingxia was fully aware, if the family were to retract the gift meant for her due to the return of another daughter, it would surely sadden her. Unfortunately, Mother Jiang, lacking forethought, disclosed this matter to Qianxia and urged her to be understanding. Consequently, upon returning home, he was met with the sight of Mother Jiang clutching her chest in tears, Mingxia comforting her, and Qianxia standing at a distance. Upon seeing him, Mother Jiang looked at him as if he were her pillar of support, calling him over to inquire about the luxury apartment. He, hearing her words, did not overthink it. Both sisters shared the same birthday and were daughters of the Jiang family, so naturally, no one should be slighted. Thus, he offered a garden villa as compensation to Jiang Qianxia. Mother Jiang immediately pointed out that while the location of the garden villa was inferior to Mingxia's luxury apartment, its value outweighed that of the apartment, rendering it unfair to Mingxia. At that time, he argued, but for all these years, Mingxia has received much, while Qianxia has received nothing. Providing her with something better now is not unfair to Mingxia. At that moment, Jiang Qianxia had suddenly looked up at him, but he sensed that the light in her eyes was not driven by greed, but by something else. Years later, reflecting on this, he suddenly understood the source of that light. It was because he had been the only one in the Jiang family to assert that he would not treat her and Mingxia differently. Yet now, he was no longer that person. As he recalled Mother Jiang's attitude towards Jiang Qianxia over the years, he found himself inexplicably reminded that he had entrusted Mother Jiang with the property rights of the villa. Now that Jiang Qianxia was preparing to leave the Jiang family, was she not considering that the villa was due to Mother Jiang's lack of provision? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Minghui fell silent, doubting whether Mother Jiang could indeed do such a thing. He dialed her number. Mother Jiang was pleasantly surprised to receive his call. Minghui, is there something you need? Are you busy? Jiang Minghui got straight to the point. Noticing his serious demeanor, Mother Jiang hurriedly set aside her tasks, replying earnestly, I'm not busy. I'm at home. Jiang Minghui looked down, tugging at his tie, and said solemnly, That's good to hear. Do you remember the villa I asked you to transfer to Qianxia?
What?
A noticeably guilty tone emerged from Mother Jiang, causing Jiang Minghui's heart to sink. His biological mother passed away at an early age. Although his stepmother possessed certain character flaws, she had always been gentle and considerate towards him and his younger brother, treating them as her own. There were no significant grievances to be found. He had always held her in high regard. However, he was taken aback by her act of withholding the items he had given away. Instead of confronting her directly, he chose to continue testing her. The designer of that villa had returned to the country today, and I had promised him an opportunity to revisit the place. I hope you could convey this to Qianxia and see if she could host the designer. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother paused for a few seconds before vaguely stating, Qianxia may be busy lately, otherwise, I could host him for you. Jiang Minghui's gaze deepened. The designer expressed a desire to converse with homeowners who have lived there. At this, Jiang's mother fell momentarily silent. Realizing that further probing was unnecessary, Jiang Minghui inquired, Did you not give that villa to Qianxia? Why not? His words caused Jiang's mother's complexion to pale. Just as the stepson understood her, she comprehended him as well. The tone of his voice indicated that he had gathered evidence and was poised to question her. Faced with the inability to conceal the truth any longer, Jiang's mother decided to reveal what had transpired. Chapter 43. Did you not download the anti-fraud app?
It was Mingxia.
At the time, Mingxia had promised a classmate to host a party together, and that villa was quite suitable, so I gave it to her first. Jiang Minghui's eyes darkened as he continued. And that luxurious mansion was given to Qianxia? Jiang's mother's gaze flickered, and her voice faltered in explanation. Certainly not. That was a gift I had long promised to Mingxia. If I gave it to Qianxia, Mingxia would be heartbroken. Jiang Minghui felt a throbbing pain in his head. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. So both properties were given to Mingxia? Did you not provide any compensation to Qianxia? Jiang's mother immediately replied. That would not do. They are both my daughters, and I naturally provided compensation. Jiang Minghui let out a reluctant sigh of relief, but could not help but ask, what kind of compensation did you provide? To his surprise, Jiang's mother fell silent again. A sense of foreboding rose within him, and soon he heard her murmur a name, a set of jewelry. Many years ago, Jiang's grandmother was quite displeased with Jiang's father's second wife. She could not fathom why a highly educated gentleman would fall for a woman who, apart from her beauty and submissiveness, possessed no other merits. Jiang's mother hailed from a humble background, born in a tenement building, with only an alcoholic father. With poor academic performance, she had to leave school early and enter the workforce. Yet, due to her beauty, she fortuitously stumbled into the world of affluent heirs. The widowed Jiang father merely crossed paths with her once, rescuing her, and then it spiraled into an uncontrollable romance between an old money man and a struggling Cinderella. Initially, they faced opposition from the wealthy man's family. However, despite their discontent, Jiang's grandmother still presented her with a gift symbolizing her status as the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family upon her entry into the household. It was the family heirloom. Perhaps out of spite, the grandmother refrained from saying much. Jiang Minghui surmised what Jiang's mother thought of it. That set of jewelry, not particularly valuable and of outdated design, was something Jiang's mother disliked. She likely viewed it as an insult from the grandmother, casually given to her. Thus, when she finally found the opportunity to compensate Jiang Qianxia, she discarded it. With this realization, Jiang Minghui's heart sank completely. He refrained from informing Jiang's mother what that jewelry truly represented. His biological mother had passed away only after divorcing Jiang's father. During the divorce, he personally handed over the jewelry to his grandmother. Before his grandmother presented it to Jiang's mother, she had consulted him, and he had nodded in agreement. However, he never anticipated that after all these years, Jiang's mother, now transformed into a wealthy matron, would still harbor the essence of that same. He could not bring himself to utter disparaging words about his stepmother. He found it difficult to think of her that way. Yet he felt a surge of anger and could not help but ask Jiang's mother, is there anything else apart from the villa? Sensing something amiss in Jiang Minghui's tone, Jiang's mother froze momentarily, and her heart sank. There is nothing else. Later, Qianxia went off to university and chose to live on campus, not returning home. Then she got married. Through her nonchalant tone, Jiang Minghui could not help but reflect once more on his own negligence. It turned out that the girl's rebelliousness was not without reason. Perhaps there were indeed underlying causes. He fell into silence for a moment, contemplating Jiang's mother's anxious tone, and found himself unable to resist asking, what about the dowry when Qianxia got married? Jiang's mother hastily replied, of course, I did not neglect her with the dowry. Everything that was due, I certainly provided. Jiang Minghui felt a heavy weight in his heart. Is there a list of the dowry? Jiang's mother hesitated upon hearing this. What do you need that for? Jiang Minghui, who typically despised deceit, found himself effortlessly weaving a lie, knowing that a direct inquiry to Jiang's mother would yield no genuine answers. Since Qianxia is already married, Mingxia is my only remaining sister. I want to prepare a little something for her, so I thought I might check the list to avoid duplicating any items. Hearing Jiang Minghui say this, Jiang's mother held no suspicion whatsoever. After all, her eldest son had always cherished Mingxia. She promptly forgot about Jiang Qianxia and recounted what she had prepared as dowry for Mingxia. Upon hearing that the dowry included several properties and even shares in her own company, Jiang Minghui's brow furrowed. The shares that were originally to be given to Mingxia, which would have been a part of the Jiang family's core assets, had been adjusted because Jiang's grandmother and father disagreed. Yet in the end, Qianxia had received none either. No wonder Qianxia suspected that after leaving the Jiang family, Jiang's mother would reclaim what was meant for her. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Jiang's mother was still lamenting that the dowry she prepared lacked sophistication. The greatest regret of her life was that she did not have a wedding that matched Jiang's father's status, which led to her being subtly mocked in high society. Thus, everything she felt she had lost, she sought to reclaim through her daughter. After listening to Jiang Minghui, she eagerly inquired, "The house and car are all prepared. But if you wish to prepare something as well, how about a cruise?" She knew that Jiang Minghui, as the eldest son, was genuinely sincere, and her words reflected that she regarded him as her own. After all, Jiang Minghui now not only managed a significant portion of the Jiang family's enterprises, but also had considerable assets from the maternal side, enough to bestow upon his sister an impressive gift. However, a single question from Jiang Minghui shattered her smile.
So,
How many houses and cars were there when Qianxia got married? Hearing her stepson advocating for that unworthy daughter and still oblivious to the underlying issues, Jiang's mother was truly taken aback. Her smile vanished. You know, the decision for Qianxia to marry was made in haste, and there was no time to prepare anything. The Sidhu family did not place much importance on those things, so I simply used some of my treasured items to enhance her dowry. Rest assured, I did not neglect her. As she spoke, Jiang's mother felt her pride somewhat wounded and turned to the side, exclaiming, Mrs. Jiang has come to find me. We have a spa appointment and I might be late. Why don't you go on ahead?" Jiang Minghui wore a stern expression as he completed her unfinished sentence. Once he had spoken, he allowed Jiang's mother to hang up the phone, her voice tinged with unease. After the call, Jiang Minghui sat in his seat, his demeanor exceedingly complex, contemplating for a considerable time before dialing a few numbers. Half an hour later, while still in the car with Sister Yan, reviewing the endorsement contract, Jiang Qianxia received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. After hanging up, her expression became vacant. Sister Yan inquired about her state, and Jiang Qianxia, bewildered, replied, "They said I should go to Yulanbei to select a villa. A few garden villas remain, and someone has purchased one for me, already settled the full payment." Yulanbei is the new affluent district in the city, where even the ordinary wealthy, such as nouveau riches lacking connections and roots, cannot acquire properties. Locals jokingly refer to Yulanbei as the enclave for the second-generation aristocrats. How could someone gift her a villa within? Although Jiang Qianxia typically travels with a chauffeur and a well-prepared car, Sister Yan couldn't help but look at her quizzically. "Haven't you downloaded the anti-fraud app?" Chapter 44. She guessed correctly. Jiang Qianxia opened her phone and discovered that the original owner had indeed not downloaded it. Remembering that she had once encouraged Xianqing to do so, she promptly installed one for herself. After the installation, she received a friend request on WeChat from the individual who had just called her, stating that they wanted her to select a layout remotely. Initially intending to decline the request, Jiang Qianxia hesitated upon seeing the person's profile picture. She accepted. Once accepted, the individual sent her several professionally taken photos of villas, meticulously detailing the surrounding environment of each property. After the introduction, he thoughtfully inquired whether Jiang Qianxia had any additional requirements, assuring her that he could assist in finding the villa she desired, with the renovation costs covered by the payer, alleviating any concerns on her part. However, he still recommended that Jiang Qianxia visit in person to determine which property she favored. Perusing through the villa photos, Jiang Qianxia found the situation somewhat peculiar. She inquired of the individual who had paid the full amount, only to be told that the pair requested confidentiality. Noticing the strange expression on Jiang Qianxia's face as she scrolled through WeChat, Sister Yan asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Qianxia handed her the phone, explaining, "The information is too authentic. It doesn't seem fabricated." The reason she had accepted the friend request was that she recognized the person's profile picture. This individual, a suit-clad man, was identified as Li Tao, a real estate agent from Yulanbei, presumably in his late 30s. His appearance matched his profession and age, and Jiang Qianxia perceived him as someone who, while shrewd and articulate, also possessed an earnestness that made him well-suited for sales, garnering goodwill and contributing to his career success. Given his diligence, it was evident that he had achieved a modest degree of success at a young age. Jiang Qianxia also noticed he had a gentle wife and a pair of twins. All this information aligned perfectly with his manner of communication, and his social media featured glimpses of family life. Sister Yan scrutinized the photos and information sent by Li Tao, which even included detailed floor plans and engineering drawings, and frowned. Having recently completed a renovation herself, and having studied such blueprints, she could discern that while the documents might not be genuine, they were accurate. Had scammers begun preparing such comprehensive materials? Could he be impersonating the genuine real estate agent Li Tao? As she pondered this, Sister Yan glanced at the driver and then back at Jiang Qianxia's exquisite visage, jokingly remarking, or perhaps, you're actually the granddaughter of a tycoon? Jiang Qianxia replied, close to being a granddaughter of a tycoon, but I am indeed the granddaughter-in-law of one. The Jiang family ranks slightly below the Sidu family in the wealth hierarchy. Seeing her silence, Sister Yan playfully blinked. You can't be telling me that's true? Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow. Why don't we go see for ourselves? With that, she messaged Li Tao that she was on her way to view the houses. Li Tao promptly replied that he would wait for her at the entrance of Yulin Bay. Encouraged by his response, Jiang Qianxia instructed the driver to change course for Yulin Bay. After all, meeting this person would reveal the truth behind his claims. Witnessing her determination, Sister Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Qianxia, don't scare me. Jiang Qianxia reassured her, don't worry, as long as I see this person, I will know whether he speaks the truth. As Sister Yan saw the driver indeed making a U-turn, she exclaimed, all right, no more jokes. We need to return to the company and finalize the contract. However, upon saying this, she noticed Jiang Qianxia was not jesting, and the driver accelerated towards the opposite direction. Sister Yan glanced at the luxurious car they were in, her eyes widening in disbelief. So, you really are wealthy enough that someone might gift you a villa in Yulin Bay? Jiang Qianxia shrugged. In theory, no. Sister Yan inhaled deeply. And just as Jiang Qianxia's resolute dismissal left her breathless, she heard Jiang Qianxia add, but who knows? Perhaps someone is planning something and wants to compensate me in advance. This thought had crossed her mind after Li Tao's unhesitant agreement to meet her. After much contemplation, only two possibilities emerged. Either Jiang Mingcha reported me home, and the Jiang family intends to disown me, or the work machine plans to divorce me prematurely. Seeing Jiang Qianxia deep in thought, Sister Yan, who had once again heard her inner voice, gasped in shock. What do you mean by Jiang Mingcha reporting you? Which home? And why divorce early? Were you originally going to divorce? With her mind swirling with questions, Sister Yan was at a loss for words when she heard Jiang Qianxia murmur, if only both possibilities were true. Observing Jiang Qianxia gazing expectantly out the window, Sister Yan slowly closed her mouth, recalling how Jiang Qianxia had once displayed animosity towards Jiang Mingcha and had marketed herself as more akin to Jiang Mingxiu. Gazing at Jiang Qianxia's almost identical perfect profile to that of the popular star, Sister Yan experienced a tumult of emotions, followed by a profound sense of sympathy. She could not fathom why, if Jiang Qianxia's Jiang family was the same as that of Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingcha, her treatment diverged so drastically from that of the siblings. The first thought that crossed her mind was that of being a love child. Yet she was reluctant to entertain this notion. Ultimately, she stood firmly on Jiang Qianxia's side. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Yulin Bay Villa district, where a man, identical to his WeChat profile picture, stood respectfully waiting. The moment Jiang Qianxia glimpsed his face, she recognized the truth of his words. Given the vastness of the villa complex, she instructed Li Tao to get into the car first. Having dealt with affluent clients for years, Li Tao, upon learning Jiang Qianxia's name, began to formulate a mental picture. It likely wasn't the luxury mansion gifted by a wealthy patron to a mistress, but rather something akin to a sibling's gift, as the affluent often bore the surname Jiang. This speculation was thoroughly confirmed upon meeting Jiang Qianxia. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent to Li Tao that the young lady bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed gentleman surnamed Jiang. With this realization, he understood precisely how to approach her. However, to his surprise, after she settled into the vehicle, Jiang Qianxia abruptly inquired, "Is the pair Jiang Minghui?" Li Tao froze momentarily, managing only a forced smile as he replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information." Yet, Jiang Qianxia discerned the truth from his reaction. She had guessed correctly. Chapter 45. Someone has met with misfortune. After contemplating two possibilities, her mind swiftly conjured two names, either Jiang Minghui or Situ. The Jiang family's significant influence could only stem from the matriarch, Jiang's father and mother, as well as the eldest and second sons. It was not that the family's wealth was unevenly distributed, but rather that the majority of their assets remained with the three elders, with the elder brothers having inherited considerable fortunes from their maternal lineage. Given the Jiang family's attitude toward her, should they wish to expel her, it would likely be the upright eldest brother who would undertake such an action. As for why the luxurious villa was located in Yulin Bay, Jiang Qianxia found it unsurprising. After all, His involvement represented the prestige of both the Jiang family and his maternal family. It was imperative that they maintain their dignity. Conversely, Situyu's style, as she had noted during their previous dining experience, was not one of diplomacy followed by aggression. Therefore, only Jiang Minghui remained as the likely candidate. Recognizing that Jiang Qianxia was aware of the underlying implications, Li Tao could only awkwardly redirect the conversation to the villa's details. To his astonishment, Jiang Qianxia, having barely heard him out, directly asked, "Which one is the most expensive?" Li Tao was momentarily taken aback, but managed to suppress his surprise, respectfully presenting her with the details of the priciest villa. With an air of regal confidence, Jiang Qianxia raised her chin and decisively declared, "I'll take that one." For Li Tao, a higher sale price meant a greater commission. Thus, Jiang Qianxia's choice was indeed advantageous for him. However, it might not necessarily be the most suitable choice for her. Consequently, he could not help but dutifully suggest, "Would you like to see it in person before making a final decision?" Jiang Qianxia, noticing his inner conflict, inquired, "What do you believe is unsuitable for me?" After carefully appraising her, Li Tao shook his head. "Not at all. It's just that there are a few other unique options that would be a pity not to explore." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia smiled faintly. "It's all right. I have a penchant for the extravagant. Since it's not my money, I shall opt for the most expensive." Li Tao was taken aback by her candidness, but refrained from further persuasion. He proceeded to guide Jiang Qianxia through a tour of the opulent villa before discussing her preferences for renovations, helping her devise some preliminary design plans. In just one afternoon, they had laid the groundwork for the renovation scheme. Impressed by Li Tao's meticulousness, after signing the contract and completing the necessary paperwork, Jiang Qianxia entrusted him with the renovation project. Once she did so, she no longer needed to exert any effort, only requiring to review and offer suggestions. As they departed Yulingbei, Sister Yan wore an expression of disbelief. It wasn't until they had driven beyond the view of the villa that she pinched herself, then turned to Jiang Qianxia in astonishment. "I cannot believe it. That villa, costing 88 million, is yours?" Faced with Yan's incredulity, Jiang Qianxia, who had been feigning calmness, could no longer contain her excitement. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Yes, it is mine." Heaven knows, when she first arrived, she had felt utterly lost, unaware that such joy would come so swiftly. With the villa secured, coupled with some savings and endorsement fees, she could readily depart from both the Jiang and Situ families and live comfortably. This thought filled Jiang Qianxia with elation. Thus, in the vehicle, two echoing voices emerged. Sister Yan, in a daze, murmured, "An 88 million villa." Jiang Qianxia, brimming with excitement, replied, "Indeed, it is mine." The driver, observing these two naive women repeatedly exclaiming their disbelief and embracing each other in tears, could not help but wear a puzzled expression. He noted that the madam had been acting strangely these past few days. Yet, as a mere driver, it was not his place to speak. Due to the fortuitous events, Jiang Qianxia had initially intended to treat Sister Yan to a splendid meal, but unexpectedly, Yan received a call from the company, summoning her back. Given that they had planned to dine and then return to sign contracts, Jiang Qianxia accompanied Yan back to the office. Upon their return, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The majority of the staff appeared anxious, offering only timid greetings upon seeing Sister Yan and Jiang Qianxia. Even the usually vivacious young ladies who had eagerly announced Jiang's arrival wore somber expressions, refraining from their usual banter. Particularly on the third floor, the tension was thick. All the doors to the agents' offices stood ajar, brightly lit yet devoid of occupants. Sister Yan exchanged a confused glance with Jiang Qianxia, gesturing for her to wait in her office before taking a deep breath and heading to the conference room. Almost 2 hours later, when Jiang Qianxia had nearly drifted off to sleep, Sister Yan returned, her expression grave. Jiang Qianxia sleepily removed Sister Yan's coat, preparing to return it. However, Yan pulled it back over her, saying, "Keep it on. The night air is chilly, and you just fell asleep. You might catch a cold. I'll be fine." With that, Sister Yan retrieved a new coat from the wardrobe, poured a glass of water for Jiang Qianxia, and another for herself, taking a sip before exhaling deeply. Jiang Qianxia, cradling her cup, took a sip to clear her mind before asking, "What happened?" Sister Yan sighed again, casting a significant glance at Jiang Qianxia. "Xianjia has encountered some trouble." Upon seeing Jiang Qianxia's lack of surprise, she continued, "Do you remember Ding Fanfan? Last time we met, she received a call about her brother being in an accident." Xianjia rushed out upon hearing this. "Can you guess what happened?" Having just woken, With a rosy complexion and small sips of water, Jiang Qianxia remained unaware of Sister Yan's probing, responding directly with what she had seen on Qianjia's face. That brother of Ding Fanfan who had the accident is Qianjia's son, and also Ding Junqi's son. Thus, the truth about their exchanged children has finally come to light? Sister Yan had posed the question to gauge Jiang Qianxia's reaction, but upon seeing her naive response, she inhaled deeply, casting an exasperated glance at Jiang Qianxia without exposing her. Instead, she naturally continued, "You just came in. You must have heard the rumors." Indeed. The general manager of the agency's management department, Ding Junqi, ascended to his position due to his connection as the brother-in-law of the company president. Yet he not only abused his power for personal gain but also favored Jiang Xian, creating obstacles for other agents. Furthermore, he was unfaithful in his marriage, conspiring with his mistress Jiang Xian to swap his legitimate daughter for an illegitimate son. Had it not been for the incident involving that illegitimate child, Jiang Xian might not have exposed the truth so soon. Now, both Ding Junqi and Jiang Xian have been dismissed from the company. Ding Junqi would also have to leave with nothing, while Jiang Xian faced claims for shared assets from the original spouse. This evening, everyone was working overtime due to the troubles caused by their situation, which had incensed the company president. He was exceedingly furious, and his urgency in summoning Sister Yan back was a direct consequence of his sweeping actions to eradicate corruption within the company, having already expelled several well-connected individuals, including some agents. Now, Sister Yan had become the sole leading agent in the company, the only one capable of taking over the artists under Jiang Xian's management. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia felt a twinge of happiness for Sister Yan, although it meant a temporary increase in workload. It also indicated that Sister Yan would be shouldering significant responsibilities and receiving a promotion. Yet, she couldn't quite fathom why she felt so unenthusiastic. Sister Yan sighed. "I had anticipated Jiang Xian's downfall, though the manner in which it unfolded was rather explosive. I was thinking of you." Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Sister Yan, with a worried expression, continued, "Now that I've taken over the artists under Jiang Xian, I won't be able to accompany you for the endorsement shoot. I'm quite concerned, and I haven't yet received the president's approval." Was it really for her sake? Jiang Qianxia felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. "Sister Yan,
You needn't worry about me.
that endorsement will be just fine. You can confidently take over." Since Sister Yan had to remain at the company to handle matters, dinner plans were dismissed. After parting ways with Sister Yan, Jiang Qianxia, not wishing to dine alone, returned home. However, upon her return, she unexpectedly heard some rather unsurprising news. The nanny, Lu Ma, had encountered a mishap. Chapter 46. Henceforth, the sovereign does not attend morning court. It turned out that the call Lu Ma received that morning at the kindergarten was from her home, informing her that her son had fallen ill, prompting her to rush back home. Unfortunately, both her elderly parents had been assaulted by her son, and they now lay in a hospital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia wasn't particularly shocked. After all, Lu Ma had engaged in unscrupulous deeds, and it was only a matter of time before the two children who had haunted her for so many years would bring her misfortune. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. In fact, her little stepson had not returned due to Lu Ma's situation and had been taken back to the old residence. Jiang Qianxia felt a pang of nostalgia for the delightful touch of the little one's cheeks. Feeling slightly regretful, she finished her dinner alone, practiced some yoga, and then lounged on the balcony, enjoying the view of the garden. As she gazed, she couldn't help but dream about her life after extricating herself from the Situ and Jiang families. The grand villa she had seen today also boasted a garden, along with two others, although she suspected she wouldn't be able to afford someone to tend to them daily. Lost in thought, she turned to glance at the obedient maid waiting to receive her instructions, and sighed inwardly. She also could no longer afford this attentive group of maids. The expenses for these maids were far beyond that of regular nannies. The skilled techniques of the maid who had given her a spa treatment just yesterday could easily rival those found in high-end beauty salons. And that was merely one of the many talents possessed by a maid in a wealthy household. The maid, having caught Jiang Qianxia's gaze, seized the opportunity and approached with a gentle smile, asking, "Madam, since you had a full-body spa yesterday, would you like to try a massage today to ease your muscles?" Jiang Qianxia recalled the professional technique from yesterday and thought, why not? Another maid quickly raised her hand, saying, "Madam, I specialize in Thai massage. Would you like to try mine today?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia found the expressions of the two maids amusing, akin to concubines vying for the emperor's favor. Naturally, She couldn't help but empathize with them. While the spa treatment was delightful, she had yet to experience a Thai massage, so why not give it a try? Thus, the latter maid succeeded in gaining favor, much to the chagrin of the former. However, when Jiang Qianxia went to change into her robe and returned downstairs, the maid's expressions had returned to calm, and her lounge chair had been swiftly replaced with a massage table. The villa was indeed equipped with a massage room, but wealthy individuals often preferred to enjoy their services while gazing at the night sky from the balcony, thus ensuring the villa was well appointed. Jiang Qianxia made a mental note of this, thinking that her own villa could perhaps be arranged similarly, but soon realized that it was ultimately the presence of maids that made such luxuries feasible, and she reluctantly abandoned the thought. Just as she lay down, the sudden movement of the maids lifting her legs startled her. However, having learned to conceal her emotions since her transmigration, her expression of surprise remained subdued. Yet, the maids were acutely aware of Jiang Qianxia's feelings and promptly began to explain in soothing tones, "Madam, the primary function of a Thai massage is to unblock energy pathways, harmonize yin and yang, alleviate fatigue, and enhance immunity. Given that you worked today, my focus will be on unblocking your energy channels to promote circulation and reduce fatigue. The movements may be quite vigorous." After listening, Jiang Qianxia slightly raised her chin. Continue. With her mind prepared, the experience was indeed much improved. Noticing that Jiang Qianxia seemed a bit bored, the other maids exchanged glances and began to concoct ideas. Their recent efforts to endear themselves to Jiang Qianxia were not without reason, aside from the change in Situ's attitude. There was also the noticeable shift in Jiang Qianxia's aura. Although Jiang Qianxia had not shown any intent to settle scores, her calm demeanor only heightened their unease. The lack of reckoning implied that the matter had yet to be resolved. Everyone was apprehensive that one day Jiang Qianxia might remember past grievances and suddenly cast them aside with a single word. Consequently, someone soon recalled Jiang Qianxia's earlier inquiries regarding Lu Ma's situation and tentatively brought it up again. Most of the maids present had come over with Lu Ma. This was the marital residence. Prior to marriage, Situ hardly ever stayed here, and even now, he seldom did. Officially, this was still his home. After the marriage, the original owner moved into this villa, and the wealthy mother-in-law sent Situ Xiaoyi over, along with caregiver Lu Ma and the group of maids. Thus, everyone was well aware of Lu Ma's family affairs. Jiang Qianxia recalled the symptoms of Lu Ma's son that the driver, Lu Shu, had previously mentioned, which piqued her interest. The symptoms seemed to be related to those two troublesome children, but she couldn't discern the specifics. Her ability allowed her to see only the fate of an individual and those deeply entwined with them, while Lu Ma's two stepchildren's destinies were visible only up to the moment of their demise. Jiang Qianxia could not perceive the aspect of their existence as spirits. Coincidentally, she was preparing to learn some knowledge about the mystical arts, to listen to more details, and later inquire with Xianqing about the situation. Seeing that Jiang Qianxia was genuinely interested, the maids began to vividly reenact the events that had transpired in Lu Ma's household. Thus, when Situ stepped through the door, he discovered the villa brightly lit, yet void of any presence. He recalled the scenes he had seen on the surveillance footage, where the maids had isolated Jiang Qianxia, and a chill ran down his spine. Although he harbored no affection for his nominal wife, it did not grant the maids the right to disregard their master. Just as he prepared to continue deeper into the house, a burst of laughter from the balcony caught his attention, deepening his confusion. He disdained the atmosphere among the Situ family's maids, yet there had never been any private revelries before. Instantly, he thought of that chaotic-minded wife of his, a feeling of frustration swelling in his chest. Wasn't she the one who constantly criticized him? And now, even a handful of maids could not suppress her? As he contemplated, he quickened his pace and drew back the curtains, only to be momentarily blinded by a pair of alabaster thighs. Just a second ago, he had been lamenting the woman's lack of ambition, yet here she lay, adorned with a facial mask, reclining on a massage table, her laughter causing the mask to nearly slip off. Surrounding her were a throng of young maids, attending to her whims. Not far away, several maids animatedly performed some act for her amusement. What a captivating scene it was, reminiscent of a king who no longer attends court. The sudden parting of the curtains startled those on the balcony, causing them to freeze in place and turn around. Upon recognizing the face of Situ, they were nearly struck with fear, dropping to their knees in reverence, each one like a quail, trembling with hands pressed tightly against their seams. Bowing their heads and respectfully declaring, "Young master, you have returned." Due to Situ's formidable presence, all previous acts of kindness, carrying bags, pouring water, retrieving coats, were forgotten in an instant. Fortunately, Sitiyu preferred not to have his servants too close, and he could scarcely believe the scene before him. The only one unfazed by his sudden appearance was the still enraptured Jiang Qianxia. She lay with her legs bent, still immersed in her role, and casually turned her head, musing. Who dares disturb my enjoyment? Upon finally discerning Situyu's cool, handsome visage, her brows furrowed in irritation. What on earth is that workaholic doing here? Situyu, fatigued to the peak despite a day of labor, was momentarily overwhelmed. What had he been thinking before he opened the curtains? He massaged his temples and turned to leave. As he departed, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the maids finally regained their composure, looking to Jiang Qianxia in confusion. Madam. Given Situyu's displeasure, it was clear he was not upset with them, but rather with the young madam. Thus, they assumed Jiang Qianxia would rise to pursue him. To their surprise, Jiang Qianxia tightened her nightgown and returned to her reclining position, unfazed, saying, "Where was I? Let us continue." The maids exchanged glances, hesitant to voice any objections to Jiang Qianxia's actions. Chapter 47. The beauty before him. Once Jiang Qianxia had gathered sufficient information regarding Lu Ma's son, she stretched lazily and instructed the maids to tidy up the massage table, mentioning what she desired for breakfast the following morning before ascending the stairs. Halfway up, she suddenly recalled that the workaholic seemed to have returned. Just as she thought of him, she encountered a tall figure descending from above. Situyu, evidently freshly bathed, donned a bathrobe, his damp black hair falling across his brow, softening the sharpness of his daytime demeanor. His exquisitely chiseled features appeared even more gentle under the interplay of wet strands and glistening droplets. Jiang Qianxia noted that he wore a bathrobe identical to her own, the neckline accentuating his striking collarbones. Coupled with his naturally handsome face and physique, she mused, "A beauty before me. It is only natural to feel a flutter of the heart." For a fleeting moment, Jiang Qianxia was lost in thought, only to be jolted back to reality by his imposing gaze from above. Remembering the cut of her nightgown, she instinctively tightened it, cursing herself silently. Rogue. Situyu, initially inclined to look down at this woman due to her unspoken thoughts, had assumed she was referring to him as beauty, prompting his curiosity about her audacity. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself branded a rogue. He averted his gaze, dismissing Jiang Qianxia, and continued down the stairs. However, as they brushed past one another, he heard her call out, "Wait, wait." Situyu paused, turning back only to find Jiang Qianxia facing away from him, and he quickly deduced her thoughts once again. Unfazed, he continued his descent. Where had he bathed? Why had he returned early and taken a shower? Surely, after their encounter yesterday, he was now intrigued by my figure. She pondered. Indeed, how odd it is to gift rings and deliver milk. The more I think about it, the stranger it becomes. I must quickly feign sleep. No. I shall lock the door and then concoct an excuse tomorrow, claiming I am accustomed to sleeping with the door locked and forgot he was here. Having made her decision, Jiang Qianxia's steps became lighter. Meanwhile, Situyu, who had been pouring himself a glass of water, felt a shadow of darkness cross his eyes. "Wait a moment," he suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Qianxia paused, glancing back at him, her expression of noble aloofness betraying none of her scattered thoughts. "Would you care for some water?" The unexpected inquiry deepened Jiang Qianxia's suspicions. She discreetly appraised his handsome face and perfect physique, letting out a sigh. Alas, from any angle, he is a true temptation, but... Jiang Qianxia, you must not succumb to temptation. Clearing her throat, she replied, "No, thank you," averting her gaze and preparing to make her escape. Downstairs, Situyu, holding the water cup, looked in astonishment at the woman who was slipping away. His ears turned faintly red as he recalled her earlier thoughts, realizing that when she referred to beauty, she had been speaking of him. How could a mere man be described as a beauty? Situyu gazed at his reflection in the nearby cabinet door, his damp hair clinging to his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he felt foolish for his earlier assumptions. He set down the cup, deliberately waiting for a moment, anticipating that she would realize they were not even in the same room before heading upstairs. However, as he passed by Jiang Qianxia's room, he suddenly heard an odd sound, one that seemed to emerge from a throat exerting itself, accompanied by a countdown. 1, 2, 3, go. Situyu stood at the door, listening to the commotion within, unable to discern the cause, yet ultimately deciding against entering. After all, if she required assistance, with so many maids in the villa, she would surely not forget to call upon them. It must be a deliberate choice not to summon help. Thus, Sitayu prepared to leave, only to be interrupted by a muffled thud from within, followed by a plaintive cry of ouch. He hesitated, politely knocking on the door, just as it swung open unexpectedly, revealing that it had not been properly closed. Sitayu instinctively peered inside, only to lock eyes with a woman who had fallen in a most undignified manner. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Qianxia screamed, hastily clutching her robe, which threatened to reveal more than intended, and looked at Sitayu with a mixture of caution and embarrassment. Sitayu followed the direction of her fall and noticed the displaced European-style sofa. Instantly comprehending her prior intentions, she had attempted to block the door with the sofa. In that moment, he was torn between amusement and annoyance, realizing that Jiang Qianxia was equally mortified. Wishing she could knock some sense into her own head for contemplating such a ridiculous plan just moments ago. What was I thinking? With the disparity in our strength, how could I possibly stop him from doing anything? Feeling a sense of relief that the other party had come to terms with reality, Sitayu let out a sigh and prepared to depart. However, unexpectedly, he heard her voice again. Most importantly, it seems we are now a legitimate couple. A man like him, who is nothing short of a work of art, who knows if I can find someone like him after a divorce. Isn't that a bit of a loss? Situyu's pupils constricted, the warmth on his face still simmering, as he continued to listen. No. Even if he maintains his integrity, he still has the mother of that little brat. No matter how handsome or fit he is, he's still secondhand. A newly minted fortune teller, have many more handsome men awaiting me in the future.
No.
Watching the woman mentally shake herself like a rattle, Situyu's face turned from red to a shade of deep crimson as he found himself inexplicably stepping back inside. Finally meeting the astonished gaze of the woman, his breath softened slightly. Jiang Qianxia swallowed hard and stammered. What are you doing? Situyu furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on the visibly flustered woman, and murmured, Miss Jiang, do you still remember our relationship? A tightness gripped Jiang Qianxia's heart as she cautiously retreated a step and nodded. Of course, she remembered contractual spouses. She deliberately emphasized the word contractual, intending to remind him of their pretense. Sensing her intention, Situyu, with a rare sense of mischief, leaned in closer, relishing her retreating demeanor, and corrected her. That is a post-marital agreement, the premise of which is that we are, indeed, a legitimate couple. As he drew nearer, Jiang Qianxia, initially reluctant to appear too evasive, found it impossible to conceal her surprise upon hearing those words. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. He deliberately mentioned legitimacy. What does that mean? Is he really going to? Jiang Qianxia's complexion flushed, panic causing her to retreat several steps, only to inadvertently trip over the sofa she had just pushed askew. Her balance instantly lost as she fell backward. Seeing her teeter on the brink of collapse under the weight of his playful intimidation, with sharp objects lurking behind her, Situyu instinctively lunged forward, extending his hand. Yet, unexpectedly, his foot caught on the rug that Jiang Qianxia had displaced, causing him to lose his own balance. With a thud, the two of them fell face first onto the floor. Chapter 48. Keep it down, don't wake her. Startled by the sudden loss of equilibrium, Jiang Qianxia instinctively closed her eyes, only to feel a warm hand cushioning her waist and the back of her head as she tumbled. Realizing what that was, her heart raced. The next moment, she found herself heavily pinned to the soft rug, her lips meeting something warm and supple. The thick carpet cushioned her fall. Yet Jiang Qianxia was utterly dazed. Confused about why they had both fallen and why they had kissed, she blinked, staring at the handsome face looming above her. Her first thought being, it feels surprisingly soft. Stiffening, Situyu, who was preparing to slowly withdraw his hand from beneath her, froze again as he felt a damp sensation on his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief. Meeting the astonished gaze of the man above her, Jiang Qianxia was equally stunned, her eyes bulging in disbelief. What just happened? I think I just licked him. Oh no, he can't possibly think I'm giving him a hint. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Qianxia suddenly felt weightless, her head gently tapping against the carpet as she opened her eyes to find the room empty. Blinking in confusion, her face flushed, she scrambled to her feet, dashed to the door, locked it, and hurried to the bathroom, touching her lips, which revealed nothing amiss, in a daze. Then she lamented wildly, my first kiss. It's gone. Meanwhile, Situyu returned to his room at lightning speed, his heart racing, his cheeks and lips ablaze. He splashed cold water on his face twice, yet the heat persisted. Turning off the faucet, he gazed at his reflection, a stranger staring back. while his mind replayed the vivid image of the woman's flushed face, her innocent almond-shaped eyes, her delicate waist, and the soft sensation of her lips. Along with her words, "It feels surprisingly soft." What had been a mere few seconds of accident had etched those details indelibly in his mind. Determined to shake off the daze, he turned the faucet back on, only to overhear from the adjoining bathroom, "Ah, my first kiss." Just like that, it's gone. What a loss. So devastating. Sityu froze, water in hand. She cried? At a loss for how to react, he was soon met with silence from next door. She sighed. But thinking about the work of art that is his face, I suppose it's not such a loss after all. And that he, a man, actually smelled so good. Sityu felt the heat return to his face as he glanced at the cold water in his palm. Realizing that it was of no use now, taking a deep breath, he turned off the faucet, observed the well-insulated wall of the bathroom, and strode out. Once back in his room, the echoes of her thoughts faded away. However, as he lay rigidly beneath the covers, he found sleep elusive. The following morning, Sityu awoke earlier than usual. After a trip to the gym and a shower, he descended the stairs. Noticing breakfast was still in preparation, he opened his tablet in the living room to browse the morning news. The cook, seeing this, hastened her pace. Although Sityu didn't spend much time at the villa, the maids were well aware of his habits. He usually watched the morning news on the living room television. Now, noticing he had deliberately lowered the volume, they exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding. The villa was soundproofed well, and the sounds in the living room wouldn't reach the bedroom, yet he had taken the precaution of lowering the volume, clearly to avoid disturbing the lady's sleep. The maid who had previously been the most astute in front of Jiang Qianxia had a sudden inspiration and approached Sityu carefully, inquiring, "Sir, shall we wait for the young lady to join us for breakfast?" The memories he had spent a night trying to forget surged back, causing Sityu's expression to stiffen. The maid, oblivious to his change, continued softly, "Recently, the lady has been rising quite early." Sityu's demeanor instantly shifted. He recalled that on previous visits, he had rarely encountered that woman. Being up earlier today should have meant he would miss her again. His breath quickened, and he calmly asked the maid, "What time does she get up?" The maid, believing she was about to succeed in her mission, brightened and glanced at the time, cheerfully stating, "Recently, she has been getting up at around 7:30. It's only 7 now, so there's still half an hour." Typically, Sityu had breakfast around 7 and left the house before 7:30. Now, willing to lower the volume for the lady, it seemed he was inclined to wait a bit longer for her before departing. Seeing him glance at the time, the maid felt a surge of triumph, anticipating that once Jiang Qianxia awoke, she would be sure to claim credit for her efforts, lest someone else take the glory. To her surprise, after glancing at the time, Sityu abruptly rose to his feet. Observing the astonished expression of the maid, he inhaled deeply and spoke slowly, "I have an early meeting." With one hand, he closed the tablet displaying the news, while the other grabbed his coat, striding purposefully towards the exit. Halfway out, he turned back, casting a glance at the maid who seemed hesitant to speak, and paused momentarily to advise, "Speak softly. Do not disturb her slumber." With that, he departed the villa in swift strides. The initially stunned maid remained frozen in place until the sound of a car engine echoed from outside, at which point she slowly widened her eyes in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances with the other maids. Could it be as they suspected? Had the young master truly shared a room with the lady last night? An hour later, after tossing and turning in bed for half an hour, Jiang Qianxia could no longer endure it. She kicked off the covers and sluggishly rose from her bed. The unexpected events of the previous night had robbed her of sleep, and although she finally drifted off, her dreams were tainted by thoughts of the incident resembling the beginning of a romantic drama. Indeed, she dreamt of a romantic tale where, due to that kiss, she and Sityu became inseparable, embarking on a series of embarrassing scenarios reminiscent of an idol drama. As the absurdity of her dream escalated, Jiang Qianxia was abruptly awakened by her biological clock. Upon waking, she spent half an hour questioning her existence under the covers, still unable to face Sityu. Thus, she resolved to delay her emergence until he had vacated the villa. However, despite her attempts to return to slumber, sleep eluded her and hunger gnawed at her, compelling her to rise and check if he had left. After freshening up, she pressed her ear against the door, only to find the soundproofing too effective to hear anything. Peeking through a crack in the door, she was astonished to discover an unusual silence outside, more tranquil than her usual mornings. There were no hushed conversations among the maids, nor the sounds of cleaning. Rushing to the window, she noticed the maid responsible for watering the flowers was absent as well. With a perplexed expression, Jiang Qianxia descended the stairs. Upon reaching the landing, she found the living room devoid of Situ's presence, occupied only by two stealthy maids. She sighed with relief and leaned over the railing to inquire, "What are you all doing?" Chapter 49. Is she aspiring to be a new stepmother? Upon seeing Jiang Qianxia awake, the two maids immediately shed their cautious demeanor, exclaiming with delight, "Madam, you are up." Jiang Qianxia felt increasingly puzzled by their odd behavior. What could have caused these maids to regard her with such peculiar expressions? Surely, it wasn't he that someone had brought milk again. Alarmed, she glanced towards the usual mountain of milk, and upon confirming it was empty, she exhaled in relief. Clearing her throat, she softly questioned while descending the stairs, "So, has he left?" Noticing Jiang Qianxia's discreet scrutiny of the living room, the maids exchanged glances filled with regret before reassuring her. "The young master just departed. But he instructed us to keep our voices down so as not to disturb your sleep."
What?
Jiang Qianxia froze, doubting whether she was still ensnared in that dreamlike romantic drama. The maid, perceiving Jiang Qianxia's stillness as disappointment, hurriedly explained, "Originally, the young master inquired about your waking time, intending to wait for you to have breakfast together, but he had an early meeting and left without even having breakfast." Jiang Qianxia's eyes widened in confusion as she struggled to imagine Situ's icy countenance uttering such words. Instead, the tender version of Situ from her dream resurfaced in her mind, softly whispering, "Sleep a little longer." Instantly, a shiver ran down her spine, and she shook her head to dispel the incongruous image before hastening down the stairs. Seeing the maids' dawning expressions reminiscent of the congratulatory looks they wore the day they delivered milk, Jiang Qianxia took a deep breath, striving to ignore them. "Prepare breakfast. I am famished." At her words, the maids sprang into action, having kept breakfast ready in anticipation of her rising, allowing Jiang Qianxia to eat within minutes. As she ate, she noticed the maid responsible for watering the flowers had finally begun her task. She glanced at the time, 8:15 a.m. Typically, she would rise by 7:30 a.m., and on some occasions, the maid would have already finished watering the flowers by then. Why was today so late? However, recalling the maid's earlier comments, her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly hesitated to voice her question, fearing the answer might rob her of her smile. Watching the droplets of water dance joyfully in the sunlight of the garden outside, Jiang Qianxia began to contemplate her plans for the day. The entertainment industry had been quiet lately. Sister Yan had just taken on a new project, and she decided against disturbing her. Perhaps a live stream? Suddenly, it struck her that today marked the time of the incident involving TT's carefree flight. She wondered if the little one had heeded her advice. Jiang Qianxia resolved to check the live streaming platform after finishing breakfast. However, just as she was halfway through her meal, the villa's front door swung open, revealing a car entering. The maids, observing Jiang Qianxia lost in thought while eating, exchanged glances of delight, whispering, "Madam, could it be that the young master has returned?" With only 3 residents in the villa, and the young master having returned to the ancestral home, it was likely that the one arriving was indeed the young master. Jiang Qianxia, with a mouthful of breakfast, froze, nearly choking. Fortunately, the next moment, one of the maids, having seen the license plate, clarified uncertainly, "It seems to be a car from the old residence. Yes, the young master?" Jiang Qianxia breathed a sigh of relief, casting a discreet glance at the 2 maids beside her, planning to dismiss them the next time she had breakfast. Sensing Jiang Qianxia's cool gaze, the 2 maids, realizing their misstep, quietly took a half-step back, refraining from further comments. Just 2 minutes later, a small figure appeared at the door, none other than Situ Xiaoyue. Dressed in his kindergarten uniform and carrying a small backpack, he scampered in with his short legs, first darting towards the living room sofa, then to the dining table. Upon noticing only Jiang Qianxia present, he glanced around the living room, his expression falling. Jiang Qianxia, seeing his flushed face, was taken aback. Who could this little fellow be in such a hurry to find? Lu Ma? Just as she pondered, her gaze met the disappointed look in Situ Xiaoyue's eyes. After a moment's consideration, she explained, "Lu Ma is not here." However, to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Situ Xiaoyue remained rooted in place, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, a strange voice drifted in from outside the door. "He isn't looking for Lu Ma. He is searching for you." Jiang Qianxia. Who? Confused, she looked towards the door, where a woman in a tailored outfit from a luxury brand stepped inside. Instantly, her eyes zeroed in on Jiang Qianxia's face. appraising her for a moment before smiling and introducing herself. Hello, you must be Qianxia. I am Tianyayun. You must have mentioned me to you, right? Jiang Qianxia. Huh? From the way the woman had scrutinized her upon entering, Jiang Qianxia sensed an unfriendly aura emanating from her. Initially uncertain of the cause, she soon understood. It seemed this woman bore ill intent towards her from their very first encounter. So, she was Situ Yu's romantic interest? Jiang Qianxia tilted her head slightly, observing the impeccably dressed woman before her. With a deft motion, she assisted Situ Xiaoyue, who was attempting to climb onto the seat beside her, and then shook her head at Tianyayun. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of you. Yet, Tianyayun did not display any signs of embarrassment. Instead, her smile became more pronounced as she regarded Jiang Qianxia with a look of surprise. Oh, I apologize. I had thought you would have mentioned everything to you. As she spoke, she seemed to realize her faux pas and quickly amended her statement. When you got married, I was abroad. So I never had the chance to congratulate you on your nuptials. Throughout her words, Tianyayun attentively watched Jiang Qianxia's expression. Noticing that the latter remained devoid of the reaction she had anticipated, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Had she been so blatant with her insinuations that Jiang Qianxia truly did not care at all? She stifled her smile and observed Situ Xiaoyue, who had naturally climbed onto the seat beside Jiang Qianxia. Her gaze darkened slightly as she noted Jiang Qianxia calling someone to fetch a plate for Situ Xiaoyue, prompting her to interject. Miss Jiang, Xiaoyue has already had breakfast. He cannot eat anymore, or it will upset his stomach. With that, she approached and lifted Situ Xiaoyue from his chair. Xiaoyue regarded her with a blank expression. However, Tianyayun remained oblivious, offering a maternal smile as she gently coaxed, Xiaoyue, we just had breakfast, remember? You can't eat anymore. It will make your tummy hurt. In that moment, as Jiang Qianxia beheld the maternal glow radiating from Tianyayun, she instantly comprehended the implication. Does she wish to become the little one as stepmother? Hearing the term stepmother, Situ Xiaoyue glanced back at her before turning to Tianyayun, who was tenderly coaxing him. Realizing that he had again perceived his stepmother's unspoken thoughts, he pondered briefly, took a step back, and slipped out of Tianyayun's embrace. Tianyayun's smile faltered slightly. Hadn't she heard that a U.S. wife and Xiaoyue were not particularly close? Just then, she noticed Situ Xiaoyue suddenly inching closer to Jiang Qianxia with his little legs. Chapter 50, The Little One's Expectations. Observing the harmonious scene of Situ Xiaoyue nestled beside Jiang Qianxia, Tianyayun felt her breath catch. Xiaoyue was not an easily placated child. His inner world was unlike that of other children, focused solely on his own realm, with minimal response to the outside world. During her studies abroad, she had specifically taken courses in the psychology of children with autism, all for the sake of this child. Yet, her efforts seemed to have turned into a farce. No matter how hard she tried to win his affection, she could manage only a handful of responses. A mere glance was already considered a significant closeness. Yet now, she observed that Situ Xiaoyue exhibited a remarkable interest in Jiang Qianxia, even when she had not done anything to draw his attention. Tianyayun scrutinized Jiang Qianxia, who appeared indifferent to Situ Xiaoyue, her eyes deepening in contemplation. Had she truly done nothing at all? If it weren't for Aunt Zhu expressing concern, she wouldn't have brought him back to the old residence in the absence of his nanny. At that moment, the maid arrived to collect the dishes. Jiang Qianxia, of course, noticed the complex changes in Tianyayun's expression, but she paid no heed to her thoughts. However, her previous statement held some truth. A child this small indeed should not eat excessively. With that in mind, Jiang Qianxia beckoned the maid to retrieve the dishes. Unexpectedly, as she casually glanced down, Jiang Qianxia discovered Situ Xiaoyue standing beside the table, craning his neck, his beautiful, clear eyes fixed eagerly on her bowl. It seemed as though her bowl contained not a simple egg custard, but a feast of delicacies. The moment their eyes met, the little one momentarily forgot his manners. Scrambling onto the chair and placing the spoon from the maid's dish in front of himself, then obediently lifting his chin, preparing for his usual breakfast. The little one's quiet and well-behaved demeanor belied the earlier awkwardness of his antics. Yet Jiang Qianxia understood that he was genuinely eager. A smile broke across her face as she instructed the maid, please tie a bib on him. Then, she leaned down to negotiate with the little one. You've had breakfast today, haven't you? If you really want to eat, you can have just one bite to taste. To her surprise, Situ Xiaoyue gazed intently at her smiling eyes, then slowly blinked, raising his chubby little hand before her and making a peace sign. Jiang Qianxia paused for a moment, then realized, "You want to have 2 bites?" Upon hearing this, she saw his lovely eyes narrow in a smile as he nodded vigorously. Jiang Qianxia found him utterly adorable. Smiling back, "All right then." Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's words, Tian Yayun could no longer restrain herself. She glanced at the happily swinging feet of Situ Xiaowei beside Jiang Qianxia before turning her attention sharply towards Jiang Qianxia. "Miss Jiang, I understand you wish to win Xiaowei's favor, but he is still so young and cannot discern what is truly good for him. You must not disregard his health merely to gain his affection." Tian Yayun's words lacked any accusatory tone, resembling a gentle suggestion. After her earnest look towards Jiang Qianxia, she was taken aback to find Jiang Qianxia seemingly unfazed. Without so much as a glance at Tian Yayun, Jiang Qianxia took Situ Xiaowei's tiny spoon and scooped out 2 spoonfuls of egg custard from her untouched portion into the child's bowl, then leisurely began to eat herself. Situ Xiaowei pressed his lips together, shifting his gaze between Jiang Qianxia's large spoon and his own miniature one, then lowered his eyelashes and quietly began to eat. The little one's manner of eating was a blend of the characteristic clumsiness of childhood and an elegance not often seen in children, making every movement delightfully pleasing to behold. After finishing her meal, Jiang Qianxia finally lifted her gaze towards Tian Yayun, who had turned red with indignation from being so blatantly ignored. The Tian family's status was not much inferior to the Situ family's. She was a prominent heiress in her social circle and had never encountered such blatant disrespect. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and, with a forced smile, remarked, "I've heard that Miss Jiang was only brought back home at 18. Were you living in the countryside before that?" Jiang Qianxia, curious about the visibly strained Tian Yayun, regarded her thoughtfully. Tian Yayun was quite beautiful, and unlike Jiang Qianxia, who exuded an aura of difficulty, she possessed an elegant demeanor that would appeal to the refined tastes of high society matrons. The essential skills for such a daughter-in-law likely included patience and the ability to navigate family intrigues. Jiang Qianxia returned Tian Yayun's scrutinizing gaze, silently resolving, "I must expedite my divorce. Otherwise, the intricacies of high society family matters could become quite troublesome." With a sigh in her heart, she looked at the determined Tian Yayun. "Miss Tian, may I inquire under what identity you are addressing me?" Tian Yayun, taken aback by Jiang Qianxia's composure in the face of her pointed remarks about her past, felt her internal threats against Jiang Qianxia escalate. Suppressing her smile, she was about to elaborate on her connection to the Situ family when Jiang Qianxia, genuinely puzzled, interjected, "Are you perhaps the new childcare nanny?" Tian Yayun was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Jiang Qianxia. Her first instinct was to check her reflection, questioning whether her makeup had faltered and aged her appearance. However, the next moment, her eyes met Jiang Qianxia's cool, almond-shaped gaze, devoid of any doubt. It dawned upon her that the latter was deliberately countering her. Assuming she had struck a nerve, Tian Yayun couldn't help but chuckle with a sense of satisfaction, feeling exhilarated by the notion that she had pierced through Jiang Qianxia's facade. "Since you claim that Yu has never mentioned me to you, allow me to introduce myself. I, along with brother Yun Xiao, have grown up alongside Yu," she stated, pausing for effect before adding with a feigned nonchalance, "Our bond is akin to that of siblings." Yet, she soon realized that Jiang Qianxia appeared to have lost her previous sharpness, entirely oblivious to the ambiguity in her words, which left Tian Yayun feeling slightly disheartened. She twirled her hair and gazed out the window at a small patch of lilies, reflecting, "When Yu hastily got married, I had no time to return. Now that I have finally settled back in the country, I came to see what Yu's wife is like." As she spoke, her eyes turned nostalgic, and she casually remarked, "Yu still remembers to plant lilies. I used to adore them." She secretly observed Jiang Qianxia's expression, but was met with disappointment once more. At that moment, she found it challenging to discern whether this woman genuinely did not comprehend or was merely adept at masquerading her feelings. Could someone truly remain unmoved upon hearing of another woman's deeper connection with her husband? Tian Yayun was unconvinced. She was certain the woman was feigning indifference. With a self-assured smile, she thought, "No matter, there is ample time ahead." She then approached Situ Xiaowei and, adopting a weary posture, gently said, "All right, Xiaowei, we must head to kindergarten. We shall be late if we do not leave soon." Upon reaching out to take his hand, she was taken aback when he unexpectedly recoiled from her grasp. Stunned, she watched as Situ Xiaowei walked over and took hold of Jiang Qianxia's hand, who was preparing to leave. Jiang Qianxia was equally taken aback. Realizing she was still his nominal stepmother, she looked down and curiously inquired, "Is something the matter? Do you not wish to go to school?" Situ Xiaoyue, tilting his little head, shook it slowly. Jiang Qianxia blinked in confusion. Situ Xiaoyue, scrutinizing Jiang Qianxia's expression, tentatively tugged at her hand. Recognizing his intent, Jiang Qianxia resignedly took a couple of steps in his direction, asking, "Do you want me to escort you to kindergarten?" Just then, a bright chime echoed. The child's innocent laughter seemed to sparkle with an almost magical quality. However, in the next moment, Jiang Qianxia mischievously halted, tilting her head at him and teasing, "But you're not afraid I might eat you if I take you to kindergarten?" This was a sudden whimsy of hers, intertwined with curiosity. She sensed that Situ Xiaoyue seemed to be warming up to her, yet she recalled just 2 days prior when he had been frightened by her presence. What had changed? At her words, Situ Xiaoyue froze, then mimicked her head tilt before releasing her hand and scampering off in a particular direction. Seeing him dart away, Tian Yayun's pupils constricted, her previous indignation forgotten as she shot a glance at Jiang Qianxia, urgently exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, how could you frighten him so?" She then hurried after him, only to stop in her tracks midway. To her astonishment, Situ Xiaoyue had reached the refrigerator, standing on tiptoe, attempting to retrieve something. Approaching with curiosity, Tian Yayun observed him struggling to lift his small hand to grab a carton of milk. She stepped forward to assist him, only to realize he was attempting to take the entire pack. Just as she was about to help him pry off a small box, he protectively extended both hands, clutching the entire pack tightly to his chest. Tian Yayun was taken aback, then gently explained, "You shouldn't drink too much milk. Let me get you a small box, all right? Or, do you wish to share with your classmates?" However, Situ Xiaoyue offered no response, determinedly cradling the milk and shutting the refrigerator door behind him before scampering away. Tian Yayun laughed softly as she chased after him, only to freeze once more. There stood Situ Xiaoyue, guardedly presenting the carton of milk to Jiang Qianxia like a prized possession. Jiang Qianxia was equally surprised, having initially feared she had frightened the little one again and regretting her earlier jest. Now, she found herself unexpectedly gifted with a pack of milk. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Could the little one still believe I might eat him? So he offers up his sustenance to silence me, ensuring his safety? What a clever little rascal he is. Situ Xiaoyue's eyes sparkled with delight as he joyfully grasped Jiang Qianxia's hand, leaning his head against her palm as he coaxed her to move along. Glancing at the carton of milk in her hand, Jiang Qianxia mused, "It seems I have no choice but to take him to kindergarten." As she observed the intimate retreat of the pair, a sense of unease washed over Tian Yayun, accompanied by an unprecedented feeling of humiliation. Nevertheless, she held her composure, inhaling deeply before pursuing them. Yet, once in the car, she found herself once again in disbelief. Situ Xiaoyue intended to sit in Jiang Qianxia's lap and even feed her milk. Initially relieved that he was merely attempting to pass the milk to Jiang Qianxia, she quickly suppressed the urge to speak, recalling her earlier missteps. As she noticed Situ Xiaoyue becoming engrossed in the milk, she affectionately gazed at his little profile and turned to Jiang Qianxia. "Miss Jiang, how much do you know about autism?" Jiang Qianxia, seeing Situ Xiaoyue struggling to detach the straws from the milk carton, felt an uneasy premonition. Thus, when she heard Tian Yayun speak, she merely responded with a nonchalant, while focusing on the little one's actions. Sure enough, she discovered that Situ Xiaoyue genuinely intended to insert all the straws. She quickly reached out to stop him, only to find her hand ensnared by Tian Yayun. Tian Yayun smiled, gently yet firmly explaining, "Xiaoyue is a remarkably rare genius with autism. He possesses an innate intelligence, and when he is absorbed in his own world, we should refrain from interrupting him." As she spoke, she noticed Jiang Qianxia regarding her with disapproval. Confident in her expertise, Tian Yayun brushed it off and reiterated, "Miss Jiang, please trust my professional judgment. I have studied child psychology focusing on autism at Stanford. If you have any doubts, you may inquire with IU." Jiang Qianxia withdrew her hand, forcing a smile. "I believe you." She then turned her gaze aside. Though she had received the answer she desired, Tian Yayun felt something was amiss. Following Jiang Qianxia's line of sight, she observed that Situ Xiaoyue had successfully inserted all 4 straws. Instantly, she beamed with pride, turning to Jiang Qianxia. "You see, I told you Xiaoyue is exceptionally clever. There's no need to disturb him." Jiang Qianxia sighed, unable to contain herself as she rolled her eyes at the woman who seemed oblivious to the subtleties of the situation. "You are indeed correct." She then extended her hand, swiftly embracing the little creature that sought to crawl into her embrace. Moments earlier, she had denied him a hug, and upon witnessing him insert the milk, she surmised that he was attempting to barter for affection once more. Indeed, as the soft, cuddly little one nestled into her arms, for straws were promptly thrust before her lips. Meeting his stubborn gaze, Jiang Qianxia realized that refusing his endearments today was not an option. Thus, she took a sip, feigning indifference. "That's enough. Thank you." Transaction complete. Although her demeanor was dismissive, Situ Xiaoyue relished it, contentedly cradling his milk while leaning against Jiang Qianxia's fragrant embrace. Occasionally, he dutifully held the milk up to offer her a sip. Meanwhile, Tianyayun felt as though the capillaries in her cheeks were about to burst. Blushing furiously, she finally grasped why Jiang Qianxia had cast her that look earlier. She was merely an onlooker in this mother-son exchange, yet she had been foolishly flaunting her knowledge. Jiang Qianxia must surely view her as a jester now. Moreover, with the driver from the Situ family's ancestral home seated in front, how would she face them if word got back? Tianyayun felt utterly disheartened and, after enduring the excruciating silence, the car finally arrived at the kindergarten's entrance. Originally intending to linger, she hastily entrusted Situ Xiaoyue to Jiang Qianxia, claiming an urgent matter demanded her attention. Jiang Qianxia stifled a laugh, making her effort to suppress it quite evident, saying, "Oh, all right." She watched with satisfaction as Tianyayun's expression grew, increasingly mortified. The poised and refined daughter of a prestigious family seemed desperate to flee, as if she wished to sprint away in her heels. Jiang Qianxia could no longer contain her laughter. This Tianyayun was rather peculiar.
As she pondered this,
her gaze met a pair of mischievous little eyes that were secretly giggling at her. Jiang Qianxia was unaware that the little one could hear her thoughts, believing he was merely mimicking her. Nevertheless, he was rather adorable. She patted his head and led him towards the kindergarten teacher she had met just the day before. Upon seeing Jiang Qianxia arrive with Situ Xiaoyue, the teacher greeted her with a smile. "Madam Situ, your little friend truly adores you." Jiang Qianxia thought she was being polite and chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, is that so?" As she spoke, she took a row of small milk cartons from Situ Xiaoyue's hands, placing one that she had not yet tasted into his grasp, before handing him over to the teacher and departing. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, Situ Xiaoyue stood in place, held by the teacher, watching her car disappear until it was out of sight. Only then did he slowly lift the small milk carton to take a sip, his eyes curving into crescent moons as he gently said to the teacher, "Mama." Chapter 52. My lady, can you exorcise ghosts? On the way home, Jiang Qianxia received a message from Xianqing, informing her that the package he had sent would arrive today, advising her to keep an eye out for it. She had intended to inquire about Lu Ma's son at some point, and now seemed like the perfect opportunity. Thus, she shared the information she had gleaned from the maid with Xianqing, along with her insights from Lu Ma's appearance. After reading Jiang Qianxia's message, Xianqing promptly called her. He asserted, it is a case of possession by vengeful spirits. Even after all these years, if they remain in this world, it is either due to the resentment sustaining them as malevolent spirits, or the two children may not even realize they are dead. Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the two little ghosts are not following their murder out of hatred? Xianqing shook his head.
No, it is not that simple.
As the saying goes, every grievance has its roots. They instinctively follow their killers. Moreover, he continued, his tone growing grave. The fact that these two little ghosts have lingered in the world for so long indicates that their power has surpassed that of ordinary malevolent spirits. They pose a significant danger. Once they become aware of their demise, they will instantly transform into formidable, vengeful spirits and wield their powers. Jiang Qianxia discerned the implication in Xuanqing's words. Are you implying that they could harm others? Xianqing sighed. Yes, the more powerful the vengeful spirit, the less rational they become. Once they are transformed, their sole thought will be revenge. Even if they eliminate their enemies, they will not cease. When a vengeful spirit takes a life and tastes blood, their resentment gradually morphs into malevolent energy, becoming a malevolent ghost. Such spirits are driven solely by the desire to kill, devoid of any rationality. If caught, they may face imprisonment in the 18th level of hell or suffer a fate worse than death. Pausing, he added, Daoist Qiqian, you possess a tender heart. When I previously asked if you required assistance, you declined because you wished for them to exact their own revenge, did you not? Xuanqing's words left Jiang Qianxia in silence. She did not consider herself soft-hearted. As Xianqing had stated, every grievance has its roots. She believed it fair for Lu Ma, having taken a life, to be haunted by ghosts, or even to meet her end at their hands. Conversely, the two little ghosts seeking revenge would pay a steep price and potentially endanger innocence. Jiang Qianxia could not help but sigh. Is there truly no other way? Upon hearing her sigh, Qianxing understood her sentiments. Noticing her newfound interest in the Taoist arts, he sighed in resignation as well. In truth, practitioners of the Tao also possess methods to subdue malevolent spirits. Some even raise ghost servants. The condition for signing a contract with a ghost servant is to help them resolve their grievances. He then briefly outlined the methods of subduing malevolent spirits to Jiang Qianxia. The ways to help a vengeful spirit resolve their grievances were rather straightforward. The first method involves utilizing Taoist techniques, which require considerable strength. In essence, it entails preventing the vengeful spirit from killing their enemy before they lose control and crave bloodshed, suppressing them until they yield. However, if one relies solely on brute force, some vengeful spirits might retaliate, preferring to disintegrate rather than become a ghost servant. Thus, those who intend to subdue a ghost servant typically establish some form of contract with the spirit beforehand. For instance, the Taoist would assist the spirit in avenging themselves and prevent further bloodshed, in exchange for the spirit serving the Taoist for 5, 10, or even longer years. The second method involves worldly means, essentially seeking justice and ensuring that the vengeful spirit's enemies receive their just deserts. However, this too may result in the vengeful spirit turning against their benefactor if they believe the legal consequences are insufficient due to overwhelming resentment. After listening to Xuanqing's explanation, Jiang Qianxia's eyes flickered with intrigue. Then, Qianxing, are you interested in taking on 2 ghost servants? Qianxing was momentarily taken aback, then continued to explain to Jiang Qianxia. There is a rule in our sect. No disciple may take on ghost servants. However, I do possess the methods. If you wish to pursue the first approach, I can assist you. Jiang Qianxia recalled the frail appearance of the 2 children. Since they were unaware of their own deaths, they did not appear frightening. Yet, the prospect of having them follow her sent a shiver down her spine.
Terrifying.
Jiang Qianxia tentatively asked, could we not allow them to exact their revenge and then send them away? She thought that as a potential future leader of the Tao, Qianxing might have connections to reach some ghostly emissaries. Her intuition proved correct, as Qianxing hesitated before affirmatively replying, indeed, it can be arranged. He then added, however, Taoist Qi Qian, if you do not wish to join the Taoist sect for training, then having 2 powerful ghost servants could serve as formidable allies in your future endeavors. Especially since the Tao is not as tranquil as it once was. With Xuanqing's integrity, it is already quite a feat for him to convey his thoughts in an indirect manner. Jiang Qianxia is profoundly grateful for his guidance, yet she remains resolute in her decision not to accept the little ghosts. The very thought terrifies her, and she shakes her head in rejection.
No, no.
Upon witnessing Jiang Qianxia's refusal, Qianxing does not press further, but informs her that he will immediately book a flight to her location. The 2 little ghosts have already harmed Aunt Lu, and while Jiang Qianxia knows only that Aunt Lu is in the hospital, the specifics of her injuries remain unclear. However, Qianxing warns that if there has been bloodshed, they are likely to take action soon. Jiang Qianxia takes a gentle breath. All right, I'll pick you up at the airport. After concluding her discussion with Qianxing, the car arrives at the villa just in time. Jiang Qianxia puts away her phone, only to find Uncle Lu staring at her with a pale face. Jiang Qianxia realizes that she has been so engrossed in her conversation with Qianxing that she completely forgot the driver was present. Just as she is racking her brain to concoct an excuse to brush it off, Uncle Lu speaks up. Madam, did Aunt Lu truly cause the deaths of 2 stepchildren? Have they turned into vengeful spirits following you? Observing Uncle Lu's pallid countenance, coupled with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, Jiang Qianxia's gaze shifts, and she suddenly perceives a new opportunity. After all, having been a driver for the Sidhu family for so many years, Uncle Lu must possess some connections within the affluent circles, or, at the very least, among fellow chauffeurs. Clearing her throat, she adopts a serious demeanor. Indeed. Uncle Lu's eyes widen in astonishment. So, Aunt Lu is truly the one who got her into the hospital? Jiang Qianxia nods. Uncle Lu takes a deep breath, glancing around before quietly stating, so, madam, you really can tell fortunes? Jiang Qianxia nods again, scrutinizing Uncle Lu's features before slowly saying, your elderly mother back home, who is now living with your elder brother, wishes to see you, does she not? Uncle Lu freezes, astonished at Jiang Qianxia's words. He has been away from his hometown for decades, always claiming to be an orphan, and has not shared the details of his family situation with anyone. not even his wife and children. Yet, Jiang Qianxia continues, your mother was unkind, and you were unfilial. Since childhood, she favored your elder brother, even going so far as to drive you away for his sake. Now that she is aged, and your brother is ungrateful, she has thought of you, hasn't she? As she speaks, Jiang Qianxia studies Uncle Lu's brow and eyes, resting her chin in contemplation. Let me see, it has been 12 years since your mother sought you. Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia state the exact duration, Uncle Lu's pupils constrict, and suddenly recalling something, he becomes animated. He glances around before leaning closer to Jiang Qianxia, whispering conspiratorially, Madam, in addition to fortune-telling, you can also exorcise spirits, can't you? Jiang Qianxia, upon hearing this, rolls her eyes and asserts, Indeed. Chapter 53. Uncle Lu's daughter engaged in a ghost marriage? After receiving a positive confirmation, Uncle Lu's eyes light up with joy, only to suddenly realize Jiang Qianxia's identity, causing his smile to falter slightly. Noticing the change in Uncle Lu's demeanor, Jiang Qianxia understands that her business opportunity has arisen, and she invites Uncle Lu into the villa for a more in-depth discussion. Uncle Lu hesitates, but ultimately follows Jiang Qianxia into the reception room, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Qianxia asks a maid to bring water and dismisses the others, turning to the visibly conflicted Uncle Lu and encouraging him to speak. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, Uncle Lu becomes increasingly convinced of her abilities and gathers his resolve to share his story. Madam, I don't fear your laughter at my tale. In my family, there are only 2 brothers. My elder brother is 3 years my senior. Oddly enough, I have always been the one resembling a brother more. Whether in taking care of the household or working in the fields, I have always been more diligent. However, he pauses, his expression darkening with bitterness. My mother has always favored my brother. Years later, Uncle Lu's fortunes changed when a factory director took notice of him, wanting to keep him at the factory. In those times, such a position was a coveted opportunity. Yet, upon learning of this, his mother conspired with relatives to keep him in the countryside, taking his brother to meet the director instead, claiming that all his skills were taught by his brother and that he would perform even better at the factory. The director, upon hearing this, agreed to take both brothers on. Ultimately, however, his mother forced him to kneel, insisting on filial piety, and he relented, allowing his brother to enter the factory instead. Unfortunately, his brother caused trouble and was soon expelled. Thus, Uncle Lu's chance was squandered by a biased mother. Yet, neither his mother nor brother felt remorse. Instead, they intensified their exploitation of him. Although he lost the opportunity at the factory, he serendipitously found a good time to venture into business. Lacking acumen but riding on the coattails of a savvy boss, he managed to build the first building in his village. However, after his brother was expelled from the factory, his mother seized his property under the pretext of his brother needing to marry. She then set her sights on his boss, and during one of his business trips, she placed a large order in his name, hoping to have his brother run the business, only for it to result in massive losses. When Uncle Lu returned, he was faced with a mountain of debt. The considerate boss, believing it was his oversight, allowed Uncle Lu's mother to keep the goods without demanding payment. However, Uncle Lu could not allow the boss to suffer a loss at his expense, so he repaid the boss with all the money he had. Upon learning this, his mother confronted the boss, causing Uncle Lu to lose face and cease doing business with him. Later, when the boss expanded his business to another region and appreciated Uncle Lu's character, he invited him along, but his mother caused another scene, preventing him from leaving. Unbeknownst to him, his mother had kept him around solely for the money he earned over the years, as his brother was preparing to marry, and the bride's family demanded a hefty dowry. Upon learning that Uncle Lu had repaid the boss, the bride's family promptly called off the engagement. Consequently, both his mother and brother turned on him, blaming him for not saving the money, which led to the cancellation of the marriage. Thus, he was driven out of the building he had constructed, with nothing to his name, and struck by his mother's wrath. Madam, to be honest, during my hardest times, I have slept under bridges, he confides, his voice thick with emotion. A man does not shed tears easily, but when recalling the past, the steadfast and honest Uncle Lu finds his eyes glistening with unshed tears, the pain within him profound. I vowed that I, Lu Jingdong, would never set foot back in my hometown, whether I starve outside or thrive in the world. Thus, I changed my name and claimed to be an orphan. Later, he met a wife who accepted him without disdain and had a daughter. Although he had little success, he was fortunate enough to gain the appreciation of his father-in-law, managing to earn a living, and for a time, he believed he could finally escape that small village. Yet, He never anticipated the depths of his mother's malice. She drains my lifeblood for my brother, and now, for money, she has arranged a ghost marriage for my daughter. As he speaks, Uncle Lu suddenly kneels before Jiang Qianxia, bowing his head in supplication. Madam, I truly have no other recourse. I implore you, please save my daughter. I am willing to offer you all the savings I have accumulated over the years, although I am acutely aware that it may still fall short. Henceforth I, old Lu, shall serve you like an ox or a horse in gratitude. Although Jiang Qianxia can perceive his facial features, the intricate details elude her vision. Just as she was momentarily taken aback, he suddenly knelt and bowed his head, startling her significantly. She turned her body slightly to avoid his kneeling form, set down her teacup, and gently cleared her throat. Old Lu, please rise. Yet, old Lu, driven by a father's desperate love, refused to budge. With reddened eyes, he continued, I know you may dismiss my trifling offerings, but I am truly at my wit's end. My daughter is with child. I implore you to assist me. Jiang Qianxia sighed softly. I have not refused to help you. Please stand up. Your granddaughter will be safe. She will be born without incident. In truth, upon discerning old Lu's features, she had glimpsed his familial ties, realizing that his granddaughter could not be retained. The reason she mentioned her ability to exorcise spirits was that she had recalled Xianxing was en route. With Xuanqing's innocent and benevolent nature, assisting in capturing a ghost would be effortless. As for her assertion of capability, it was not entirely deceitful. She may not be able to do it now, but she would in the future. Unexpectedly, after she proclaimed her ability to catch ghosts, she found that old Lu's granddaughter was indeed safe. This was perplexing. However, upon reflection, Jiang Qianxia understood. The turning point was indeed her intervention. Upon hearing that his granddaughter was safe, old Lu's expression brightened, only to be followed by astonishment. You can discern the gender of my daughter's child merely by looking at me? Jiang Qianxia nodded gently. Yes, what of it? Old Lu gasped, casting a fervent gaze upon Jiang Qianxia, his tone pleading. When would it be convenient for you? He expressed his concern. My daughter is currently at home, too frightened to step outside, for there is a consecrated statue of Buddha in the house that keeps malevolent spirits at bay. But I am unsure how long it can hold out. She has been plagued by nightmares these past few days. Xianxing could arrive today. Yet it seemed he must first address matters concerning Lu Ma. Jiang Qianxia pondered for a moment, then suggested, how about this? Come by later. I will provide you with something. The detailed arrangements may have to wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing that it would be tomorrow, old Lu initially felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly recalled Jiang Qianxia's promise of offering something and nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young mistress. I shall return home now to prepare. With that, old Lu excitedly rose to his feet. After watching him depart, Jiang Qianxia hastily took out her phone to inform Xianxing of old Lu's daughter's situation. Regrettably, Xianxing was likely already on a plane and unable to respond promptly. In truth, Jiang Qianxia sensed that old Lu's daughter did not appear to be involved in a ghostly marriage, as her marital destiny seemed solely tied to her husband. However, Jiang Qianxia was uncertain in this regard. Perhaps the spectral husband's connection was invisible to her. The specifics could only be clarified once Xianxing arrived. Stretching her limbs, Jiang Qianxia took a leisurely stroll in the garden before retreating to her room. She recalled that TT was supposed to reach out to her days ago. Today marked the third day of silence. Had she not believed in herself prior, she would undoubtedly have to now. Jiang Qianxia logged onto her live streaming account, where the backend still displayed a count of 99. Not one to seek confrontation, she routinely cleared the comments and glanced at TT's account. With a sigh, Jiang Qianxia opened her live stream. Soon enough, the trolls arrived, but this time, there were a few genuine viewers among them. Ms. Wang, are you still doing fortune-telling today? Pick me. Pick me. You there, do you want a beating? Allow me to take you on. My whip skills are unparalleled. As Jiang Qianxia contemplated selecting 2 audience members, the screen suddenly erupted with a dazzling display of extravagant effects. TT had just sent 10 spacecraft. Following that was a bold, colorful text. Pick me. The spacecraft was the most expensive gift on this streaming app, priced at 3,000 yuan each, totaling 30,000. Instantly, both the trolls and the eager viewers fell silent. Yet, TT showed no sign of stopping, continuing to shower the stream with spacecraft, swiftly propelling Jiang Qianxia's live stream to the top of the app's homepage. Newcomers, surprised to find a fortune-telling live stream, paused in confusion. What is this? A fortune-telling host? Is this some kind of publicity stunt? The donation leaderboard displayed only one person far ahead. Could it be the host's alternate account? As it appeared that TT might be mistaken for her alternate account, Jiang Qianxia quickly interjected, TT, please pause. I have seen your messages. However, TT persisted, launching another 100 spacecraft before finally ceasing. After stopping, she did not connect via video, but continued to send colorful messages. I want to meet you. I need your help. The moment TT appeared, Jiang Qianxia realized her words had come to fruition, yet she had not anticipated that TT would request a meeting. Moreover, if her memory served correctly, TT was a fan of Jiang Mingxia. Earning money from Jiang Mingxia's fans did not bother her, but she wondered how TT would react upon discovering she was Jiang Qianxia. Seeing her silent, TT impulsively sent another 10 spacecraft. Jiang Qianxia quickly responded, That's enough. We can meet, but you must be prepared. Upon hearing that she was willing to meet, TT wasted no time, replying without hesitation, private message. The audience was left bewildered as the host was about to end the live stream to meet the top donor. New viewers, enlightened by the seasoned audience, learned that 3 days prior, the host had foretold TT's fate, which explained her absence. Curiosity piqued. They wondered if the host truly possessed such remarkable abilities. Is she an actress? I don't believe it. Was TT genuinely facing a life-threatening predicament? At that moment, a colorful comment flashed across the screen. It's true. I'm in the hospital. So, don't panic. I need the host to save me. I'm in urgent need. Following that, TT sent a large red envelope in the live stream, causing the audience waiting for their fortunes to feel no resentment. After privately messaging Jiang Qianxia with her address, Jiang Qianxia was taken aback to discover that they resided in the same city. Upon learning that Jiang Qianxia was local, TT sighed in relief and offered to send a car to fetch her. Jiang Qianxia replied, There's no need. I will come on my own. Shortly thereafter, TT requested her bank account number, and a few minutes later, Jiang Qianxia received a notification of a 700,000 yuan deposit. She replied on WeChat to Cha Feng's Enfiai with a playful tone, Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? Cha Feng's Enfiai, filled with pride, responded, I trust you. Especially since my uncle is in the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Upon reading the message, Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow. She noticed that in the 3 days that had passed, Cha Feng's Enfiai had changed a bit, demonstrating a blend of both kindness and authority, first expressing her trust to win Jiang's favor, then cautioning with her uncle's status. It seemed Cha had quite the eventful days. 2 hours later, Jiang Qianxia arrived at the hospital address provided by Cha Feng's Enfiai. Before ascending the stairs, she reflected that Cha was not only her benefactor but also a patient, having thoughtfully donned a mask to avoid startling her. Upon reaching the hospital room, Jiang knocked on the door, which was soon opened by a young woman dressed modestly. Upon seeing Jiang in her mask, the woman hesitated. Who are you looking for? As Jiang observed her face, she too was taken aback, but before she could speak, a voice from within exclaimed, Lao Wang, you're here. Hearing that voice, the modest woman hurriedly stepped aside. Jiang Qianxia entered slowly, spotting the familiar round-faced girl on the hospital bed. Indeed, it was Cha Feng's Enfiai. Fortunately, her injuries seemed mild, indicating she had been cautious in response to Jiang's previous counsel. Noticing Jiang's scrutiny of her leg, Cha Feng's Enfiai felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that had she fully heeded Jiang's warnings, her injury might have been averted. Clearing her throat, she turned to the modest woman pouring water. Sister Qiao. You can head back now. I'm fine. Once I'm done with the 4, I plan to go out with my friend. After hearing this, the woman looked at Cha-Cha's leg with concern. Cha-Cha waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. My friend is here. Once Cha-Cha spoke, the woman, referred to as Sister Qiao, could only acquiesce and leave with the kettle. Once the woman departed, Cha Feng's Enfiai leapt off the bed, limping towards the door. After confirming the woman had truly left, she turned to Jiang Qianxia. You must be Qi Qian Wang Ba Duo, right? You look somewhat familiar. Chapter 55. How about giving my dad sterilization medication instead? Hearing this, Jiang Qianxia smirked slightly, abandoning the idea of removing her mask, fearing it might frighten Cha. Thus, Cha Feng's Enfiai, not overly concerned with Jiang's appearance, cautiously inquired, Have you noticed anything? Jiang glanced at her leg, which she could only manage to hobble on, and replied teasingly, The fact that your injury isn't severe indicates you must have taken my words to heart. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Cha-Cha Fingxinfei recalled the harrowing events from 2 hours prior. Had she not spent the last few days validating Jiang's claims, she would not have evaded danger when she sensed it looming. If she hadn't been cautious, her injury could have escalated from a mere ankle sprain to a broken leg. However, she did not intend to discuss that. Cha-Cha Fingxinfei gazed curiously into Jiang Qianxia's eyes, finding them quite captivating, and noticed a hint of mirth within them. She paused. You. Jiang Qianxia, no longer withholding, stated directly. You wish to meet me because of that nanny, don't you? Cha-Cha Fingxinfei nodded, finally recognizing Jiang's insights. She confessed, actually, the things you've said these past few days seem to have subtly manifested in Xia and Xing's behaviors. Yet, I hesitated to draw conclusions without evidence, clinging to a sense of luck, thinking it was mere suggestion until I truly encountered trouble today. As she spoke, she looked into Jiang's eyes, noticing no signs of displeasure at her earlier skepticism, which made her feel a bit awkward. Understanding her intent, Jiang Qianxia gave her a meaningful glance and bluntly asked, So you believe me now? Is your primary concern regarding your parents' matters truly valid? Cha-Cha Fingxinfei, filled with trepidation, nodded. Jiang Qianxia understood why she was so eager to spend money to meet her. You are a bit naive. Even if I cannot discern the truth, I could guess the nanny's identity under your scrutiny. Cha-Cha Fingxinfei's eyes widened in realization, regretting her earlier oversight. Fortunately, Jiang Qianxia's next words reassured her. Did you summon me to ascertain whether this nanny is currently involved with your father? Cha-Cha Fingxinfei nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed anxiously on Jiang, fearful of an unwelcome answer. Jiang Qianxia shook her head. Congratulations, not yet. Upon hearing the desired response, Cha-Cha Fingxinfei finally exhaled in relief. That's good, that's good. With this, she felt inclined to introduce herself. Master, how should I address you? My surname is Zheng, and my name is Zheng Miao Miao, with Miao meaning vague.
You can call me Miao Miao.
Upon noticing that Jiang Qianxia had yet to remove her mask, she quickly added, If it's inconvenient, should I refer to you as Master Qiqian? Jiang Qianxia nodded. That works. Relaxing considerably, Zheng Miao Miao's thoughts returned to the nanny issue. She asked Jiang Qianxia, If I simply dismiss her, will that prevent such incidents from occurring? As she spoke, she felt conflicted. It would be akin to preemptively judging Sister Qiao Qiao for a crime she had yet to commit. Her kindness stemmed from her parents, and it felt unjust to dismiss someone without cause, which might lead her parents to question her motives. Yet, for the sake of her family, she felt compelled to act. Zheng Miao Miao gazed at Jiang Qianxia with unwavering determination. Jiang Qianxia, observing her resolute demeanor, scrutinized her features and sighed in resignation. The outcome remains unchanged. I cannot say whether you will succeed in dismissing that nanny or if, even if you do, the incident will still transpire. At this, Zheng Miao Miao's expression dimmed as she sighed. My parents dote on me. Dismissing a nanny is trivial. Even without a reason, they would likely acquiesce. However, they would certainly question my motives, perhaps even prompting my father to interrogate Sister Qiao Qiao, which could backfire. Turning to Jiang Qianxia, she implored, What should I do? Initially, Jiang Qianxia had shared her foresight merely to inform Zheng Miao Miao, leaving the mitigation of such issues beyond her reach. However, through her observations of Uncle Lu, she discovered another application for her ability. While she couldn't directly alter her clients' fates, she could discern whether their decisions influence their destinies. In essence, she could predict the efficacy of their choices. As Zheng Miao Miao represented Jiang Qianxia's first true client, she resolved to speak candidly. I cannot alter the events destined to unfold in your life. The true power to change your fate lies within you. You have already attempted to do so. Haven to you? As she spoke, Jiang glanced at Zheng Miao Miao's injured leg. Upon hearing this, Zheng Miao Miao's pupils constricted slightly, her gaze revealing a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled Jiang Qianxia's earlier words. You just said you can see if the outcome hasn't changed. This means if the outcome shifts. You can see that too? Jiang Qianxia's eyes sparkled with subtle delight. The fact that the other party could deduce the situation on their own was far more convincing than if she had stated it outright. She nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Zheng Miao Miao, feeling reassured, embarked on a brainstorming session, attempting various strategies to circumvent the scenario of the nanny seducing her father into infidelity. However, after several proposals were met with Jiang Qianxia's disapproval, Zheng Miao Miao, somewhat disheartened, lamented, What if I just give my dad sterilization pills? Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. The round-faced Jiang Qianxia, so adorably soft-spoken, had unexpectedly resorted to such radical measures when pushed to her limits. Oddly enough, after voicing her idea, Jiang Qianxia's eyes brightened as she considered it a viable solution. With a faint blush, she lowered her voice and inquired, "Master, do you think there's a medication that only affects fertility but not other functions?" She reasoned that since her father had no intention of having more children, eliminating the problem at its root should suffice. As she spoke, Jiang Qianxia grew increasingly convinced of her plan's feasibility. Observing the young girl's animated expression, Jiang Qianxia felt a wave of unspoken emotions wash over her. In that moment, she envisioned Jiang Qianxia's half-brother ceasing to exist. When Jiang Qianxia failed to shake her head, a glimmer of hope blossomed in Jiang Qianxia's eyes as she looked expectantly at Jiang Qianxia. However, Jiang Qianxia ultimately shook her head. "Regrettably, if you were to do that, while your father would indeed not have a love child, your parents would still end up divorcing due to his infidelity with the nanny." Jiang Qianxia was left speechless, her disbelief palpable. "But my parents are so affectionate. Unless the nanny takes advantage of my dad when he is drunk and gets pregnant, there's no way my dad would," she stammered, her complexion paling. "Could it be that my parents' love is a facade?" Chapter 56. Your countenance has changed. Suddenly, she recalled a friend whose parents had feigned a loving relationship for years, worried it would affect her. Could my parents be pretending too? As the young girl began to question her own reality, Jiang Qianxia hastily interrupted her unfounded musings. "Your parents' affection is genuine. If you are certain that your father will not be seduced by the nanny, then it must be calculated." Jiang Qianxia's words snapped Jiang Qianxia back to the present. She steadied herself, formulating a new idea. Then wouldn't it suffice to expose her schemes? With a hint of excitement, she turned to Jiang Qianxia. "Sometimes my dad drinks during social gatherings, and when he comes home late, he doesn't want to disturb my mom's rest, so he sleeps in the guest room. Could that be when the nanny takes her chance?" Jiang Qianxia nodded. "That is possible. However, if he drinks to the point of oblivion, he lacks the capability to be unfaithful." Jiang Qianxia, blushing, shook her head vigorously. "Master, you don't understand. There are drugs that—" Jiang Qianxia could only sigh. Afterward, Jiang Qianxia began plotting her plan. She first took out her phone and called her second uncle, asking if he could help get her father drunk that day. Without questioning the reason, her uncle readily agreed, and then asked what else she needed. Jiang Qianxia coyly evaded the inquiry, merely instructing him to wait outside her home after dropping her father off. Next, she called home, and the nanny, Qiao, who had just left the hospital, answered. Jiang Qianxia requested that she prepare sobering tea for her father that evening and informed her that she would be at a friend's house and wouldn't be returning, warning her that her father would likely get drunk and to prepare extra sobering tea. After hanging up, she winked at Jiang Qianxia. "Master, do you see the transformation now?" Jiang Qianxia could only marvel at the cleverness of this obedient girl, conspiring with her uncle against her father and attempting to catch him in the act. Indeed, she had changed. However, but your father? Jiang Qianxia blinked. Jiang Qianxia mirrored her action, confused by Jiang Qianxia's meaning. Jiang Qianxia closed her eyes and then opened them, stating plainly, "Your father will be impotent in the future." Jiang Qianxia's round eyes widened threefold, her face flushing crimson. How is that even possible? But immediately, she grasped the underlying issue. Is it Qiao?
Ugh.
Is Zhang Qiao really going to give my dad that kind of drug? Shaking her head vigorously, Jiang Qianxia exclaimed. Then this plan is doomed. After a moment of panic, she clapped her hands, glancing at her feet before a new idea struck her. What if I call my mom back? Jiang Qianxia assessed her expression and shook her head. I can't be sure. You may need to call her for me to discern. Upon receiving a potential answer, Jiang Qianxia promptly dialed her mother's number. The call was quickly answered, and as soon as it connected, Jiang Qianxia's demeanor changed, her voice taking on a quivering tone. After a bout of coaxing, she finally persuaded her mother to return from her trip that night to keep her company. Watching Jiang Qianxia's sudden transformation after hanging up, Jiang Qianxia felt a flicker of something unusual within her. Born into a world devoid of kinship and affection, she had witnessed the original owner's family, who treated her like an enemy, as well as Jiang Qianxia's family, who showered her with unconditional love. Her abilities could salvage a happy family, which was quite commendable. Most importantly, the commission was substantial. What do you think, Master Qi Qian? Can you see the change now? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qianxia began to feel anxious. Jiang Qianxia fixed her gaze upon her, and 3 seconds later, she smiled. Congratulations, it's done. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia nearly leaped for joy. But her injured leg hampered her enthusiasm. After the excitement subsided, she pulled out her phone to send money to Jiang Qianxia. However, Jiang Qianxia gently pressed her hand down, shaking her head. I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Qianxia paused, bewildered. Jiang Qianxia continued, you no longer have an illegitimate brother, but you will have a legitimate younger brother. As she spoke, she scrutinized Jiang Qianxia's eyes, curious about her reaction to this outcome. Yet, Jiang Qianxia stiffened for a full 3 seconds before her face flushed with excitement. Really? Is that true? As adults, they naturally understood the implications of such a change. Realizing that this outcome was a result of her actions, Jiang Qianxia felt a mix of embarrassment, awkwardness, and a tinge of worry. She grasped Jiang Qianxia's hand. But, Master, what about my mom? Jiang Qianxia shook her head. There will be no danger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia exhaled a sigh of relief, once again reaching for her phone to send money to Jiang Qianxia. Although Jiang Qianxia had a fondness for money, she had her principles. For Jiang Qianxia's situation, she had not exerted much effort. She replied, the payment you previously provided is sufficient. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you can refer me to anyone in need in the future. Yet, Jiang Qianxia stubbornly transferred 600,000 yuan, reassuring her, Master, please don't feel burdened. To be frank, a single handbag costs 200,000 yuan. If I hadn't spent so much of my pocket money, I could have managed even 600,000 yuan without difficulty. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, if you refuse my money, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. You have no idea how much you have helped me. In light of her words, Jiang Qianxia ultimately accepted the payment. To be frank, her current handbag costs a staggering 200,000, which puts into perspective the acceptance of this 600,000 seems rather inconsequential. After receiving the money, Jiang Qianxia politely declined Jiang Qianxia's invitation to join her in catching a cheating spouse. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's lingering unease, Jiang Qianxia reassured her that she could video call her at any time, allowing her to observe any changes in her demeanor through the screen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia finally felt at ease, reluctantly watching Jiang Qianxia depart from her hospital room. Jiang Qianxia's hospital room was located on the 4th floor. As Jiang Qianxia rode the elevator, it opened on the 3rd floor, where she caught sight of 2 familiar little figures. She paused momentarily before the elevator doors closed. Silently, she took the elevator down to the hospital entrance, surveying her surroundings before recalling that the Situ family's old residence was nearby. Since Lu Ma had been staying at the old house, it was quite likely that her home was also in the vicinity. Checking the time, she hurriedly called Qianqing. She remembered Qianqing mentioning that hospitals, places where life and death were commonplace, could easily trigger those 2 little ghosts to recall their own demise. Lu Ma's death was regrettable, but there were so many frail patients in the hospital. Jiang Qianxia swiftly made her way back into the hospital. Chapter 57. Ghosts also have bloodline suppression. Jiang Qianxia halted mid-stride, suddenly realizing that if those 2 children had transformed into vengeful spirits, returning now would be futile. She was unable to combat ghosts. Looking up at the inpatient department, she turned and exited the hospital. At that moment, her call connected. Is something wrong, Taoist Qiqian? Upon disembarking from the plane, Qianqing immediately guessed something was amiss upon receiving Jiang Qianxia's call. Jiang Qianxia glanced at the time, relieved to see that the flight hadn't been delayed. She exhaled. Explaining to Qianqing about the little ghost she had spotted potentially seeking out Lu Ma. Qianqing furrowed his brow upon hearing this.
Taoist Qiqian.
Did you ascertain whether they had been lingering in the hospital or had merely followed someone inside? Jiang Qianxia recalled, stating that she had only seen the 2 little ghosts from behind. The elevator closed too quickly for her to notice if anyone was ahead of them. But it seemed they had come from the direction of another elevator, heading towards the patient rooms. After hearing Jiang Qianxia's account, Qianqing breathed a sigh of relief. If they had just followed someone in, I should still be able to reach the hospital in time. However, if they have been here all along, they might have been provoked. He proceeded to teach Jiang Qianxia a ghost-repelling incantation. Jiang Qianxia repeated it, and Qianqing nodded before hesitating slightly and asking, Taoist Qiqian, where are you currently located? A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Qianxia's mind, yet she answered truthfully, at the hospital entrance. As expected, upon hearing this, Qianqing spoke in a pleading tone, then I must ask you to go upstairs and take another look. He then reassured her, Taoist Qiqian, You possess a natural third eye, and your spiritual essence is inherently more potent than that of an ordinary practitioner. Common ghosts cannot approach you. Even if they transform into vengeful spirits, they will instinctively avoid those with strong spiritual energy. You will not be in danger before they become tainted by malevolent energy. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, use the incantation I provided. Jiang Qianxia glanced back at the myriad of lives at the hospital, recalling that her pursuit of knowledge in the ways of the mystical was precisely why she had engaged with Xianqing. Sooner or later, she would have to confront these matters. Prompting a resigned sigh. Very well. As she turned, she remembered. Oh, my car is waiting for you outside the airport. I will send you the license plate number. Thank you, Daoist Qi Qian. I shall be on my way. After hanging up, Jiang Qianxia took a deep breath and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the third-floor inpatient department, she directly approached a nurse to inquire about Lu Ma's room. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's glamorous appearance, yet her inability to even pronounce Lu Ma's name, the nurse appeared puzzled. Jiang Qianxia hastily explained, Lu Ma is our family's childcare nanny. I heard she was injured and took leave, so I came to check on her. Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately believed her. Though somewhat astonished that Jiang Qianxia was so young yet had a child. Nonetheless, she discreetly pointed out the location of the room. Jiang Qianxia nodded gratefully. Thank you. On my way home tonight, I might linger a bit longer at the cake shop you frequent. The nurse's face suddenly flushed, her expression uncertain as she gazed at Jiang Qianxia, speechless. How do you know? Jiang Qianxia smiled. You are radiating with the aura of romance. True love is near. In disbelief, the nurse stared wide-eyed at Jiang Qianxia. Jiang Qianxia clarified, I possess some knowledge of physiognomy. Instantly, the nurse's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she regarded Jiang Qianxia with gratitude and delight as she walked away. In reality, Jiang Qianxia had not only seen her destined partner but also glimpsed a future where they bore 2 children within 3 years. However, she refrained from sharing this, fearing it might overwhelm her. Turning, she stood outside Lu Ma's room, peering inside. The room was a double occupancy and Lu Ma lay in bed, her head bandaged like a mummy, suffering in pain, while the adjacent bed housed a man who appeared slightly older than her. Jiang Qianxia recognized him as Lu Ma's husband. Her gaze shifting. It seems this elderly couple has both been injured. In the corridor's corner, 2 small figures invisible to ordinary eyes peered from behind the wall. Watching Jiang Qianxia, the younger boy gritted his teeth, declaring, Sister, I will go kill her. Before he could rush out, the older one held him back. The little girl shook her head, her deep-set eyes reflecting a mature understanding beyond her years. Something feels off. Let us observe a bit longer. The young boy's eyes began to swirl with a crimson hue, his voice fierce. What else is there to see? She must be sent by those foul Taoists to capture us. We are so close to avenging ourselves. I'll distract her while you rush in and take them down. If more Taoists arrive, we won't have another chance. Hearing this, the little girl pondered for a moment before stilling the boy, then resolutely stated, I will distract her. With that, the 2 figures dashed towards the door of the hospital room. What a pity. These 2 little ghosts lack experience. Why didn't they incapacitate those vile old wretches? Suddenly, Jiang Qianxia felt a chill creep up her back. She turned, only to find nothing amiss. Glancing at the open window, she returned her gaze to the hospital room. Aside from the elderly couple lying in bed, there was also a gaunt, hollow-eyed man tending to them. Though he appeared emaciated, Jiang Qianxia recognized him as Lu Ma's son, who was the same age as the younger of the 2 little ghosts, clearly the son born from Lu Ma's husband's infidelity. In the corner, the 2 little ghosts remained silent, frozen in place. Sister? What did she just say? The younger ghost asked, bewildered as he looked up at his sister. The older sister's darkened eyes revealed a flicker of confusion. She seems not to be affiliated with the Taoists. Could she be another who covets us? The younger brother bared his teeth, a sinister grin spreading across his face. She even suggested we should cripple those 2 old ones. I rather like her. The sister regarded the grinning boy with a steady gaze. It was evident that the suppression of bloodlines did not vanish even upon becoming a ghost. The little ghost instantly became obedient. Let us not act impulsively, let us observe a bit longer. The sister pressed her dark, hollow eyes against the corner wall. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxia stood at the door, reluctant to enter. She hesitated at the threshold, unwilling to step inside. When she had briefly caught sight of Lu Ma's son turning toward her, she had glimpsed something else entirely. Lu Ma's son truly embodies the adage of a crooked beam supporting a crooked structure. He is, astonishingly, entangled in the vices of gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Moreover, he starkly contrasts with the exemplary young man described by the driver, Uncle Lu. Jiang Qianxia could discern no signs of academic excellence or the traits of a prestigious university scholar in him. Rather, he appeared to be nothing more than a hopeless ne'er-do-well steeped in every vice. This left only one plausible explanation. He was possessed. The university students were actually that pair of siblings, and Jiang Qianxia recalled Uncle Lu mentioning their dual degrees. Hence, it was highly likely that both siblings had utilized Lu Ma's son's body to gain entry into university. What a pity, Jiang Qianxia mused. If they have reached university, why not employ their legal knowledge to exact revenge? Chapter 58. I must report her for murder. As she turned the corner, two mischievous spirits perked up and exchanged knowing glances. Then, as if choreographed, they directed their gaze toward the striking woman standing silently outside the hospital room, only to overhear. First, let's lock these two wicked old souls in a cell. Even if they don't meet their demise, they will face life imprisonment. And then we can do whatever we please with them. Two murderers going mad in prison would hardly attract attention. Oh, and there's also a conveniently available worthless son. Why not make use of him? Contemplating this, Jiang Qianxia observed Lu Ma's son inside the room, his visage contorted with desperation as he, like a drug addict experiencing withdrawal, throttled her in an attempt to extract the family savings account password. She retreated a couple of steps, feigning shock and horror, allowing the nurses who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion to intervene. As her thoughts wandered, a sudden chill crept down Jiang Qianxia's spine, prompting her to glance back. Yet she found nothing amiss. From the earlier dialogue in the room, she had already discerned that Lu Ma's son had indeed just arrived. She had witnessed him caring for them outside the room, only to transform when he learned they could not provide any money, resorting to violence instead. Ironically, the elderly couple believed their son was possessed once more, fretting for his well-being as the nurses restrained him on the floor. However, when the doctor arrived and pried open Lu Ma's son's eyelids for examination, he swiftly withdrew his hand before being bitten, his expression grave as he took out his phone. There was a high likelihood of drug use. The doctor promptly called the police. Upon hearing the doctor report the incident, Lu Ma, disregarding her cumbersome, mummified body, leapt from her bed, flopping onto the floor like a fish out of water, fiercely protecting her son, who was experiencing withdrawal. She glared menacingly at the doctor. You incompetent physician. I suspect you are the one on drugs. Does your entire family indulge in drugs? Do you even know who my son is? He is clearly possessed, and yet you dare claim he is a drug addict. On another hospital bed, Lu Ma's husband, though equally terrified by their son's episode, erupted in anger at the doctor's conclusion, hopping off the bed to confront the nurses attempting to restrain his son. The nurses, all women, struggled to maintain their grip as Lu Ma's son thrashed violently. Observing the chaos, the doctor gallantly positioned himself in front of the nurses, but the old man, attempting to kick, stumbled and fell flat on his face. The doctor exhaled in relief, his gaze serious as he stated, I have called the police. The truth will be revealed once they arrive. Seeing her husband fall, Lu Ma begrudgingly rose from the floor, and when the doctor extended a hand to assist her, she suddenly lashed out, attempting to slap him. However, with a painful twist of her waist, she cried out and rolled on the ground, resorting to theatrics. Help. Someone. The doctor has assaulted me. Her cries drew many family members from nearby wards to gather outside the room. As the crowd swelled, Lu Ma grew more fervent in her shrieks. Jiang Qianxia, pushed to the periphery by the onlookers, observed the two small spirits that others could not see within the room. When Lu Ma's son had gone berserk, she had failed to notice their presence. Yet, when the nurses and doctor entered to subdue Lu Ma's son, the two little ghosts stealthily slipped into the room before making any move. Jiang Qianxia, uncertain whether they were aware of her ability to see them, pretended not to notice. Once inside, the spirits remained still until Lu Ma's husband attempted to kick a nurse, only to be tripped by the younger ghost. When Lu Ma aimed to strike the doctor, the elder sister discreetly nudged her waist, causing her to wince in pain. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Qianxia's eyes. These siblings seemed quite different from the vengeful spirits described by Xianqing. However, she quickly rationalized, it makes sense, they are merely two college students in spirit form, and their moral compass appears to be intact. Thus, Jiang Qianxia felt reassured as she joined the crowd in awaiting the police's arrival. Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's praises, the younger spirit became excited and attempted to look her way, but fortunately, the elder sister's icy gaze halted him. The police station was in close proximity to the hospital, and within 10 minutes, officers arrived at the ward. Observing Lu Ma's son, his eyes rolled back and trembling, the police swiftly reached a judgment similar to the doctor's. There was a high probability of drug use, but further investigation was necessary. The onlookers nodded in agreement, echoing sentiments of, "I told you it was drug use." He certainly looks like a drug addict. We had a drug user in our community, and their episodes were identical. What a shame for such a fine young man to fall to drugs. Alas, those old folks are pitiful, rumored to have been harmed by his addiction. And yet they protect him so fiercely. Alas, he must be their only child. You understand. Hearing the disparaging remarks, Lu Ma's expression darkened as she glared fiercely at the bystanders. You are the ones on drugs. I see you as the truly pitiful ones. What are you staring at? Get lost. As she spoke, she noticed the police preparing to escort her son away, prompting her to rush forward and grab onto an officer. However, the police were not as lenient as the doctor, their countenance turning stern as they replied, "Any physical altercation is considered assaulting an officer." At this, Lu Ma recoiled in fear. The surrounding crowd, witnessing her willingness to confront the police in defense of her son, chimed in, "No wonder he is a drug addict. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's evident that he is experiencing withdrawal, yet refuses to admit it. Who knows if she is genuinely confused or merely pretending?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ma's eyes lit up as she clutched the officer's arm tightly. "Officer, I too wish to report. I accuse them." She pointed with bloodshot eyes at the doctor, nurses, and surrounding individuals. "I accuse them of drug use. Arrest them all." Her claims sounded utterly implausible. The police had not intended to take her seriously, but Lu Ma's relentless accusations, coupled with her apparent status as a critical patient, made it difficult for them to dismiss her outright. Seeing Lu Ma's tactics yield results, the old man, who had fallen to the ground, managed to rise. Albeit he dared not lash out at the police, instead gripping a nurse's arm tightly. As the officers grew increasingly impatient and prepared to draw their batons, Jiang Qianxia quickly averted her gaze. Sure enough, when she glanced back, she noticed that one of the little ghost siblings had vanished from the room. At this moment, Lu Ma's son, who was being restrained by the police due to a drug-induced episode, suddenly exhibited a peculiar change. His eyes rolled back, and with a sudden burst of strength, he forcefully pushed the officers aside and dashed toward Lu Ma. Raising his handcuffed hands, he pointed at her and exclaimed with clarity, "I want to report. She has killed." Chapter 59. She killed her son? The words of one in the throes of addiction are hardly credible. Just moments ago, when the police arrived, a nurse had testified to his violent behavior towards his parents, demanding money. Yet, as the onlookers began to lament the unfilial nature of such a son, the man pinned to the ground by the police contorted into a grotesque visage. His eyes rolled back, and his body began to convulse even more violently than before, his appearance becoming almost monstrous. He broke free from the officer's grasp and lunged toward Lu Ma, mounting her despite the crowd's desperate attempts to intervene. Gripping her throat with a fierce intensity, he shouted, "Why did you kill me and my sister? Tell me, why did you kill me and my sister? You even drove my mother to death, you murderer. Speak, speak." Despite several officers' efforts to pull him off Lu Ma, they could do little but strike him on the head with their batons. Yet the man seemed unfazed, his head merely bobbing back as he continued to choke Lu Ma, frantically demanding to know why she had committed murder. As the police prepared to draw their weapons, Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I thought the boy had come to make Lu Ma confess, but it appears he intends for her to die at the hands of her own son, in front of everyone." In the midst of his frenzy, the man suddenly froze. His eyes, now tinged with an unnatural hue, turned to meet the cold gaze of his sister standing nearby. Abruptly, he withdrew his hands. Lu Ma, finally catching her breath, touched her bruised neck, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as she looked at her son, who was clearly not himself. Just yesterday, he had injured her in a fit of rage, but during his previous episodes, she could see the struggle in his eyes. He did not genuinely wish to harm her. Yet now, all she saw was a deep-seated hatred, a desire to consume her flesh and drink her blood, devoid of any hint of internal conflict. However, catching sight of the police, she suppressed her terror and instinctively shielded her son. "You all saw it. My son is not a drug addict. He is merely possessed." The officers and bystanders were taken aback by her selfless maternal instinct, especially as her life was in jeopardy, yet she still sought to protect him. Given Lu Ma's already severe injuries compounded with new ones on her neck, the police hesitated to take direct action against her. Yet her son, whom she was desperately trying to shield, violently shrugged her off.
Who is your son?
My mother is Jiang Qianxia.
Caught off guard.
Lu Ma stood in shock as the police quickly restrained her son once more. This time, she did not leap to his defense. She was still grappling with the implications of his words. Her son could not possibly know who Jiang Qianxia was. The wretched Jiang Qianxia had passed away before her son could even speak, haunted by her guilt for having committed murder. Lu Ma's mind raced as she recalled the hatred she had seen in her son's eyes. This was not the gaze of a son, but rather that of a vengeful enemy. A chill coursed through her, and just as she attempted to shake off her troubling thoughts, a small figure appeared before her. It was a little girl, a specter that often visited her dreams. She stood beside Lu Ma's son, reaching out to gently stroke his head, calling him little brother. In that instant, Lu Ma felt her blood run cold. Clenching her teeth, she rubbed her eyes, only to witness her son, whom she had protected for over 30 years, transform his menacing demeanor into one of calm, addressing the little girl as sister. Lu Ma's vision blurred with rage as she thought of Jiang Qianxia. The incident of the Jiang family mistakenly swapping daughters had not been made public, but Zhu Jing was aware and had informed Lu Ma. Upon learning this, Lu Ma had reveled in their misfortune for quite some time. Now, the realization struck her. She had deliberately allowed Jiang Qianxia to discover her pregnancy, choosing to give birth in the same hospital, even planning to have a cesarean on the day Jiang Qianxia went into labor, all to ensure her son was born on the same day. Though she had suffered greatly for this, Jiang Qianxia had indeed died from the distress. Was it possible that after her own fainting spell, her son had been switched? Or had the doctors made an error? Reflecting on how she had purposefully chosen adjacent hospital rooms, Lu Ma's face turned ashen. She took a deep breath and scrutinized her son's face. For reasons unknown, where she once saw reflections of herself in him, at this moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to that wretched Jiang Qianxia. Just then, her son turned to his father. Dear Dad, did you always know I was Xiao Jia? Lu Ma's eyes widened in fury.
Joya.
Her son was Tang Jiazong. Jiang Qianxia's son was Tang Jiajia. Upon hearing his son's words, Lu Ma's husband revealed a flicker of guilt in his expression. He had known since the moment his son had first exhibited odd behavior, especially since his son only excelled when he was behaving strangely, showcasing talents that brought him pride. He regretted not having kept him close. He had been aware when their daughter was born too, as she had needed to wear girls' clothing and lipstick. Initially, he had considered seeking a Taoist priest to take her in, but he feared the priest would take his talented son as well, so he had delayed. Eventually, he noticed his daughter also displaying exceptional abilities and abandoned the thought, convinced that since both siblings were dead, all the glory would belong to Xiaozong. Over the years, nothing had gone awry, and his confidence grew. He feared nothing. In fact, when Tang Jiajia revealed his identity, he was prepared to comfort him as a father. However, he had momentarily forgotten Lu Ma's presence. As Xiao Jia's name slipped from his lips, he had not yet formulated his soothing words when Lu Ma lunged at him, pinning him to the ground, a flurry of slaps raining down.
Tang Jiaozu.
You old fool! How could you deceive me? The man who sought to kill her was not her son after all. She had intentionally chosen adjacent hospital rooms. It turned out Tang Yazu had always been aware. It seemed he was the one who had swapped their children. What had become of her Xiaozong? The thought of how she had treated those two siblings sent a shiver down her spine. If the one who had truly died was her son, then she had murdered her own flesh and blood.
No.
Lu Ma's eyes blazed with venom as she glared at the man beneath her weight, who could hardly respond. It was him. All his doing. It is you. You killed my son. Caught off guard by the flurry of blows, Tang Yazu had initially intended to remind her of their surroundings, but found himself gasping for breath, his face swollen and bruised. In a moment of anger, he retorted, "The harm was done by you," referring to their son's drug issues, which Lu Ma had inadvertently fostered. Yet, those words fell upon Lu Ma's ears as an admission. He had indeed swapped her and Jiang Qianxia's children. Thus, she had unknowingly taken the life of her own son. Chapter 60. Could it be that ghosts have also attended university? Lu Ma's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her fury erupting as she unleashed a frenzied barrage of punches and kicks, unable to contain her wrath. In a moment of madness, she even collided her forehead forcefully against the old man's face, causing him to bleed from his nose. The police struggled to pull Lu Ma away. Yet, amidst the chaos, her voice thundered, "Tang Yaozu, do you still consider yourself human? You actually murdered your own son. You are a murderer." The onlookers and officers present perked up at her vehement accusation. Upon witnessing her outburst, Tang Yazu could no longer restrain himself. Incensed by her audacity to strike and berate him, he leapt towards Lu Ma, and this time, without the intervention of the siblings, he successfully kicked her. Seizing the opportunity while the police were distracted, he mounted Lu Ma, raising his fist to strike her face while hurling curses. "You venomous woman! The murderer is you. You are the one who killed my beloved daughter and son. My Xiao Jia and Xiao and I were slain by you." At that moment, the officers preparing to subdue Tang Yazu exchanged solemn glances, their expressions growing grave. "Take them all back." Thus, the entire family was to be escorted back to the police station. Observing the trio being led away from the hospital, Jiang Qianxia felt a pang of regret. Although she had foreseen their fate upon hearing the report from her ghostly brother regarding Lu Ma's son, she had not anticipated the intricate details.
Now,
those details slipped away from her grasp, leaving her with a sense of loss. Many bystanders shared her sentiments, with one audacious uncle daring to approach the officers, asking, "Excuse me, officer, we've also been reported for drug use. Should we not accompany you for an inspection as well?" His words sparked a wave of agreement among the crowd. Yes, we've all been reported. Why not check? Indeed, we are unafraid. Let us proceed with the process. Jiang Qianxia, upon hearing this, silently joined the throng eager to undergo drug testing. The police found themselves confronted for the first time with a group so willingly seeking to submit to such an examination. Yet, any discerning observer could see their motivations were less than innocent, as the crowd's curiosity morphed into something more akin to a circus. "Clear the way. If you obstruct this investigation, you will be detained for 5 days. Who wants to be the first?" As the officer's words echoed, the crowd rapidly dispersed. Unfortunately, Jiang Qianxia was caught in the open, drawing the officer's attention. He scrutinized her for a moment before remarking, "What business does a young girl like you have mingling with these lawless individuals?" With conviction, Jiang Qianxia replied, "Oh, it's quite simple. Lu Ma is our family's nanny, and I came to visit her, only to stumble upon the scene." Before the police could fully process her statement, the beleaguered Lu Ma, roused by the commotion, suddenly pointed at Jiang Qianxia, exclaiming, "Officer, I wish to report her. She abuses children." Lu Ma's claim was met with disbelief from those nearby. Is this old woman mad? Such baseless accusations. Indeed, the employer merely came to check on her. And now she is branded a murderer and an abuser. Hearing the murmurs, Lu Ma's eyes darted around before she shouted, "She is not our little master's real mother. She is the stepmother. Stepmothers are never good." A hush fell over the crowd. The earlier supporters of Jiang Qianxia now casting doubtful glances at her, especially upon hearing the peculiar term little master. Jiang Qianxia blinked innocently, glancing at the officers. "Shall I submit to an investigation?" The officer, having previously cautioned her, now regarded her with suspicion, not of child abuse, but rather if she intended to follow the police to the station for gossip. "What investigation? Where do you reside?" Before Jiang Qianxia could respond, Lu Ma eagerly provided her address. The police noted it down and glanced at Jiang Qianxia, stating, "We will arrange a community visit. You need not come to the station." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. The officer, struggling to suppress laughter, surveyed the curious onlookers. "Rest assured, if the situation were truly dire, we would release the details through our official channel, so you may keep informed." At this, several individuals inquired about the official account to follow. The officer, bemused, observed the crowd engrossed in their gossip. After watching the girl ghost follow Lu Ma's family out of the hospital, Jiang Qianxia remembered to contact Xianqing. "Where are you?" Upon receiving her call, Xianqing immediately assumed something had gone awry. "Is everything all right, Taoist Qiqian? Has something happened? Don't be afraid. I will come as soon as I can." His expression betrayed a tinge of regret. He should not have persuaded her to ascend the building, as those two malevolent spirits were beyond the scope of ordinary malevolence. However, Jiang Qianxia casually replied, "No, the situation has been resolved." Xianqing was momentarily taken aback. "What? Could it be that Taoist Qiqian is a genius? Did you subdue the two vengeful spirits using a spell I taught you?" Just as he was astonished, Jiang Qianxia's tone turned wistful. "Those two little ghosts called the police?" Xianqing paused, initially concerned. "Have they materialized? That would be perilous." "No, they have not materialized," Jiang Qianxia clarified, recounting the incident of the little ghosts reporting to the authorities. Yet, Qianxia frowned upon hearing this. Something feels off. Jiang Qianxia, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Logically, they should not have manifested as vengeful spirits, remaining in a childlike state, likely displaying some naivety. Yet, Jiang Qianxia recalled the clever little girl who kicked Lu Ma and the well-behaved younger brother who obeyed his sister's every command, suddenly grasping Xuanqing's implication. But she paused, pondering, could it be that these two little ghosts have graduated to university? Qianxing was similarly perplexed, uncharacteristically encountering a blind spot. He had never attended university himself, having been cast down the mountain by his master, who intended for him to experience the world and, as an aside, enroll in a university. He had yet to report to school. Nevertheless, Qianxing urged Jiang Qianxia that they needed to visit the police station. Her eyes brightened with excitement. "What do you mean?" Qianxing, sensing her enthusiasm, yet unsure of its cause, replied earnestly, "Daoist Qiqian, you mentioned that the two little ghosts took possession of the criminal's son and reported him. But upon reaching the police station, they will be barred entry." When Jiang Qianxia and Qianxing finally arrived at the police station, as Qianxing had predicted, the two little ghosts were indeed barred from entering and had seemingly vanished. Meanwhile, the Tang family had changed their statements. Although Lu Ma and Tang Yaozu had revealed too much during their quarrel, it was too late. The police had already initiated an investigation. The drug test results for the Tang family had also come back, confirming their drug use. The entire family was currently detained at the station. As Jiang Qianxia approached to inquire about the situation, recalling her previous warning regarding that police officer, she remembered her mention of Lu Ma as the family's nanny and did not withhold any information. Jiang Qianxia conveyed some unfortunate news. The siblings who had tragically fallen from the building years ago had not been reported, as it was treated as an accident. The statute of limitations for homicide is typically 20 years, and since the couple, Lu Ma and her husband, had committed the act over 20 years ago, any prosecution would require approval from the Supreme Court. Observing Jiang Qianxia's stunned expression, the officer reassured her that if the circumstances of the murder were particularly heinous, the Supreme Court would likely grant approval, though nearly 3 decades had passed, making evidence difficult to gather. After leaving the police station, Jiang Qianxia and Qianxing searched the vicinity, yet found no trace of the two children. One had just arrived in this world, while the other had recently descended from the mountain. Both were somewhat bewildered by the 20-year statute of limitations on homicide. They exchanged helpless glances. Qianxing, ever diligent, remarked, "Daoist Qiqian, I am quite concerned for that pair of siblings. Do you think they might have been unsettled upon learning about the statute of limitations? Otherwise, they would likely remain outside the police station." Jiang Qianxia found Xuanqing's reasoning sound and blinked, "So we need to locate them as swiftly as possible?" Qianxing nodded, his expression serious. The resentment harbored by vengeful spirits runs deep. Revenge becomes their obsession. If they have been agitated, they might resort to extreme measures in pursuit of vengeance. The locations most saturated with their resentment would facilitate their transformation into malevolent spirits. Jiang Qianxia's mind raced. The places most steeped in resentment? Where they met their demise. Qianxing nodded approvingly. Or perhaps locations tied to their painful memories in life. Jiang Qianxia recalled Lu Ma's constant emphasis on the stepmother's cruelty towards her stepsons, leading her to 2 hypotheses: their former home or the very site of their fall. The pressing question was how to find these locations. Suddenly, Jiang Qianxia thought of someone, Uncle Lu. The one who would know best would be the butler of the Sidu family's old residence. Yet the current residents there held little regard for the original owner, and the butler seldom afforded Jiang Qianxia any respect. Thus, she promptly called Uncle Lu. Upon receiving Jiang Qianxia's call, Uncle Lu was pleasantly surprised. However, after learning the purpose of her call, he felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly managed to gather the information she sought. After providing Jiang Qianxia with Lu Ma's former address, Uncle Lu hesitated, as if wanting to say more. Jiang Qianxia glanced at Qianxing, who appeared even more innocent and easily deceived than on the live stream, and nodded, "Rest assured. If today goes smoothly, I will come by once I finish my tasks." After relaying Lu Ma's former address to the driver, Jiang Qianxia informed Qianxing about Uncle Lu's daughter, who was suspected of being involved in a ghost marriage. Qianxing frowned, realizing that if the birth date had been given by a blood relative, it could pose complications. However, since the girl was already pregnant, it indicated that there had been another marriage prior to the ghost marriage, making it easier to resolve. "Once we settle matters here, we can go investigate together." Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Qianxing. This future leader of the Xianmen sect was both simple and kind-hearted. He had taken the initiative even before she had begun to deceive him. Having spent years cultivating on the mountain, Qianxia had encountered few women, and those as beautiful as Jiang Qianxia were even rarer. Under her gaze, he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He stiffly took a step back. Daoist Qiqian, why do you look at me like that? His awkward demeanor, reminiscent of a monk encountering a female demon, amused Jiang Qianxia, prompting her to shake her head and return his earlier words. It's nothing. I merely think you are a soft-hearted and kind individual. Soon, the pair arrived before a building in an old district. Given the passage of time, Jiang Qianxia had only been able to ascertain the name of the community. However, upon inquiring with the older residents about the incident involving the two siblings' fall, several elderly individuals quickly gathered around, eagerly sharing details about the site of the tragedy. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Qianxia exchanged a glance with Qianxia and hurried to the specified location. Before they could approach the site of the fall, they simultaneously halted in their tracks. Qianxia produced a compass, observing the needle spinning rapidly and leaping upwards. Tilting the compass slightly, he noted that the needle trembled, pointing towards the rooftop. He turned to look at Jiang Qianxia, only to find her staring up at the roof for an indeterminate time. More terrifyingly, her eyes reflected a swirling mass of black smoke. Qianxia froze momentarily, then took out a talisman and began murmuring an incantation. With a swift motion, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Gradually, swirling black smoke began to appear in his own eyes. Xuanqing's pupils constricted. It's too late, Daoist Qiqian. They are on the verge of becoming malevolent spirits. Jiang Qianxia responded, what should we do? Only then did Qianxia recall that Jiang Qianxia had yet to undergo true cultivation. Gritting his teeth, he imparted a new incantation and a golden bell to her. I will ascend to confront them. If anything unforeseen occurs, simply ring this bell 3 times. The situation had escalated far beyond Jiang Qianxia's control, and she could only accept the golden bell, casting a deep look at the gentle youth before her, who exhibited a hint of compassion and melancholy. Confirming that he remained the future leader of the Xianmen sect, she nodded firmly. Understood. Then, she watched as Qianxia struck his leg with some object, leaping gracefully onto the building's windows, effortlessly scaling to the rooftop. This was an old community, consisting of only 6 stories, yet far exceeded the jumping ability of an average person. Is this what the Xianmen is like? Jiang Qianxia followed Xuanqing's silhouette, yet she felt an unsettling sensation, as if 2 icy gazes were directed at her from the swirling black smoke on the rooftop. In the next instant, Qianxia plunged into the black smoke, engaging in a fierce struggle with them. Jiang Qianxia could only stand below, gazing upwards and preparing to ring the golden bell should Qianxia find himself in peril. At that moment, an elderly woman, whom Jiang Qianxia had previously spoken with, noticed her standing motionless below, intently gazing at the rooftop. Curious, the woman followed her gaze, only to find the rooftop utterly vacant. She shook her head in confusion and walked away. Chapter 62. The Xuanmen's Call. The unexpected occurred suddenly. From above, Qianxia shouted, Daoist Qiqian. Jiang Qianxia quickly recited the incantation and rang the golden bell. Yet it was too late. The half-transformed siblings acted swiftly, with the sister restraining Qianxia while the brother charged downstairs. With a visage far removed from his former human form, the now malevolent brother advanced menacingly towards Jiang Qianxia. Upon completing the incantation for the golden bell, she swiftly recited the exorcism spell Qianxia had taught her. With a thunderous bang, the ghostly brother was repelled a meter away from her. However, he merely paused for an instant before charging at her with even greater ferocity. Jiang Qianxia was taken aback by the effectiveness of Xuanqing's spell and hurriedly repeated it. The ghostly brother was once again flung back, yet he persisted in lunging forward. Jiang Qianxia continued to chant. Meanwhile, Qianxia, held at bay by the ghostly sister on the rooftop, felt a surge of urgency as he frantically retrieved his magical artifacts in an attempt to subdue her and rescue Jiang Qianxia. Suddenly, he caught sight of the scene below, where Jiang Qianxia was struggling against the relentless advance of the ghostly brother, and his pupils constricted in alarm. He glanced at the ghostly claw that hovered mere half a meter from him, unable to advance further, and felt a knot form in his throat. He had already become an exceptional talent within the realm of Xianmen, the barrier that repelled the vengeful spirit before Daoist Qiqian, if he was not mistaken, was the exorcism spell he had taught. Qianxia gasped in astonishment. What remarkable aptitude this was! Overwhelmed by his surprise, he momentarily relaxed his guard. allowing the ghostly claw before him to advance a few centimeters. However, upon confirming that Jiang Qianxia was safe, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pushed the claw back to a meter's distance. While a stalemate ensued on the upper floor, below, the confrontation continued to unfold. After persisting for about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man, whose origins were unknown, approached Jiang Qianxia. Upon witnessing the repeatedly rebuffed spirit sibling before her, he glanced at Jiang Qianxia, only to find her a stranger. Surprised, yet without hesitation, he swiftly threw an object that subdued the relentless spirit brother attacking Jiang Qianxia, then, employing a method distinct from Xuanqing's, soared to the rooftop. Jiang Qianxia exhaled a sigh of relief, observing her spirit brother, now immobilized and glaring at her with unwilling resentment. She had initially thought Xuanqing was safe due to his strength against the vengeful spirit, only to realize he could summon reinforcements. Nonetheless, this savior appeared quite formidable, a significant figure within Xianmen. Before long, the middle-aged man descended alongside Xuanqing. With a wave of his hand, he placed the similarly subdued spirit sister beside her brother. An intriguing phenomenon occurred. The sibling spirits simultaneously glared at Jiang Qianxia. Noticing this, the middle-aged man regarded Jiang Qianxia with a hint of surprise. "Which family do you belong to? I have not seen you before. To possess such youth, yet be able to manifest even the most basic exorcism spells into barriers, your talent is indeed extraordinary, and your striking beauty is unforgettable." Upon witnessing the middle-aged man's gaze towards Jiang Qianxia, Xuanqing understood that her talents could no longer be concealed. He sighed internally, silently apologizing to his master, and proceeded to introduce the two. The middle-aged man, named Wenji, was the head of the Tiangang sect. Upon learning that Jiang Qianxia had not yet entered the fold, Wenji's eyes instantly brightened as he looked at her with excitement. "Would you be interested in joining my Tiangang sect? I will personally guide you. If you excel, you could become the next leader of Tiangang sect." Xuanqing was not surprised by Wenji's attitude. Recalling his master's admonitions, he quickly interjected, "Senior Wenji, let us first resolve the matter at hand." Wenji, upon hearing this, glanced at Xuanqing with a teasing expression, recognizing his intent. How could one not be tempted by a talent so obvious? So you were saved by me, and now you wish to play tricks?" Xuanqing, having had his thoughts exposed, felt a flush of embarrassment but earnestly explained the situation regarding the two vengeful spirits. Wenji, with a temperament that could not tolerate nonsense, became enraged upon hearing their tale. "What? A murder from 20 years ago cannot be pursued? Then what are we waiting for?" With that, he began to retrieve a treasured item, proclaiming boldly, "Let us simply present these two little ghosts before the old couple. Every grievance has its source. Let them take care of it. Once they are dealt with, I shall personally restrain them." Seeing this, Xuanqing hurriedly stopped him. "Senior, that is not advisable. The Tiangang sect, unlike the Zhengxian sect, does not harbor ghost servants. The Zhengxian sect adheres to its rules, while the Tiangang sect's practices are fundamentally incompatible with ghostly energy. If you involve yourself in the affairs of these vengeful spirits, it will affect your state of mind." Wenji, though impulsive and fiery, possessed a measure of reason. Upon Xuanqing's intervention, he regained his composure, cursing under his breath before pulling out his phone to make calls. Jiang Qianxia mused, "So this is what Xianmen is really like." After completing his calls, Wenji turned his attention back to Jiang Qianxia, realizing that the individuals he had summoned would likely recognize her talent, thus presenting him with yet another competitor beyond the Zhengxian sect. However, Jiang Qianxia regarded the two semi-vengeful spirits with a puzzled expression.
Noticing Villainous gaze,
She pointed at the spirits. "Aren't they acting strangely?" Wenji turned back, scrutinizing the fierce-looking siblings. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. He exclaimed softly, then circled around the two spirits before suddenly focusing his gaze, preparing to strike. Jiang Qianxia watched in astonishment as Wenji leapt into the air, his palm slicing through something above the two spirits' heads, something that flashed by, resembling a thread. Upon Wenji's return to solid ground, she observed the siblings' expressions gradually soften.
Villainous frowned.
They've been controlled. Xuanqing, unfazed, had deduced this from Wenji's actions and simply inquired, "Senior, can you discern who is responsible?" Wenji shook his head. "It does not resemble any familiar method. They might be employing a concealed identity or could be a rogue practitioner." With Xuanqing's explanation, Jiang Qianxia finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that the siblings had likely been targeted by someone from Xianmen long ago. Reporting to the police at the hospital was presumably instigated by this individual, who must possess considerable skill. Enabling the unconscious spirits to regain their normal cognition before fully transforming into vengeful spirits, an extraordinary feat, however. It seemed they had underestimated the legal statute of limitations on murder. Wen-ji found it puzzling. With such capability, why resort to subtlety in guiding these two little ghosts to report? Surely they do not fear that these spirits, once vengeful, could cause significant trouble? Qianxia too found the situation curious. At that moment, the gradually regaining clarity of the two little ghosts allowed them to comprehend their surroundings. As they recalled their actions prior to their awakening, the siblings exchanged glances, tightly gripping each other's hands. Casting wary looks towards Wen-ji and Qianxia before turning their gaze back to Jiang Qianxia. The younger brother, nestled in his sister's embrace, looked up, his face marked with dark patterns, displaying a pitiful expression as he addressed Jiang Qianxia. "I'm sorry, sister. I almost hurt you just now." As soon as the little boy finished speaking, his sister swiftly pulled him behind her, vigilantly glaring at Wen-ji, who had captured them both. Jiang Qianxia was taken aback. Is this little ghost apologizing to me? Could it be that they did not transform into vengeful spirits due to trauma, but rather were controlled while seeking clues related to the statute of limitations? Upon hearing Jiang Qianxia's thoughts, the two little ghosts exchanged glances once more. Although they were puzzled as to how she knew their intentions, the sister continued to hold her brother firmly, cautiously observing Jiang Qianxia. "I apologize, sister. We did not mean to attack you. We were merely seeking clues when we were taken control." After speaking, she noticed that Wen-ji and Qianxia did not exhibit any hostility towards them, and she secretly sighed in relief. With anticipation, she quietly regarded Jiang Qianxia, hoping to glean something from her thoughts. Jiang Qianxia did not disappoint them. Clues? Did someone witness their abuse as children? Or is there evidence of Luma's premeditated murder? After all these years, does the evidence still exist? That would mean there are witnesses. The siblings were taken aback, silently exchanging excited glances. Hearing the police lament about the 20-year statute of limitations on murder had stirred them slightly, though they had not completely lost their rationality. However, that slight provocation led to their control. Now, upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in their current predicament. The memories of those under control were not lost. Now, recalling them brings a shiver of fear. The individual who wielded power over them had taken them back to the very site of their tragic fall, intending to use their own grievances to transform them into vengeful spirits. What followed could only lead to bloodshed, turning them into mere puppets of wrath. In such a scenario, thoughts of revenge would be rendered futile, as their very reason would be obliterated, leaving them as instruments of the one who orchestrated their torment. Did you manage to see the face of the one controlling you? Wen-ji maintained his vigilance over the two little spirits, his gaze piercing. The siblings shook their heads in unison. Sensing Wen-ji's disquiet, the sister hurriedly added, "But we understand that person's intentions." Intrigued, Wen-ji regarded the pair, prompting them to elaborate. "That individual wishes to transform us into vengeful spirits." The younger brother interjected, his voice both childish and eerie. Wen-ji's expression hardened at this revelation. If the intent was merely to subjugate them as ghostly servants, it would be one matter, but the creation of vengeful spirits was an entirely different endeavor. If that was the goal, then the individual was undoubtedly a practitioner of malevolent arts. Noticing the shift in Wen-ji's demeanor, the sister continued, "Yesterday, someone awakened us, claiming they could help us avenge our deaths in exchange for a brief period serving as their ghostly minions before reincarnation. You signed a contract?" Wen-ji furrowed his brow. The siblings shook their heads. "No contract. The arrangement holds no validity," indicating that the individual's true objective was indeed to create vengeful spirits, not to enlist us as servants. Qianxia interjected, observing Jiang Qianxia's puzzled expression and clarifying, "Those who walk the righteous path do not foster vengeful spirits." Then that must pertain to the dark arts? Jiang Qianxia realized, then turned to the two little spirits. "So, the strength of this malevolent practitioner is not that formidable? Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed you to report to the authorities first?" The little spirits faltered, then lowered their heads, softly confessing, "No. The decision to report was a change we made ourselves." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia did not suspect the influence of her own thoughts, reflecting to herself, "That's rather clever." Upon her remark, the two little spirits exchanged glances, their heads bowing even lower. Since their statements bore no significant inconsistencies, Wen-ji pondered and inquired, What are the chances of pursuing legal action after the statute of limitations has expired? The siblings exchanged glances before shaking their heads. We do not know. Upon learning that the statute of limitations was merely 20 years, they felt a slight surge of anxiety. However, absent the manipulation from the one behind the scenes, they would not have lost their reason. After all, they were spirits, and their decision to report was not a reliance on the law, but rather a reminder sparked by Jiang Qianxia's inner musings. Their tragic demise left them with deep-seated resentment. Directly transforming into vengeful spirits to exact revenge on their foes would lead them to the River of Three Paths, where they would need to cleanse their grievances before reincarnation. Yet, if they could purge their resentments through tormenting their enemies in this realm, they could be cleansed and reincarnated without needing to descend into the underworld. However, should the police fail to apprehend their adversaries, they would resort to direct vengeance. Are we having a gathering of spirits here? An arrogant voice suddenly echoed from behind the group. The two little spirits, who had just begun to calm down, instinctively tensed. Jiang Qianxia turned around to see a striking mixed-blood young man with silver-gray hair casually approaching. His hair was slightly long, tied in a small bun at the back of his head. Standing at around 185 centimeters tall, he possessed a model-like physique that made even simple black t-shirts and sweatpants appear as if he were on a runway. Upon recognizing his face, Jiang Qianxia was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this individual was a model, known publicly, yet secretly a member of the mystical sect. However, according to his fate, he was already deceased. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's bewilderment, Qianqing quietly introduced him, Bai Yifu, the leader of the Earth Fiend sect, adept at commanding spirits. Bai Yifu's eyes sparkled as he approached the two restrained little spirits, stopping and looking down at them with disdain as they huddled together, trembling. How did you meet such a tragic end? The little spirits were rendered speechless, gripped by the terrifying aura that surrounded him, and they shook their heads vigorously. Bai Yifu clicked his tongue, then without warning, he reached up to his eye, startling both the little spirits and Jiang Qianxia. Wen Ji and Qianqing, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he removed a contact lens, revealing blood-red eyes. In an instant, the malevolent aura emanating from him became palpable. Jiang Qianxia watched in horror as the dark energy enveloped both the little spirits and Bai Yifu. Moments later, the black mist dissipated, and Bai Yifu covered his crimson eye, letting out a muffled groan. Observing this, Wen Ji and Qianqing instinctively stepped forward, only to be halted by his gesture. It's nothing, he assured, taking a deep breath and retrieving a fresh contact lens from his pocket, carefully placing it over his eye. After blinking to adjust, he looked toward the three of them. These two children met a horrific fate. They were tortured to death. Upon hearing this, the two little spirits were instantly reminded of their painful memories, tears of blood streaming down their faces. Bai Yifu sighed, producing a jade vial and saying, "Now, sleep for a while," before gently placing the two little spirits within. Chapter 64. Evidence of condemnation. Noticing Jiang Qianxia's confusion due to Bai Yifu's actions, Qianqing quickly introduced him. Bai Yifu is a half-ghost king, and his sex techniques allow him to connect with the memories of spirits. After explaining, he introduced Jiang Qianxia to Bai Yifu. Bai Yifu, this is Taoist Qiqian. At the mention of her name, Bai Yifu regarded Jiang Qianxia thoughtfully. Aren't you Jiang Qianxia? The fact that Bai Yifu recognized her, even knowing her real name, surprised Qianqing. Wen Ji's expression also became slightly uneasy. Bai Yifu's eyes twinkled as he discerned something amiss. Why are you out here hunting ghosts with a little starlet like her? She looks utterly clueless. Yet she's accompanied by the leader of the Zheng sect and the heir of the Tiangang sect. Could it be that she is a prodigy of metaphysics? With that, Bai Yifu turned to Jiang Qianxia, suddenly smiling and extending a hand. Then I look forward to working together, dear siblings. He uttered a phrase that Wen Ji and Qianqing could not comprehend, causing them to exchange alarmed glances. Yet, Jiang Qianxia was taken aback, recognizing the phrase as a reference to a variety show she had coerced from Jiang Mingxia. Was Bai Yifu implying that he would also participate in that show? Her eyes glimmered with understanding as she gently shook his hand. Wen Ji and Qianqing exchanged looks, both feeling a sense of regret. Qianqing lamented that had he known Taoist Qiqian possessed such remarkable talent, capable of warding off little spirits, he would not have sought Wen Ji's assistance. Similarly, Wen Ji felt that had he known the little spirits were being controlled, he would not have approached this young man. Now, they found themselves with two additional competitors. No, we cannot allow Bai Yifu to win over this promising talent. Thus, Both Qianxia and Wenji in unison queried. So, what did you see in the memories of the two little spirits? Bai Yifu had witnessed the siblings losing their mother on the day of the younger brother's birth, revealing that the little girl was merely 2 years old. The funeral had yet to be held when the stepmother entered the house, cradling a baby in her arms, a child of the same age as the girl's younger brother. Upon entering, the little girl was coerced into calling this unfamiliar woman mother. She cried out for her own mother, but no one informed her of her whereabouts. Gradually, she learned to suppress her pleas, having been met with punishment every time she sought her mother. She soon realized that the stranger only tended to the chubby baby brother while the other, emaciated brother, whose voice had grown hoarse from crying, was neglected. Perhaps driven by an instinctive bond, the small child would clumsily mash rice into a paste to feed her younger brother. When the woman discovered this, she unleashed a torrent of beatings upon her. The father, present, merely pushed her aside as she lunged toward him, allowing her to endure the woman's wrath. Following the punishment, she was tasked with tidying up the house. Initially, her efforts were woefully inadequate, but through repeated beatings, the little girl gradually learned to manage household chores, secretly feeding her brother, and eventually shouldering the burdens of grocery shopping and caring for both brothers. In hushed whispers, the neighbors observed as the girl began to comprehend the grim reality. The plump brother she was forced to care for was the stepmother's son, while the frail, starving brother was her own, born of her deceased mother. The painful truth struck her like a thunderbolt. She wished she could cast aside her burden. Each time she ventured out with the chubby brother on her back, her heart ached at the thought of her biological brother left to wail alone within the confines of the house. Yet, she dared not abandon him, for doing so would surely invite violent retribution upon both herself and her sibling. From the moment she could remember, the little girl began to devise a plan to escape this hellish home with her brothers. As the siblings grew, they found themselves sleeping in a cramped storage room, smaller than a bathroom, devoid of light. By day, they served their stepmother and the family, attending to domestic duties, even fetching foot-bathing water, all while enduring her vicious beatings, which often took place in their tiny sleeping quarters. Each time the stepmother lashed out, the father would conveniently excuse himself, returning only once the children had succumbed to unconsciousness in the dark. On moonless nights, their shadows haunted the corners of the room. When the girl turned 7 and was set to enter first grade, she secretly hoped that attending school would grant her the freedom to escape the daily torment of her home life. However, one fateful night, she and her brother overheard a discussion between their father and stepmother in the living room. The stepmother adamantly opposed allowing the girl to attend school, fearing it would leave her without anyone to care for the household. The father disagreed, concerned about how their neighbors would perceive him. Their argument was swiftly quelled by the stepmother's chilling suggestion. They could say the siblings had been sent back to the countryside for their education. Upon hearing this, the siblings exchanged glances, astonished at the unexpected prospect. They knew little of the countryside but believed it could not be worse than their current situation. Filled with hope, they spent a restless night in anticipation. The following morning, with their father absent, the stepmother wore a rare smile as she took them out to buy new clothes. Although they longed to leave immediately, free from the need for new garments, they understood the veiled threat behind her smile. Failure to comply would result in severe punishment. Dressed in their new attire, the stepmother led them through the astonished gazes of their neighbors, greeting everyone with feigned cheerfulness. Upon learning of her intent to send the children back to the countryside, the neighbors regarded the siblings with pity, acknowledging the grim history of the Tang family. Despite the siblings' somber demeanor and notorious reputation, many remembered the stepmother bringing her illegitimate child into the home on the same day the first wife had died. While the community may have speculated about the stepmother's influence on their misfortunes, it was ultimately not their affair to intervene. Some neighbors sighed in relief for the siblings, expressing that returning to the countryside might be for the best. Upon hearing this, the siblings looked up with bright, hopeful eyes, softening the hearts of those who had previously overlooked their plight. One kind soul even offered them a couple of sweets. Yet, upon returning home, the stepmother violently threw them to the ground, her demeanor shifting instantly. She snatched the candies from their pockets as they clung to each other, displaying a twisted smile. "As long as you obey, I will send you back to the countryside," she promised. The price of obedience was steep, due to prolonged malnutrition. The 7-year-old sister appeared like a 5-year-old, while her 5-year-old brother resembled a mere 3-year-old, easily silenced by their stepmother. What followed was a harrowing episode of beatings and torment, culminating in the tragic demise of the siblings. Bai Yifu, guided by memories, unearthed the siblings' burial site alongside Jiang Qianxia, revealing a gruesome pile of dismembered bones. The police, alerted to the scene, arrived with specialists who painstakingly reassembled the remains, gasping in horror as they discovered that not only had the bones been mutilated and scattered, but many showed signs of deformity and fractures, indications of prior abuse rather than mere post-mortem injuries. The only step remaining was to conduct a DNA verification to confirm the identities of the two young corpses. If they were indeed the siblings, it would provide irrefutable evidence of child abuse and murder against Lu Ma and Tang Yaozu. Shortly after the remains were sent for identification, Wen Ji, who had been pursuing a malevolent entity, returned, holding a thin sheet of A4 paper, which he flung onto the table with a resounding clap, his expression grave. It seems this person vanished the moment I severed the puppet strings, but they intentionally left this behind. He handed over the printed sheet bearing the ominous phrase, "See you later," to the group. Then he swiftly pulled out his phone, accessing a group chat to relay his findings. "You won't believe it. I encountered a fool of a malevolent practitioner today." He recounted the mysterious individual's actions in rapid succession before pausing to take a breath, reigniting his fury. "This scoundrel is definitely provoking me. If anyone has any leads, I will reward you generously." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yifu also retrieved his phone, unlocking it and allowing Wen Ji's angry voice to echo through the speaker. Infuriated, Wen Ji shot a glare at Bai Yifu. "Are you out of your mind?" Bai Yifu merely raised an eyebrow at him, following up with a message of his own. "Add me. If anyone has any information on that malevolent practitioner, either tell Old Wen or me. I will also offer a reward." Upon hearing this, Wen Ji initially looked perplexed, but then met Bai Yifu's stark gaze. A chill running down his spine as memories of the siblings' tragic fate resurfaced. He recalled that while they had merely heard about the grim discovery, Bai Yifu had the ability to connect with the memories of the deceased, experiencing their suffering firsthand. Even Wen Ji, the leader of the Tiangang sect, felt a shiver at the thought. Sensing the shift in Wen Ji's demeanor, Bai Yifu lowered his gaze and interjected, "I suspect this incident is connected to that mysterious figure." Wen Ji paused in surprise. "Are you implying that this tragedy was orchestrated? That there could be more than one person involved?" Bai Yifu smirked, stretching his limbs as he shed his previous somber demeanor, returning to his usual nonchalant self. "Indeed. They may very well be hiding among us." With a meaningful glance exchanged between him, Wen Ji and Su Qing, he broke into a smile as he turned to Jiang Qianxia. "Miss Jiang," he began, "as you have observed, once you step into the gates of Xian, you shall face myriad perils. Thus, having a reputable sect to safeguard you is of paramount importance. Would you consider joining my Disha sect, should you choose to enter our fold? I vow to protect you diligently." As he concluded, Bai Yifu's expression grew earnest. Wen Ji and Su Qing, caught off guard by the notion that the enigmatic malevolent cultivator might lurk within the righteous path, exchanged furtive glances, regarding Bai Yifu with his scrutinizing gaze. Yet, Bai Yifu seemed oblivious to their discomfort, maintaining a smile as he focused on Jiang Qianxia. Uncertain as to why the conversation had reverted to her, she gently shook her head. "I apologize, but I do not intend to join a sect at this time." Bai Yifu, undeterred, replied with a smile, "No matter. When you wish to join, the Disha sect will always welcome you." "So will my Tiangang sect," Wen Ji interjected eagerly. Su Qing, momentarily taken aback, had intended to mention the Zhengxian sect as well but, true to his nature, hesitated to engage in such competitive banter. Upon recalling Jiang Qianxia's statement about her current indecision, he breathed a sigh of relief, convinced there would still be opportunities for him and his companion. As each individual pondered their own thoughts, they collectively turned their attention to the white jade vial held by Bai Yifu. The crux of the matter lay in the destination of the two little spirits. What else can be done? Simply take them in, Wen Ji waved dismissively. As the leader of Tiangang sect, he was shielded by a protective aura, rendering him impervious to ghostly encounters, thus he could not intervene in matters pertaining to them. Su Qing, however, could, yet he had learned to be astute. After all, was there not a suitable target for their mischief before them? Nodding amiably at Bai Yifu, he said, "Then I shall leave this task to you, Bai Daoyu." Bai Yifu, unfazed by being made the scapegoat, merely chuckled mysteriously as he held the vial, casting a glance at Jiang Qianxia. "Then I shall take charge of its safekeeping." Once the destination for the two little spirits was settled, Bai Yifu and Wen Ji departed with a haste reminiscent of the heroic figures in folklore. Su Qing, however, lingered, inquiring about the situation concerning Lu Shu's daughter, indicating that they could leave at once. Just as he spoke, Jiang Qianxia received a call from Lu Shu. On the other end, Lu Shu's voice was laced with urgency. Madam, I sincerely apologize for the interruption, but I find myself in dire need of your assistance. My daughter is in trouble. After hanging up, before Jiang Qianxia and Su Qing could discuss the contents of the call, Su Qing urged, "Let us be off. We can converse on the way." Thus, the two made their way to Lu Shu's residence without delay. Upon arriving at Lu Shu's doorstep, they were greeted by a pungent stench of blood. Exchanging worried glances, they knocked on the door. When it swung open, they were met with a cacophony of voices, an older man's soothing tones, a young woman's piercing screams, and the sounds of struggle. The door was opened by a frail, haggard middle-aged woman, Lu Shu's wife, Kuyun. With a look of wariness, she opened the door and, upon recognizing Jiang Qianxia, her expression shifted from confusion to one of hope. "You must be the young Madame Lu spoke of. Please, come in, come in." With an urgent yet humble demeanor, she ushered Jiang Qianxia into her daughter's room and instructed Lu Shu to explain their daughter's condition while she hurriedly fetched tea for their guests. Observing her worry, Jiang Qianxia politely declined the tea, moving closer to the bed to examine Lu Shu's daughter, whose face was drenched in sweat, contorted in pain. After a moment, she exchanged a glance with Su Qing, and they simultaneously reached the same conclusion. It is not a ghost marriage. The revelation brought a sigh of relief to Lu Shu and Kuyun. Yet, the question of their daughter's current state loomed ominously, and the couple gazed anxiously at Jiang Qianxia. Instinctively, Jiang Qianxia exchanged another glance with Su Qing, and they spoke once more, this time offering differing assessments. Su Qing proposed, "It may be a borrowed life." Jiang Qianxia suggested, "It could be a borrowed pregnancy." The couple, bewildered, could discern that neither possibility boded well, their faces paling in fear. Noticing Su Qing's youthfulness, which seemed to veil a depth of wisdom, they hurriedly inquired of Jiang Qianxia, "And who might this be?" Realizing the need for introductions, Jiang Qianxia replied, "This is Su Qing, a young Taoist here to assist." The couple hastily offered their greetings to Su Qing, their eyes wide with anticipation, eager to learn the fate of their daughter. Resting her chin on her hand, Jiang Qianxia turned to Su Qing. "My deduction stems from the observation that when I met Lu Shu this morning, he had only one granddaughter. Now, there seems to be a second one, albeit only faintly." Su Qing, absorbed in contemplation, added, "I discerned the ominous aura of blood when we knocked. I have encountered such a unique and potent energy before, which only a borrowed life formation could produce." He paused, glancing at Lu Shu and Kuyun, whose expressions were fraught with anxiety, and refrained from elaborating further. He retrieved the compass he had previously used to track the two little spirits, recited an incantation, and soon, the needle began to spin rapidly, directing its focus towards Lu Shu's daughter's abdomen. Lu Shu's daughter was less than 3 months pregnant, her belly still flat. Yet Su Qing inhaled deeply, his expression grave. "There is indeed a ghostly fetus. We must expel it immediately, or the true fetus may succumb to the ghostly energy and perish." Jiang Qianxia, upon hearing the term ghostly fetus, was not surprised. After all, when she had met Lu Shu earlier that day, he only had one granddaughter. Now, it seemed there might be two, yet the prospect of losing one loomed large. The fetus would not transform within the womb directly. Thus, it could only be the ghostly fetus causing the disturbance. Upon hearing the words ghostly fetus, Lu Shu trembled, yet he could not release his daughter, fearing that she might flee in a frenzy and harm herself. His face, once robust, now drained of color, quivered as he asked, What does it mean to borrow life?" Lu Zhengdong had already been shattered when he believed Lu Mu was using their daughter for ghost marriage. Yet he could not fathom that the truth was even crueler. Was it truly a matter of his daughter's life? And if so, whom would it be borrowed for? Would he be sacrificing his daughter's life for himself, his elder brother, or even selling it to another? Lu Shu's face fell as despair washed over him. He trembled as he queried, "Master, is there any way to prevent this? If not, can I exchange my life for hers? Or perhaps lend my life to my daughter?" Lu Shu's eyes were red with anguish, his voice hoarse with fear. "My daughter must not come to harm. She is still so young." After receiving hope from Jiang Qianxia that morning, Lu Zhengdong had returned home to confess his past to his wife. After years of marriage, Kuyun had long suspected he harbored a painful history he wished to forget. Yet, learning that their daughter might be affected by it was too much to bear, and she had unleashed her fury upon him. Now, Witnessing her husband's agony, she regretted her earlier outburst and grasped his hand, choosing to stand by him, sharing in the burden of protecting their daughter. My life, too, I can lend my life to Hui Hui. Observing the couple's selfless desperation, Su Qing felt a pang of compassion. He shook his head gently, offering reassurance. Do not rush. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state. With that, Su Qing hastily recited another incantation, his gaze clear as he focused on Lu Shu's daughter, pausing momentarily before stating, I beg your pardon. In the midst of her agony, Lu Shu's daughter managed to retain a sliver of clarity, understanding that this was a form of salvation. She nodded with great difficulty. Qianxia lifted the hem of her garment and placed his fingers gently upon her flat abdomen, his face tinged with a faint blush as he solemnly recited the incantation. Gradually, Lu Shu's daughter began to calm, the torment on her face slowly dissipating. Once assured that his daughter was no longer suffering or thrashing about, Lu Shu glanced at Qianxia, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to cautiously release his grip. Indeed, his daughter no longer attempted to rise and flee recklessly. Instantly, he gazed at Qianxia with profound gratitude, then turned to Jiang Qianxia. Thank you, thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to both of you. After uttering this, he contemplated inquiring about the matter of borrowing life, when suddenly Jiang Qianxia's expression shifted slightly. She frowned and said, I've discerned something regarding the borrowing of life. She observed that Lu Shu's daughter's lifespan was diminishing year by year. Even Lu Shu's granddaughter's life was affected. It appeared that the frailty of the female fetus was not solely due to the ghostly presence, but also because someone was siphoning her life away. Upon confirming Jiang Qianxia's revelation regarding the authenticity of the life borrowing, Qianxia immediately produced a talisman and ignited it with an incantation. As the talisman burned out in the room, Jiang Qianxia noticed a rich crimson glow in the air. This was, in fact, the source of the blood-stained scent they had encountered earlier while knocking on the door. Upon witnessing this crimson light, Xuanqing's expression turned grave, and he quietly explained to the others, this is a malevolent form of life borrowing. If successful, the person from whom life is borrowed will perish instantly, and the speed and distance of the borrowing are interrelated. He then looked towards Jiang Qianxia, Daoist Qi Qian, since you can perceive the loss of Miss Lu's life. Can you also discern the rate of its diminution? Jiang Qianxia nodded. Indeed, since we entered, approximately 2 years have been lost. Upon hearing this, Qianxia lowered his head, pinching his fingers in contemplation, before raising his gaze towards a specific direction. The one borrowing life cannot be far from here. They are within this very city. At this revelation, Lu Shu and his wife were taken aback. Could it be that the one borrowing life was not Grandma Lu? Lu Shu and his wife were unable to see the crimson blood light produced by Xuanqing's talisman. Therefore, to slow the loss of Miss Lu's life, it was only Jiang Qianxia who could perceive the bloodlight that led the family of 3 to flee in the opposite direction of the crimson glow, while Qianxia set off alone to address the source of the life borrowing. Hearing that they were to leave their home, Miss Lu instinctively shivered. Having witnessed the abilities of Jiang Qianxia and Qianxia, Lu Shu dared not withhold any longer and hurriedly recounted the suspicions he had regarding his daughter's potential involvement in a ghostly marriage. Previously, he had only mentioned to Jiang Qianxia that they could avoid fright only at home. However, it was not merely fright, but a matter far more difficult to articulate. Speaking of such an embarrassing topic, Lu Shu, despite his age, felt his face flush with shame, as his daughter had initially been unwilling to divulge anything upon her return. Seeing her father about to discuss such matters, Lu Hui quickly intervened. Her face flushed. I'll explain it myself. You see, as soon as I step outside, I become drowsy and begin to have those kinds of dreams, and the partner in those dreams is not my husband. As she spoke, recalling Jiang Qianxia and Xuanqing's diagnosis that she was not bound in a ghostly marriage, Lu Hui felt even more humiliated. Goodness! Could it be that her initial concerns about her pregnancy, fearing complications, had led her to feel such longing? Just as Lu Hui regretted revealing this matter, a soothing voice reassured her, Miss Lu, you need not fear. What you are experiencing is likely an encounter with a lustful spirit. A lustful spirit? The members of the Lu family gasped, their eyes widening in shock and fear. Chapter 66, Lu Shu's daughter. Qianxia, his face slightly flushed, nodded. After the initial shock came anger, and then Lu Hui's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, so that ghostly fetus is. Seeing the Lu family in a state of panic, Qianxia hurried to clarify. No, a ghost cannot cause pregnancy. The ghostly fetus is another spirit. resulting from the borrowing of life, which weakens your body's yang energy, making you susceptible to encounters with spirits. Lu Shu cautiously inquired, "Then why is it that at home this does not occur?" Qianxia smiled. "That is because your family has consecrated a sacred Buddha statue." He pointed to the statue adorning the wall of the Lu household. Kuyun was taken aback. "That was brought in by my father. So now, if we leave the house, must we take the statue with us to avoid being targeted by spirits?" Qianxia glanced at Jiang Qianxia. "No need, with Taoist Qi Qian present." Upon hearing this, the Lu family felt a wave of relief, while only Jiang Qianxia remained, her back to the Lu family, her eyes wide as she gazed at Qianxia. Qianxia hastily adopted a reassuring demeanor towards the Lu family, stating, "Rest assured, Taoist Qi Qian's spiritual essence is extraordinary. Ordinary spirits dare not approach her." After this, Jiang Qianxia's expression softened slightly, and Qianxia secretly smiled. Taoist Qi Qian is truly intriguing. It seems she has yet to realize the extent of her remarkable talents. With that, the group hastily set off, for Lu Hui and her unborn child's lifespans continued to dwindle. Jiang Qianxia assigned a driver to Qianxia, while she led the Lu family in the opposite direction of the crimson glow. Before long, Jiang Qianxia noticed the crimson light connecting to Lu Hui's body diminishing, and upon observing Lu Hui's features, she noted that the rate of her life's reduction had also slowed. Her eyes brightened. "Continue forward." However, not long into their journey, she perceived the crimson light beginning to flicker. Despite their increasing distance, the rate of life reduction began to fluctuate, alternating between rapid and slow. Clearly, the entity borrowing life had realized Lu Hui was retreating and had pursued them. Jiang Qianxia narrowed her eyes. "Speed up." Thus commenced a harrowing chase for life. 2 hours later, Jiang Qianxia received word from Qianxia that they had located the practitioner of the life borrowing. As the individual was neither a legitimate practitioner nor even a proper cultivator, Qianxia swiftly dismantled the life borrowing technique. After its dissolution, the practitioner suffered a backlash and died on the spot, while there were 2 others in the vehicle, a middle-aged man and an elderly woman in her 80s. The driver was the practitioner, and upon his demise, the vehicle lost control and crashed into a guardrail, leaving the middle-aged man severely injured and the elderly woman dead. Meanwhile, on Jiang Qianxia's end, without waiting for Qianxia to take a photograph for the Lu family to identify, she discerned the identity of the deceased from Lu Jingdong's features. The deceased elderly woman was Lu Jingdong's mother. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingdong's expression became a tumult of emotions, unable to discern joy from sorrow. After a long moment, he touched his face, his eyes reddening, and hoarsely asked, "When did it happen?" He understood Jiang Qianxia could see the truth. Jiang Qianxia did not withhold the information. "In 1 year." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingdong's eyes grew even redder, and then he began to laugh self-deprecatingly. "Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. His own mother had drained him of his vitality to support his useless older brother. Now, she sought to claim the lives of his daughter and granddaughter as well. The most absurd part was that 12 years ago, his mother had come to him, expressing regret, claiming that his brother was an ungrateful wretch who would not care for her, yet when it came to borrowing life, she still involved his brother. A tiger does not eat its cubs. How could his mother possess such a toxic heart? Even if she were to borrow his life, why must she take the life of his precious daughter? Lu Jingdong fell to his knees with a thud, gazing up at the heavens in anguish. Lu Hui and her daughter only learned of Lu Jingdong's mention of Grandma Lu after the incident, and neither held it against him for concealing the truth. Instead, they felt deep sympathy for his plight. Seeing him in such distress, Kuyun hurriedly embraced her husband, while their children, Lu Hui, comfortingly patted their father's shoulder. Witnessing the tenderness of his wife and daughter, Lu Jingdong felt an even deeper sorrow. He pulled his wife and daughter into a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Yun, Hui Hui, I have wronged you both." Ultimately, Lu Jingdong chose not to claim the body of Lu Grandma. After Qianxia returned to the Lu residence and helped Lu Hui with a ghostly fetus, he revealed another piece of news. Lu Jingdong might not be Lu Grandma's biological son. He had discovered another form of life-borrowing technique from Lu Dage, which was not about borrowing life itself, but rather a borrowing of life essence. However, due to the practitioner being somewhat incompetent, the borrowed good fate could not be fully inherited. Upon realizing this, he inadvertently broke the spell. Yet the borrowed life essence remained unattainable. Therefore, to Jiang Qianxia's eyes, Lu Jingdong still appeared to be Lu Grandma's true son. as he possessed a significant portion of Lu Deji's life essence. Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Zhengdong felt numb. He self-deprecatingly smiled. If I truly am not related by blood, perhaps I could come to terms with it. Just then, he received a call from the police, informing him that Lu Deji had awakened, provided his phone number, and requested Lu Zhengdong to come and claim the body and settle the medical expenses. Lu Zhengdong's expression turned stern as he refused to pay for Lu Deji's medical bills and insisted on conducting a paternity test on the body. The police on the other end were momentarily taken aback and explained that the accident was a mere misfortune. The driver had suddenly passed away while driving, and none of the 3 individuals in the vehicle had insurance, nor did the driver have any family. Thus, there would be no compensation or claims. The only requirement was for the family to claim the body for burial. After claiming the body, a paternity test could indeed be performed, but that was not the police's concern. Hearing this, Uncle Lu gritted his teeth. Fine, then I shall handle it myself. With that, a flicker of hatred ignited in his eyes. If he were indeed blood-related, he would return him to his hometown for a simple burial. If not, he would burn the body and scatter the ashes into the foulest drain. Before heading to the police station, Uncle Lu turned back into the house, retrieved 2 red envelopes, handed one to Jiang Qianxia and the other to Xianqing, earnestly requesting them to accept. Madam, I know you may find my modest token insignificant, but aside from this token of gratitude, I, Lu, pledge my loyalty to you from now on. You too have saved my daughter and granddaughter. They are invaluable to me. Henceforth, whatever you command, I shall comply, without hesitation. Xianqing, having merely come to lend a hand, had no intention of accepting any reward and was about to decline. Jiang Qianxia, who had approached Uncle Lu with ulterior motives, felt that given the progress of events, she had hardly contributed anything and was also not inclined to accept. She paused, holding Xuanqing's hand back from returning the envelope. I do indeed have 2 requests. Lu Zhengdong eagerly replied, Please go on. The first request was that, having worked as a driver for the Sidhu family for so long, he must know several other drivers in affluent families, right? Lu Zhengdong nodded, yes. Prior to driving for young Master Xiao Xiao, I was the personal driver for the old master. So, I traveled with him extensively and became acquainted with several drivers in similar positions. Chapter 67. The Work Machine Returns Home. At this point, Lu Zhengdong had keenly inferred Jiang Qianxia's intention. You wish for me to promote your capabilities? Seeing Jiang Qianxia not deny it, Lu Zhengdong nodded emphatically. Rest assured. I will take care of this small matter. There is also one more thing, Jiang Qianxia continued. I hope you can keep my identity confidential. Lu Zhengdong contemplated briefly, recalling Jiang Qianxia's circumstances at the Sita residence and promptly assured, You can count on me. As the evening approached, Uncle Lu intended to invite his wife to keep Jiang Qianxia and Xianqing for dinner, but he hesitated, unsure whether it would be inappropriate or grateful given Jiang Qianxia's status. Just then, both Jiang Qianxia and Xianqing received calls and expressed their need to leave. Uncle Lu seized the opportunity to escort them downstairs. When he saw his wife and daughter wanted to accompany him to the police station, his expression changed. No way. He glanced at his daughter's belly. What if this inauspicious matter brings about a mishap? The mother and daughter were persuaded, and Lu Zhengdong pondered that even he handling this matter might bring bad luck. So, he suggested that his wife take their daughter back to her family to rest and nurture the pregnancy, promising to return after resolving the situation.
Qu'est-ce que vi coyon?
Being an only child, had elderly parents who were still quite spry, so she did not live with them. With his wife and daughter going to stay, it was not about care, but rather a change of environment for comfort. After leaving the Lu residence, Jiang Qianxia and Xianqing parted ways. The call Xianqing received was from someone within the Xian clan, who, upon learning he was in the city, promptly came to collect him, sending a car directly to the bottom of Uncle Lu's building. Watching Xuanqing's vehicle depart, Jiang Qianxia shook her head. No wonder he is the future leader. Such a sense of responsibility. Just as she sighed, she suddenly caught sight of Koyun emerging from the staircase. Clutching the red envelope she had discreetly left under the teapot, and hurried after her. Jiang Qianxia sighed again. Let's drive back to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, the residence committee members were already seated awkwardly in the living room. Tossing her bag and coat to the maid, Jiang Qianxia approached and sat across from them, taking a sip of water while puzzled by their apparent discomfort. Suddenly, she inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure sitting straight at the window, working. What is the work machine doing here? Coughing, Jiang Qianxia nearly choked, hastily placing down her cup as she watched the man slowly close his laptop and approach. The committee members' tension escalated. A female staff member in uniform, wearing glasses, stammered, "Why, you must be Madam Situ. We received a false report and are here to follow protocol." Beside her, an older male staff member cast an irritated glance at her, then turned to Situ with an ingratiating smile. "Rest assured, this is undoubtedly baseless slander. Your wife exudes refinement and grace. The report is preposterous. Let us conclude our visit here and return to complete our records." He smiled at Jiang Qianxia as he attempted to usher the other two staff members to leave. The silent girl appeared somewhat reluctant, but was still compelled to rise. As they were about to depart, Jiang Qianxia blinked in curiosity. What is going on? The phone call was so righteous, and now they're backing down? Suddenly, she glanced at Situ, realization dawning upon her. I see. They are assessing the situation based on the person. Watching them prepare to leave, Jiang Qianxia shook her head, mentally clicking her tongue. Fine, let them go. I also prefer not to be interrogated. I just wonder how the DNA test results from Luma, that old shrew, are coming along. Situ lifted his gaze toward Jiang Qianxia and then directed it toward the departing committee members, abruptly standing up and coldly calling out, "Wait." The three staff members froze. The bespectacled man, who had initially spoken, turned around, maintaining his ingratiating smile, his shoulders slightly hunched. "Do you have further instructions?" Jiang Qianxia glanced at the sycophantic man and then at Situ, who emanated an icy demeanor, unable to suppress her admiration. "You don't know until you compare. The difference is astonishing. The aura of this working machine is truly remarkable." Situ's originally indifferent expression softened slightly. He pressed his brows together, choosing to disregard Jiang Qianxia's unspoken thoughts, and calmly regarded the three community workers. "I have already called for the child to come over. I hope you will conduct the home visit according to the usual protocol." The three were momentarily taken aback, and unable to suppress their sympathy. They glanced at Jiang Qianxia. However, in the next moment, they heard Situ use unfinished words. "I do not wish for anything that would tarnish my wife or my family's reputation to occur. Due to unfounded accusations, without any evidence, I sincerely hope this will not happen again." The three workers instantly felt a shiver reminiscent of the subordinates in Situ's company. Their skin tightened, and their expressions turned serious. "Rest assured." Upon seeing this, Situ nodded and returned to his documents. The three home visit personnel, now hunched and subdued, sank back onto the sofa, their postures more restrained, their eyes daring not to wander. This dialogue, akin to a superior reprimanding subordinates, left Jiang Qianxia beside them utterly astonished. Stealing a glance at the man who had resumed his reading, she belatedly grasped the situation. Is he angry because I was slandered? Then he must be quite good-natured. No. No. It must be that my reputation as his nominal wife has been compromised, causing him embarrassment, hence his ire. Indeed, sigh. These domineering CEOs are just too concerned with their image. Well, considering a monthly allowance of 2 million, I shall reluctantly accept this. Situ. Yet, unexpectedly, she sighed inwardly again. Wait, yesterday there was an influx of 80 million from the villa. Today, from the side business, 100,000. In this light, it seems being a wealthy wife is the most challenging job. I truly have lost my sense of perspective, thinking 2 million a month is low. Forget it. I've labored all day. I truly need 8 maids to take turns massaging me back to normal. Oh, right, the little one is coming, isn't. I must pinch his cheeks several times to soothe my fragile heart. Situ inadvertently lifted his gaze to the woman who described her heart as fragile, exuding an air of noble elegance that intimidated the three workers into not daring to meet his gaze. He was certain that the trepidation of these three home visitors was not solely due to him. Chapter 68. Irreparably Damaged. After another spell of silence, the villa door swung open. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed as a small figure dashed in, drawing the attention of everyone except Situ. The little milk dumpling is here. The moment Jiang Qianxia laid eyes on the little one, she felt a wave of healing wash over her and could not resist mentally voicing encouragement. The little Situ Xiaoyue, his face flushed from running, immediately brightened upon sensing her thoughts. However, as he noticed the presence of unfamiliar individuals in the living room, the sparkle in his eyes shifted to confusion and caution, prompting him to slow his pace and discreetly survey the room. Spotting Situ sitting by the bed, his eyes lit up once more, and he hurriedly ran over. Yet, just as he was about to reach his father, Situ abruptly stood, closed his laptop, and cast a cool glance at the little one. gesturing toward the sofa in the living room for him to come. As Situ moved to join him, the little boy's face fell slightly at his father's cold demeanor. But he waited patiently until Situ was beside him, tentatively reaching out to grasp the man's larger hand, hoping to be led along. Feeling the soft grip of the small hand, Situ's expression subtly shifted. He was about to refuse. But when he looked down to see the little one gazing up at him with cautious admiration, he was reminded of a gentle and humble youth from his memories. Situ's rigidity gradually melted away. He swallowed the words he had intended to say and, with lowered eyes, took the child's hand, leading him over. With Situ's permission, Situ Xiaoyue's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as he eagerly guided his father to Jiang Qianxia's side. Finally, he struggled a bit to climb onto the sofa, seating himself between the two adults. Once settled, he tightly grasped his father's hand, then stealthily held his mother's hand, glancing left and right before breaking into a secret smile. This was how the parents of his classmates interacted at kindergarten. How delightful! Noticing the little one's spontaneous actions, the three home visit personnel exchanged glances. What was there to investigate? Clearly, this family of three shared a harmonious bond. As seasoned home visit workers, they often discern the truth simply by observing the interactions between parents and child. Although the little one had rushed to find his father upon arriving home, it was understandable that he would feel closer to his biological father than to his stepmother. Moreover, the joy with which he regarded his stepmother, devoid of any rejection or fear, and his eagerness to draw closer, indicated a deep affection. There was no possibility of any abuse. However, under Situ's frosty demeanor, they dared not declare the home visit concluded and, with trepidation, began their inquiries. "Little friend, what is your name?" As soon as the male worker finished speaking, he felt a pinch in his lower back from a colleague, causing his expression to shift. Just as he turned to rebuke the person beside him, he heard his colleague commandeer the conversation. "Are you Situ Xiaoyue, little friend? Next, my sister will ask you a few questions. Can you respond by nodding or shaking your head?" The male worker, with an unhappy expression, retraced his steps, realizing something from the looks exchanged between the two women. Upon hearing this, Situ Xiaoyue did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Situ, then at Jiang Qianxia. Situ, having little experience interacting with young children, displayed minimal change in expression. Conversely, Jiang Qianxia appeared as steady as a mountain, while internally she sighed, "Alas, the little one is adorable. But I hope he won't tell the home visitors that I want to eat him." Jiang Qianxia was puzzled as to why both father and son were looking at her. "Why are you both staring at me?" Upon hearing her words, the duo quickly averted their gazes, only to hear, "Indeed, they are father and son. Their little gestures are identical." Situ stiffened slightly. Situ Xiaoyue's eyes glimmered with delight. But the older one is cold and unyielding, while the younger one is soft and cuddly. The latter is preferable. Situ, unable to resist, Situ Xiaoyue glanced back at her, only to hear, "Oh well, if the little one tells the home visitors that I want to eat him, it would be a good thing. That way, I could seamlessly leave the Situ family." Situ Xiaoyue's pupils widened slightly. What did it mean to leave the Situ family? Was mommy going to depart, to leave him behind? The female worker, who had been inquiring about Situ Xiaoyue, noticed the little one's suddenly anxious expression and felt a jolt of alarm. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the little one suddenly rise, sliding off the sofa and dashing toward them. The trio was momentarily taken aback, only to be tugged at by the little one, who, despite his small stature, managed to grasp the edges of two garments with his tiny hand. Once steady, he began to exert force to pull them outward. The three were at a loss, yet found themselves compelled to rise and follow his lead. Gradually, they were dragged out of the grand entrance, and it was only when they were fully outside that Situ Xiaoyue exhaled a sigh of relief, turned, and darted back home, tumbling into Jiang Qianxia's bewildered gaze, before burrowing into her embrace with utmost familiarity. After sending the little cub to kindergarten for 2 days, Jiang Qianxia, still in a daze, instinctively cradled the back of the little one to prevent him from falling. "What is happening?" She blinked, her curiosity piqued. The child's actions also left Situ momentarily stunned. He too was eager to comprehend the current situation. Although he did not frequently meet Xiaoya, he was aware that this child was unlike ordinary children. He was not one to easily bond with others, likely never having formed such closeness even with his own mother. Zhu Qing. The child exhibited a hint of introversion and melancholy, seemingly indifferent to companionship. So, was this cherubic figure nestled in the woman's arms truly Xiaoya? Outside the door, The three home visiting personnel, bewildered by being unceremoniously ejected by a 3-year-old, were equally flummoxed. Thankfully, Sitiyu discreetly inhaled deeply, suppressing his confusion as he instructed the maid to readmit them. Upon re-entering, the trio was once again taken aback at the sight of Stepmom Xiaoya clinging to Jiang Qianxia. Is this the stepmother? Yet, what transpired next left them utterly speechless. They had dispatched the most affable woman among them to reiterate their identities to Stepmom Xiaoya and to inquire if they could engage in dialogue. To their surprise, this time Stepmom Xiaoya responded, albeit by clinging tightly to Jiang Qianxia's neck and vigorously shaking his head. Observing this, the three home visitors fell silent. Their initial lack of concern had shifted to doubt upon witnessing the child's unusual behavior. Could it be that he had been instructed otherwise en route? Their thoughts drifted back to the father's previously indifferent demeanor towards the child. Subtle glances exchanged among the visitors revealed their growing skepticism towards Sitiyu. Did the prestige of the wealthy truly overshadow the well-being of a child? Noticing their furtive expressions, Situyu's brow furrowed slightly. He spoke with a low tone. Xiaoya? At the sound of his name, Stepmom Xiaoya pursed his lips and turned his pleading gaze towards him. His little hands still resolutely wrapped around Jiang Qianxia's neck. For reasons unknown, the child's pitiful expression softened Situyu's heart, prompting him to avert his gaze and address the three staff members. If you have any inquiries, feel free to direct them at me. Chapter 69. They Speak with Reason. Jiang Qianxia blinked. You startled me. I thought this iceberg was about to reprimand the child, yet it turned out to be a protective instinct. Ha! Situyu's breath hitched momentarily, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Observing the trio's awkward expressions, he felt his own countenance grow colder. They seemed to be on the verge of yielding under pressure. Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but stifle laughter at the absurdity of the scene. Ha ha, their expressions are priceless. They must think I'm secretly mistreating the little one, while Sitiyu, fully aware, must be using his influence to silence them for the sake of the family's reputation. Let me assess their demeanor. This man seems cunning and opportunistic. He will likely acquiesce. This young lady has a strong sense of justice, but will probably remain silent for the sake of her job security. This young lady is admirable. She possesses both a strong moral compass and valuable connections. Oh no, if this gets out, it would definitely be a scandal. This presents a golden opportunity, should I take advantage of it. If news of me mistreating my stepson were to surface, even if Sitiyu knew the truth, the rest of the Situ family would surely not tolerate a daughter-in-law with a tarnished reputation. Lost in thought, Jiang Qianxia suddenly felt the little hands around her neck tighten once more, interrupting her train of thought. She sighed, realizing, this won't do. Even if I plan to leave, I cannot do so. With a sullied reputation, it would be unwise. Upon hearing her inner musings, Situyu's expression turned icy as he regarded the three beleaguered home visitors. He lifted the little one from Jiang Qianxia's embrace. Stepmom Xiaoya, lifted without resistance and placed on the coffee table, initially showed signs of distress. But upon realizing it was his father, he became helpless. Meeting the child's wide, innocent eyes, Situyu's expression softened as he patiently instructed. Answer the uncle and aunt's questions properly, understood? Noticing the little one sneak a longing glance at Jiang Qianxia, he couldn't help but harbor suspicions. Was it possible that the child could hear the woman's thoughts? This would explain why, moments before, he had clung to her so desperately. It would also clarify why he had cried for help in his flight that day. Perhaps this woman had thought something unseemly, and Xiaoya had overheard. Situyu's heart stirred as he locked eyes with the little one, conveying silently, answer sincerely, and all your worries shall dissipate. Do you understand? Xiaoya's pupils widened once more. Did father truly know what he was thinking? Yet, gazing into his father's persuasive dark eyes, he found himself convinced. He obediently turned to face the trio of bemused strangers, offering them a composed nod, signaling for them to proceed with their inquiries. The three visitors exchanged incredulous glances. Situyu, lacking patience for those irrelevant to him, spoke curtly. Are there any further questions? No, absolutely not. The three responded fervently, shaking their heads vigorously. Ha ha ha. It's a lost cause. I feel I cannot absolve myself. Jiang Qianxia's thoughts once again captured the attention of the father-son duo. She maintained an air of nonchalance as she met their gaze, internally bemused. Well, now they likely perceive even Situyu as a heartless father, complicit in concealing the stepmother's abusive behavior while threatening him. Goodness, should I attempt to clarify? But as a suspect, wouldn't my words only add fuel to the fire? With that thought, Jiang Qianxia relaxed her posture against the sofa. Forget it. Let us just let things unfold. Let us see how the little one handles this. After absorbing her myriad thoughts, Sityu found himself at a loss for words.
Now.
He too was a suspect, unable to provide an explanation. Strangely, he felt influenced by Jiang Qianxia and also leaned back against the sofa. Very well then. Let us see how the child performs. The little cub, seemingly assuming a sudden sense of responsibility, glanced at his parents who shared a similar relaxed posture, inhaled deeply, and fixed his gaze upon the three home visitors with resolute determination. The visitors were taken aback. Yet, they cautiously proceeded with their questions, adhering to protocol, beginning with, "Do you like your father?" Sityu Xiaoya nodded fervently. Sityu was momentarily stunned. "And, do you like your mother? The one behind you?" The home visitor added cautiously for the sake of precision. Sityu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon cast a glance at Jiang Qianxia, his eyes curving into a gentle smile as he nodded vigorously. Jiang Qianxia, surprised at first, then broke into laughter.
Ah.
The affection of a little one is truly healing. The home visit personnel proceeded to inquire about various commonplace matters. While they found no evidence of domestic violence or abuse, they did uncover a new issue. The father was often absent from home, leaving the child in the care of a nanny most of the time. Recently, however, he had been having breakfast with his stepmother, and occasionally, she would even escort him to kindergarten. Despite his silence, the little boy displayed a proud expression when mentioning his mother taking him to school. A fact not lost on those present. It was evident that he genuinely adored his stepmother. Once the interviews concluded, the adults and children alike breathed a collective sigh of relief. The three home visitors remarked, "So it wasn't all pretense." Jiang Qianxia and Sityu thought, "Our reputation is intact." Meanwhile, Sityu Xiaoyi pondered anxiously, "Mother won't leave. Will she?" He grasped Jiang Qianxia's hand tightly, feeling a sense of reassurance only after watching the three adults who could potentially cause his mother to leave exit through the door. When one of the gentler women turned back unexpectedly, Sityu Xiaoye's heart raced. What more could she want? His small hand clenched tightly, fearing that she might say something that would take his mother away. However, he heard her, with a face full of courage, address his father, Mr. Sityu. "I know I may be overstepping, but I feel compelled to say that a child's physical and mental well-being cannot flourish without the presence of both parents. To love a child, the gift of companionship is just as essential as material wealth." Sityu paused momentarily, and the male visitor's expression shifted, quickly pulling the speaking girl aside and bowing to Sityu. "My apologies, Mr. Sityu, it was her thoughtlessness, speaking out of turn." He averted his gaze from Sityu, guiding the girl away while insisting, "We'll take our leave now. We won't impose any longer." After the three visitors departed, Sityu lowered his head to glance at Jiang Qianxia's hand, which was firmly held by Sityu Xiaoyi. Contemplating the child's eager gaze, his heart softened. He lifted his gaze to meet the bewildered expression of the woman before him. What they said held merit. Chapter 70. The New 2 Million. Sityu had always considered himself a child who did not require companionship, and thus, he had reluctantly taken on the role of a father without fully grasping the weight of the responsibilities it entailed. Recognizing Sityu Xiaoye's psychological issues, he sought the best doctor for treatment. Even his decision to accept an arranged marriage and a nominal wife was partly motivated by the needs of this child. He was acutely aware of his own emotional detachment. Consequently, there had never been a plan for emotions in his life. Providing this child with a semblance of a complete family was the extent of what he believed he could offer. Yet, the familiar glint in the child's eyes often unwittingly summoned memories he thought long forgotten. Since he could remember, he seemed to have always been unlikable, characterized by a solitary and aloof demeanor that even the servants feared. Unlike his elder brother, who was perpetually the center of attention, always greeted with warmth and smiles, effortlessly winning the affection of those around him, Sityu felt no sense of loss. He had always disliked most people surrounding him, deeming them foolish and boisterous, preferring to hide in corners and relish his solitude. Nevertheless, his elder brother would tirelessly seek him out, regarding him with a gentler smile than he offered to others, playfully ruffling his hair and disregarding his reluctance to draw him out. Yet, Sityu could not help but recall that during those moments, he had not been entirely resistant. His thoughts gradually returned to the present, and he looked down at Sityu Xiaoye's eyes. When he smiled, they might resemble those of his biological mother, curving like crescent moons, yet that light was reminiscent of his elder brother. Conversely, in moments of solitude, the child's gaze mirrored his own past self, prompting him to instinctively evade emotions that troubled him. Just then, an abrupt inner voice shattered his reverie. What reason is there? Parental companionship, is that what I meant? Jiang Qianxia regarded him with a peculiar expression, akin to someone proposing a business partnership. While a new thought emerged in her mind. Is this the precursor to a salary increase? If the terms are agreeable, I wouldn't mind, she mused. After all, the little one is just so adorable. Jiang Qianxia playfully pinched the chubby cheek of the little child, and upon noticing his lack of resistance, even as he leaned in closer, her heart melted completely. Oh, what a good baby, my sweet child. With each endearing utterance, C2 Xiaoyi succumbed entirely, transforming into a cuddly bundle, clinging to Jiang Qianxia. C2U, observing this, felt the fleeting sentiment of seeing his childhood reflected in this child dissolve instantly. He inhaled deeply, diverting his gaze. Whenever you have time, we should discuss this in detail. He then noticed Jiang Qianxia stifling a yawn and inwardly thought, so weary. The man loosened his tie and stood up. It's too late today. Let us call it a night. After instructing the newly arrived childcare nanny to take the young master for his evening routine, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, his sleeve was tugged. C2U turned back, slightly puzzled, to find Jiang Qianxia hastily rising with C2 Xiaoyi in her arms, gripping him tightly. Meeting his questioning gaze, she forced a smile despite her fatigue and declared, "Why don't we talk now? I'm not tired, are you?" She blinked at him, seeking his eyes. "I am tired. But when it comes to money, I find my fatigue dissipating. Moreover, since it concerns future wages, if we don't finalize this now, I fear I won't sleep well tonight." Noticing C2's silence, Jiang Qianxia frowned slightly. Could it be that he is truly weary? I recall he is a workhorse who can pull all-nighters. It's barely this early. Fatigue must have made her forget to maintain her composure. As disappointment flickered on her face, yet her delicate features appeared all the more enchanting in their languid state. It would be hard for anyone to ignore her disappointment. C2 found himself recalling the absurd tone of his whimsical secretary and, without much thought, sat back down. Instantly, both he and the little one displayed a hint of delight. Casting a glance at the excited child, C2 called the childcare nanny over. Realizing he was about to be taken away, C2 Xiaoyi's face registered shock and disappointment, yet he remained obedient, pressing his lips together without protest. C2 noticed the child's expression but felt momentarily at a loss. He had long been accustomed to a life of command, whether at home or work, achieving remarkable efficiency. Even his elder brother, who had been doted upon in childhood, operated under the same dynamic. However, the look on Xiaoye's face stirred a discomfort within him. Jiang Qianxia, observing the child's unwillingness, couldn't help but pout. Tyrant. C2U remained silent, caught in thought. Even if I hail from a place devoid of younglings, I am well aware that one must employ gentle coaxing when addressing them.
C2U mused.
Coaxing? How does one coax? A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he finally unearthed a faint memory from the depths of his recollection, one of the few instances he had been coaxed. It was during his 5th year, when he was reluctant to attend a family banquet. His elder brother sought him out, assuring him that if he attended this gathering, he would grant him 3 instances of cover when he wished to be undisturbed thereafter. After weighing the proposition in his heart, he acquiesced to his brother's request. This, he mused, must be what they call coaxing. However, C2 found himself at a loss as he gazed at the small, dejected face before him. What did the child desire? Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts surfaced just in time. This obedient little one has modest demands. A simple breakfast should suffice for coaxing. Breakfast? C2U recalled the words of the home visit personnel he had encountered before leaving the villa, clearing his throat. He inquired, "What time shall we head to school tomorrow?" The childcare nanny, newly assigned, was about to respond when the little one in her arms extended a chubby hand. Forming a gesture of 8, C2U regarded that plump hand and, in a serious tone, remarked, "You should return to sleep obediently. Tomorrow morning, I have no pressing matters and will be home for breakfast." He found himself unable to articulate the promise of accompanying the child for breakfast. Yet that was sufficient to illuminate the child's eyes with satisfaction as he departed. Noticing how easily the little one could be coaxed, Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. TSK. Human children are indeed easily swayed. I am quite different. Just as she contemplated this, she met a pair of inquisitive eyes and promptly straightened her posture, lifting her chin slightly. In negotiations, one must not lose momentum. What shall we discuss?
Speak.
If you will, Jiang Qianxia replied as calmly as she could manage. See to you, recalling the relaxed demeanor she had briefly let slip. Now perceived her current stance as mere posturing, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips before he quickly composed himself. He stated with gravity, 2 million. Chapter 71. Do you have any suggestions? 2 million, plus another 2 million, totaling 4 million a month. This part-time role as a wealthy lady is certainly sustainable. Jiang Qianxia struggled to suppress a smile, maintaining her composure. What, may I ask, will my responsibilities entail? Indeed, one should not delight too soon. Should the additional workload prove overwhelming, it could hinder the primary occupation.
C'est tout et was ripstwitchet.
Through the woman's inner voice, he had gleaned that she regarded her role as his nominal wife as merely a job. This notion was agreeable to him, and he found satisfaction in such a collaborative relationship. Yet, to label it a side job? What, pray tell, was her primary vocation? From his limited understanding of his nominal wife, if memory served him correctly, she was but a minor celebrity. Surely, that could not be her main occupation? Such a disorganized endeavor hardly qualified as a primary pursuit. In that moment, a subtle dissatisfaction welled within C2U. A man who had never known defeat in his professional undertakings. He resolved to escalate the stakes. 2 million a month, sharing breakfast with Xiao Yi. Calculated over the legally mandated workdays, amounted to 20 days a month. Upon witnessing Jiang Qianxia's expression of astonishment, he pressed on. 2 million a month. Sharing dinner with Xiao Yi, also based on the legal workdays, amounted to 20 days a month. Correspondingly, barring any business trips or essential work obligations, he would also partake in these companionship activities. As he spoke, he observed the woman's beautiful almond eyes widen in disbelief, and a peculiar satisfaction surged within him. He assumed a relaxed demeanor as he regarded Jiang Qianxia. Do you have any further additions or suggestions? Now is the time to voice them. Of course not. My sole suggestion is this. Right now. Immediately. Let us sign the contract to avoid prolonged uncertainties. C2U had never engaged in such a delightful negotiation. Just as he was about to reveal a satisfied expression, he suddenly heard her voice again. But no deal is ever finalized in a single discussion. If I agree too quickly, it merely allows the other party to seize the upper hand.
No, C2U interjected.
You are indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qianxia finally grasped a point. She slowly raised her gaze, earnestly regarding C2U. This contract seems to impose no constraints upon you? C2U was momentarily taken aback. Despite having developed a certain understanding of her relentless assertiveness, he was still struck by her audacity. However, such a trivial matter was easily resolved. After a brief deliberation, he proposed, "Very well, I shall grant you the authority to oversee my compliance. Should I be unable to accompany you due to non-objective reasons, I will compensate you with 100,000. Once spoken. He could not help but wonder if this woman would begin to pray for his absence from home. However, to his surprise, Jiang Qianxia shook her head seriously.
No,
she stated. Your compensation should not be directed at me, but rather at your son. C2U was momentarily taken aback, yet upon encountering her earnest expression, he chose to listen further. Though I cannot fathom why, you seem rather indifferent towards children. However, if you have resolved to embrace responsibility, you must consider the long-term implications. Pausing mid-sentence, Jiang Qianxia glanced at the maids who had quietly departed since their conversation began, ensuring they were out of earshot before continuing in a lowered voice. I will eventually leave the C2 family. Once I depart, whether you seek a genuinely loving wife or another nominal spouse, to Xiao Yi, you will remain irreplaceable. Upon hearing her words, C2U fell into deep contemplation. In truth, he had proposed the breakfast and dinner arrangement for two reasons. One, he sensed that perhaps Xiao Yi required companionship. The other, he was genuinely intrigued by Jiang Qianxia's inner thoughts and the revelations they contained. Yet after listening to Jiang Qianxia, he suddenly felt the need to take this matter more seriously. Having chosen to accept Xiao Yi, he ought to learn to fulfill the responsibilities of a father. After Jiang Qianxia spoke, a wave of regret washed over her, for she had inadvertently persuaded herself as well. Ah, indeed. Perhaps I should not have agreed, for I will inevitably leave the C2 family. If I grow fond of the little one, will it not make departure more difficult? Indeed. Even a nominal stepmother began to feel a sense of responsibility. C2U's heart swelled with emotion, yet as he regarded Jiang Qianxia with newfound admiration, He noticed her gaze had suddenly hardened. But that amounts to a staggering 6 million. At worst, I shall endure a while longer in the C2 household, provided I leave before the narrative unfolds. As for the little one, I simply need to cultivate the bond between this father and son. It suffices that my connection runs deeper. Moreover, the affection nurtured for 6 million a month is not without its potential for aftercare. Yes, indeed. Jiang Qianxia. You can do this. C2 felt a sudden wave of foolishness wash over him for his earlier emotional response. He inhaled gently and, maintaining his composure, inquired of Jiang Qianxia regarding the compensation. Do you have any suggestions? When this topic arose, Jiang Qianxia found herself wide awake. Although I lack experience in childcare, the adorable children's novels I read in my previous life will surely come in handy. This child, clearly starved for affection, truly seeks companionship. Situ was momentarily taken aback. A child deprived of affection? Xiao Yi, could this truly be considered a lack of love? Reflecting on his gentle and refined elder brother, Situ found it difficult to envision him as a father. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, if his elder brother were still alive, would Xiaoyi's life be different? Surely it would. But was Xiaoyi currently lacking in love? Observing the girl whose eyes sparkled with youthful vitality yet bore the wisdom of a woman, Situ felt an inexplicable urge to confide. A rare expression of confusion crossed his features. Do you believe Xiaoyi is deprived of affection? Jiang Qianxia looked at him, puzzled, but upon meeting his gaze, she composed herself and earnestly nodded, of course. Realizing she might not fully comprehend the situation, Situ slowly began. The Situ family's legacy is traditionally passed down only to the legitimate eldest son, not to the younger sons or illegitimate offspring. This is an unyielding rule, designed to prevent strife among brothers. The eldest son of the Situ family is expected to exemplify exceptional character and capability, adhering to rigorous standards of self-discipline and decorum that reflect the family's dignity. Conversely, the other children are conditioned to eschew ambition, to remain inconspicuous, and to avoid bringing shame upon the family. Only a child of moderate temperament can assist the eldest, otherwise they are barred from involvement in family affairs. This is to guard against a scenario where an inadequate eldest son is usurped by his siblings. This is precisely what you asked me to articulate. Upon seeing Jiang Qianxia's astonishment, Situ continued, Yet, even though my elder brother, Situ Yunxiao, is unparalleled in excellence, I, the less-than-ordinary second son, still endure suppression. They demand I temper my brilliance, extinguish my ambitions, and eternally remain in my elder brother's shadow. Jiang Qianxia stood there, her mouth agape in shock.
So,
You left the Situ family to establish your own company. And without the family support? Situ's expression remained indifferent, as if discussing another's plight. However, Jiang Qianxia's subsequent reaction was, Oh my goodness, how tragic.
but also quite ordinary.
Being ousted from a prestigious family due to exceptional talent, only to rise from nothing and become a magnate. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. On December 9th, 2023, I, Jiang Qianxia, was diagnosed as a failure. Though her heart raced with excitement, her exterior displayed an astonished facade. Situ's lips twitched, suddenly at a loss for words. Yet, confronted with her eager gaze, he pressed on. In truth, the person most fervently urging my transformation was my mother, Zhu Qing. 3 years ago, following my brother's death, I was the first person she suspected. The man spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if recounting someone else's tale. Jiang Qianxia's brow furrowed slightly, her expression growing increasingly complex. Zhu Qing, even from a single encounter, I can deduce her underlying hysteria. Despite being her son, the differential treatment I received was even more pronounced than what the original character endured in the Jiang family. Alas, it's fortunate that Situ possesses a resilient psyche. Situ had never shared such sentiments with anyone. His life had always been a solitary journey. This was the first moment he encountered someone willing to face such matters alongside him. He averted his gaze awkwardly, feeling a twinge of relief that Jiang Qianxia did not display any sympathetic inclinations, for he feared it might hinder his willingness to continue. Clearing his throat, he glanced out at the rich night enveloping the view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. After my brother's death, my grandfather approached me, expressing his hope that I would take over the Situ family business. I declined, which led to the engagement issue. However, my mother was unaware of my refusal. In her haste, she presented me with a child, declaring him to be my brother's bloodline. Jiang Qianxia was utterly stunned. This child is Xiaoyi? Situ nodded. Amidst her incredulous gaze, he closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and divulged the entire truth. My mother implied that I could temporarily assume control of the Sidhu family, but once Xiaoyi matures, I must return the family to my brother's child. The Sidhu family will always belong to my brother. As he spoke, a rare smile graced Sidhu's face, albeit one tinged with self-mockery. Do you think, under such pampering, Xiaoyi would feel deprived of affection? Jiang Qianxia was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder in the storyline, Sidhu Xiaoyi offers the Sidhu family to the female protagonist. You did not appear. However, it seems true that the little one is indeed lacking in affection, though it's perhaps an unwise statement to make at this moment. Do you harbor any reservations? Sidhu inquired. Jiang Qianxia did not anticipate his perceptiveness, but after a moment's reflection, she spoke truthfully. So, little one, Xiaoyi is your brother's son. Why do you choose to adopt him? Is it due to your mother's insistence? Upon hearing this, Sidhu's expression first turned indifferent, then softened. My elder brother treated me exceptionally well. So, it's because of your elder brother? Jiang Qianxia seemed puzzled. Observing her wide-eyed innocence and sincere confusion, Sidhu smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with coldness. If I had not adopted Xiaoyi, my mother would likely have supported a distant relative to take him in. Then why the lack of trust? Jiang Qianxia continued to innocently probe, but inwardly, she had already reached her conclusion. Is it that you are aware that anyone adopting the little one may have ulterior motives, seeking to seize the entirety of the Sidhu family as wealth? Sidhu's previously somber mood was thoroughly exasperated by the woman's feigned innocence, which she so readily contradicted with her own conclusions. Did you not already know? Why ask? Yet outwardly, he still reiterated the answer. Her options are limited, consisting primarily of those with ulterior motives. Jiang Qianxia feigned sudden enlightenment and inquired. Then why must someone else adopt him? Naturally, it is because Zhu Qing does not overly cherish her grandson. As for whether she cares about that eldest son, I cannot say, but it is evident she holds little regard for the little one. Otherwise, why would she place him in the care of a crude individual? A mere mistress elevated to the role of caregiver? Moreover, knowing well that we lack affection from both father and mother, she still insists on sending the little one away. Thinking this over, Jiang Qianxia could not help but curl her lip in disdain. Sidhu remarked, you seem to know everything, yet still critique, without sparing yourself. Nevertheless, he continued to follow her lead. What do you think my mother's attitude toward Xiaoyi is? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxia's eyes sparkled. This is what you asked me to articulate. Sidhu was perplexed by her sudden delight, yet he could not help but smile subtly. In my case, I would undoubtedly be more concerned about a child, wary of placing him in someone else's care. As he spoke, the formidable man, who could easily afford to offer her 2 million a month, adopted an attentive demeanor. Jiang Qianxia acknowledged that she felt a sense of satisfaction. Clearing her throat, she could not resist delving into a serious analysis. Moreover, if she truly suspected you, how could she possibly feel comfortable sending the child to you? Thus, her suspicion may also be part of a conspiracy, merely providing an excuse for you to publicly declare you have no designs on the Sidhu family business, thereby compelling you to both raise Sidhu Xiaoyi and temporarily manage the family affairs. Yet it is evident that she does not seem to guard against you, nor does she encourage Xiaoyi to align with her. After all, the little one's eager gaze, following me around with that box of milk, was not at all reminiscent of the way she was coaxed by that old woman back at the ancestral home. Originally intending to cast her a lingering glance, Sidhu's thoughts veered off course upon hearing her inner voice. He recalled the milk he had sent back to the villa, only to find it donated. He mused to himself, you truly are difficult to persuade. However, he was genuinely surprised that she could anticipate this step, and with a meaningful tone, he remarked, you are correct. She indeed planned it that way. Yet, in the end, she was slightly mistaken. He and Xiaoyi were merely tools of their mother. Sidhu remembered the mention in her thoughts that Xiaoyi would one day relinquish the Sidhu family to others. He smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps this prophecy in her mind was the proof he sought. Nevertheless, he decided against explaining this to Jiang Qianxia. Regaining his composure, he appeared to ponder for a moment before looking at her earnestly. You make a valid point. So, returning to the matter at hand, how do you suggest I compensate Xiaoyi? Chapter 73. Jiang Qianxia was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, staring blankly for a few seconds before grasping his meaning. After you say that you want me to continue discussing compensation? But I believe you are the one who needs compensation the most. However, I think you too poor little heirs of wealthy families, can band together for warmth. Since the old woman wants to win over the little one, why not preemptively win her over yourself? I have it. Jiang Qianxia's eyes lit up as she proposed. How about this? If you miss breakfast or dinner due to personal reasons, you simply promise the little one and shall ye a request. Meeting the woman's sparkling almond eyes, Sitiyu chose not to clarify the misunderstanding in her thoughts. All right, let's go with that. As he said this, Sitiyu prepared to rise, but suddenly, ah, is that all? What about my supervision fee? Sitiyu paused, glancing at the woman's fair profile, which utterly belied her inner obsession with wealth, and chuckled in exasperation. He feigned a moment of recollection and exclaimed, "Oh right. Since you're in charge of supervision, how about we stick to the fee we discussed earlier? You're quite perceptive." Jiang Qianxia pressed her lips together, maintaining her composure. "Since you've put it that way, I won't refuse. However, I do hope you'll fulfill your part. Of course. Being uncooperative can also foster personal interaction, you know. Plus, it's beneficial for my wallet." Sitiyu shot her a sidelong glance. "I will have the contract delivered to you by my secretary tomorrow." With that, he swiftly turned and couldn't help but reveal a smile, quickly suppressing it as he ascended the stairs. Once the man's figure had completely vanished, Jiang Qianxia relaxed, sinking into the sofa and narrowing her eyes for half a minute before suddenly springing up. "I'm going to strike it rich." As she spoke, she noticed two maids peering curiously from the side. Recognizing the maids skilled in massage, Jiang Qianxia happily narrowed her eyes and beckoned. "Come here and give me a massage. And while you're at it, help me take off my makeup, all right?" "Of course, madam." With the diligent and sweet-talking maid's service, Jiang Qianxia felt drowsy, but was jolted awake by the ringing of her phone. She glanced at the caller ID and instantly perked up. The massage was nearly done, so she waved her hand, signaling the maid to stop. She stood up but did not answer the call immediately. Instead, she grabbed a cup of water, draped a shawl over her shoulders, and made her way to the little balcony where the night breeze flowed. After ensuring the lights were turned off, she accepted the video call. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Miao's excited round face appeared on the screen.
Kiki.
"Thank you. Can you help me take a look at my fortune now?" Jiang Qianxia glanced at her and replied, "Congratulations." It seemed Zheng Miao's uncle successfully got her father drunk and sent him home, only to be drugged by the nanny. On the balcony upstairs, with the lights off, Sitiyu stiffened, his thoughts complicated by the words spoken that night. What drunkenness, what drugging by the nanny? He opened his eyes wide, and then heard a strange woman's voice from the balcony below. That's good, that's good. You don't know how exciting today was. It turns out my dad wasn't even drunk. He realized my uncle was deliberately trying to get him drunk. He pretended to be drunk to see what my uncle was up to, but he still fell for the nanny's sobering soup and got caught. If my mom hadn't come back in time and happened to find the nanny preparing to pounce on my dad, he would have been completely stunned and might have ended up dragging me out. Then her voice grew slightly worried. "But my parents have been in the room for 3 hours now and I still hear noise. My dad really won't be okay, right? I overheard my mom complaining to some aunt, saying my dad is getting old and can only last half an hour at most." Jiang Qianxia. "Don't worry. He'll be fine. Just 6 times after all, that nanny was really ruthless with the drugs. It turns out getting pregnant doesn't happen with just 1 time, but rather 7 times in 1 night. But it's bad. I can only tell that Zheng Miao's father isn't impotent because of this incident. But I can't tell whether it will become shorter. Awkward. Even more awkward is that you, the dutiful daughter, actually listened for 3 hours?" Sitiyu upstairs, caught off guard by the melodramatic scene, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What 6 times, what impotence? What on earth had this woman been up to behind the scenes? A trace of confusion crossed Sitiyu's eyes, and he then heard the unfamiliar girl's voice. "Chi-Chi, why is it so dark on your side?" "Jiang Qianxia. I didn't want to scare you." She responded nonchalantly. "Oh, I'm just enjoying the breeze." Zheng Miao, without a hint of suspicion, casually remarked, "Oh, I kept feeling you looked familiar during the day, and now that I see you her tone became hesitant. You don't get mad, okay? I think you look a lot like Jiang Qianxia, but although I hate her, I still admit she is beautiful." Upstairs, Sitiyu. Jiang Qianxia, however, showed no sign of offense, replying meaningfully, "Why do you hate Jiang Qianxia?" Zheng Miao frowned, initially reluctant to speak. But since the person on the other end had just helped her considerably, she felt there was no reason not to share. "Well, I did insult you before, didn't I? I should apologize. But as for Jiang Qianxia, I have some insider information." One of my friends is in the industry and she knows some things. Jiang Qianxia raised an eyebrow. Is your friend named Mimi T? Zheng Miaomiao's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Jiang Qianxia smiled slyly. And another one is Strawberry Ming T? Zheng Miaomiao's eyes widened even further. Master, you can even guess their usernames? Jiang Qianxia, not really. It's just that you haven't been paying much attention to online news these past few days, have you? Zheng Miaomiao's eyes widened once more. Could it be that the three of us were just mentioned by the main character? As she spoke, Zheng Miaomiao couldn't help but scroll through her social media accounts. Jiang Qianxia, not quite. However, later, someone entered my live stream named Strawberry Ming T. Zheng Miaomiao paused. Strawberry? But she texted me saying she wouldn't be online for the next few days. How could she be on a live streaming platform? Did she insult you? Zheng Miaomiao's face flushed with a hint of regret. The three of them were originally sent by the fan club to deal with this con artist. Now that she knew the con artist was a master, she felt immense remorse. Jiang Qianxia shook her head, recounting the incident involving the false photograph used by Mei Mei Cha to deceive her regarding Ming Cha. After listening, Zheng Miaomiao fell into a prolonged silence. With difficulty, she inquired, "Are you saying that Mei Mei Cha provided her with a counterfeit photo and then urged her to impersonate Ming Cha, claiming that Strawberry's cosmetic surgery was a consequence of this?" Jiang Qianxia nodded.
How could that be?
Zheng Miaomiao still found it hard to believe. Jiang Qianxia had no intention of persuading her. Instead, she continued, "Your car accident must also be related to Mei Mei Cha, right?" Zheng Miaomiao instinctively retorted, "Of course not. Or perhaps it is. Well, not really, since it was Mei Mei Cha who asked me." Before she could finish, Zheng Miaomiao faltered, having already witnessed the other's extraordinary abilities. Hesitantly, she asked, "Is there something you haven't revealed?" Jiang Qianxia, taken aback by her sudden shift in thought, smiled slightly and slowly replied, "Indeed, Mei Mei Cha is none other than Jiang Ming Cha." Chapter 74. This place is not for me. Zheng Miaomiao's expression changed dramatically. How is that possible? After instinctively refuting the claim, she recalled her own thoughts from 3 days prior, causing her confidence to wane. Yet, she remained reluctant to accept it and hesitantly asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Qianxia shrugged. "There's no need for an abundance of evidence. If you both exercised a bit of critical thinking, you would surely notice the discrepancies." Her words implied that they were lacking in intellect. Zheng Miaomiao bristled at this. Jiang Qianxia propped her chin up, her expression inscrutable, and said, "You have wealth and are easily swayed. I presume you've spent considerable sums while idolizing stars. That Strawberry Ming Cha, being idle and carefree, likely had her cosmetic enhancements influenced by Mei Mei Cha. So, what sacrifices have you three made in your pursuit of stardom? Has she ever even shown her face? Regarding that photo incident of Strawberry Ming Cha, are you aware of any private conversations she might have had with you, urging you not to inform Strawberry Ming Cha?" As Zheng Miaomiao began to recall something, she instinctively braced herself against the truth when Jiang Qianxia interjected, "Oh, she must have claimed it was for Strawberry's benefit, suggesting you handle it privately without informing her." Zheng Miaomiao fell silent, but still felt compelled to defend Mei Mei Cha. She is an insider, providing information and unable to reveal herself, and besides, I willingly contributed the funds. Jiang Qianxia replied, "How coincidental. Strawberry Ming Cha thinks just like you." Zheng Miaomiao. Jiang Qianxia observed her expression for a moment before continuing, "Your facial features do not seem to belong to someone prone to slander. Do you recall what you were like before you met Mei Mei Cha?" Recalling how she had messaged her to insult strangers, Zheng Miaomiao found herself unable to counter. Initially, she had been uncomfortable with it, but after hearing Mei Mei Cha say that such behavior was common in the fan community, where disparaging rivals was a form of expressing devotion, and discovering that Mei Mei Cha had even coached her on how to insult others, she now felt a wave of clarity and regret wash over her. Why had she frantically attacked unknown individuals? In retrospect, Zheng Miaomiao was suddenly filled with dread, as if her heart had been clouded by stupidity. She swallowed hard and asked, "Master, do you have any other evidence?" Jiang Qianxia shook her head. "I do not. But if you were curious, you might want to investigate further." If it turned out that Mei Mei Cha was indeed Jiang Ming Cha, Zheng Miaomiao's heart began to race. She was wealthy, so naturally, she had encountered the latter numerous times, yet each interaction left her with an impression of purity, beauty, and positivity. Meanwhile, Mei Mei Cha was merely an ordinary office worker who would gripe about her boss and colleagues and share news about Jiang Ming Cha. The thought that they could be the same person was unfathomable to her. She resolved to take her time. Zheng Miaomiao had another purpose for calling Jiang Qianxia today. She wished for Jiang Qianxia to accompany her to meet her childhood friend and close companion. Although the thrill of witnessing events up close was enticing, Jiang Qianxia immediately declined upon hearing the request. She had discerned that Zheng Miaomiao was indecisive, even though she had already made up her mind. Please, Master Qi Qian. Zheng Miaomiao whined over the phone. Jiang Qianxia continued to refuse coldly, only to suddenly receive a message. Zheng Miaomiao had transferred money to her. Seeing her remain steadfast, another transfer notification quickly followed. Jiang Qianxia. Forget it, it's not that I'm wavering. She's just offering too much. Ultimately, Jiang Qianxia reluctantly agreed. Upstairs, Situ Yu's gaze deepened. Master Qi Qian? Is my nominal wife secretly dabbling in fortune-telling? He recalled the previous incident at the restaurant, where she had inexplicably known so much insider information, along with her mention of facial features and such. So, she truly possesses the ability to predict fortunes? Early the next morning, having acquiesced to Zheng Miaomiao, Jiang Qianxia donned a low-key outfit. When she descended the stairs, Situ was already seated at the same desk as yesterday, perusing the news. However, beside the desk sat a small figure, sitting upright and seriously flipping through a book. Jiang Qianxia paused for a moment, thinking to herself, how harmonious this is. Just then, both the adult and child lifted their heads to look at her. Anticipating the start of compensated meals, Jiang Qianxia greeted them cheerfully, good morning. Upon hearing her, the little one, who had previously worn a solemn expression, instantly broke into an adorable smile. Jiang Qianxia felt her heart soften. Looking back at Situ, she found him expressionless, slowly closing his notebook and coldly responding morning. Jiang Qianxia maintained her usual smile. Forget it, you pay. You have the right. Situ. He looked at the woman who wore a constant smile, perplexed as to what had provoked her. However, since her indignation was internal, he could not inquire further. Thus he shifted the subject. Let us eat. Perhaps due to yesterday's allowance, today, Situ Xiaoyue also made a small request. Consequently, their dining arrangement transformed into a family of three, Jiang Qianxia on the left, Situ on the right, and the little one in the middle. Fortunately, the dining table in the villa was quite long and could easily accommodate them. When breakfast was served, recalling her salary, Jiang Qianxia even found the protein she disliked somewhat appealing. However, in the spirit of collaboration, when she noticed the little one glancing longingly at the egg yolk, she promptly extended her assistance. This new childcare nanny was far more perceptive than Lu Ma. Yet, they were caught by another individual. Under the probing gaze of the man, Jiang Qianxia froze, and the little one did the same. In a swift motion, Jiang Qianxia casually devoured the egg yolk. The little one mimicked her, taking a big bite, but unable to finish, he devoured the evidence in large gulps. Then, both of them looked innocently at Situ. What's wrong? Jiang Qianxia asked. The little one remained silent, but his blinking eyes conveyed the same message. Situ. It's nothing, just eat. After the meal, Situ prepared to head to the office. Jiang Qianxia noticed that the little one had eaten significantly slower than usual and immediately sensed his intent. She gently reassured him, don't worry. Your father will still have breakfast with you tomorrow. The little fellow's eyes instantly brightened, and he secretly glanced at Situ. Faced with the child's expectant gaze, Situ felt somewhat out of sorts, but still gave a slight nod. However, he underestimated the height of the little cub. He could only see his father's chin and couldn't perceive the subtle inclination of his head at all. Jiang Qianxia. She could only desperately blink at Situ. Yes. You fool. Quickly say yes. After being called a fool, Situ's expression darkened, yet he stiffly uttered a single word. Yes. Once he said that, Jiang Qianxia revealed a satisfied smile. Honestly, this family can't do without me. Situ. Chapter 75. You can't truly be Jiang Qianxia, can you? Upon receiving a positive response, the little cub finally felt relieved and dashed off to the refrigerator, emerging with 2 cartons of milk. He tiptoed to present one carton to his father while tightly cradling the other, his small eyes blinking as he glanced at Jiang Qianxia. Understanding his intent, Jiang Qianxia nodded helplessly, only to see the little cub tirelessly start to unwrap the straw. Situ took the milk, somewhat puzzled, but recalled Lu Ma's complaint about Jiang Qianxia stealing the cub's milk, glancing at Jiang Qianxia's empty hands. Then, he handed her the milk he held. Jiang Qianxia. This. What's wrong with these two? Why do they both enjoy giving milk? The young cub, straining to insert the straw, looked up in confusion. only to see his father passing the milk he had given to his mother. His small lips pursed in disappointment as he looked towards Situ. Noticing this expression, Jiang Qianxia swiftly tore open the milk carton in her hands, inserted the straw, and handed it back to Situ.
Drink.
If you don't, your son might cry. Situ. He wore a stiff expression as he took a sip. Indeed, the little Situ Xiaoyue's face brightened with a smile, once more. He felt a twinge of confusion. If he remembered correctly, this woman had begun to change since the day Lu Ma complained about her. Before that day, the surveillance footage showed Xiaoyue consistently avoiding this woman. Why? In just 2 or 3 days, had a certain tacit understanding developed between her and Xiaoyue. Situ could not comprehend, but he was soon further astonished. His car coincidentally departed at the same time as the vehicle taking Situ Xiaoyue to kindergarten. Upon rolling down the window, he witnessed Situ Xiaoyue, who typically kept his distance from others, skillfully climbing into Jiang Qianxia's embrace after finishing with the milk straw, obediently raising the milk to her lips. If Jiang Qianxia hadn't finished drinking it and Xiaoyue hadn't immediately displayed a contented smile, he would have suspected the stepmother of mistreating her stepson. Upon further reflection, recalling how the little cub had firmly placed the milk in his hands, Situ fell silent. Oh, preferential treatment. After dropping off Situ Xiaoyue, Jiang Qianxia met Zheng Miaomiao. She donned a mask, and upon their first meeting, Zheng Miaomiao began to scrutinize her with confusion. Chi, you truly resemble more and more like. Jiang Qianxia interjected. Jiang Qianxia? Zheng Miaomiao nodded skeptically. Your voice too. She paused. You can't genuinely be Jiang Qianxia, can you? Ha ha ha. As she laughed, her expression froze when Jiang Qianxia removed her mask. Zheng Miaomiao. A sharp explosion resonated within the private car. Fortunately, the driver, accustomed to the occasional outbursts of his quiet young lady, merely twitched his eyelids while maintaining a steady grip on the steering wheel. You. Zheng Miaomiao pointed at Jiang Qianxia's face, momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Qianxia sighed. I do not wish to deceive you. If you are unwilling, I can refund today as money, but not the previous amount. Unexpectedly, Zheng Miaomiao finally managed to stammer out her last sentence. You're actually so beautiful in real life. After saying this, she clutched her heart, finally processing what Jiang Qianxia had just said, shaking her head vigorously. No refund.
No refund. Absolutely no refund.
Zheng Miaomiao's sparkling gaze left Jiang Qianxia somewhat perplexed. She forced a smile. Weren't you my hater? Zheng Miaomiao's cheeks flushed deeper as she quietly explained, I hated you because you were always clinging to Ming Cha's brother for publicity. I thought you had undergone plastic surgery, but now that I see you in person, I realize I was mistaken. Your face is undoubtedly 100% natural. Moreover, you must have been pressured by an unscrupulous company to seek publicity, right? As she spoke, Zheng Miaomiao gazed at Jiang Qianxia with pity, conveying a look of deep sympathy. Jiang Qianxia. Not really. But that sister must have her reasons. Zheng Miaomiao interjected. Jiang Qianxia. Not necessarily. After a moment of confusion, Zheng Miaomiao earnestly looked at Jiang Qianxia. Then why is that? Before Jiang Qianxia could respond, she quickly added, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood. I'm not necessarily asking. I just feel you must have been wronged. Jiang Qianxia belatedly realized. Has she encountered an infatuated admirer of beauty? Ultimately, Jiang Qianxia refrained from explaining herself to Zheng Miaomiao. Following her to a casting call for a certain film crew, having heard that her childhood friend Xingzhe would be bringing his female companion to audition that day, Zheng Miaomiao wished to avoid alarming them. Upon reaching the entrance, she made a phone call, and the staff respectfully came to greet them. They were led to the backstage of the audition area. The individuals auditioning in front could not see them, but they could observe everyone auditioning. Before long, the director entered, and upon seeing Zheng Miaomiao, his face broke into a warm smile. Miaomiao, what brings you here? Zheng Miaomiao displayed an obedient smile reminiscent of seeing an elder. Hello, uncle. As she spoke, she pulled Jiang Qianxia, saying, I have someone to recommend. Zheng Sun, upon hearing the beginning, rejected without hesitation. I've told you. That tea of yours isn't suitable for me. Just as he was speaking, his gaze met Jiang Qianxia's eyes, and he suddenly paused. This time, it wasn't the same. He scrutinized Jiang Qianxia, and a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Fine. Go ahead and audition directly. Saying this, he received a phone call and hurriedly left. Zheng Miaomiao hadn't anticipated that despite recommending Jiang Mingcha numerous times, her uncle had dismissed them all without even granting an audition opportunity. This time, she was prepared to plead earnestly, yet her uncle had agreed after merely one glance. Coming back to her senses, seeing Jiang Qianxia's perplexed expression, Zheng Miao cleared her throat. Although I have forgiven you for being Jiang Qianxia, you did deceive me. As compensation, you must participate in the audition and help me see with my own eyes whether Xingzhe and Xia have any ulterior motives. That seems fair, right? Saying this, she added, of course, if my uncle selects you and you wish to act, then act. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Qianxia perceived her goodwill and refrained from exposing her, nodding in agreement.
All right.
Worried that Jiang Qianxia might not recognize her friend Xia and Xingzhe, Zheng Miao showed Jiang Qianxia their photos once more. After viewing the pictures, Jiang Qianxia's expression became somewhat nuanced. Zheng Miao panicked. What's wrong? Jiang Qianxia was uncertain whether Zheng Miao was fortunate or unfortunate. She remarked, your friend and childhood sweetheart will have substantial progress tonight. Zheng Miao's mouth fell open, and it took her a while to respond. Her voice immediately dropped. Then, can I not go out? Jiang Qianxia, seeing her pitiful appearance, felt her heart soften. You can stay. Chapter 76, The Investor. Jiang Qianxia followed the assistant sent by Zheng Sun into the waiting area, and her gaze immediately fell upon Zheng Miao's close friend and childhood companion. Although they stood side by side, their demeanor did not exude intimacy. Jiang Qianxia remained composed. Yet her striking beauty could not go unnoticed. Her mere presence captured the attention of many fellow auditioners, causing a ripple of unease among them. Among those affected was Zheng Miao's friend, Xia. After casting a glance at Jiang Qianxia's appearance, Xia's expression shifted subtly, and she leaned in to whisper to Xingzhe. Following her lead, Xingzhe cast a heavy gaze in Jiang Qianxia's direction, then offered Xia a reassuring nod before turning to walk further inside. Observing Xingzhe's unobstructed entrance into the director's group, the wary onlookers redirected their focus toward Xia. Pleased by their attention, Xia deliberately glanced at Jiang Qianxia. Prior to Jiang Qianxia's arrival, Xingzhe's charisma and attire had already drawn admiration, for his looks were exceptional, and his fashion sense was anything but understated. Yet, no one seemed to recognize him, leading to speculations that he might be a wealthy second generation accompanying his girlfriend to the audition. Now, seeing him boldly enter the director's group, it was evident that his identity was anything but ordinary. In hindsight, the individual he had accompanied was the true source of concern, for she clearly had substantial backing. Not long after Xingzhe entered, the assistant director emerged. Upon surveying the crowd and noticing several impatient faces, he smiled and explained, I apologize, but the auditions will be delayed slightly due to the arrival of an investor. Shortly, the investor may wish to observe the auditions, so please prepare accordingly. Upon hearing that an investor would be observing the auditions, reactions varied among the crowd. Some were excited, others anxious, while a few, like Xia, wore expressions of smug satisfaction. In her triumph, Xia directed a victorious gaze towards Jiang Qianxia. Jiang Qianxia, perplexed, soon grasped the implication. Oh, could it be that the investor is Xingzhe?
So,
she called him in to create trouble for me? Inside, Director Zheng Sun was enthusiastically presenting the script to the investor. After his introduction, he sincerely remarked, Mr. C2, your inaugural venture into the film industry by investing in my movie is something I greatly appreciate. Rest assured, I will personally oversee the entire production, from casting to post-production, ensuring meticulous attention to detail. Would you like to observe the first round of auditions for the female lead? C2 glanced at the time, about to decline, when suddenly, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. So, she called Xingzhe in to create trouble for me. If memory served him right, his nominal wife was a minor actress, and the soundproofing of the door was quite effective, allowing only her thoughts to reach him. Noticing C2's gaze shift towards the waiting area, Zheng Sun gestured. In there is the audition room. Please, right this way. With that, he opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Recognizing the director, everyone straightened up, awaiting what was to come. When they saw the director respectfully ushering someone inside, their hearts raced with anticipation, while some felt a sinking sensation. The investor had arrived. However, upon seeing the face of the newcomer, they were taken aback. It was not the man who had just entered, but a more handsome, sharper-looking individual, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed that of Xingzhe, who seemed merely a wealthy playboy. This man resembled a true authority figure. How could it be him? Jiang Qianxia thought, locking eyes with the man's cold gaze. Jiang Qianxia managed a stiff smile, maintaining her composure as she exchanged glances with him. However, since the moment the man appeared, the attention of everyone present gravitated towards him, and it was impossible to overlook his scrutinizing gaze upon Jiang Qianxia. Instantly, the wary glances directed at her multiplied. Even director Zheng Sun noticed this shift. He leaned closer to Si-Tu-Yu and whispered, "Though this actress was recommended by my niece, she embodies the essence of the female lead. Her acting skills are commendable, so you need not worry." Si-Tu-Yu lifted his gaze once more towards the woman whose thoughts seemed to overflow. If he recalled correctly, the script Zheng Sun had just introduced depicted a female lead who, in order to conceal her deep-seated vendetta, masquerades as a naive and tyrannical princess while secretly investigating behind the scenes. In essence, the female lead possesses dual identities. Suddenly, Si-Tu-Yu recalled last night's conversation, where the woman was referred to as master over the phone. Now, with her outwardly tranquil demeanor contrasting with her tumultuous inner thoughts, he deduced that she was likely capable of portraying the dual roles of the female lead. Si-Tu nodded at Zheng Sun, who promptly announced the commencement of the auditions. His method was to avoid assigning numbers. Instead, he preferred to have all auditioners gathered together, selecting candidates based on his personal judgment. As for fairness, he would initially choose those he deemed suitable, given that he held the final say in his own production. Coming from a prestigious family himself and possessing some talent, he rarely encountered troublesome investors. Even Si-Tu-Yu, who appeared respectful now, had the confidence to sever ties if interference became excessive. Nonetheless, as a member of the Si-Tu family, he preferred to avoid any confrontation. Zheng Sun first selected several familiar faces, opting not to call Jiang Qianxia. These individuals, though not widely known, displayed commendable acting skills. Jiang Qianxia inherited the original character's memories, but not her acting prowess, leading her to lower her expectations upon realizing the caliber of the production. Viewing her participation as an opportunity to accompany Zheng Miao and gain some experience. However, upon discovering that the investor was Si-Tu-Yu, she found herself conflicted. It would be quite embarrassing to be eliminated in front of him. The main concern is that if he witnesses my failure, how can I negotiate for future collaborations? Jiang Qianxia felt despondent. Si-Tu-Yu, observing her demeanor, mused, no wonder this woman is an unknown. Is this her attitude towards work? It dawned on him that while she claimed her role as a wealthy wife was merely a side endeavor, she seemed not to be particularly invested in this acting career either. So, was her primary occupation fortune-telling? As Si-Tu-Yu's gaze returned to Jiang Qianxia, director Zheng Sun promptly called her forward, granting her the courtesy of inquiring about her thoughts on the character of the ninth princess, the role they were auditioning for. The aspiring actresses were only aware of the audition's context and the character's basic background and personality, lacking detailed knowledge of the script and the character's significance. Jiang Qianxia paused, contemplating her response. "I find it quite peculiar." Zheng Sun maintained an inscrutable expression. "What seems peculiar?" Jiang Qianxia replied, "A princess raised among commoners, upon returning to the palace, is met with indifference from her parents and disdain from the palace attendants. She grew up in a place rife with chaos and complexity, where naivety was a luxury she could ill afford. Faced with only two choices, either to bide her time and observe the unfolding events or to assert her authority and instill fear in others," Zheng Sun nodded in quiet agreement. Though his expression remained inscrutable, Jiang Qianxia continued, "However, her method of asserting dominance requires her to exhibit a certain arrogance during the audition, which is not the behavior of someone accustomed to navigating such a treacherous environment. It is a futile endeavor unless, of course, she never intended to curry favor with anyone in the first place." Zheng Sun's heart swelled with delight, though he maintained a composed facade. "Is that so? Is there more?" he inquired. The other auditionees, witnessing Jiang Qianxia's words and Zheng Sun's darkening countenance, exchanged glances, filled with schadenfreude. Jiang Qianxia shook her head. "That's all." Zheng Sun's voice took on a grave tone. "Let's proceed." Jiang Qianxia steeled her gaze. "Well then, with the audition likely concluded, I suppose I shall revert to the original lead's portrayal. I must prepare for the inevitable confrontation with the Jiang family, treating this as an opportunity to hone my skills." She gently closed her eyes, envisioning herself led into a secluded courtyard by palace attendants, a scenario she intended to disregard. Upon opening her eyes, her demeanor transformed dramatically. Humiliation, dissatisfaction, disdain, culminating in a tempest of fury. With a resounding crack, she lashed out with her whip, exclaiming, "What wretched place is this? Who brought me here? Was it that vile usurper? With another crack of the whip, her gaze grew increasingly dark and fierce until her relentless strikes nearly rendered her victim lifeless, only to be halted by a firm grip on her wrist. A subtle change flickered across her expression. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a barely perceptible sigh of relief before she quickly resumed her haughty facade. After her performance, Jiang Sun could hardly contain his elation, feeling as if he might leap up and declare, "You are the one." Yet, noticing Situyu's pensive expression beside him, he restrained himself and cleared his throat. Ahem. Jiang Qianxia, is it? Very well. You may await your selection. Jiang Qianxia, initially expecting to hear she could leave, was momentarily taken aback, but then exhaled in relief, stealing a glance at the contemplative man beside Jiang Sun. Thank goodness, my face has been saved. But has he not observed my performance at all? Regardless, I find acting quite intriguing. I could return and discuss taking on a couple of scripts with Sister Yen, assuming I can secure any roles. At her words, Situyu could not help but glance at the flushed woman, still agitated from her emotional audition. She unable to secure a role? Although he lacked understanding, he could discern from the audition that her skills surpassed those of many who had come before her. Why would she not land a role? If memory served, Zhang's eldest brother owned a film company. Suddenly, Situyu recalled that when this woman approached him for a contractual marriage, it seemed she had familial discord. Yet, her impression was faint, and he chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing on the present iteration of her. The term original character had escaped her lips numerous times. Situyu found himself perplexed, but with his limited understanding, it seemed she was implying that the person she once was and the person she now embodied were distinctly different. Thus, had her acting improved? As Jiang Qianxia passed a few more candidates, Jiang Sun finally called upon Jiang Miao's close friend, Xia. Upon her arrival, she greeted Jiang Sun with a bright smile and affectionately called him little uncle, leaving him momentarily bewildered and altering the expressions of those around them. She quickly clarified, "Little uncle, I am Xia, Miao's friend. She speaks of you often, and I admire you greatly. When I heard your crew was holding auditions, I wished to try out for any role, regardless of size." In truth, she had already learned from elsewhere that today's auditions were for the female lead. Thus, even as she sensed Miao's growing suspicions, she boldly sought assistance from Sheng Zhe. After all, if she were to land the role of Jiang Sun's leading lady, she would be making her debut in the entertainment industry, no longer relegated to trailing behind Jiang Miao and scavenging for leftover scraps, hand-me-downs and cast-offs she did not want. Though Miao's gifts were always fresh, jealousy gnawed at her. If only she could purchase them herself. This was an opportunity, and she knew Sheng Zhe valued his reputation. Even if the audition fell through, she had a plan to ensnare him tonight. Observing Jiang Sun's contemplative demeanor, she assumed Miao had not mentioned her at all and quietly cursed Miao. She then felt compelled to clarify, Miao was concerned I might be nervous for my first audition. So, she specifically sent Sheng Zhe to accompany me. He just wanted to find you. Did you not see him? At this, Jiang Sun's expression shifted entirely as he scrutinized the now gleeful Xia. Just as the saying goes, when Cao Cao is mentioned, Cao Cao arrives. The door behind them swung open unexpectedly, and upon noticing Sheng Zhe's entrance, Xia's face lit up. "Ah, Zhe, you're here. Quickly help me with my scene." However, as she continued, her smile faded upon realizing there was another person behind Sheng Zhe, Jiang Miao, her face a mask of displeasure. Xia's expression froze. And as she noticed Jiang Sun's darkening countenance, she forced a cordial smile toward Jiang Miao. "Miao, you've come too. Please lend me your Zhe. I need someone to assist me with my scene." Sheng Zhe, his demeanor tense, hesitated to refuse, but Jiang Miao interjected. "Sure." Her expression remained impassive as she directed her gaze at Sheng Zhe. "Go ahead." Sheng Zhe's face hardened. Miao. Jiang Sun shot a cold glance at Sheng Zhe. "Come here. Do not waste everyone's time." In the crowd, Jiang Qianxia blinked. It seems something has transpired backstage. How thrilling, yet it appears that tonight, Sheng Zhe and Xia will have a significant development. As this thought crossed her mind, she shifted her gaze to Jiang Miao, who, feeling her scrutiny, managed to muster a strained smile. Situyu subtly followed Jiang Qianxia's thoughts, not only consuming the drama between Jiang Miao, Sheng Zhe, and Xia, but also unexpectedly unraveling the mystery from the previous night that he had not comprehended. It turned out that the girl who witnessed the nanny drugging her father in an attempt to expose ulterior motives was none other than Jiang Sun's niece. This meant that the victim was none other than the esteemed General Jiang. No wonder, as the collaborative meeting approached, the latter had called him, sounding fatigued and claiming to be unwell. Initially, Sitiyu had felt displeased. He had altered his schedule to inspect the new investment script. Yet now, learning that the instigator of the illness was tied to his so-called wife, he found himself apologizing in his heart to General Jiang. Ultimately, Sheng Zhe found himself in a predicament, unwilling to create a scene in public due to his privileged upbringing and refinement. He resolved to explain to Jiang Qianxia later, and thus he approached Xia. Xia whispered a few words to Sheng Zhe before launching into her performance. As she acted, Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but glance over, finding her eerily familiar. Until the very end, when she lashed out with the whip, nearly striking the eunuch dead, Sheng Zhe emerged from the shadows, seizing Xia's hand before she could continue her assault. Enough, stop the charade, or you might truly kill him. The two exchanged a glance, then withdrew, bringing the performance to a close. Many in the audience discerned that Xia had blatantly lifted Jiang Qianxia's act. Not only had she copied it, but she had also elucidated the underlying subtext that Jiang had left implicit. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar, especially those who had yet to audition, who began to feel anxious. This audition had provided them scant information, leaving them to devise and improvise their own narratives. Initially, they had harbored doubts upon witnessing Jiang Qianxia portray the vicious female antagonist, the ninth princess, with a semblance of depth. Now, Xia, evidently well-connected, had interpreted the role in a similarly sympathetic light, seemingly absolving the character of her malevolence. Was it possible that this was indeed a protagonist? Some felt elated, while others wrestled with the decision of whether to take a risk. Zheng Sun observed Xia and Sheng Zhe finish their performance with a cold sneer. That's enough. At his words, Xia's face lit up, but the next moment, Zheng Sun's pronouncement plunged her into despair. You can leave now. Xia's complexion paled, and she looked at Zheng Sun in disbelief. Director? Are you implying? The assistant director, who had been displeased since Xia began mimicking Jiang Qianxia's creativity, finally spoke up with a frosty expression. What I mean is that you have been eliminated. Is that too difficult for you to comprehend? Xia stared at Zheng Sun, her face ashen, before casting a pleading glance at Zheng Miaomiao. Despite not having caught her friend in the act, Zheng Miaomiao reflected on their years of camaraderie and found herself unable to utter words that would sever their bond. However, she had witnessed Jiang Qianxia's performance and was taken aback by Xia's audacity. She averted her gaze, unwilling to meet her friend's eyes. Sheng Zhe had not seen Jiang Qianxia's act either. Being aware of the script, he, as Zheng Miaomiao's intended fiancé, was gradually assuming control of the Sheng family business. Thus, Zheng Miaomiao's uncle, Zheng Sun, had accepted an investment from Sheng Zhe, intending to bolster his achievements and help him establish a foothold in the Sheng family's enterprises. Yet Sheng Zhe had completely misread the situation. Frowning, he assumed Zheng Sun's displeasure stemmed from favoritism towards Zheng Miaomiao, and he took his frustration out on Xia. Stepping forward immediately. Uncle. Little did he know, as soon as he spoke, Zheng Sun's expression darkened further. If you wish to discuss your investment, then take it and leave my production team. Being dismissed in front of everyone shattered Sheng Zhe's composure. His face turned pale as he glanced at Zheng Miaomiao and then back at Zheng Sun. Uncle, even if you wish to expel us, please provide a reason. What was wrong with our performance? Why do such people get to stay while we are forced out? This makes me seriously question your professionalism. The such people he referred to was none other than Jiang Qianxia. Jiang Qianxia thought to herself, do I possess some sort of jinx that attracts trouble? Why am I being dragged into this again? Observing the bewildered expression on her face, Sitiyu felt an inexplicable delight and refrained from interrupting this farcical delay. Sheng Zhe had entered to confront Zheng Sun, hoping to have Jiang Qianxia removed from the audition list, but upon his return, he found Jiang Qianxia already in the selection area, having surprisingly passed the first round of auditions. Zheng Sun scrutinized him with a strange look, thinking, this guy must be out of his mind. How could Miao Miao ever fancy him? Zheng Miaomiao, feeling the weight of her uncle's scrutinizing gaze, wished she could vanish into the floor. This was the first time she realized how embarrassing Sheng Zhe truly was, oblivious to the fact that the others in the room were regarding him as a clown. Yet, he remained unaware, continuing to sneer, what is the situation with this person? Perhaps it would be better for your niece to explain it to you? The mention of her name caused Zheng Miaomiao's face to flush with anger. Is Sheng Zhe unwell today? She had transitioned from a hater of Jiang Qianxia to an admirer in no time. What are you saying? But with everyone's attention now on her, including Jiang Qianxia, Zhang Miao puffed up her cheeks. What do you want me to say? Master Jiang. Miss Jiang is someone I recommended to my uncle. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhe frowned disapprovingly at Zheng Miao Miao. Miao Miao. You can be upset with me, but don't act on impulse. I believed you wouldn't dislike someone without reason. I was about to speak to uncle about it. You're talking nonsense. As Zheng Zhe suggested that she disliked Jiang Qianxia, Zheng Miao Miao quickly interjected. What are you babbling about? How could I possibly dislike Miss Jiang? I admire her immensely.
Zheng Zhe's frown deepened.
He was aware of Zheng Miao Miao's infatuation with celebrities, yet he had never paid much attention to whom she supported or opposed. The last few days, he had been somewhat deliberately ignoring her, coupled with a twinge of guilt, which led him to seek out his uncle when he heard Xia claim that Zheng Miao Miao was a hater of that woman. However, it seemed the situation was not as he had assumed. Zheng Miao Miao was quite protective of Jiang Qianxia. Xia, on the other hand, was baffled. She knew Zheng Miao Miao had been a staunch fan of Jiang Mingcha and a detractor of Jiang Qianxia. Yet, Zheng Miao Miao's expression now appeared genuine, and seeing Zheng Zhe's confusion, she worried he might misinterpret her intentions and hurried to clarify. Miao Miao, I'm sorry, perhaps I misunderstood. Haven't you always been her hater? Just 3 days ago, you told me you were criticizing her online. I thought you really disliked her. As she spoke, she deliberately shot a glance at Jiang Qianxia. Such a lowly attempt at sowing discord did not elicit even a flicker of response from Jiang Qianxia. Yet, Zheng Miao Miao's face turned crimson with anger. Noticing his niece's fury, Zheng Sun became displeased. He slammed the documents he held onto the table. Since you are so unconvinced, I shall provide you with a reason. The reason is that Miss Xia lacks any originality and has directly plagiarized Miss Jiang's creativity. In my production team, poor acting is tolerable, but poor character is not. His words rendered Xia's face bright red, although she had brazenly performed. Being publicly called out still provoked a sense of shame. Zheng Zhe parted his lips, eager to defend her, but was met with Zheng Sun thrusting the investment contract in his face. If you remain so oblivious, perhaps it's best to forego the investment. Go home and clear your mind. Security, remove the irrelevant parties. Zheng Sun declared, though he did not genuinely intend to summon security, as he understood Zheng Zhe's prideful character. As expected, upon hearing Zheng Sun's words, Zheng Zhe's expression morphed into one of humiliation, and he departed with Xia. After their departure, several others auditioned, and due to Zheng Zhe's revelation of his investment background, the subsequent candidates adjusted their scripts based on Jiang Qianxia's performance. However, none stood out remarkably. Sitiyu rose to his feet. Let us conclude here. I have matters to attend to. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the composed and serene Jiang Qianxia seated in the selection area. That Miss Jiang is quite impressive. Let us select her. I'll double the investment, so make sure to film it well. Upon hearing this, Zheng Sun's expression shifted, then shifted again. He had always despised investors who leveraged their wealth to interfere with casting decisions, yet the prospect of doubling the investment was tempting even to him. Moreover, after observing the first round, he found himself most satisfied with Jiang Qianxia. In truth, he harbored no fear regarding the quality of performance. Rather, his primary interest lay in whether the actor truly embodied the character. Upon first glance, Miss Jiang exemplified the appearance he envisioned for the 9th princess. After witnessing her performance and listening to her interpretations, his satisfaction grew even further. He had initially planned to review a few more candidates before informing Sitiyu of his preference for Miss Jiang, but to his surprise, Sitiyu spoke up first. This unexpected turn made it seem as though he had capitulated to the role for monetary gain. In front of so many witnesses, how could his production team uphold their principles in the future? Jiang Qianxia was equally taken aback by Situyu's sudden maneuver. She cast a somewhat exasperated glance at the impassive man, wondering, could this possibly be his version of employee benefits? If he has this much money to spare, why not just hand it directly to me? Now, it seems I might not even land the role, but my reputation is sure to suffer further. A flicker of confusion crossed Situyu's eyes as he noted Zheng Sun's somewhat troubled expression. He halted his steps and inquired, "Is there an issue?" Zheng Sun opened his mouth but ultimately spoke with resignation. "Mr. Yu, I am indeed quite satisfied with Miss Jiang's image and audition, but our team has always adhered to the principle of fairness. Therefore, even though the investor's suggestions are valuable, they serve only as reference. The final casting must undergo our professional evaluation. I trust you understand?" Situyu pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening in perplexity. He possessed a unique dedication to his work, otherwise he would not have succeeded in building his company from the ground up at such a young age. His frigid gaze swept the room. By my untrained judgment, the auditionees thus far have been markedly inferior to Miss Jiang, not to mention the subsequent performances that resemble mere imitations. Zheng Sun countered. What then constitutes your professional standards of judgment? Situ feigned an attentive demeanor. Zheng Sun hesitated. Well, how should I articulate this? I share a similar professional perspective as you, but your approach leaves me feeling quite at a disadvantage, making it difficult to articulate my thoughts. Let us not prolong this. Any further insistence will only breed resentment. Perhaps it is best to resign to fate. After all, one cannot be troubled by excessive debt. Jiang Qianxia slumped despondently in her chair. Situ, sensing her unspoken thoughts, responded, I comprehend, but only partially. Thus, he inclined his head toward Zheng Sun. Then I leave the decision in your hands. With that, he exited. Zheng Sun hesitated. Mr. Yu, is the promised doubled investment still on the table? Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his inquiry. After enduring the auditions of all the candidates, Zheng Sun, in a bid to maintain decorum, arranged for another round, ultimately selecting Jiang Qianxia. Once the others had departed, he informed Jiang Qianxia that she had auditioned for the leading role and inquired about her availability, subsequently requesting her to come sign the contract. Jiang Qianxia exclaimed in surprise, I merely came to observe. Is it really appropriate for you to suddenly make me the lead? Nevertheless, she called Sister Yen, who, upon hearing the news, fell silent. Puzzled, Jiang Qianxia asked, Is there a problem, Sister Yen? After a few moments of silence, Sister Yen finally remarked, So it is true what they say. A mature artist will pursue opportunities on their own. I feel as though you are about to soar. Except, do so immediately. You are in the Director's circle. I will rush over right now. Jiang Qianxia, taken aback, conveyed her manager's sentiments to Zheng Sun, who nodded. All right. Tell your manager not to worry. I have another audition today. Once Zheng Su arranged for the next audition, Zheng Miao hurried over to grasp Jiang Qianxia's arm, anxiously asking what now. She knew Jiang Qianxia possessed the ability to discern changes in fate through appearances. Originally, she had hidden backstage to avoid being seen by Sheng Zhe, but unexpectedly, he spotted her while seeking Zheng Sun. Zheng Miao could not articulate her current feelings. Was she hoping to alter her fate or wishing to avoid influencing it? Seeing her so tense, Jiang Qianxia regretfully informed her, there will indeed be substantial developments. At this, Zheng Miao offered a bittersweet smile. They're still waiting for me downstairs. Observing her expression, Jiang Qianxia contemplated and advised, in a certain sense, Sheng Zhe has also been manipulated. Perhaps you could employ a similar strategy to break free. However, Zheng Miao remained unmoved, her gaze vacant as she questioned, will Shasha also drug Sheng Zhe? Jiang Qianxia shook her head. At most, it would be a case of drunken indiscretion. Shasha may have ulterior motives, but Sheng Zhe may not be entirely innocent either. Without Shasha as scheming, he likely would not have taken that step. Upon hearing this, Zheng Miao laughed, her eyes glistening with emotion. A 20-year childhood friend and a 10-year confidant. Ha. I have no desire to unravel this. A love that is forcibly retained is too pitiful. I want to see them. I want to see if tonight they can truly commit such shameless acts. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, Jiang Qianxia chose to remain silent. Perhaps experiencing this betrayal would lead to her growth. An hour later, Sister Yen arrived in a flurry, swiftly signing the contract and finalizing the schedule for joining the production. Although the timeline was rather tight, it did not conflict with the variety show Jiang Qianxia had previously signed, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the show.
Consequently,
Jiang Qianxia needed to expedite the endorsement project assigned by brother Jiang. She promptly called the endorsement team to schedule a shoot for the following day. Just then, she received a call from the police station. The remains of 2 children and the DNA results matching Tang Yaozu had been revealed. As one of the individuals who discovered the remains, and given that Lu Ma was still employed by her family, she was notified accordingly. Jiang Qianxia was not taken aback by the news and inquired about the likelihood of Lu Ma and her husband facing sentencing. The officer sighed, not providing a definitive answer but indicating a substantial possibility. After all, nearly 30 years had elapsed. Despite the severity of the situation, there remained a chance for acquittal or a lenient sentence. Contemplating this, Jiang Qianxia asked, if this information were to be exposed, would public sentiment be taken into account? Reflecting on the brutal evidence uncovered during the autopsy, the officer remained silent for a moment before replying, generally speaking, we do not endorse such actions. Jiang Qianxia acknowledged. Understood. Thank you. The officer responded, "You're welcome."